Ooh, Vengeance coming in.
Gonna protect the Bard. Gonna keep getting this board, not infinitely large, but definitely larger every turn. As you had mentioned, the strength of this deck, the synergy between Maokai and Bard, is that there are not a lot of cards in deck left, which means that the chimes are stacking up more and more, so much that Simon actually has to use a Vengeance on the Bard.
I don't know if this can save him though.
T, are we just not live on Twitch?
I hope we are. It could be that we're not. Alright, I have to check this.
Have we just been casting to nobody this entire time?
We might have been.
Always a pleasure, T.
Always a pleasure.
Nothing else.
But we just pretend like we are live. You know, we're just gonna continue the cast and see if the issue can be fixed between the rounds. So it might already be fixed. If not, I have to go in and do this myself.
Okay,
it looks like Simon.
Out of Simon. Yeah. Saving the Quietus is for the Maokais. A 7/10 Maokai definitely going to throw a wrench in those plans once he does eventually come down. With the Vengeance already being pre-committed onto the Bard on the previous turn, there's no avenue left for Simon. Things just got way too out of hand that game.
Absolutely. I mean, this was already an unfavored matchup for Simon. But, you know Simon. When he sees that the game is over, he just goes out. Yeah. Well, but in case we weren't live, and I hope we will be for the next round, do we want to do the whole spiel again of what this is and why we are here?
Absolutely, T. Hello, everybody. My name is Boulevard. Welcome to round 1.5. I am joined by SparklingIceTea. This is the On-Air Talent X $1 MasteringRuneterra January Open tournament. I'm going to be making that joke a lot today, and it is going to be a very long day, so please bear with me. Laugh at it every time. You know, blow some air out of your nose, whatever you need to do to give me the satisfaction that that is a funny joke. It took me hours to come up with, staring at the graphic, mulling it over. IceTea, how you doing today?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic, except the fact that we have been already casting an entire round that you guys potentially have not seen if there is not some huge delay that maybe have held the stream back. If not, you know what? You're gonna see the next round of Simon versus Droplet Storm. Simon is down 1-0 and is currently trying to get a win with his Darkness deck. Control Simon is back.
So it was the Fizz Varus that Simon decided to ban from Droplet Storm, and now we get a look at the sort of the new version of Red Gwen. For those of you that haven't really paid attention to Runeterra since the new patch drop, we have actually cut all of the Minotaurs out of the deck, even though only one of them received a nerf, and instead players have really slotted in 3 copies of Might and 2 copies of Shunpo across the board, as well as, you know, 3 Opulent Foyer, and sometimes cutting the Harrowing. This looks very different from the pre-patch Red Gwen, and it is still something that players are absolutely flocking towards hand over fist.
It's just such a cool deck, honestly. I don't know why people have such problems with this.
I think it's just because it is an aggro deck that plays 6 1-mana removal spells.
You know what? I've been actually a Flock hater for the longest time, okay?
Yeah.
I don't get the hate between, like, for Quietus. I'm fine with Quietus.
I'm not sure that Quietus should have been the Shadow Isle card that kills weapons.
Right at home.
You know what? That I can almost agree with. I think just Quietus on its face, just killing any unit below 3 attack, fine. But
I don't think I'd ever... Like, I don't think I'll be mad if we never get a Quietus nerf. I think the card is strong. I think it's fine. It's a lot like Flock. I don't love that we have like a solid aggro deck that gets to run both of them and take advantage of it so well, because Katarina does, you know, set up for the Ravenous Flock. But then we look at hands like this with Droplet Storm, and now, like, I really don't like the new versions of this deck. I haven't seen them play, but if you put 3 Might in a deck, I don't think I can call myself a fan. That's some Vayne Rumble nonsense, and that's just not something Boulevard can get behind.
Vayne Rumble that is a deck I hate. That is actually a deck
I'm starting to look at Red Gwen like it might actually fall into like the Vayne Rumble lurk category, where it's like it's good ladder deck. It'll probably be a top 3 ladder deck, but I don't know if you can reliably bring this to tournaments.
I don't know if I agree with this. I think you can absolutely bring this to tournaments, just because I feel like in the past you could have also brought Lurk to tournaments. There were a few people who did top cut seasonals with Lurk. Obviously, not the most reliable deck.
There have been a couple. There have been literally 2 over the last 15 seasonals.
That's a couple. That's actually a couple.
That's actually a couple. Over 15 seasonals, T. Actually, it's probably even more than that because I think it's been like 6 or 7 times 3 for each shard. So like 20 seasonals. We've got 2 lurks out of, what is that, like... Oh man, it's like 1,000 something decks.
It gets a lot worse for these decks if you A, meet a player who prepared against this, B, knows how to play against this, and then you also have to consistently perform in Swiss. I think it's way easier to perform with Lurk, for example, if you would face someone in just a single elimination tournament. But if you have to be consistent throughout many rounds, it can be really, really tough. And again, obviously now the ban is a bit tough because all of a sudden you kind of have to rely on your other decks as well. And if your opponent prepared a lineup that is pretty good into aggro in general, chances are it's also pretty good into Lurk.
Yeah, and that's one of the other issues, right? Is we are back in a meta where like aggro is pretty good, and that is something that in a lot of seasonal metas you don't see a lot of aggro. So you can more safely bring Lurk if it is like, you know, a counter pick to the control decks or whatever. Some of these like low agency, high powers like beat control decks like Lurk, like Zed Hecarim, and really what I'm looking to this weekend for is to figure out if I feel like Red Gwen falls into that category as well, or if this is something else entirely. Now we're going to see the committal of the Might, but with 2 Vile Feast in hand, Simon should be safe against this. And with 2 Might gone, Droplet Storm, you know, they're going to have to top deck another Might to try to go for it again. But with another Vile Feast in Simon's hand, I don't think this is working out unless we can find... It's got to be a hardier unit, of which there are not many left in this list, and Droplet Storm does not play Harrowing. This feels all wrapped up given the second Vigar in hand.
The Sun is just kind of sealing the deal here.
Look.
Okay.
That's not ours.
Control Simon has the scopes lined up on Droplet Storm, able to take out the Eternal Dancers right before it comes down with the Aloof Traveler top deck. And now we've even got a really hardy attacker in the Legion Rear Shield, man. The big one. It's not Legion Rearguard. It's Legion Rearguard if he did his push-ups.
It's also not Shield Breaker. Shield Breaker's the Fism, right? Oh, it's a Trifarian. It's a Trifarian, no?
Oh, it's a Trifarian. That's right.
Yeah.
It's not a... Okay, yeah. Trifarian Rearguard. It's probably not his name, but... Honestly, I feel like, Do
you want me to check, or do we just want to keep this going on?
Yeah, we'll just keep it going. It's flavorful. Yeah. I was trying to, like... God, I've been trying to shoot a YouTube video yesterday, and I realized that I could not remember any card name of anything for the life of me, and apparently it is carrying over into today, unfortunately. But I feel like Rearguard is just like a good term for things that can't block. That's a Rearguard card. Anything that can't block, I can call it a Rearguard, and everyone knows what I mean.
Oh, I thought that was a Keck.
Keks can't attack.
Yeah, nope, true. Keks can't attack.
So it looks like Simon is going to be able to tie up this series 1-1, and that means that we are going to have to run back this Red Gwen deck. I'm curious to see what the unbanned deck for Simon is. Is it Feel the Rush or is it Echo Jinx? T, do you think there is one that is stronger into this list, this Red Gwen?
I feel like Feel the Rush is a little bit stronger.
Yeah, I think with cutting all of the Minotaurs, you don't really have those 3 health units, and everything gets taken out by Avalanche other than Gwen and Eternal Dancers. So, like, and I don't know if the Mites and the Shunpos are really going to do what you need them to.
Yeah, I feel like you ban Feel the Rush and you probably play up against the Echo Jinx, but let's see if that's actually true. Oh.
Well, okay, you were right, see? I really hope this is pre-mulligan. There's nothing you hate more than seeing drop order in your... Actually, maybe in this matchup you don't hate seeing drop order in your opening hand. There are quite a few 1 health units in Droplet Storm's deck that this drop order could even trade onto 2 of.
Someone's away. Gets... Oh, Ancient Prep.
Alright, just Ancient Prep into the drop order anyway.
Just out of reach.
Or follow the line. Let's get... Yeah, actually, the Hexite Crystal could come up really big in this matchup. We do see the Mark of the Isle in the opening hand for Droplet Storm, so they are going to have a little bit of a way to play around that. But overall, a much slower hand than I think Droplet Storm was looking for in this matchup.
Ooh, meanwhile, Simon here with 2 opportunities to not only find drop orders, but also find the Hexite Crystal.
Please.
Play an aggressive early game. Is going to eat 3 damage here. No fearsome blocker, obviously. Finds 4 Chief. Jinx. Ooh, and Scrying Sands. Your hand is looking a bit expensive for that Jinx, but...
Very good.
Yeah, I would say all good options. You know, even if you just take the Jinx for a little bit later on, you know, she might not even really get insane value, but she's just a very good blocker. But yeah, I think the Scrying Sands makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, Scrying Sands here to flip the Echo as fast as possible. Obviously, being the one to rally in this matchup is pretty nice if you're on the Echo side. Okay, I mean, I guess it's Feral Prescience, actually, if you take anything here.
This is our second prediction, so either Feral Presence or second Scrying Sands would give us a leveled Echo on the next turn. Of course, we don't need either. We do have the Scrying Sands as well as the Time Trick, so Echo's going to be online already very early on here, turn 4. That's how you want to do it. This is the ideal line for Simon here. And you know that there's really nothing in your opponent's deck that's going to threaten the life of the Echo. It'd take a couple of cards. It'd have to be Ravenous Flock in combination with something else.
That said, we also have Gwen on the other side. So champions are online for both players. But Droplet Storm wants to ramp this up a bit. Okay, does not throw down the Gwen, says, hey, I want to start ramping as early as possible on my triggers here. Simon gets the Hexite Crystal.
You know, deja vu isn't what it used to be.
Finds a Jinx as well. With the Scrying Sands. Finds a drop border.
Oh, man.
Okay. This is looking good for Simon.
Yeah, Simon is popping off right now. And other things to know. One big thing that might come up here is that Simon does not run any copies of Quicksand. And Mark of the Isle plus Might is probably how the Red Gwen player is going to have to look for lethal in this matchup, so Simon is a little bit vulnerable to that. But not going to take any damage this turn, and I mean, with 2 Opulent Foyer out, we are just going to get so big on Hallowed Proxter here, you know, through the rest of the game, and this is where we're getting into the Gwen Eternal Dancer's territory. This Hexite Crystal is kind of past its prime.
Yes, that said, we already find a Chrono Break. Which means Simon is going to turn up the heat starting with next turn. Again, we can probably just play down the Voice of the Risen, or we can go for the open attack. Can deal already a bunch of damage. Yeah, look at this. And we can rally. Potentially, we also have Burn in hand. Droplet Storm here is in for a world of hurt, especially if this 2 Opulent Foyers not being able to block any of these units. And now, Gwen, we're just like really slow on this game plan right now. We find another 1-drop. Might this be an opportunity for Simon to just slam it and go for the rally?
Back to me now.
I think if you're going to slam it and go for the rally, you need to win. And I think right now we're only pushing 5. Oh, with a second Get Excited, you know, this actually is looking like lethal. If you rally here, you're pushing through 5 damage. Your opponent goes down to 5. You have to double Get Excited if that's what you took off the top of the deck. And you have to assume that Droplet Storm would block the Echo with the Gwen, not get down into the range of the single Get Excited. But Simon, I'm going to play it a little bit more reserved, say I don't need to do anything fancy here. I can save on the rally. You know, I still have these double Get Exciteds. I have 8 damage in hand, and some of it's going to clear the board. A second Mark of the Isle for Droplet Storm really doesn't do anything without Might.
Yeah, the problem here is that Simon can just block everything, revive everything, and rally. So Simon doesn't even really care about his units on the board right now. He's kind of fine with them dying. And because, again, you mentioned there is no Might, we have no Overwhelm. Droplet Storm not getting any damage through these blockers is really rough. Because usually, okay, you say, hey, I have Ephemeral units, I have Gwen, those units want to trade in anyways. I'm at least going to decimate my opponent's board. But Simon is just going to rally and revive everything with the Chrono Break.
And for those of you who haven't seen Chrono Break before, it has been a while since Echo was meta. It's going to revive all of your allies that died this turn and rally, and you might be thinking, wow, that's really unfair. You're right. It's not very fair. It's what Echo does. He shuffles 3 of them into your deck on the level up, so that is what this deck is built around. Getting down this Voice of the Risen, having these wide boards, full blocking your opponent and trading out, and then going for the rally win. And now Jinx is just a good supplementary backup plan to that. And it looks like Simon is going to be able to toss away as many as 3 units here, revive, and just go for the win.
Yeah, currently Scrying Sands not really interacting with the Gwen. The Hollow stacks are just too big, so no fancy play there. I think this is actually just a block into Chrono Break turn for Simon. Looking really good. The patience really paying off here.
I love that.
And because Echo is striking this unit, you're going to get another free time trick.
Yeah, Exactly. If people want, hey, why sacrifice Echo? Doesn't matter what unit you sacrifice. But if you have a unit that at least gives you some value alongside of it, just go for it. You're gonna revive him anyways.
As scary as this attack was looking, it is only 2 damage pushed into the Nexus of Salty Simon, 2 damage restored for Droplet Storm, but this is going to be a really large swing for Simon, and bear in mind, this was Droplet's attack turn. We are going into Simon's attack turn next, and this Echo demands a block with 8 points of burn damage in hand. Simon is unstoppable in this game, and will be taking a match number 1 win.
You don't know, maybe he disconnects.
Yeah, people, look, don't play for the disconnect. Don't do it. No one's disconnecting.
No, that's very true.
You just lose. Just scoop it up.
Just scoop it up.
This is the one thing about digital card games versus physical card games. Is like, in a physical setting, Simon could probably just show his opponent, I have double get excited, and that would just be, you pick up your cards. But because you can't show your opponent cards in your hand, you do have to go through the motions.
But what if in a physical setting, Droplet Storm would wait for Simon to faint or have a heart attack?
Deja vu isn't what it used to be. Heading topside.
If your game plan is for your opponent to have a heart attack, as the judge, I would probably just award them the win anyway. I'd look at their hand and be like, you were dead to rights, you lose, sorry. The heart attack guy goes to round 2.
He may be dead, he may be in the hospital, but you're not going any further than this tournament. Alright, Hexa Crystal going in, also saving the Echo here. For now. Obviously we can just try and go for another Mark of the Hours. I'm not even sure this does it, because
it does kill the Echo. You'll live at 8 Actually, yeah, you'll live at 1, but then obviously you die to the ephemeral tag that you have given yourself. Your Gwen dies. We just see a surrender out of Droplet Storm.
It makes a lot of sense.
And that is going to be Salty Simon. Moving on with a 1-0 record here in what is set to be a very long day. For those of you, I don't remember what was streamed and what wasn't. Me and T have been at this for close to an hour now, but I don't know how much of it actually made it to your eye holes. So, like most Mastering Runeterra events, this is all going to be banged out in one singular day. That was the end of round 1. We have 100 players. It means we're doing about 7 rounds, give or take 1 in either direction, but I think that's the benchmark that we're aiming for. And guess what? We have an entire top 8 single elimination bracket to play through, so buckle up. Turn off your computer. If you're watching this, you're sitting in your crappy little computer chair, turn it off, go turn on your smart TV, get on the Twitch app, the YouTube app, whatever. Relax on the couch. Let me and T guide you through a beautiful day of playing card games in the most relaxed setting you can, because I swear to God, if you move away from the stream, if I have to be here all day, you have to be here all day.
Okay. You know what? I think we gotta find another game real quick before Boulevard absolutely loses his goddamn mind. If this guy doesn't cast for 2 minutes, it's getting dicey.
I have a condition.
It's what's the Greek name for not being able to cast?
You're the European. You tell me what the Greek name is. We have a Greek world champion. You should have learned Greek by now if you love him so much. It's
the Aragonios disease. Once Boulevard does not cast for about 5 minutes, he's absolutely losing his mind. That said, you know what? I actually have a game ready for you. And I think this is round 3 between these two guys. Luna versus Aikado. That sounds like a banger matchup.
Taking a look at the lineups here. Aikado is going to be on... What is it? Tell me it's not Bar. Oh, it is. It's Seraphine Aphelios Vi. He's still running the back alley bar. Only 2 copies, though. I was really hoping that if nothing else, this is the one archetype that we were rid of.
I don't need rules to know good from bad.
You know what? Honestly, both players here just stuck in the past. This might not be an old deck, but Varus Akshan is very much just people wanting to play Silver Akshan in the current meta. All the Akshan decks are so similar.
Yeah, and I think that this really is just a meta call of saying, hey, I expect a lot of like Feel the Rush or Aatrox or, these very combat-focused decks, so I want to have copies of the Unforgiving Cold in my lineup somewhere other than just my Aatrox Kane deck. So, yeah, looking at the breakdown for today, there is quite a bit of Varus Akshan, and I think that still the main selling point, despite it being nerfed earlier last month, is still the Unforgiving Cold.
Unforgiving Cold, such a good card. It's gone too soon. but broken enough to deserve the nerf.
I gotta say, man, Worlds kind of fell me off that card, man. A lot of times it just dragged games on like 3 turns longer than they really needed to, and you would just see both players in like an Aatrox mirror staring each other down with like 2 copies of the Unforgiving Cold in hand. I'm like, okay, whatever, man. Gonna be here a while.
True, but it was really good for my Jax on meme deck, so I kind of missed it a little bit, you know? Took away some power
sorry,
from
are
the
you
deck.
cheating on Scargrounds?
Or the blade.
Yeah,
What I've learned?
a little bit.
Oh, he blatantly admitted it. Okay, I didn't expect that. I thought there'd be a little cheekiness out of you, Ice-T, but I see you're a man of honor now.
No, I step outside of that relationship from time to time. Last time was when Gwen was released. And
And now that Gwen's good, you're like, I'm sick of her? Now that she's popular?
Like, actually true. I'm very predictable. Dude, once Kale's...
Hipster tea, everybody. Hipster tea.
Once Kale's popular, I'm gonna drop it like hot coals, okay? I've been playing nothing but Kale lately. So... She has her time now, but, yeah. Once she gets good,
Oh, I see.
it's over.
I've actually been trying an original deck for the first time in God knows how long recently, but yeah, kind of working, kind of not working. I haven't really been playing like ladder with it. I've just been playing normals because I'm like, I don't want to lose my LP. I'm sitting pretty right now.
You know what? I kind of sitting here with Seraphine, sitting here with Aphelios, someone who can't let go, you know? It reminds me a lot.
We know that about Aiketo, right?
You know that about
this
Aiketo.
dude will not let go of Ezreal. We had to really pry Shellfolk out of his hands. I'm a little surprised not to see this Glorious Evolution deck be a Shellfolk variant.
No, we've been talking about like trying new decks, you know, stepping outside of known play patterns. And while you might think, hey, this is not Shellfolk, it kind of is.
Must be nice living off
It kind of is
stolen
Shellfolk.
coin.
Just different.
You can say that about just about anything.
Okay, hear me out. This is a very slow deck that has limited removal, or rather, removal you kind of have to work for. It has a ton of value, and most of the time, except when you hit the catastrophe,
Son of a...
you're actually just winning with a value out.
It is less annoying to play against than Shellfolk there as well. So like I will give Aiketo credit for that. You know, at least has found
Can
like
be undone.
a more suitable version
will
of his
resist.
favorite deck.
Yeah, honestly, playing against Shellfolk, playing against your own deck, it's never fun, okay? Plunder already proved that in 2020.
If I see you on ladder and you're playing Shellfolk, just tell me. I'll scoop turn 1, man. I'm not trying to sit there for 30 minutes, win or lose. I don't care about take the LP. I don't care that much.
Alright, do you think Luna will actually sit through 30 minutes of Seraphine Targon to get the W, potentially?
It depends. Do you think Luna's going to pop? Okay, yeah, answers the question for me. Is actually going to pop the landmark in response to the Aftershock. Using an Absolver to do it as well, but this is going to make sure that Akshan is leveled should we find him, and I do believe we have the Revive spell in hand for the Akshan. I believe it was an Akshan that made that. It wasn't the Vicarian Vagabond, so
Yes.
I have the option to get that Warlord's Horde online.
Super important for this deck, super important for any Akshan deck. If you played Akshan before, you know how important it is to get these landmarks rolling early, and going through another 9 countdown now is just not worth it. Luna says, okay, I'd rather spend a lot of spells here and get that landmark pop, potentially finding Varus, potentially finding a second Akshan so we don't have to use the Revive. But even if we do, again, the landmarks are so powerful, it's worth it. Ooh. That was not an Akshan. Oh, imagine hitting Akshan here, though. That would've been good.
I mean, you've still got the Revive spell for the Akshan if, like, you really need to force it.
True, but currently, I feel like if you hit Akshan this turn, you could have buffed him up immediately.
Oh,
And
for
you,
sure.
and you would have gotten an additional trigger on the landmark immediately, which would have been just perfect. But Luna just not finding it is okay still, right? You still have the value, but when we talk about value, we also have to look at Aikado's hand, right? We already have Seraphine in there. We already have the Song Spinner in there. We're currently missing the bar, but we already have Catastrophe in there. That, once it's activated, really can't be stopped, except by the Unforgiving Cold here.
I do want to point out we are one Darkened spell away from tutoring up the Varus, and while we've been talking about, the revive onto the Auction, you do really want to save that for Varus, because it is a card that's going to take a couple of different spells out of Aiketo to go for it, but instead we do revive the Auction, we tutor up the Varus. I thought this might be a turn where we actually go for the Zolani, especially with the Gravitum already being committed first action from Aiketo, but Aiketo has options here. We can get down the Seraphine, go for the Song Spinner next turn if, Lunari keeps things a little chill. We still have our Sunburst available this turn if we just want to kill the Auction straight away, or at least attempt to in the face of the Expanse's protection. A couple options here for both players, but it looks like things are still pretty heavily favored towards Aiketo.
I think Luna can try to pop off here once the landmark gets popped, but currently is missing a lot of options to actually get there. Currently have very little ways to actually progress this landmark. Don't really want to throw out the spell sheet for no reason. Do have the Zolani, but as it looks, it's better to just strictly play Zolani than go for weapon into kill a unit into redevelop the weapon.
We might actually see a swap of things. If the Zolani weapon comes down, I imagine it's to get the Swinging Glaive off of our Gravitum unit and put it onto something a little bit more impactful, be it the Auction, be it the Bakai. Just kind of get those lucky finds down and try to hyper-accelerate the Auction landmark in a way that, like you said, our hand really isn't leaning towards at the moment. I think you can do a little bit of work in forcing it as much as you can, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be a little slow, probably about 2 to 3 turns off of popping that Horde, absolute best case scenario.
I go in. Put it on Auction. That's interesting. I would have thought we would have maybe wanted to pop the weapon of the Chronomancer here, so we can actually make use of the lucky finds we get from that by putting it on a unit that is not stunned next turn.
That's also the direction that I thought Lunari was going to be heading, but it looks like they've got a different game plan in mind, just banking the full 3 spell mana into the Varus turn.
Giving chase.
Which, you would have had mana for Varus and Expanse's protection next turn anyway. You don't have a hand that is utilizing all of the mana that you are banking. And I don't think there's a top deck that really shifts that either.
Ooh, especially not a 2-1, potentially 3-2 predicts here. That, again, just predicts for the next turn, but you can't always set up the next turn, and the turn after that, the turn after that. You kind of need to pop off as soon as possible. And now you kind of lost the ability to either play Zolani in full and kill the Chronomancer, or get the weapon of the Chronomancer to, again, get those lucky finds, get the landmark popped as soon as possible. It's looking rough this turn. Kind of looks like a doozy from Luna. We get a good attack in with some quick attack units, but I don't think Aiketo cares that much. And we still have like Sunbursts.
Not just Sunburst, but Aiketo even could have gone for the Sunhawk here, lock down the Auction, and then we still have Sunburst for this Varus. You don't actually need the Daybreak on the Sunburst to kill the Varus. You even have Disintegrate to pop the Expanse's protection. So with all of the mana available from Aiketo, they can completely stonewall this turn out of Lunari, take no damage if they choose to, but they probably are going to play with their life as a resource a little bit here. You could probably take the Auction hit. It's not that big of a deal. As we mentioned, Lunari probably still 2 or 3 turns off of popping that Horde. And we're just getting closer and closer to the Seraphine level up. I believe that's a 6 out of 9. It might be a 5 out of 9. Either way, the Stuttering Song Spinner is going to be enough to level her up, and Aiketo might even just do that this turn.
Yeah, Phileos level up also very close. 3 out of 4, so champions are going to be online for Aiketo. And once that happens, with the Song Spinner already in hand, it's just almost game over. Oh, the spell shield committed here.
Retribution will find its mark.
I think Varus is now going to be... Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure if it was actually going to get bigger than the Chronomancer. But it is going to be a 5-5, not a 4-5, so we are going to be able to spell shield that. But, you're not pushing lethal with this. It looks like we're actually going to Song Spinner and see if we can find something to pop the spell shield. But either way, Seraphine is going to level, and we do find Troll Chant. So that's going to give us an effective blocker here as well.
Lamb's Respite. Salvage Scrap. Oh, Salvage Scrap could be interesting. It's a bit rough, though, because we do have to discard cards. Actually went for it. Gruesome Theater is... Oh, Gruesome Theater is so fun here.
Yeah, we might even just see, a block onto Auction with Seraphine and Gruesome... Actually, Gruesome Theater is it 3 health or less?
3 health or less, yeah, it actually hits the Auction.
Okay, so we can just bounce the Auction.
Yeah.
Oh, we're just gonna bounce the Sunhawk too.
That's even better.
I hear
Oh
man.
my god.
Now you're about to hear me.
Well. Lunari's chances of winning this were already pretty slim, but
They're getting real close to 0, and having the Seraphine leveled with, you know, next turn we're gonna get a level up onto the Aphelios. I was like, it's not Akshan, but it's a different A name. It does mean that we're gonna get like doubled up Infernum, and that is really going to push just an insane amount of damage into Lunari, or at least force out this last card in hand, and then Aikato's pretty sure that he's got a clear line to victory once Lunari's out of resources.
alright, we got the mushroom guy. Come on, Aikado, you can do this. You can stall out the game for 30 turns and just win with mushrooms.
Yeah, just throw down the Puffcat Peddler, you just fire off all your spells, don't worry about Daybreak, it's not important. Your opponent certainly doesn't have momentous choice.
For sure not.
I will end this.
And imagine Seraphine just doubles up the spells, doubles up the mushrooms basically as well.
Just this random elusive as well that we generated off of the Crescendum to push a little bit more chip damage into Lunari, put some flash hex bombs, whatever they're called.
Flash bombs.
Flash bombs? I don't know why I can't remember anything today. Flash bombs.
No, this,
into the top.
this
And
is
that might just clean
Runeterra.
up the Makai Reapers.
This is Runeterra. Why would they be called flash bombs? Hex. Actually, you know what? I like what you're putting down here. Hex bombs. That does sound like something that would exist in Runeterra.
Right. It's not out of the question.
All right. It's not getting better for Lunari. That is not a top deck that gets you back into the game at any point. We do flip the landmark this turn. And I believe we flip it before we attack. I don't think we just like swing in here.
Yeah, you might as well either go for the vulnerable revive onto the Varus, or you could draw to kind of see where you go from there. I'm not sure which one is currently more valuable. When your opponent has this many cards in hand and a Seraphine in play, it really feels like you actually just cannot make a correct choice.
Oh, both of them hit action, huh? Okay.
Okay, yeah. See, that's why it's weird that they're called flash bombs. Like, you expect me to believe that I can throw 2 flashbangs at Akshan and he takes a little bit of damage and suddenly he's on his last leg?
Now, hex bombs do sound more
Villains
threatening.
beware.
Alright, missing shot.
I can't wait for Arcane Season 2, man.
And the hex bombs. I don't think we will see Akshan there.
Wrong turn.
Although,
Probably
we're
not.
never be sure.
This out.
You know, maybe they try some Avengers type thing.
We just get all... I don't even know how many champions are in League of Legends now. Like 150, 160, somewhere in that ballpark.
All of them. All of them.
Just
in
get
Arcane
all of
Season
them.
2.
All of them.
Yeah. All of them get about 1 minute of screen time.
That's like 2 hours. But you know who's not getting any more screen time? It's Akshan. He is dying to the Mystic Shot. There's nothing that Lunari can do to protect this champion. We're going to get the Furious Wielder to take out the Puffcat Peddler, but the damage has been done. Thanks to the play cast change from earlier last year. I have to remember that it is no longer 2022. Nothing happened earlier this year. This is the earlier this year I'll be referencing 9 months from now. We did get that change, so now the spells do not have to resolve first. As soon as they go on the stack, this Puffcat Peddler is doing his work, and Aikado continuing to find cards to double up on, a Pale Cascade, a Guiding Touch. This could be a lot more shrooms put into the deck of Lunari, which I don't really mind. You know, we are going to get another Warlord's Horde here because the Akshan is striking, and okay, gonna overdraw a bar, doesn't really matter. Aikado only plays 2 copies of it anyway, it's not that integral. But if this game is going to end in a win for Lunari, they have to draw a lot more cards.
Oh dear. I think even if you draw a lot more cards, it's just not going to happen. Because you know
No.
what? I'm just going to quickly check on this. Ooh, 19 out of 20, huh? Alright.
Okay.
So, I mean, we have one
You know
turn.
what I hate? You know what I hate about Pursuit of Perfection? It counts itself, so when you play it, it always says 21 out of 20, and makes you feel like you counted wrong.
It makes you feel stupid.
A little bit, yeah.
Big dum-dum. You played 20... What? You miscounted? Oh my god. And it's even there? You didn't read? The thing about Pursuit of Perfection is, it can be stalled out for at least one turn. We do have Freeze in the hand of Luna. Forgiving Cold is going to take care of that for one turn.
Yeah, the one issue that we're going to have is that if Luna's going to win this game, it pretty much has to be from, like, through a Zolani at this point. And even if it's Frostbitten, that cat still has 30 health. A 7 attack Overwhelm unit is not going to do anything.
Absolutely not. Hey, Maybe Luna... Does Luna play a copy of the other Solani? Oh, no, wait. That's Targon.
Even if Luna did play a copy of other Zolani, I think it'd probably be buffed like maybe 2 or 3 times at this point. It would not be anywhere near the game-ending aspect that she was designed to be.
Hey, you know what? I like them just going up against each other. Like, the world-ending art of, like, the big Zolani, and then there's just, like, a cat in a suit that's just absolutely ruffle-stomping that.
That was the problem with Worlds, right? Is, like, we got to see this big battle between, like, Aatrox and Aurelion Soul, and then, like, Seraphine comes along, and it's like, oh, it's the World Ender versus the pop star from Piltover. Just couldn't get it done.
Get with the times, old Aatrox.
We're not going to get a Glorious Evolution out of Aikedo. It would have been cute. It would have been wildly incorrect, but, you know, would have been funny.
This man really wants to win this game. It's almost frustratingly so.
Yeah, this is just going to be the classic Pursuit of Perfection into the Rite of Negation. It's a story that we've seen 100 times, and then Aikedo probably just going to be able to bring it back on the following turn with the Glorious Evolution. But it's going to be a few turns before that happens. Maybe so much that Lunari actually can get this Warlord's Horde online if we can top deck another spell that lets us target our units. Maybe another weapon cycle through on this glaive, but for the most part it's still looking very, very heavily Aikedo favorite, though not 100% done just yet.
This is still somehow winnable on Luna's side, but a lot has to go right and a lot has to go wrong on Aikado's side. Currently, actually not working with that much removal, so we're kind of relying on a big blocker currently and the draw we have.
I think that without using Rite of Negation on that, I think this is over now. I think you had to make sure that the cat didn't touch down.
Yeah, getting through a 30-30 blocker is going to be... It's going to be
impossible.
Tough. Yeah. Tough, impossible...
Like, usually the cheesy win that you're looking for from this position out of Luna is like a Varus getting up to like 15 overwhelm, but you know there's 27 health left on the cat. I don't think you're going to be able to get Varus that large and have a second Varus for the piercing arrow to pull, say, like a 1 health unit off to the side. So yeah, I think with this touchdown, this is just going to be the end of the game. And there are still puff caps in Luna's deck. Do not forget that.
Yeah, that is the win condition still, because that puff cap peddler still alive. Still trucking on. We do find a Varus, but look at this. We don't have any spells to boost him up. We have nothing.
Hey,
our hand has been empty for a while.
You can sack one of your units to Rite of Negation to buff the Varus.
No, yeah, you can do that. You can do that.
Is this the Rite of Negation? Is this what you were saving it for? Because I feel like you're saving this as a protection spell for the Varus, but if you let Glorious Evolution resolve, you also just kind of lose.
I think Luna just lost a long time ago in this game.
Yeah.
And it's kind of going with the flow right now.
Find peace in the
But yeah, agrees that the game would be ultimately unwinnable. Can't come back from this. Decides, okay, this has to be denied. I have to at least try.
Still not swapping out the Swinging Glaive.
Hey, it's still in the same unit.
Yeah. I feel like Luna could have done a better job of weapon cycling through this game. I'm not sure that it would have had like a huge impact on the outcome, but I would have liked to see a little bit more aggressively minded weapons out of Luna this game. I feel like getting that glaive locked down for so long wasn't necessary.
Well, Akshan coming in, and this is going to be the inevitable death to Cat.
Stronger, Akshan.
Yeah, this is a focus speed spell, so once this Cat comes in, Luna, not going to be able to draw 2 in response, no chance to find the caught in the cold. This is just going to be Aikedo moving on 1-0, the Pursuit of Perfection, coming through, doing what it does, the big overwhelm meme card of sort of the initial launch of Legends of Runeterra, finally getting its day in the sun, and players like Aikedo keeping it back a little bit past its prime.
Yeah. You've recently probably heard a lot about the new movie Puss in Boots, but have you heard about Puss in Suit? Absolutely destroying
How long
this
you
game.
had that one in the tank, T?
How
long you been cooking that one up saying, God, I can't wait to get on a broadcast and say Puss in Suit?
No, actually just the last 3 seconds. Which
really?
explains the quality
I'm surprised. Yeah, just like the Puss in Boots movie from what I hear. Puss in Suit, very, very good still.
Very, very good. Won the game then. I think this has been the last and longest game of this round. So after you guys already missed half the round, thanks to OBS crashing right after the delay ended, we got you with the end of the Simon matchup. And now we got you with the end of the matchup between Aikedo and Luna. And man, even though Simon was playing a control lineup, that went way faster than what we just saw. And I'm so excited, Boulevard, that we will get to see another meta where we can watch Aatrox and Seraphine potentially battle it out, just like last time.
Why are you the way that you are? Why couldn't you know what you could have done? You could have entered this tournament. You could have paid your $20, your 17 euros, whatever the conversion rate is. Queued up your Scar Grounds, your Kale deck, and whatever other suits your fancy. T. I don't know what your third deck would have been, but you could have given the people a show. Instead, you're here to try to make Aatrox versus Seraphine sound entertaining. Well, I'm not sold, mister. I'm not sold.
All right, you know what? I can't. You're right. I can't make it sound entertaining. I'm tired of Aatrox as well, okay?
I want to talk more about Puss in Boots.
The good thing is, we also have other decks in this tournament. And we already saw Simon bring the Jinx Echo deck, which, again, is kind of a new version of a deck that we have seen before, but it is always exciting to watch. You always love to see someone pop off, revive all the units, swing in. And we got a few decks making a comeback into the meta. And you know what? I feel like we have a deck in here that you will really like to see and that you kind of miss, because I know that at least one player has brought Swain TF to this tournament.
I like good decks. That is my MO. Those are the decks that I like. And for a long time, Swain TF was good, and so I liked Swain TF. And ever since Real Key took Swain TF to the World Championship and went 0-6, I have not been able to really resettle on Swain TF as a good deck. And I know that right now it's probably as good as it's ever been in quite some time. Maybe it was a little bit better like right when we got the Tentacle package, but no one was really screwing around with that. That was more of like a pirate meta. But right now I'm looking at Conservatory and I'm looking at Swain TF, and I'm kind of trying to figure out which one I like more. And I just got to say, I think Swain TF is too threat light, especially if the control players are running Aloof Travelers. Because that's always been my issue with Swain TF, is you have Swain and you have Leviathan and like maybe a Riptide Rex. Those are the only cards in your deck that do anything. And if you lose some of them to discard and you lose some of them to vengeance or disintegrate or what have you, your deck just kind of falls apart from there. You don't really have like the go wide House Spider aggro plan that you used to. It's just not working out. So I am excited to see players win with Swain TF if that is a possibility. But for the most part, I think I'm just more of a Conservatory guy these days. And I got to say, not super big on Conservatory either.
Ooh, that's rough. Conservatory was one of the decks that actually popped off in the Worlds Qualifier, but has fallen off ever since. With a few changes to the meta. Alright, if I can't excite you with Swain, can I excite you with some Jacks?
Are we talking like Bandle Tree Jacks or like just full-on Weapon Master Jacks?
Full-on Weapon Master Jacks.
There's no Ornn in there, is there?
Unfortunately not, no.
Okay, then yeah, you can probably get me on board with Jacks a little bit. I haven't seen a Jacks deck in a minute.
Yeah, okay.
I think he's actually been buffed recently. They like lowered his level up cost?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
Alright, okay. So
I have not seen him since then.
that's good, because you will see him now. The one and only, the B-Bowl, the Broken Ball, brought Jax Vayne to this tournament. And this is just basically better scouts. And you know what? It's not quite as good scouts as Aatrox scouts, but it's the middle thing between scouts, better scouts, and best scouts. It's the better scouts.
What is the best scouts? Is that just Vayne Aatrox?
Yeah, old Vayne Aatrox was best scouts.
Oh, old Vayne. Okay, yeah, sure. Rising Tide scouts might have been the best guy. Anyway, back when we had 4/4 Badger Bear. Yeah, I don't hate this. I think that a lot of players kind of jumped ship on Vayne a little bit early. A 3-mana 3/3 that gets immediate value in the form of Tumble is like still pretty good. I'm very curious to see how this one works out for Broken Ball, because we really haven't seen Jax Vayne since the release of Vayne, where there was like 7 Vayne decks at the top of the ladder. Everyone was trying to figure out what the actual best version was. And I actually surprised to see this out of B-Ball, because if I remember correctly, like America was really big on Jax Vayne, and APAC and EMEA just like would not touch the deck.
Yeah, because we already thought that there are better decks. And you know what? I think it was around the same time where a lot of people started playing the PNZ version of Vayne a little bit more, which has been dominating basically as the improved Scouts deck for a while before Aatrox was released. So
yeah, once Aatrox came out, we were like, oh yeah, we don't have to play these crappy PNZ cards. We can just take the one weapon we wanted out of Piltover and play it with other weapons in Aatrox. So RIP Fiora kind of got gypped on that one.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see Jax here, though, because Jax, again, very fun unit to play with, is a bit more aggressive, has, again, more of that release scouts feeling where you had a really aggressive deck rather than a full mid-range deck. Obviously, we do have Ranger Knight Defector and Blood Curse Harpy as two very beefy units, especially if weapons are committed on those. But other than that, it's just a deck that is very straightforward, wants to get on board early, wants to overrun you with a few cool weapon dudes.
And I gotta say, Parts Made Whole is one of my favorite cards that was released that expansion. So I do think it's really cool that we finally get to see it get played in the Jax deck. I've always really liked this card, so I'm excited to see what B-Ball can do with it. I do just want to quickly, while we're looking at the decks, go ahead and shout out Headmaster Red, someone who runs the HS Esports League, was very pivotal in putting together the spreadsheets and the deck list and all that kind of stuff for us, as well as, check out the store that we've got on the Matcherino. Maybe get a little bit of Mastering Runeterra merch so that you can, rep in style.
True. Store is live. You've already seen some of the designs on the Twitter, so check that out for sure. That said, we are preparing for the next round because, you know what, Boulevard? Next round is already live, and now that we've already looked at B-Ball's decks, or one of them at least, how do you feel about going for another EMEA player for the next round? I have to get them in early, okay, because they fall off later.
Yeah, that's why. Guys, when we were looking at round one, T was like, who do you want to watch? And I was like, well, I can name like 15 players I want to watch. And T broke down crying. He's like, please, Big Bro Simon. I really need to see how Big Bro Simon plays out. I miss him so much. He's playing Control. It really mean the world to me, Boulevard, if you let me spectate Simon for round one. And I said, okay, Ice-T, we'll make some concessions later on. But yeah, we can watch Simon, your big bro, for round one. And yeah, you know what? We might as well watch his little broken ball for round number two. I'll let you keep it all in the family.
For sure. You know what? It's kind of funny that you name Simon Big Bro and B-Ball Little Bro because, these two actually were trying to get Diamond on TFT lately, and unfortunately Simon did not make it in time. Lost the bet. Yeah, couldn't make it in time.
Glad I didn't make that bet. I'm still hard stuck plat somewhere. I don't even know where I am right now.
It's rough. It's rough out there, okay? But at least in Runeterra, they have a chance to battle out directly, right? You can't do that in TFT, Just because Simon didn't get Diamond and BB did doesn't mean that BB is the better human being, Okay, they couldn't face up 1v1, but they potentially face up in the bracket here in Runeterra.
Did BB win the money match?
Yeah, BB
did a head-to-head money match. I'm trying to remember. Was it Broken Ball that won that?
Yeah, BB did win that.
Okay, so Broken Ball just... seems to have Simon's number at every turn here in the money match, in the TFT bet, and now can we get it in the Mastering Runeterra January Open as well? We'll see if... obviously they're not playing head-to-head here, but we are going to see if Simon can, maintain the same record as Broken Ball, as both these players are starting off 1-0. Whoever falls down first does get relegated to Little Bro until the next event, which, luckily is only a week. You've got the seasonal, and that is where Simon does have a one-up on Broken Ball.
Oh, yeah, for sure. BB, notorious for being one of the most consistent Swiss players, almost always getting into the top cut, but never going further than top 16. And Simon already having one seasonal win under his belt. But, talking more about the Big Bro, Little Bro dynamic, look at this. BB also brought the Echo Jinx deck. And again, as I've mentioned, BB learned the original Echo Zillion deck from Simon. But, you know what? BB is someone who likes a bit of spice in his life. Likes a bit of spice in his decks. And
yeah, this does look pretty different from Simon's build. Obviously, like, the Fire stands out because it's just a different color than every other card in here. But also, Rite of Negation was something that was absent from Simon's list.
Yeah, Rite of Negation, as well as, I think, Careful Prep. Maybe I missed it, but maybe Simon was playing Careful Prep. But Simon was playing the Forge Chief, not the Firth. Firth, really interesting. That weapon could be potentially game-winning if we find Scout, if we find Overwhelm. All of them pretty good. Other than that, it's an interesting unit to put in. Because it can be tough to play from time to time, especially if you are not attacking on one. If you're attacking one and you get the Fear of In, get the swing in, get the weapon or in your hand immediately, that's always perfect. But outside of that, can be a bit tough. But again, as BB would say, this is the BB version. And players that aren't BB wouldn't get it. I kind of get it. Fear of cool unit. Otherwise, again, Rite of Negation also really good in a meta where we do have a couple of decks that have some insanely high cost spells. We just saw someone, Ikado, play 10 mana worth of spells in one action, as well as some people bringing Feel the Rush. So Rite of Negation certainly could do some work here. Let's take a look at the third deck, and here Boulevard is going to be a bit disappointed because it's
I do
Aatrox.
like, at the very least, that on, I assume that these are the Mastering Runeterra decks that we are, or rather this is on the Mastering Runeterra side that we're getting the decks from, whereas if you go to something like Mobilytics, all the cards are colored by the region that they're from. You get a cool rainbow deck. Now you've got like this grayscale pile. I'm not sure which one I like more. This does make it a little bit easier for like newer players to digest, I would say. I am a little surprised at the number of champions here. Only 2 Kayn, only 2 Aatrox. Only 2 Ranger Knight Defector, which honestly kind of a champ, but probably the most champion non-champion in the deck.
It's the BP version.
Yeah, he's got Heedless Resurrection rounding out his other champions, but it's just a lot of 2-ofs.
Yeah, this does look a bit strange if you just look at it, and you don't realize that BB likes to troll a bit sometimes. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, 2 Aatrox, 2 Kayn. I already noticed that 2 Kayn, a lot of Kayn decks, feels good, because too many Kayns can brick your hand quite a bit, and also both champions can be 2'd up. So you don't necessarily need 3 of them in the deck to guarantee that you draw them, which is the case a bunch of other times. Sometimes you want 3 of champions in your deck because your champions happen to die. Like, for example, you play Poppy, your Poppy dies probably before she flips, and you might want another one. But with these 2, it's kind of fine, because not only do Kayn and Aatrox 2 to themselves, they can also be revived with Heedless Resurrection, and Aatrox can be revived because you can get his weapon, same as Kayn, on a unit, and then you play the World Ender. So you don't really need 3 of them for the consistency of getting them, and you don't need 3 of them to have enough copies of them to win the game with them.
The one thing I am excited about, T, looking at this list, is that I probably don't have to see it. I would imagine that in most of the games that we spectate today, Kayn Aatrox is going to be the ban from the opposition. I haven't taken a look at the lists coming out of B-Ball's opponent here. I'm going to do that now as soon as I can figure out what their name actually is, as opposed to... We have different names on the deck sheet versus what's on the bracket, so I actually have no way of knowing what their opponent is playing. But no matter what it is, I have to imagine that Kayn Aatrox is going to be the ban. Even if you come, like, looking to target Jinx, I think you come looking more to target something like Lulu Jinx or Discard Aggro, where they have these very wide 1-health boards. I think Echo Jinx is a little bit more resilient to the more traditional Jinx counters. So even if you come to, looking to target Jinx, I don't know if Echo Jinx is really what you're looking for. But even if it is, that still means that you are banning Kayn Aatrox.
I hope so. I honestly hope so, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Especially because Kayn Aatrox, again, most brought deck to this tournament. I think a lot of people have prepared for this, and I think a lot of people have prepared a lineup that wants to ban this. You know, if you want to prepare for a deck, the easiest way to prepare for it is to build a lineup that doesn't want to play against it and ban it. That's just how it works.
That said, as soon as I finish choking, I'll make a point. It's coming. I can feel it in my throat. I'm going to have to cough mid-sentence, so I'll try to get this out as fast as possible. But because this is an event leading into a larger event, because the seasonal is next weekend, maybe players are more likely to not ban Kayn Aatrox to see if they actually can pick up a win against it, maybe switch up their ban strategy for the next weekend.
True. I think we mentioned it right at the very beginning of the stream, where we were not live, actually, that, again, this tournament, first big tournament of this year, but also super close to the next big tournament, the seasonal, and you kind of want to try some things, kind of want to feel the waters, test some things out. And here we have a matchup that we kind of mentioned when we were talking about these Echo Jinx decks, where, again, when you do put in that 1 of Rite of Negation, you have an extra win con in a matchup that could already be favored because you have all those revives. The problem is, you need to get there, right?
We know how to prepare.
Your board needs to survive till you get that revive, and that could be very, very tough against a deck that not only specializes in dealing with small units, but also specializes in dealing with small units on a wide scale, where an Avalanche or a Blighted Ravine can just completely wipe your board.
You know, this is probably the matchup that B-Ball was looking for when he slotted that 1 of Rite of Negation into the deck that we see absent from Simon, because Life God is on, I guess, as close to the ramp variant of Field of Rush as we're going to get. There are faces of the old ones. There's 1 copy of Voices of the old ones as well as, of course, 3 copies of Catalyst and Wild Mysticism. So that is 10 ramp cards in the 40-card deck from Life God. Very unsurprising to see the Catalyst come out on 3. And B-Ball just... a little bit too of an expensive hand to really put pressure down with the Jinx, and like an Avalanche or a Blighted Ravine here could be really good from Life God. There's no protection for this Echo. Unless this Feral Presence levels it?
So currently Echo is 3 out of 4, so it would level
Okay, so yeah, we do have a little bit of protection in that regard, but it would set it up for a Vile Feast, which we don't see any copies of out of Life God.
Going to war.
I don't think I've ever seen a no Vile Feast Field of Rush before.
No, me neither. That's very, very interesting.
3 Flash Freeze, though, is going to work out beautiful for taking out this Echo. Of course, it doesn't really matter if Chrono Breaks do get online, and Trundle not being a ramp spell does mean that a little bit of a pickle here for Life God.
Maybe we did prepare for this matchup. Again, Wildfire is really good, but as long as you have those wide board clears, you might not need it, and all those freezes work really well, not only against Echo, but also against something like Gwen, like Aatrox.
This Fire Wrath is also a really good top deck for B-Ball. It gives you something to play alongside the Voices, still have this Hexite Crystal available. This could be a lot of damage push from Broken Ball this turn.
True power.
Just has to be a bit careful. Again, the freeze taking out the Echo also takes out some draw. Luckily, we do play Jinx now in the deck, so even if we don't get the draw from Echo, we have another unit primed to give us some draw, and we don't really have any hard removal for the Jinx right now in the hand of a live D-God.
Do you know that? I don't see Life God's hand.
Oh, yeah, I actually know that, but currently can't show it
okay.
on stream, unfortunately.
Oh, gotcha. Just out here whispering to Life God, like, hey, do you have a Vengeance in hand? No? Okay, yeah, I can just cast like you don't have it. Boulevard's gonna look like a dummy having to make predictions and stuff. But yeah, this is a really important turn for Broken Ball. This is where you get to do your biggest push, and then we'll kind of see how the Jinx follow-up lasts. This looks like it is going to be a Flash Freeze, but even then, you're living at 1? And there's a Hexite Crystal? This might actually just be lethal if Life God goes for the Flash Freeze. No, it's going to be Harsh Winds.
Oof. Okay.
There are 3 Harsh Winds in here as well.
That is absolutely insane. That is
But
like
still,
vintage. That is
You're just-
vintage Feel the Rush.
yeah, what there is not, though, is any healing outside of Catalyst, and as it stands, Life God is in range to die to Hexite Crystal and Super Mega Death Rocket.
She's already in hand. Can we get our hand empty?
Not this turn,
Yeah.
I don't think.
Oh, no, we can.
It's 9 mana, though. So you won't have any left for the rocket.
That's quite unfortunate. So, since it's not our tech token turn, unfortunately, we can't get that mana back.
Yeah. Get Excited or Echo. Choices, Broken Ball.
I mean, Get Excited is more burn, no? Let's go.
I like the Get Excited, personally. Again, very limited healing out of Life God. We can see the hand now. There's no healing in there. Of course, Broken Ball does still have to be cognizant of the Catalyst as well as other copies of Blighted Ravine. That is the only healing available. No Whales, no Vile Feast, nothing like that. So just mathing it out real quick, you've got 9 damage available between the Rocket, the Get Excited, and the Hexite Crystal, which means any amount of healing from Life God will let them live. And then assuming the worst case, your Jinx dies immediately, it could just be the end of the game.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You know what? B-Ball, maybe you want to play us a little bit slow. But, as we now see, there is no healing from Life the God. I like saying the full name.
That's fair.
Did pick to Get Excited.
Actually, I think the full name would be Life D Go D.
Live D Go D? Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, true.
So it looks like B-Ball did take the Get Excited, which does set him up for lethal this turn.
Yeah, it gets rewarded because there's no healing in Live D Go D's hand currently.
Yeah, and without an Atrocity, actually does not play Atrocity at all, so B-Ball even knows that you don't have to worry about like this Trundle running over one of your units and then the Atro coming out. But it doesn't matter either way, B-Ball is going to win the game this turn. Even if the Flash Freeze comes out onto the Jinx, Broken Ball going to be able to fire off all the spells in response, get the immediate rocket, and end things here and now.
kind of unfortunate. This was a matchup that you potentially could have won with all those threes if you had a little bit of healing, but the healing that we did have from Blood Ravine, unfortunately, not enough to get us out of all this burn. And that is the extra dimension that Jinx adds to this deck that Zillion just unfortunately doesn't. Obviously, you mentioned it before, Zillion also not played currently because he's just getting instantly killed by a 1-mana spell, but Jinx also now with the rocket being in hand immediately gives us a burnout that we didn't quite have before.
No, and as you can see, it's going to go to 3. Any amount of healing would have been enough to at least let Life God stay alive, and if Vengeance came down onto the Jinx, then we'd actually have a game on our hands, but neither of those options are available. No healing, no removal for the Jinx does mean Broken Ball going to pick up game number 1 here in round number 2 of the MasteringRuneterra January Open. Seeing the writing on the wall, Life D, God D, go ahead and scoops that one up. We are going to see what the bans were now as Broken Ball moves into their second and final deck for the match.
So that whole Life God thing was a lie, huh?
Yeah.
Very dead God.
You know, I'd like to see a little bit more healing out of the Life God, you'd think.
Yeah. But, again, this matchup was already kind of favored for BB if BB draws perfectly. And BB had champions, had burn, had everything you wanted, really. Now has to go in
just
again.
Champions and burn, baby. That's all you need.
Champions and burn. I mean, that is kind of all you need in that deck, right?
Yeah, basically.
Alright, but now goes into the next round with, again, another deck that could potentially do pretty well here. So, we are going to see Jax.
I thought there was more to that, just...
Nope, it's just Jax. Okay, yeah, you're right. Jax is actually not why you are favored in this matchup. It's obviously Vayne, but you know what? Me screaming, we're gonna see Vayne! Doesn't really, you know...
No, that's, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it does not hit the same. And we see the Quietus in the opening hand for Life God, which, in this matchup, I'm a little curious how well that works out, because you're not really killing anything that has 2 attack or less, it's really just gonna be weapon removal. Are there just too many weapons for it to matter?
So, I feel like there are a few weapons that you can kind of ignore. For example, the Jax weapon, until he is flipped, it's not really that important. It's not really a priority target to destroy. Something like this, though, where you actually have a weapon that puts a lot of damage on a unit, could potentially be a target to destroy. Not only do you swing in here, deal 3 damage immediately, but you also get your unit out of range of an avalanche, which can be really dangerous.
We see a little bit of banked mana there from Life God. Not having an 8-cost unit to behold wouldn't have a chance to draw one either, as it is a round start ability. Does mean we just have to bank it, go for the Wild Mysticism, get our unit in play. But B-Ball going to keep building up the board. And a lot of units that are getting up to 3 health, the so critical point to be outside of that sweeper range.
I feel like this is probably the weapon that we gotta destroy at some point. Obviously, we're afraid of BB just slamming down weapon after weapon after weapon. We don't know that BB currently has no other way to get a weapon except Jax. But I feel like this is such a good Quietus, we have to go for it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Best keyword in the game is tough. You want to kill the impact weapon? I don't know who you are anymore.
Actually, if this was a tough weapon, that would have actually been a priority target as well. Tough in this matchup, also insane, okay?
Not sure I like that attack from Life God. You had the option to, if Broken Ball goes for an open attack, you could have blocked and then set everything up for an avalanche. But, okay, actually, poised to take no damage this turn anyway, thanks to the Harsh Winds, if that is the avenue that we want to go. But you probably want to get off a ramp spell here. Granted, it's not that important. Going straight into turn 7, really doesn't do anything for you. You're really looking to get to turn 8, turn 9, so that you can either play an 8-drop or FTR. But, yeah, ramping this turn really actually doesn't do much for you. Better to just, take the 11 damage off the board.
And now, obviously, buffed to 5 mana. Harsh Winds hasn't really seen a lot of competitive play in the last 1.5 years. Used to be a staple, especially in Fear the Rush. Now we see a new card, Wild Mysticism, being played for the second time. And again, ramping up, giving us a unit. But B-Ball is ready to rally this turn. And this is how you rally nowadays, guys. Okay, every rally card got nerfed so much that nowadays just the cool old trick of giving a free attack to a scout unit rallying that way is just the preferred and best way to rally nowadays.
Absolutely. You really don't see Relentless Pursuit or Golden Aegis really in anything. I'm actually surprised that, Shunpo is the level of rallying that we have fallen down to. And this is not looking good for Life God. You have the Flash Freeze to the Scout, you have the Avalanche to try and take out the Vayne, but then you're just dead to whatever comes off the top. And actually, Broken Ball going for the open attack here can still rally as the Scout is going to live, and even if it has 0 attack, you just send it into combat, and the Scout trigger goes off, you rally again anyway. It looks like Broken Ball going to pick this one up as Life God. All this ramp, nothing to ramp into.
Yeah, with this, Broken Ball basically forces Life God to go into healing and freezing at the same time, kind of recognizing, hey, if I do that, they have to spend all their mana, which means that I again can go in with exactly what you mentioned, the free attack on the Scout, rally my whole board, and go for lethal. And
I suppose the lamp is meant to appear.
This was just a really unfortunate matchup, right? You have tough units, you have buffs, you have rallies. This is not what you want to play against if you are Fear the Rush, and it appears that the 2 rally decks are gonna take the W.
Broken Ball getting it done in very quick fashion. Going to give us a lot of time to explore the rest of the field here today, see what everybody is still running out in round number 2. You know, the early rounds in a lot of card game tournaments is where you look for the interesting stuff. Who's got the spice going on? And SparklingIceTea is instead like, I want to watch Salty Simon and Broken Ball, 2 of the best players in Europe. That's who I want to watch in the first 2 rounds. No way they make it further on. No way we're going to get stuck watching them later on in the day as our only options. I need to get them out of the way early. And I will admit, that Jack's deck was a little bit spicy, but at the end of the day, it's still just Shen Fiora.
It is Shen Fiora. You know what? I think we gotta bring the original Shen Fiora back. It was maybe the most boring deck we have ever seen, but people that have played that deck will tell you it has been the most skill check deck ever. The mirrors were absolutely insane. At least
the mirrors were so weird because for the players, there's a lot of mind games that go into it, in like what combat trick do they have, what's my best one to counter that, so on and so forth. From a spectator perspective, where you just look at both hands and you know what combat tricks they have available, it's like, okay, yeah, you're probably going to get forced to like riposte here, and then you get blown out by Concerted Strike, and that's just, the game ends on the spot right there. But yeah, for the players, it was pretty nice. But honestly, I think you're right. I think we should bring back Shen Fiora just so that everybody knows how bad those mirrors were, so that when we have to watch Aatrox mirrors, they have a newfound appreciation for it. Like, oh, at least it's not a Shen Fiora mirror.
Well, you know what? I feel like we misremember Shen Fiora mirrors. I feel like the mirrors were over pretty fast because just one guy was just drawing significantly better than the other.
I feel like what I remember most is like both players not attacking because they're afraid of what combat tricks they have until eventually someone draws Brightsteel formation.
Oh,
those are the mirrors I remember.
Oh no, yeah, you're right. Brightsteel formation did exist. I forgot about that card. Well, let's get into a game of more spice, actually. We have Habile going up against Time Trick, and we have what appears to be just basic Talia Ziggs, which is a deck that has been missing in the meta for quite a while, going up against Red Sun on the other side.
Has it? I feel like Ziggs Talia, like, it was pretty popular in the qualifiers. Obviously, it won Worlds, but we're not really going to count that.
That's a different Ziggs Talia, though. I feel like
I agree with you. I agree with you. It was a different Ziggs Talia. And I like that one more. So why have we all gone back to the Bandle City version?
I have no idea. The other one was way more spicy. Had a way cooler finisher.
Not just that, I think it might have just been better, T.
You know what? And that could be true. But as with many decks, there are people who just absolutely love this Bandle City version of Ziggs Talia. There have been people that have been playing this for a solid year, really enjoyed the deck, and I know a lot of players that just say, hey, this might not be the best version of this deck anymore, this might not be the best deck anymore, but I perform well in this one.
I am theirs.
Except they didn't. This was like one of the worst performing decks of the qualifiers. This is arguably like the biggest fate of the tournament.
Listen,
If you don't want sand in your
you can argue this with them, okay? They will still tell you they perform well with that.
It's very results-oriented thinking on my end, but also I perform well with it is also results-oriented thinking.
Yes.
So we're at a bit of a standstill here, but for the most part, it looks like we actually are in a good position for the Ziggs Talia currently. We're going to get a couple of blockers at this Talia, not going to be killed by this Leona on the following turn, just a little bit too much health. And we do get to take out Ravoon to make sure that we have enough blockers to survive, you know, into the future, and we might be looking at a pretty close lethal here with this Absolver on the following attack.
Yeah, Red Sun is currently not shining over Paradise, so it's look a bit rough. Stunhawk going in, taking out two units at once.
unfortunately, still doesn't mean much. We can completely negate one attack with a quicksand, so if only one unit is getting through, we could drop that to 0 if we want to. I just need to check on Time Trick's list real quick, see how much burn we are actually running, because that is something that the Leona aggro players seem to be a little torn on.
Yeah. I feel like Rite of Negation could be a play here, just like denying the 2 stuns.
We've got it
has
all.
to go through.
We've got 3 fervor, 3 decimate. Or sorry, 3 fervor, 2 decimate, but 1 reveler's feast.
All right, never mind. Then okay, absolutely agree with Habile not firing off Rite of Negation there, because if we have triple fervor on the other side, we might need this one. We might need this Rite of Negation.
Unbelievers will see the light.
Okay, so board parity back in the favor of Time Trick. 1 unit up on Hatfully. See what the last card in hand is. Doesn't come out. Might be a decimate. Might be a burn spell.
And we can deny whole attack here.
Just let them sleep.
If we do this, we kind of set up the 2 fervors that could potentially be in Time Trick's hand, right? Because we can only Rite of Negate 1 and the other one can be committed afterwards. But if we play our quicksand here, that means we give up Rite of Negation this turn.
Well, if you quicksand, even Reveler's Feast isn't going to kill you, right? It's only +2 attack to the board. The Sunhawk will be at -2. Unless you go for a greedy quicksand to take the barrier off the Leona.
Oh.
But even then, if the last card is Reveler's Feast, then, Time Trick top decks 1 burn spell, you Rite of Negation that, and then hopefully end the game on that turn with the Talia Overwhelm. But I don't think that's quite how things play out. I think Time Trick's a little bit too high on life for that.
Let's everything go through. Maybe wants to keep presenting the Rite of Negation, even though I feel like the quicksand here would have saved a lot of HP, and again, with 1 spell, Time Trick is not finishing you from 5 HP this turn. This is still an okay trade. It just sets up the possibility of Time Trick having double fervor and potentially winning with that. But Time Trick is going in, and I think this plays perfectly into what Habile just did, just being patient, keeping up the mana of the Rite of Negation, potentially Reveler's Feast here could be also...
It's burst speed, so we wouldn't see it lined up on the stack like this.
Oh, true.
This has to be Noxian Fervor. Time Trick giving away some information there. Literally the only card that Time Trick can put on the stack there is Noxian Fervor. So now Habile totally aware that that is what is going on here.
And that's dangerous. Now we know there's at least 1 Noxian Fervor in the hand of Time Trick, which means that if Time Trick top decks another Noxian Fervor here, the game is over.
Relax your knees.
Yeah, I don't think Habile is pushing through lethal right here. The most you can get through is, I think, 14 or like 12 damage. It's not enough, that's for sure.
Ever vigilant.
Alright, blocks being committed. At least the whole board would die.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Absolver to trade the Leona. No, pulls it back. Habile aware of what, or Time Trick rather, aware of what is being put out here. Yeah, 5 damage does set you up on a 2-turn clock. There's no real reason to commit the Absolver here, unless you want to save your Rock Bear, but we don't. We push as much damage as possible. I feel like you had to save the Rock Bear.
I mean, you could have saved the Rock Bear for sure, because at this point, you're only setting up maybe a Ziggs that you could top deck, and then
but you don't have any landmarks.
Yeah, I mean, you can create one, and then I guess you
wait
get
for the countdown.
Yeah, wait for the countdown, and then you get open lethal.
Oh man, Katarina gonna die to drop the bomb here at least. It does set Habile a little bit lower, but I don't think that really matters. We're either in Fervor range or we're not, and we are solidly in Fervor range for the remainder of the game. But at least we have a kill onto the Katarina. Otherwise, things would get very dicey very quickly.
So, it's up to top decks from Time Trick here,
okay.
really.
Here we go. I like this. Being cheeky, taking out the Leona, saying I have the quicksand to minus all the attack, plus the quick attack off of this Katarina, so she's not going to be able to, recall and get these Blade's Edges into me anyway. And no Fervor committed for Time Trick. Still waiting for Habile to tap down below Rite of Negation, which is a weird line considering that we're going to turn 9 with full spell mana. I don't think Habile could tap below Rite even if they wanted to for the remainder of the game, other than, randomly quicksanding here.
I feel like you can't commit that Fervor because you are currently playing for the double Fervor out. Like, if you top deck another Fervor here, you still... Nope! Okay, you don't win the game any longer.
Second right, and we've got the mana for it. Habile line up the Talia block, quicksand this down to -1 attack, put on the block, nothing to worry about.
Made of rock.
Even one pale cascade still would not be enough to do it. Even 2, you still do not have quick attack. You do not go back to the hand. We are going to see 1 unit throw down, and Time Trick once again going to try to top deck a second unit, or a second Fervor to try and clutch out the game, but we know that with double right, Happily has this one all locked up.
2 HP for both players here. Talia can swing in, even if blocked will deal the damage through at least 4. So this is over with this attack. Nothing the Time Trick can do. There's Fervor number 1. And we will see the Rite of Negation.
There's Rite of Negation
here.
number 1.
And then we will see Rite of Negation number 2, if there's a Fervor number 2. No, there isn't even Fervor number 2. And Happy Day takes this one.
We should do this more often.
I believe there was a second game, even though I am not sure. So we'll see if we have another game between the 2 players that we just saw here. I really like this Red Sun Cat Arena Leona deck, and it appears that we will get a full game of it again, because that was not the final game.
Are we sticking with Red Sun? Is that a name that we want to have stick on this deck?
I just really like the reference to Metal Gear Rising Revengeance.
Okay, yeah, the Rising for Vengeance. That's why we're calling it Red Sun.
No, okay, so listen. There is this video game called Metal Gear Rising Revengeance.
Right.
Really cool game. Has like cyborg dudes and like big anime and like swords and stuff. And you know, there is a boss in the game which has like scissors as his like weapons, or like kind of like he has like cyborg scissors. Or
I'll do better
thing.
this time.
Right.
And when you play him, there's this when you like fight him, there's this really cool song in the background, and it just blasts like
When we
Red
look
Sun
ahead,
over
we know how to
paradise
prepare.
the entire time, and it's really epic.
Are you aware of the other Red Sun song?
No.
This is my time.
From Chinese dictator Mao Zedong. Because that's the Red Sun that I think of.
Well, that's really unfortunate.
Which is why I'm hesitant to name this deck that, even though you are right, it is very, very good. But let me read you some of the lyrics here. In our hearts is the sun, Mao Zedong. He leads us to liberation. I'm not really willing to slap that one on a broadcast.
No, not really. That is just really unfortunate.
It is very unfortunate. I agree with that. This was when I had to look it up. That was when I learned about the Metal Gear Solids.
If it ain't my favorite
Well,
time-traveling genius, punk
goddamn.
buddy.
Well, I'd be weirded out.
I'm
if I
sorry,
wasn't.
Tia. I'm sorry you had to find out this way.
Explosives primed.
It's just ruining everything. God damn.
I'm sorry, man. You need to know before you get out there.
Oh
with
no,
your whole foot in your mouth.
I would have called this anyway on like anything else, because I would have forgotten about the name by then. I'm notoriously bad at remembering deck names, which is why everyone
We
is
usually
still
just
kind
call
of-
it the champions, because sometimes the community comes up with a name, and I'm like, that's
Yeah.
kind of stupid. I'm not
my
calling
own
it that.
stats.
And just everybody gets everywhere on deck names. All of a sudden, like 5 people are telling you different names, and they're all just talking about the same deck. Classic style. Just stick to
Yeah.
the champion names.
No, I'm not going for deck names anymore, since everyone hated Pink City.
I don't know why people hated Pink City so much. I thought Vandal Pirates was fine as well.
I thought
This-
Pink City was great.
This is looking like lethal with the Mystic Shot here. Not that way. Not that way.
A little help.
Had to do it onto the 2/2 that was attacking the 2/1, and then you would have had lethal with the Mystic Shot, so...
Our sun will not
Don't
set
know what that
today.
was.
All coming back to me now.
Ooh, Rite of Negation.
This could still be a really scary comeback turn from Time Trick. We've got the Ravoon, we've got a couple of Sun Discs, so if we throw down like a Leona into a Solari Soldier, this actually might be a quick turnaround in Time Trick's favor. You know, we'd probably have to get a write down onto like one of the stuns, and then if there's any kind of burn left over for Time Trick and Heavily can't find that Get Excited, it might just be the end of the game. Although, I think Happily can get to a rocket this turn.
I don't know.
No, would not have the mana to play it.
Jinx stands for Jinx. Durr.
Although, with the way things are going, you know, Happily could throw away their entire board, level the Jinx here, and then just rocket next turn.
I feel like this game is probably already over. Just gotta figure out a way to do it on Happy's part.
Yeah, and I think Happily actually probably better off waiting until next turn to level the Jinx, but keeping the mana available in case Time Trick goes for like a Fervor onto the Jinx.
I mean,
it's impossible not to do. So yeah, just go ahead and pass here, draw your card, get your rocket, and that is going to be Happily picking up game number 2, 3, whatever game we're in here in Swiss round number 2.
This is the final game. Yeah, sure. You just gotta do it somehow, right? You just gotta commit some spells and then.
Yeah, you just have to cast it. As funny as it looks, you do just have to get the cards out of your hand. Follow that up with your.
Gotta make sure nothing can go wrong.
And then your careful preparation. Boom, you've got no cards in hand. Jinx gets a rocket. Game over.
Appreciate Happy just taking like a moment there. Just, am I really doing this? Can anything go wrong here? Probably not.
And it's important that Happily didn't throw it all on the stack at the same time. Otherwise, I think Chrono Break still would have technically been in your hand when you actually did the careful preparation, so you wouldn't have gotten the rocket. So proper sequencing here.
There is Leona, but she's a bit late. Fortunately, the mid-range game plan not working out any longer. Habile has the burn, and again, we see this Echo Jinx deck not win through Echo in a couple of rallies, but rather through Jinx.
That's why you play it. The second champion has to do a little bit of lifting. Zillion was slacking a little bit. I understand why Echo fired him. And now we get the Jinx level up into the Super Mega Death Rocket. No healing available in this Katarina Leona deck. It is a very aggressively postured one, and that means that we are going to see Happily move on with a 2-0, 1-1. We're not actually sure what record they had going into round number 1, but they have at least one win on the board now.
That one's for you, son.
That is a good end. Again, Echo Jinx just absolutely dominating. Happy to see them work together. And hope to see more of that in Arcane Season 2, hopefully. I think it's a good pair.
Yeah, it is just weird that like they're doing it in Shurima. So once we get to the Shurima part of Arcane, that's when Echo and Jinx make up, as foretold here by the scriptwriters of Legends of Runeterra.
We've been talking about it, no? We have said Akshan is going to appear in the newest season of Arcane. Every champion is going to appear, and somehow they're all going to pool in Shurima in the end. And that is when Echo and Jinx finally get over the differences, you know? And it's like, okay, yeah you blew up my friends, but man, I missed you.
But that's okay.
It's okay. I really missed you though. So how about we just work together? Here?
We just let bygones be bygones.
You know what? There's corruption here and Darken. You know, how about figure that out first and then afterwards we can fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. But with that said, again, this was probably the last game of this round, so we're gonna send it to a very, very quick break, and afterwards we are gonna be right back with Swiss round number 3. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Wondering if that's going to change throughout the day. The answer is no. You are stuck with the two of us. There's no rotating caster schedule. It is IceTea and I for the next 8 hours, and just all of you at home.
Yep.
You excited for that, T?
I'm excited for that, especially because that implies that everyone is going to stay here as well. Every one of the viewers. You already threatened them, right? You already said, okay, hey, we have to be here for 10 hours. You have to be here as well. If you see Twitch dropping by 1 viewer, we're going to be a bit mad, okay? We're going to find out your IP address.
Not really a threat, because I didn't say I'd do anything. I would just be mad about it. It's like
I'm going to do something about it.
There's no end goal here.
Right.
I'll just weep a little bit when I get off. I'll be like, they didn't like me.
Oh, I'm going to do something about it, okay? If I meet you on ladder, I'm going to emote you mercilessly, because I know exactly who's going to leave the stream, okay? I will find out.
Yeah, T has the viewership list pulled up. If he sees anyone drop off, he can pinpoint exactly who it was. Now, we are a little bit off getting into round 3. I think there's a couple stragglers from round 2 that are finishing up, just a few of them. So we are waiting to get into round number 3. But once we do get into round number 3, we are going to be looking at Wobbly Wombat's Monte Cristo, who not the most insane lineup that we've seen, but he is 2-0. We want to go ahead and highlight one of the Wombats. So we're going to take a look at Monty's lineup here in a second as soon as T has
that ready. I don't know which deck he's going to start with. It is Kane Aatrox, which skip it. Just skip it. We talked about this one. Nobody needs to see this. Get it off the screen.
You were like super excited for this one. I was like, oh man, I want to watch Monty. He brought Kane Aatrox. Okay, in that case, you can just go to the other deck. That's pretty cool deck.
Okay.
Oh, Gwen Sejuani.
Yeah, this is one that I want to talk about a little bit, because Gwen Sejuani has it's been a deck for a while. And it's always kind of been, it's never been the best Gwen deck. And I think right now with Red Gwen shifting its build so drastically, a lot of players are looking towards Gwen and trying to figure out, okay, this is still a very strong champion. What is the best build for this? And so we've got Monty trying out the Gwen Sejuani. Now we see Atrocity in here. We're not seeing, Harrowing. A lot of players are still cutting that card. And we see some cool cards in here like Fracture that you don't really get to see anywhere else.
Oh, yeah. Fracture, again, a card that was released as Freyot's answer to weapons, unfortunately. It's a Freyot card, I
actually forgot this kills weapons.
Oh, you forgot? Okay. Yeah, this also kills weapons. That is because you haven't seen it played in quite a while. Or maybe ever.
Well, actually, embarrassingly, I play a copy in Field the Rush, and I only use it as a 1-mana sweeper, or a 1-damage sweeper.
It's very good for that too, especially in the current meta, and can do a lot of work. But yeah, here probably gonna be used to just get rid of some weapons. I tried it in Scargrounds, pretty decent card, And other than that, Unspeakable Horror here, a bit more burn. We have all the cards that are left over from the other Overwhelm decks that unfortunately can't remake it unless they are played in the hands of Rick or Rex. We have Ancient Yeti in here, Tug Speeder, Ruthless Raider. This deck has been around for a while, has seen decent success, even in Mastering Runeterra tournaments before, has gotten new power with the Redeemed Prodigy, the Opulent Foyer, and I feel like can make some waves here. It is a mid-range deck that is really tough to deal with, and the Sejuani can give us the one-up on some other mid-range decks as well.
Yeah, this is probably the best Overwhelm deck that we have at the time. If you could even, I don't know, would you even call this an Overwhelm deck? It only runs 4 Overwhelm units, which I think is about the same amount that Plunder does. So it's anytime I see Ancient Yeti, I'm pretty willing to say that, okay, that is an Overwhelm deck, or Ruthless Raider even. Those are the things that make this Overwhelm in my mind. And with all the Overwhelm getting cut out of Red Gwen, I like that players are experimenting with which Gwen build they want to go for. And there's some interesting tech cards in here. Inner Beast can actually really drastically swing things based on which stance you want to go for. You can either get another 1-damage sweeper like the Fracture. You can give regen back to your Sejuani or your Gwen, try to keep them out of the range of something, or even give Overwhelm onto something for the turn if you just want to, slap down with one unit that's got a big Hallowed stack on it. Go ahead and into the next deck here, the last one for Monty. It is Zillion Echo Jinx. Actually getting a little bit of a split out of Monty here, not fully committing to the Jinx. Does like that one copy of Zillion still, and even looking at the spell lineup, very different from what we've seen out of our EMEA representative so far. We've got Poro Cannon, we've got Rummage, we've got Quicksand, which I think we saw, but only one Get Excited, and no Mystic Shot.
That is super interesting, considering that so far, every time we've seen this deck win, it was through burn.
I'm puzzling out how I feel about this one still, T. Where are you leaning on this? Do you like Broken Ball and Simon's build more? Do you like the tech choices Monty has brought here? What are we feeling?
Okay, I'm gonna say I like Broken Balls and Simon's list a bit more. I like the burn, especially if you play Jinx in your deck.
Okay, good talk, T.
If you don't cut down on Jinx and you put in Zillion.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the Zillion a little bit earlier, you know, not as effective against control as it used to be because of the existence of Quietus. And then some of these other tech cards, like one of Rummage, one of Poro Cannon, they seem a little odd. And Poro Cannon, I believe, has been in the deck before because of just what Voices of the Risen is bringing to the table. You know, you like to get a little bit of elusive chip damage in there. But I'm a little surprised at just how many tech cards we are seeing out of Monty at this stage.
This just looks exactly like
trying to figure out if
of Echo Jinx, to be honest.
I can't hear T. If you guys can't hear T, if T can hear me, I'm not actually sure what's going on here. I'm going to operate under the assumption that you all can hear me. None of us can hear Ice T. Maybe T can't hear me. Oh, there he is.
Boulevard.
Yes, T.
Hello.
Hello.
No,
the whisper did freak me out a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, yeah, really like this deck, but this just looks basically like an old version of Zillion Echo, especially with the spells that we have lined up here. Back in the day, there were basically two versions of Zillion Echo, and I think the most successful one just took the burn spells out and put in a few more spells like Quicksand to survive in the mid-range metas and thrive. So I kind of like what Monty's doing here, but I do favor the burn decks from the other side.
Even just looking at the tech cards, it seems a little weird to me that like you're putting in things like Poro Cannon and Rummage, more discard-focused things, and then cutting down on the number of Jinx that you're running.
Okay. I think it perfectly makes sense. If you're not trying to go for the burn plan, cutting down Jinx, perfectly fine. I don't know if the old man can cut it currently.
I don't think the old man can cut it, but I'm saying I'm more surprised by the fact that like you have new ways to empty your hand and you're cutting down on Jinx while doing that with like Poro Cannon and Rummage. I'm not sure that I like Poro Cannon in the current meta, given that players that are looking to leave your Jinx deck open are probably playing like Avalanche decks, but you know, we'll see how it works out. Monty is 2-0 so far, so obviously the deck is working as intended. And yeah, maybe it doesn't make that big of a difference. Maybe these tech choices are just fine. There's a couple of different slots that you can play around within the deck, and we're kind of overstating how much the Zillion is going to come against him.
I mean, Poro Cannon is just good in any Jinx deck, and you do still play 2 copies of her. Also, again, card that works really well with Voices of the Risen once you get one of your champions leveled. So I can kind of see it, but as you mentioned, yeah, bit rough against these heavy control decks. And especially the Zillion as well as Poro Cannon do slightly worse against the matchup of Feel the Rush. But let's see. I think Monty so far, as you mentioned, undefeated, probably going to do well. And I would like to see Monty just top this tournament, because I feel like every Mastering tournament so far that I have cast or produced, Monty was always coming in with a bit more spice in the lineup, you know? And that has, from time to time, cost him top cut or cost him in the top cut. So, really excited to see Monty here early, undefeated, maybe continuing at win streak, because I feel like he's a very, very good player that sometimes just, you know, wants to have a bit more fun. And even though he has a really, really level-headed view on the meta, also likes to have fun and bring some out there stuff to tournaments.
And even if this isn't Monty's tournament, you know, I don't mind the experimentation. Like we said, the big event is next weekend. The seasonal tournament is where you want to have everything locked down. So if players want to come in with more experimental builds or even more fun builds or whatever you want to call it in this particular tournament to figure out what does and doesn't work, you know, if Monty scrubs out today, you know, just like loses the next 5, maybe he goes, okay, yeah, I need to relook at this Zillion Echo deck and figure out, you know, should I just be all more on the Jinx? Should I play more of those more standard versions? Or Monty goes all the way, tops the tournament, and says, hey, I am now confident in the tech choices that I have made. Everybody was a little bit down on them, but they can't tell me nothing because I just won a bunch of money. Now I'm going to go do the same thing in the season.
Oh, that is always the best case scenario, right? That is actually what a few players always go for. I feel like this is a broken ball strat almost, okay? You go in there, you have like some funky cards in your deck, and then you win something, and you're like, hey, this was actually the best thing that you could do the whole time, so look at me now, huh? Look at my deck.
Something I've learned very recently is that players really like when people are wrong about them and they get to be the underdog and like kind of show everyone up. They do not like when you are down on them to set them up for you to be wrong about them. They really like proving you wrong. They don't like being set up to prove you wrong. It's this weird dichotomy, and It's just what it is.
Hey, I think it actually makes a ton of sense, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like,
I had
yeah.
when I did the world's power rankings, I had players that were like, I don't understand why I'm so low on this list, and I'm like, I do, because I made the list. Go ahead and prove me wrong. And then they didn't, and I'm like, well, I'm not gonna be the one saying anything about it. But you know, if you did win the event, then like, yeah, you got to talk your shit, and you just didn't, and that is what it. Someone's got to be last on the list. Someone's got to have some weird tech choices that we got to be down on, that we don't understand, that we have to talk about on broadcast.
Yeah, that's very true. And I feel like there are obviously players that would be fine with that, but it gotta hurt the ego a little bit if you're down last on the list. Even if it is the world's top list. Even if you are the 16th best player in the world currently, still not the first. You know?
Yeah, you still don't want to. You know, maybe you take 13th.
Sure.
You're like, I could put me 13th. I don't deserve to be 16th.
Like this guy, this player better than me? What? Yeah,
that is some of the DMs that I got from some of the players that were lower on the list. Which is funny because some of the I remember one of the things I was told is, Boulevard, you are way too high on Korea. Well, guess what, baby? 3rd and 4th place at Worlds. Can't tell me nothing.
Yeah, that is very true. I think APEC always gets disrespected, and I feel like a lot of people always talk about how APEC gets disrespected, and then they do show up after all, and here Korea obviously showing up. My question is, Boulevard, how did you prepare for that? Did you just like watch every seasonal from the Asia? Did you just go in, ask everyone, hey, who's the best player around here?
So I've watched I want to say like 80% of the major APAC events from the beginning of Runeterra to now, just because they didn't have English broadcasts, so I would rebroadcast the seasonals in English. As well as all of the events that like OGN did before they shut down. So like I recognize Chenia's and Reroll's names. I just kind of like had that information. I don't talk to any players pretty much ever. I have like no connections to the players, so like I don't really get my information from them. I didn't ask any of the APAC casters or whatever. I just I've always been impressed by like what South Korea does in the seasonal tournaments. So I was like, yeah, you know, I know Chenia, I know Reroll, I know that they have the capabilities to do this. I also cast the WCQ Day 2 for APAC, so I was like, okay, yeah, I got to see them play a little bit. And yeah, I felt like this was a region that people were sleeping on, and I wanted to maybe oversell it a little bit, just because I feel like they do get kind of tossed to the wayside a little bit.
Well, I mean, you did sell it perfectly in the end, and it did pay off. And who are you going to sell me for this tournament?
I think I was talking to you about this before the broadcast, T, where, you know, every tournament, when we get to the seasonal, I do a top 10 players to watch, and because it's been like such a slow season and this is our first event of the patch, it's really hard to have 10 players to watch without just like defaulting to other good players. Right now, I will say this, nobody is standing out to me in this tournament. There's no one where I'm like, yes, absolutely, this is the player that's like on fire, that is absolutely going to win this, that has this meta figured out. This is much more a wait and see event. This is the one that we are using as our baseline for the seasonal, so it's kind of hard to like have a shot and call it here. If I had to pick someone that I would like to see top, it would definitely be Kevor. He's been away from the game for a little bit. I think he lost round 1, so it's already a little, you know, looking a little dicey for him. I'm looking at his lineup here, and it is not standard.
That's good.
It is not standard. So yeah, Kevor is definitely someone that I would like to see return to form. But outside of that, there's no one where I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna be so hyped if this player wins the tournament.
All right, okay, I'm the opposite. I actually have someone to sell you, and that is Trickster.
Is it Simon? Okay.
No, it's not Simon. I'm not gonna sell you Simon, even though I could probably make a pitch for Simon being really good after a long break from competitive. And the last time this happened, you know, last time after Worlds, he was really frustrated that he didn't make it to Worlds and he won a seasonal. Maybe it's gonna happen again. No, I actually want to sell you on Old Man Sorry. Okay? Sorry.
That's an easy sell.
Sorry has not had the best competitive year of 2022. So wants to try in 2023, wants to get back to getting to that seasonal top cut, wants to get back, maybe win a seasonal this time around, get further than top 4. And you know what? I think he is primed to do it. Sorry currently is an absolute beast on Aatrox. Sorry just loves these mid-range Demacia decks and performs really well on them. And while he's currently sitting and waiting in EU, and on the EMEA chart to get into the seasonal on a safe 7-2 spot, he is absolutely destroying the Americas ladder right now.
I mean, you don't really have to sell me on Sorry. I thought 2021 Sorry was like top 3 player on the server. I was super impressed by every time Sorry showed up to a seasonal. I think he had a couple of top 4 finishes, and then yeah, 2022. I didn't see any Sorry. I stopped seeing his name in top cuts, and I was unaware if he was taking a break or things just working out for him. Maybe he didn't have time to like play ladder to get the 7-2 seeding. That's sort of the thing. Is like you see a player fall off. I don't really look out further. I don't know what the reason is. So if Sorry is back for 2023, that is something that I am very excited for. I absolutely love to watch Sorry compete.
Same. So super excited to see him in this tournament, see him compete, and let's see if we can get him for one of the future rounds. Obviously, also looking at Monty for the next round. That said, we have to send it, unfortunately, to another break. Really sorry, but there are some complications with one match not finishing, and there being some issues around it, so we'll have to wait on the TOs.
So we came up here to talk shit, and now we're going to dip out before we actually get into round 3.
Exactly, because we don't know how long it will take till the issue is resolved, and let's see what the TOs have to say. I'm going to be right back with you guys.
And we are back. Round number 3 is getting started straight away. I'm not going to lie, T, for a second, I actually thought you were Monty. Your headphones kind of blended into your hair, and I was like, is that what we're doing now? We're going to get Monty up here to like talk about his upcoming match, and you just forgot to tell me that we're doing that. But we do have Monty's opponent, Gray Merchant 47, running a rather, I don't know what isn't a standard lineup, but it's got Kayn Aatrox in it, so, you know, it's got the most popular deck, and then outside of that, we've got the Talia as well as the Akshan Varus. But again, just taking a look, reminding you all what Kayn Aatrox looks like. We'll still throw it up on the screen because there are some differences in, you know, number of champions, the equipments that they're running. I think the only 3 of that we've seen consistently is the Darkened Spear in terms of the equipment. That is the only one that has been a standard 3 of across the board. This one actually not even running Darken Aegis since the nerf to it. But again, you know, it is still just a Kayn Aatrox deck. You know what they look like by now. You might not even see them throughout the course of the day because, again, I am just kind of expecting a dual ban on this deck between these 2 players.
Yeah, again, with the 2 Kayn, the 2 Aatrox, for the same reasons we already mentioned. You can tutor them and you can revive them pretty easily, so don't need any more copies. Rather, spend those card slots for other things. Now, Ziggs Talia, we've already seen it before as well, but again, every Ziggs Talia deck a little bit different in the number of arsenals, heralds. Sometimes we don't play them at all. This one again...
There's actually no Hexplosive Minefield in here.
Oh, yeah. Not a single one.
Huh.
You have Hourglass though, and yeah, this otherwise looks very solid. Again, Rockbear Shepherd here, the new power card for the deck that with the newly buffed Rockbears makes the mid-range aspect of the deck a bit better. You don't need Ziggs Talia to pop off with the Absolver necessarily. You don't need Herald of the Magus to give them overwhelm. You can finish the game quickly in the mid-game. Alright, but this is a deck that we haven't really seen that much of. We have seen it, I think, once today already. The Akshan Varus deck that Luna unfortunately did not take the win with. Looked a bit dicey. And this is a deck that is very much Akshan midrange, right? It looks very, very similar to Sivir Akshan.
It's just Shen Fiora. It's just Shen Fiora reskinned.
It's just Shen Fiora. Alright. Yeah. It is just Shen Fiora.
This still one does feel like a little bit of a relic of the past. I think people are still kind of trying to figure out, like, I think the highest you could ever put this deck is, like, you could probably call it like mid, maybe high tier 2. I think this is inarguably not tier 1 when we look at like the Jinx decks and the Aatrox decks. This is definitely not the auto include that it used to be. And, you know, we're even seeing people play around with like Varus Pantheon still, although Varus Akshan definitely the more popular version. I think this list gives a little bit of insight into the ban strategy of Grey Merchant. Only 1 copy of the Unforgiving Cold does look like we're just going to be taking Aatrox off the table every single time.
Oh yeah, for sure. The thing here is, this deck, obviously, you're joking around, this is Shen Fiora, but you are somewhat right, and this is very, very much like Sivir Akshan. It's very, very similar. Again, another 4-drop champion with quick attack. This one, well, doesn't have spell shield, can't give any keywords, but does have a big weapon. You can get overwhelm on him, spell shield pretty easy through the Axpan's protection, and again, spell shield through the Akshan landmark. And even after the Akshan landmark nerf, it is still not that hard to flip the landmark, especially if you have cards like Momentous Choice in the deck and the Absolver. Momentous Choice being able to give 2 stacks of progress towards your landmark is absolutely insane and can help Akshan out. So this is currently the Akshan deck, and I would also say this is currently the Varus deck. All the other decks have sort of fallen by the wayside. So excited to see this.
Yeah, Pantheon Varus is not what it used to be. I definitely like this build more. And to your credit of saying, like, yeah, this is a lot just like Sivir Akshan used to be. Sort of the big difference that we're getting is, like, there's not as much top end. You know, there were a lot of, like, 5 drops that you would find in Sivir Akshan. You know, be it the Valkyrian Bruiser or Screeching Dragon or Ruin Runner or any of those things. Instead, we're just a little bit lower to the ground and more all-in on a Varus kill. But we are not going to get to see that deck here in game number 1. And actually very surprised to see Grey Merchant not ban the Aatrox Kayn. And gonna go after it with the Ziggs Talia here in game number 1.
Whew. I think this is the first time we will actually see Aatrox in this tournament, so I'm kind of excited. Like how I set that one up.
Yeah.
Tried to find the reason.
I really like Aatrox as a champion. I think he's very cool. And even when we talk about, you know, while we joke about just every Darkin or like Akshan or Demacia deck being a reskin of Shen Fiora, Aatrox is definitely one of the ones that will end the game the fastest. So even if you are, you know, like mind-numbingly bored by the gameplay on screen, it usually ends around like turn 7, whereas some of the others were notorious for dragging it out into much later stages of the game.
Yeah, the good thing here is also that it's the flashiest way to end the game. Aatrox in the World Ender, that's just objectively cool.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the part that they nerfed, right? They nerfed how quickly you end the game.
The box.
Yes. I mean, it was also the part that really didn't need a nerf, because the World Ender was just very consistent at finishing the game very early on, because while you can't deny the whole thing, and it's still probably played for 7, 8, Aatrox still leveled. Aatrox still a big 9-9 overwhelm region. So, kinda did need a nerf.
What if we just took away Aatrox's level up condition? So the only way to level him was have his weapon equipped and resolve the World Ender.
So, do you mean that Aatrox has to have his weapon equipped, or do you mean any unit? Because
Just any unit can have the Aatrox weapon,
Okay.
but you have to resolve the World Ender to actually get to the level 2 Aatrox, instead of like the play cast change that we kind of had. And Monty actually just sacrificing the Keeper of the Box, not too worried about, you know, saving it with the Momentous Choice. Still no weapon played for Monty, which does mean that we do not have Scout on this Ranger Knight Defector, and Grey Merchant is getting a little bit larger on board with the Rock Bear here.
yeah, we've been talking about the mid-range win condition, right? I mean, the Rock Bears did get buffed. There are 5/5s now, and you have a couple of more ways to get these Rock Bears on the board. See it right here, trying to deal as much damage as early, and then probably finish the game
Easy prey.
with the one of Arsenal that is actually in the hand.
It's been a while since we've seen Arsenal, which is funny because I think he was the first card that was pointed to as like the keyword soup problem area. And a lot of that was because he was bugged when he came out, where if he got Spell Shield, I believe he couldn't lose it.
Yes,
was
yeah.
the bug at the time.
It was
and
Aura.
since then, of course, like Pantheon, Evelyn, all these other decks have come out that are just focused more on the keyword soup. But Arsenal, he's the OG.
Yep. The problem that Arsenal has is, obviously, he did get nerfed. Not only did the bug get fixed, but he also lost the ability to get Scout, right? Lost it
Yeah.
alongside of Pantheon. Pantheon found other ways. Pantheon found Vayne. Pantheon found Strength in Demacia to get multiple attacks in anyways.
Or even just, you know, playing any of the weapon masters.
Yeah.
Just give them the Scout weapon anyway, the Uncycled Rake. You're not really getting that out of this. No one's really playing Fireth and their Ziggs Talia.
Not really. BB would.
BB would.
BB would. Alright. The mid-range game plan has been looking good, but Monty has been building a board up and now has the option to trade this Rock Bear down, trade it against the Kayn again. Kayn, even if he dies here, can be revived by a World Ender, can also go back to hand here. We already got one strike in, and with this, it would be the second strike. We don't have any Rite of Negation right now. We could try and go for the Hourglass just to stop the Kayn flip here.
Yeah, but even that, Monty has Momentous Choice, and it doesn't matter that damage is going to be pushed into the Kayn. It is still going to kill the Rock Bear. It's going to be outside the range of the Rite of the Arcane because it's going to return to hand and then come back down at full power. Looks like Monty's really swinging control of the game into their favor at this point, but I don't know how much that matters in the face of the Arsenal. While he can't roll Scout, he can still roll Elusive.
Depends on what we go here, right? We could potentially have an Elusive blocker on the ready.
The rage.
While Red Kayn, aka Rust, is usually the choice you go for in this level up. Sometimes the Blue Kayn, the Shadow Assassin, is the better choice.
I seek a weapon worthy
And I'm really
of
curious to see how Monty wants to play this one, because you are up against we tend to think of Ziggs Talia not quite as a combo deck, but definitely one with a combo finish, where they can kill you from, you know, 14 to 15, but it's very rare that Ziggs Talia will actually 20-0 you without like an elusive arsenal on board. So the healing out of Rost might be the direction that Monty wants to go, understanding that as long as the life total is high enough, then Grey Merchant actually can't just one-shot you directly.
And getting to 20 HP makes it really tough, especially if you're only playing one Absolver in the entire deck. But again, Shadow Assassin also provides a nice way to lethal, right? This is a tough choice, and Monty is thinking long and hard about it. This is not as obvious as it is most of the times on that era. Ross is just a very solid choice. You can just go for an autopilot. No, Monty here making sure that this is really the best choice that he can make.
I think I like Rost more here.
They will fear
Curious to see what Monty goes for. Going to agree, going to go for the Rost. You know, Blooming Cultist has been completely absent from these decks since the nerf to lose Attune, which is funny because it was like definitely the star of the show for Chenia specifically. And I don't know that the Attune was like losing that was like so backbreaking that everybody should just unanimously cut all copies of this card. But I guess Shadowblade Fnatic has been really overperforming for the players that have decided to include it in their lists.
It's a really good mid-range card. Especially after the buff to the HP. Can't be taken down by an Avalanche anymore. Can't be taken down by a Mystic Shot. With Aatrox as well, but this is what we one of the games where Aatrox is not necessarily needed. This Ras is going to grow incredibly big.
And we don't have much of a board here on the side of Grey Merchant. We will next turn, and I think we could actually accelerate things quite a bit here. If you just go ahead and pop that... Oh, no, actually, no, there's no way to get all of our Rock Bears out this turn, I think. Not before the attack, anyway.
Even if we do, Ras is just going to eat him up. We have another free attack. The Kayn champion spell in hand, so... While we can build a board here, this will only be used to stall. This will not be used to deal any damage, really, because Ras can at least take down 2 of the Rock Bears this turn.
Yeah, it looks like they're not going to come out until next turn, though. But with no mana left for the Right of the Arcane on the side of Grey Merchant, you're pretty safe to take some challenges with Rost here. He's going to heal up to full. You could even play aggressively and throw down the Shadow Assassin. Shadow Fanatic? Shadow Fiend.
The darken rise, the shadows yield.
They really need to stop making so many fake archetypes. The Ranger Knights, the Shadows. Give me unique names so I don't get them confused.
Yeah, it's kind of sad that there are multiple Shadow cards in the game, but they don't really help Zed in any way. Zed is
They don't really do anything with each other, right? Like, one is a 4/3 elusive, or a 4/3 ephemeral. One is a 2/1 elusive, a 3/3 quick attack. Ren Shadowblade, I think, also like a 4/3 quick attack.
I guess all of them kind of work with Hecarim, in that they are providing ephemerals.
Yeah, they're also just in the completely wrong region, and then you still have Shadow Assassin who, like, does nothing with Hecarim.
Yep. No, it's a mess. It is a mess. But we love him. And a lot of players love them as well, because
we do?
Individually, a lot of them are really good.
That's true. I get told I love things a lot on broadcast. I don't know about lumping me in with all these weeds. This is going to be a very large board swing on the side of Grey Merchant, though. If it looked like they were down and out, it's because you haven't seen the Rock Bears emerge from the caves yet. And now, as you can see, things still kind of down and out for Grey Merchant. We'll see what we can get off this arsenal. See Spell Shield.
Oh, Spell Shield
Regen Challenger. Tough.
I mean, I'm looking at the Challenger Quick Attack, and I'm seeing a machine built for destruction.
Unfortunately, there is still, like an Aatrox in the hand of Monty, so...
Yeah, Monty definitely can weather the storm here, but this is a swing that could potentially mean that Grey Merchant can still get the W, right? It looked so bad before, but this is a pretty good keyword roll.
Yeah, I don't think Monty has a straightforward play this turn. You kind of just have to sacrifice the Rost to the Arsenal, and then, like, you don't have effective blockers for these Rock Bears outside of the Rost, so Challenger Quick Attack, a very, very good set of keywords for this Arsenal. Maybe would have liked the Lifesteal instead of the Regen, since, we've got the Quick Attack and top anyway. We don't really need all that, but from there, what does Monty do? Because I don't think he's got a lot of strikes with equipped units. I don't think this World Ender is going to be something that you can play and have mana up to do anything else with for the remainder of the turn.
Said Monty does not want to give up Aatrox here, does not swing him down, just passes the turn over. Obviously, if this Arsenal also had, like, Fury and Lifesteal instead, it would have been absolutely perfect, but...
Yeah.
You know,
I'm wondering if Aatrox was the play, because if you sack Aatrox to the Arsenal, I think Rost actually has a better chance at ending the game for you, since there is a 3/1 hanging around on your opponent's board, and you do have so many strike spells available.
No. Well, not only that,
like you could go in at a Rock Bear, pre-commit the Furious Wielder, and then use your Kayn spell to challenge the 3/1, and maybe that was your avenue to victory if you can sack the Aatrox, but maybe Grey Merchant doesn't go for that, but at least Aatrox would have given you a good blocker for the Rock Bear anyway.
While sealing your Nexus a little bit more. While you do lose him again, next turn you can play another one. You can play an Aatrox, but the World Ender not happening anytime soon. Unforgiving Cold though!
Ooh!
Okay, perfect. That is how we get through Spell Shield.
Very important to note that the Unforgiving Cold does go through Spell Shield because unlike Harsh Winds, it just targets the strongest unit twice. So, you know, this will pop the Spell Shield and then we check again. Oh, look, there's this 9 attack unit. Gotta knock that down. And that, I think, is actually where the regen is gonna come in big. With 19 life, I don't think that we're ending the game here from Grey Merchant.
Oh no.
Although, that is a lot of... That's a lot of Devouts coming out here.
Aatrox does fart healing whenever he gets on the board. But again, yeah, the Talia now maybe with an Absolver could potentially mean lethal. Rod of Negation, also pretty good. So, this is really unfortunate. Right now, you have to play around multiple things, right? You have to play around health buffs for the Aatrox, so you might not want to like pull him with Talia, but you also have to play around Unforgiving Cold. Right now, Grey Merchant not playing around Unforgiving Cold could pull the Aatrox with the Talia to kill him a bit more safely. But
does already do it with the Arsenal though, and it looks like it's going to be 10 damage coming through.
Yeah.
I will not be
that is
maybe
region.
15. 15 is a little dicey, as that would actually leave you dead to the Absolver Returns, although I think you might be dead to Absolver Returns either way. No,
yeah.
this leaves you at 1 if there's an Absolver Returns.
Alright, objectively the better play, and 1T, very good player, goes for it. Also heals because of Aatrox. Okay, I feel like Absolver Return might have been
might have been lethal anyway. Yeah, because of the Aatrox heal coming in at the end. So yeah, a little bit of a doozy on that one. Now, what I'm trying to figure out here is, does Monty have a lethal with Zolani and Rost? Because our World Ender is going to get negated, but that is still going to give us a 1 mana Zolani. Now, Aatrox will have Overwhelm as well, so is that just enough? The regen, again, on the Arsenal coming in really big in this exact instance.
I mean, is Solani better than Rost? I guess she is, right? You kill Rost and then you equip the Rost weapon on Solani in case we don't draw a unit now. Oh,
I don't know how much mana you're gonna have. I guess the question now is, okay, never mind. There is no more question now as Monty starts off the turn with the World Ender. It's going to level the Aatrox even if it gets negated, and then we can kind of figure things out from there. This will give us the mana for Zolani. She is only going to be 1 mana. Anaka, I think, is going to be just a little bit too much. Is Aatrox... No, Aatrox is a 5 reduction, so I think we can play Anaka. I believe she's 8 mana.
yes, Anaka is 8 mana. Solani,
Okay.
Unfortunately, again, the problem you have with Solani, right? You need to sacrifice a unit, and sacrificing Rost probably not worth it for the...
It would be
minimal
play the
damage
Keeper
boost.
and sack the Keeper,
Yeah.
but Anaka might be better. Oh, we're not even going for it. We're doing something here. Okay, Keeper of the Box comes down. This sounds like Zolani to me.
Yeah, this looks very much like Solani, getting as
And
much
I'm
damage as
wondering-
possible.
If Grey Merchant has the read, they could take this out with the Rite of the Arcane.
I feel like going for the Rite of Arcane here has to be correct always, right? Just taking out the extra unit while you can. Goes
Yeah,
in.
makes the read. And I don't think this is enough damage, T.
Look at that. Again,
Well,
but
I mean,
those-
if you kill the Arsenal, that's as good
Yeah.
as game, right? Oh, but we're 1 shy.
Oh no, the Arsenal stays alive, and you guys see it by now, right? Most people forgot the Arsenal also gets keywords if it's already on the board and landmarks are destroyed. So it gets
And now
more
it
and
has
more keywords.
lifesteal.
This is really rough.
Does it matter though? Grey Merchant can't actually kill the Aatrox, so even though you take out Rost, like Anaka still comes down, depending on another unit from Monty.
You might get elusive though. And then...
Yeah, there is still one more landmark to pop, isn't there?
Oh, wait. If we play the 1-drop now, we get elusive? Can we ever get there? Or do we need to
Oh, is
draw
Arsenal
buff?
landmarks played or landmarks destroyed?
Landmarks
If
destroyed.
it's made of sand,
Okay.
I can ride it.
No, this is mainly about us having the damage. Because even if Arsenal's elusive, currently Monty is on 12 HP. So
Yeah.
I'm just looking at...
Oh, he gets elusive.
Oh!
Oh, the Furious Wielder, but it doesn't matter because there's a Rite of Negation.
Negation, right.
Does
But
Grey Merchant go wide here?
currently, we just don't have lethal, right? We don't have the damage.
Well, we could make a Rock Bear.
Katina, you gotta see this new board.
Little busy now, Sammy.
Is
Later.
that enough?
Oh, we have 10 from the Arsenal.
What a shame for you.
And because last turn
Okay.
Naka comes in.
Yeah, I don't think this is enough just because Rost and Aatrox both do healing. You want to actually put your bigger attackers at the end here.
Alright, they both heal for 2.
Okay.
So this is lethal.
Oh, it's 1 over.
Which means that this is actually lethal. Arsenal is doing it. Rival Negation coming in. Oh, killing another unit.
Oh, and
denying
even-
more. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, they could also do that, huh?
Yeah, getting a little bit of overkill there, denying the Rost. And yeah, Monty not quite going to be able to get it in game number 1. That Arsenal doing so much work, as expected, right? That's why you played in the deck. That's why it's a 1-of. It's a very good card for these sort of later matchups. And honestly, just great keywords on the first roll there. That quick attack challenger, the impact of that cannot be overstated.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, just the perfect keywords rolled in the end as well. It's just that we got that elusive, and then we had that impact. Lifesteal didn't matter at that point anymore, but yeah, Old Man Arsenal still showing it's a win condition. It can absolutely contend with Aatrox in the world. And but yeah, what we saw there was also the power of the mid-range board, right? We saw that we got a ton of Rock Bears early to stabilize the board a little bit, and we could actually go blow for blow with the cultist, which was really, really important, where it was actually looking until the champions hit the board, like Monty was having the smaller board, actually.
Yeah, those Rock Bears are difficult to deal with, right? You kind of cap out at about 4 attack in the Aatrox deck, unless we're looking at Aatrox or any of the Darken themselves. So those 5/5s coming down, they really stonewall the Ranger Knight Defector plays in the early game, which is a big tempo swing, and we're actually going to see Monty switch off of the Aatrox and onto the Echo Zillion Jinx.
Ooh,
Actually, neither player banning the Aatrox.
yeah, I mean, potentially we have a mirror match coming up. If Monty does manage to win this, already a Darkin or a Darkin weapon picked here. Hand is not looking too good. We do have a couple of predicts, and we do have the Zillion already in hand. But nothing to contest the early board here. Oh, fighting for second Bakais, though.
Oh man, it's just a lot of... Usually the last thing you want to find off your 1-mana predictions is just like more 1-mana predictions. You want to find like scaling predictions, right? You want your 2-mana predict, then your... I think that's actually where you cap out, but an Aspiring Chronomancer would have been a little bit more preferred than, say, another guy. But either way, it's going to deal with this 3-2.
Yeah, oh, I think that's the important part. Can also slam down Zillion here instead. Yeah, like this. Finds Voice of the
we can
Risen.
find here.
Now, then.
Yeah, that was a pretty quick predict on Monty's side. Probably the Voice, unless he feels like he needs a second Echo in this matchup.
It is
No,
the
just
Voice.
going to be the Voice.
And now we just need to find all 3 drop borders in one predict.
Edge to the dark within.
And then we have a board.
I don't even... Does that even really... I mean, yeah, I guess once the Voice comes down, that means something. But for Monty's next attack turn specifically, it's not really going to be much.
Yeah, but we need them on the board. We really need them on the board.
Oh, absolutely. We really just need them out of the deck.
Yeah. Don't want them in there. Don't want to draw them.
A voice from within.
Alright, you can deny 2 damage here while getting in another predict. Finding the
That
Borrow
is
Cannon.
exactly
careful.
what we're going to do.
Silver. No, that's not really it.
Yeah.
You again?
And going to take the block as well. Take a little bit less damage. Push some damage back onto this Bakai. For a second there. A shadow of its former self. A 2-1 in the face of adversity. But no, it is actually a 4-1. And now... Okay, still? No. Unforgiving Cold for Grey Merchant. But again, they do only play the 1 copy.
Yeah, and it's not that good anymore. I mean, it's still pretty good, and Monty has to expend some resources to play
I do my own stunts.
when it gets out. But we do have the Absolver now to actually buff up our Echo again, and even if he would die, we at least would get the Predict still, and could potentially find the Revive. Alright, 3 mana open. There is very little that Grey Merchant can do for 3 mana that would actually kill the Echo, so Monty just feels very comfortable just going in here, committing that for second Bakai Pro Cannon. That is not it. Pixaphone Feline that potentially can provide some burn and can actually clear a lot of what Grey Merchant has on the board right now.
Oh, I lied. There are 2 Unforgiving Cold in Grey Merchant's list. It's their Varus Auction that only has the 1 copy. Just to clarify, in case we do draw a second one sometime down the line, and everyone's like, Boulevard, what are you talking about? You said there was 1, there's 2.
I am the weapon.
I love that you think that chat is paying that much attention.
I like to think that they listen to what I say, if for no other reason than to tell me that I was wrong about something, so...
That they do, yes. There are probably like at least 10 players here that are not watching, but also playing in the tournament, and they are watching out for what you say about that deck list.
Yeah. Got a couple of nice trades here for Monty. You can take out both Bakais if you want to sacrifice the Zillion, and that's sort of one of the things that's always a little bit weird about like a 1 of Zillion. Are you just looking to get like the time bombs in the deck? Do you really care about the level up? Do you just sack it to save for damage at some point? And Monty saying, yeah, in this matchup, this is more of a utility champion. I'm not looking for the level up win con.
All right,
but it is still going to be the death of an Echo.
You know what this means, right? We have to hit it.
What? We have to hit what?
Oh, actually we're killing...
What was that?
Never mind.
Okay, we're just killing the Kane.
Okay, I was like, all right, we have to hit the Revive right here, right now with the Predict. But Monty is just, okay, never mind. You kill my champion, I kill yours.
I feel like this works out so much better for Grey Merchant regardless, though. Once you fall behind on board with Zillion, or with Echo decks, rather, it's very hard to come back. You kind of need to have that one swing turn where your big board dies, and Monty just passed without playing the time trick?
All right. I believe there is something behind this.
I am trying to think of it as well. And I can't.
Nope. Yeah, me neither.
I'm really coming up blank on this one.
Hey, chat. Finally we are gonna be able to use you guys in chat. You can tell us the reason. I'm expecting some absolute 5-head plays from you guys in chat.
Yeah.
Don't disappoint me.
It's like if you were floating a lot of mana out of your opponent, I could understand it, but we weren't doing that. They only banked 2 spell mana. They were going to do that either way. Now we have a choice between the one of Get Excited and the Fallen Feline. Probably just a skip on that prediction. Really just looking for Chrono Breaks at this point, but actually did take the Get Excited.
This feels very over at this point, unfortunately. We do not have the freeze in hand for Grey Merchant, but we do have another strike spell. We have Aatrox on the board already. It's a very little chance for this Echo to survive, simply because we do not have Rite of Negation, don't have anything to stop this Aatrox from just striking Echo down.
I guess the Get Excited was so that Aatrox would die if it tried to Aatrox spell the Echo, or if it just like blocks the Echo before we play Voices, then we can get a cheeky quick attack kill onto the Aatrox there. But that feels very optimistic when you should, it feels, be looking more for Jinxes or Chrono Breaks, and actually just immediately careful preps it back into the deck anyway.
Yeah, and that was the worst thing ever. Oh, I feel so bad for Monty. Okay, for those who don't know what happened there, if you whiffed with careful prep, it's bad. It's not like whiffing with any other predict, okay? If you whiff with careful prep...
if you skip the prediction, you don't get a copy of the card because you didn't predict anything.
Yeah, so you're just down 2 cards. Oh, God.
Our stories, our struggles,
does a Chrono Break even get you? No, because now that you're at 2 mana, Grey Merchant probably just kills your Echo here.
Yeah.
No reason to let that live around for a potential top deck of a Chrono Break. So yeah, it is just going to be the Furious. But yeah, and that's going to be Monty going down 0-2 here.
All right. That's the last.
Oh, that's just rough.
Oh man, was it? I don't know why he took the Get Excited, and it could be that he skipped and top decked the Get Excited anyway. That is possible. Yeah. But the fact that you took a card just to careful prep it back immediately, and like obviously things changed when your opponent played the Ranger Knight, but I do not think Get Excited is the card that you were looking for in that scenario, especially when you still got, you know, copies of Jinx and so on and so forth in the deck. And honestly, we do have to talk about the Zillion in that game specifically, because that would have been a third Jinx. And I don't think I mean, like, the Zillion did a little bit, but I don't think it did as much as, like, Jinx would have in that exact scenario. And obviously, you don't want to, like, take this on a one-game basis, but it is, you know, you need to play a couple of games like this, add it up over the total, and be like, okay, yeah, Zillion is just not as useful as a third Jinx would be more often than not. So, you know, maybe take a look at cutting that champion or what. But definitely some weird plays by Monte in that one. I'm still trying to puzzle out that skip, that pass on the 0-mana time trick.
I feel like also Monte, like, we have to say it, really low rolled that game. Unfortunately, did not find early units to predict with, right? Didn't have the Kais in the early game, did not find...
You still had a leveled Echo on 4. How much of a low roll can you call that?
That's true, you still got a leveled Echo on 4, but at that point, the weird thing is, he was already getting outpaced.
And that's why people have always been so, like, wishy-washy on Echo decks, right? Is like, your goal of the deck is to play an Echo on 4 leveled. That doesn't win you the game. Right? Mm-hmm. That is like your baseline for playing. You kind of like have to do that, and then you still have the options to low roll from there. You really just need to like find the perfect timed chrono break, and if that doesn't happen, then sometimes you just have games like that.
Yeah, and that was a really, really rough game. I mean, just nothing went right there as well. But still 2-1 in the bracket. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah, still plenty of rounds to play. Absolutely has the capability to bring it back. But let's look for another game, T.
Let's look for another game. There are quite a bunch of people still in the game, still playing in this bracket again. Today, absolutely giant bracket. How many players do we have?
98. But I don't know if it's... Yeah, I don't know if that's 98 still in the tournament, if that's after drops, because I think there was like 101 on the deck sheet somewhere. It's 100. All right, it's 100.
We have 100 players in here. There's another giant tournament. And it appears that a few players are still playing, and we can actually jump into a match of 2 players that we have not seen at all this tournament, and 2 players that I have in general not seen. Because maybe I'm not familiar enough with the NA scene. Maybe this is one of their first tournaments or one of their first competitive outings we have. Jack Samurot versus... Oh no, this name I recognize. Codeman Jack. Alright, let's jump into that. Never mind.
Perfectly timed cuts there. Put that one in the highlight reel. Excellent production from SparklingIceTea to get us in to see the I didn't even catch what was on the board. I just saw the surrender.
It always hurt. And the good thing is I always like spectate these 5 seconds before. And so like, okay, this game is still going on. Jump in, boom, done.
Boom.
Somebody top decks something, somebody plays something that the other haven't seen before, and they're like, all right, I'm out of here. All right, that means we have to go for, you know...
May I make a request?
Yeah.
Can I check in on my son, Pat versus Pluidum?
Ooh. That sounds like a very good game. Sure. I think another Wombat, right after we saw Wombat lose, probably a good idea.
Yep.
Right?
Only 2... They're the only 2 Wombats in the tournament, or at least the only ones that are actually rocking the WW tag.
Really? Usually the tournament scene is overrun with these guys.
They've been getting picked apart lately.
Quite unfortunate. But here we have Pat, and you know what? Wombats, they play together. They prep together.
They lose to Viego together.
Yes, but they also bring Sejuani Gwen together.
Although it actually looks like Pat will survive this. We have a Vengeance for one of the large units. We have an Unspeakable Heart for one of the small units.
Hey, I mean, okay, they had like 8 mana up, but like, are they really gonna have an answer for this atrocity? Who knows?
Yeah. Oh,
actually,
this is dicey.
If you have Vengeance here...
What? Hold on. What is this deck? What is Bandle City Viego?
Nora Viego, probably? Oh, wait, maybe this is like randomly generated? Nope, it's actually Nora Viego. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Nora Viego.
Oh, they did have an answer, but that's unfortunate.
Oof. Well, you still live.
You could have set up a really crazy open attack here.
You might have a crazy open attack anyway. I mean, you do have a stance swap, so you could still give like Overwhelm onto. I don't know how many Hallowed stacks we're working with here, but you might actually still just. You're probably not looking at lethal through a 7/7, but you do have Vengeance for whatever blocks. So actually,
the unfortunate part is if you would have blocked the 2 non-ephemeral blockers and would have put that Vengeance on the Hydroine, I feel like you would have had a open attack into an empty board from Fluid, depending on what they have in hand. Find some value here.
Yeah.
Could find Overwhelm to stand swap, and I don't know how many Hallowed stacks there are. We don't see it.
Oh, that's Puff Caps.
Yeah.
I saw the Puff Caps and I was like, 14. Wait, that Peddler must have been around for a minute.
I mean, if there are enough Hallowed stacks, maybe Overwhelm is going to do it on one of these units. Alright, the portal's hit. There's no fearsome blocker though.
Yeah, I mean, you can run out 3 more of these.
Is that gonna be enough?
At the moment, only 2 of them need to connect. That would actually be lethal. And you've already taken yourself off of the stance swap into Vengeance play.
Break their minds, flay their souls.
Oh, I mean,
Everywhere.
we're going for the gremlins.
I'm nervous, T. This game is certainly ending either this turn or next, and it's really hard to know which way it's going to go, because Pat does have a soft lethal, so to speak. You know, there are things that Fluid can do to answer it, but at the moment it is looking like Pat might act like if we take the cards out of Fluid's hand, Pat does win this. So we'll see if those are dead cards or what. There are some awkward cards in here. Puzzling Signpost isn't doing anything. Neither is Friendship nor Shape of Fear. Well, actually, Shape of Fear would do something. It'd give you a 3rd fearsome blocker. Ruination. There are enough good cards that in Fluid's deck that are not dead in this scenario that it's very likely this doesn't work out for Pat.
Yeah, I like what Fluid is doing here as well. Fluid knows that currently this is just not lethal. So actually just plays this one out and waits for the last Evershade Stalker to be committed, because this was still a decision between Stance Swap and Evershade Stalker, right? And Fluid knew about the Stance Swap, so was waiting it out and gets rewarded. This was very well played by Fluid.
Yeah, and it looks like that is not going to be enough. Now, it's hard to know. This might actually be game 2 based on the time that is left on the clock.
Yeah, but it will certainly end here.
And because it was Quietus that took it out, you know, maybe the Stance Swap Vengeance was the safer line, but it's hard to know because you are up, like, you would still be, you know, you would be a 9-1, and you are up against a Vile Feast Pokestick deck.
So at this point, is there anything that Pat can top deck? I mean, there is another... oh, no, okay.
Oh, I was going to say they do main deck Unspeakable Horror,
Yeah.
but a Vengeance onto the 2/2 means that no matter how Pat played this one, they were not finding the lethal this turn.
That's reassuring to know for Pat. Nothing they could do there. Still very well played by Fluid here. Fluid recognizing, hey, I don't want to die to the Unspeakable Horror. Better go safe. Mushroom hitting as well, and that is a definitely open attack. And yeah, Vengeance can be committed here. Maybe Fluid thinking about double Vengeance. Goes in. One Vengeance can be committed. That's not going to save Pat, and Pat dies to Viego Bandle City.
Yep, but like we said, that might have been game 2. Just based on the time on the clock, we obviously have no information here. We're not like bugging the players like, hey, I know you're in the middle of trying to figure out lethal, but can you tell me if this is game 2 or game 3 so we can figure out on the broadcast and we don't look dumb, even though like it doesn't really dumb.
Yeah. Yeah, I have some experience with that. I, learn from mistakes. The players usually not happy with that. I've gotten told off by Simon once or twice,
Shut up, IceTea, I'm playing. And it's like, oh, Simon, please notice me.
No, it's more like, man, I was in the middle of like calculating lethal, and now I couldn't concentrate. I'm like, brother, just don't answer me. And it's like, no, obviously I have to answer you, man. I'm like, okay. It did somewhat make sense. He just wanted to be, considerate.
He just wanted to be Simon.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But it appears that there is no game left between these two. So, unfortunately, Pat appears to have lost that series. Not a good day, or not a good round for the Wombats, rather. Could still be a very good day for the Wombats. They can still come back into this. Even
I
if
don't
it's
know
only 2.
Pat's record. I know Monty felt that was his first loss, so he's down to 2-1. Not so sure on Pat here, but got a couple of other. Okay, as I say, that one other game just ended as I was looking at the bracket to try to figure out. We've got about 5 matches left. They should all be ending, but if you want, do have a Yang Zera game, do have a Simon game still going on. If you want to go check in on Big Bro.
I mean, there's another game that we
Never mind, the Simon game just ended. Simon won.
Listen. We got called out on Twitter, okay, by a certain person. We got called out by Roomba Wack. Yeah.
I didn't get tagged in anything.
Oh, I got tagged. Oh, I got called out by Roomba.
You're gonna call me out. You gotta tag me, otherwise I'm not gonna see it.
Okay. I mean, Roomba Wack tagged me on Twitter below the announcement post of the tournament cast and was like, "Hey, IceTea, you want to see another Rise in the finals? Because I'm playing." I'm like, okay, let's see. So before we see Rise in the finals, because Runeterra appears to have brought Rise, is not playing it currently. Runeterra first has to get there.
Yes, and currently Roomba Wack is
Not like this.
it's not looking good if I have to scroll this far down.
Oh, it's not looking good. I mean, it would make a bit sense because Runeterra, you would expect when Runeterra makes the call out, I'm going to play Rise in the finals. Runeterra would play something like Rise Seraphine, Rise Seraphine Ezreal, Rise Victor. You want to know what Runeterra plays?
What?
Master Yi Rise. Yeah, he
I
bought 2 of the worst champions in the game. Put them in one deck.
Roomba Wack is currently 0-2.
Aye.
So
this be
if they
looking like
lose this one, I think they are just straight up eliminated from top 8.
I believe in Runeterra. All right, I believe in him. I've seen.
We gotta pull it back, man. You can't make a call out like that on Twitter, and then like you gotta at least make it to the end of the day before you take the 3rd loss. Yeah, we see a surrender. Yeah, we go. Roomba Wack keeping in it, keeping the dream alive of getting this Rise Master Yi into the finals.
I'm kind of rooting for Runeterra here. Okay, like I've seen the power of Master Yi Rise. Okay, can absolutely perform, especially in the Rise Mirror.
I haven't.
I have. It's very good in the Rise Mirror. Now, how often will you get a Rise Mirror in this tournament? I don't know. I mean, maybe you can enlighten me on the Rise stats this tournament. How many Rises?
Yeah, they're bad, man. There's not a lot of Rise. I'm actually still scanning down for the highest represented Rise deck, and I'll tell you what, it is Master Yi Rise. There's 2 of them.
Oh, wait.
2. Roomba Wack and another Brave Soul, and that is the mirror match for the finals that Roomba Wack is looking for.
Yeah, the Master Yi Rise, because Roomba Wack has a lot of experience in that, so Roomba Wack can certainly take that one down. Okay, so now that you've enlightened me on the Rise stats, may I ask you, I don't even know if I want to do this. What are the Kale stats for this tournament? Do we have a single Kale deck?
Oh, let me. I'll tell you what. I get cut off at the 1-ofs, so I'm not going to be able to tell you if we have 1 Kale deck. I can tell you that we do not have more than 1 Kale deck.
Okay.
Well, we might have 1.
Goddamn. I'm hoping to see 1 Kale deck for sure. But it does mean that Runeterra did take this W, which means Runeterra is still in it to win it, which also means that Rise is still in it to win it. And let's see if that continues. I also searched for Kale in the deck list sheet, and it appears that it is less than 1. We have less than 1 Kale deck in this tournament, unfortunately. Yeah. And people always like say Rise is the worst champion. Sometimes. I mean, what you want to do, right? They really need to buff Kale. Unfortunately, not performing in tournaments so far. Not at all, but maybe she can have her time in the sun when she flips a bit earlier than on round start. That said, I feel like this round has run its course. No more games for us. We had some fun, you know, the Wombats unfortunately falling to the wayside, but maybe they pick it up in the later rounds. But yeah, with that, I'm gonna go to a very quick break, and afterwards we will see what happens in round 4. We're not really speeding through the rounds today, but there's still a lot of action. I feel like every round we have like 1 best of 3 that goes by super fast, and then we can jump into a few other ones. So let's see if that continues. Stay tuned, and we'll see you after this short break.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is Boulevard. Joining me, SparklingIceTea. We are heading into round number 4 of 7, followed by a top 8. Here at the MasteringRuneterra January Open, we are playing for a hefty prize pool of about $2,300, somewhere around there. I didn't check the exact number before I put it out there, but now it's out there, so if there is a difference, MR owes you $2,300. Anyway, we are looking to get into Grandpa Roji for round number 4. Top 16 Worlds competitor from last year. Running back, I think the exact same lineup or a very similar lineup to actually what he ran at the World Championship.
Hey, sometimes you just can't let go, you know?
Yeah.
You lost in the World Championship, but you're like, hey, my lineup was good, my prep was good. It's just didn't get the draws.
Yeah, you're like, I got cheesed by the Blooming Cultist, like triple attack from Chenia in the last round. So like, yeah, my lineup was solid.
Yeah.
And yeah, it is the Vayne Quinn Aatrox, the Akshan Silver Varus, and the Talia Malphite. Exactly what you would expect out of Grandpa Roji.
Yeah, let's look actually into the Vayne Aatrox. Did get nerfed heavily because we received multiple Vayne nerfs and an Aatrox nerf. But I would say this deck is probably still very good. You know, still rallies.
12 equipment is a lot.
Yes, we have about everyone in here except Balcox. He unfortunately could not make it to the reunion.
Ah, poor Balcox.
Yeah, I kind of understand it. It's like, you know, everyone was like, do we have to invite him? You remember last reunion? You remember last time?
Yeah, he kind of picked a fight with the others. It was a little uncomfortable having Balcox around, so we decided to just leave him off the invite list this time around, and instead we're just going for, you know, some good old-fashioned Ranger Knights. Those guys know how to party, and that is who we are choosing to party with this time around. Full suite of both Zealous Ranger Knight and the Ranger Knight Defector. It is really weird to look at the fact that like there are more equipments in this deck than spells, followers, or champions, but hey, that is what it is. And of course, while the Dark Ages did take a nerf on the weapon side, Geralt is still a 4/3 for 5 mana.
Oh, hell
I think, right? Geralt didn't get nerfed, right? I'm not crazy.
No, Geralt didn't get nerfed. Geralt is still his old self, still trucking along. And you know what? Before we move on to the next deck, because I think everyone has seen enough of this deck already, I want to mention something that might make you happy. You know, we talked about all those pseudo-archetypes that don't really fit together. Now look at the Ranger Knights representing, both working really well with weapons, you know? Both having actual weapons synergies. Goddamn right. You can do it. Let's go.
Unfortunately, Zealous Ranger Knight doesn't do anything if he has the weapon and attacks. I believe he only buffs other units that are equipped. But moving on to the Akshan Silver Varus, this is, we talked about it a little bit earlier, you know, the best Akshan deck, the best variant for it. And Grandpa Roji has been on the Akshan Silver Varus since the World Championship qualifier. I know he's a big fan of Swinging Glaive. He has been running that card pretty much, I want to say, since like Kai'Sa came out.
Oh, yeah. Roji was one of the best Kai'Sa players that we had when Kai'Sa was still dominant in the meta. Roji is really good with these mid-range decks, whether they be Shurima or Demacia. Just performs really well on them, and this is just the latest version of that, basically. And as we mentioned, very solid deck, continuation of the Akshan, Sivir, Shenfiora lineage. And this I'm actually with one Sivir still in, which I really like. I gotta say, this opens up another avenue to win the game.
And we've already seen players more than willing to go down to 2 of on the Darkened champions because they can tutor them up. So, you know, you go down to 2 Varus just because, yeah, you know, what do I really need the third one for? And then when you're looking at Shurima champions, I think Sivir is a great include in a deck like this. You're already playing the Absolver. I don't know if the Swinging Glaive is standard in these lists, but I believe we have seen it out of the Akshan Varus players that we have seen so far today. I remember it getting locked down by a Gravitum in one game, so, you know, at least a little bit. But yeah, I think that the Sivir is a great include, especially with how well it can play around the Unforgiving Cold. You can do a cheeky thing where, like, you get your Varus up to higher attack than your Sivir, but then you give the Overwhelm to the Sivir, and because she's still a Spell Shield, it can't actually be popped off of the Varus. It's a very cool interaction that we might actually get to see play out later on today.
For sure, but let's look at the third deck in the lineup, and that is no other
people have seen this one before. You can go ahead and skip it. We all know what Talia Malphite looks like. Obviously, this is one, you know, a very staple deck, but no. Including, of course, this is the Grandpa Roji special, the deck that he's known for, the one that he qualified for Worlds with, played at the World Championship, and of course will be playing it again. And the pass that I kind of give to Roji on this one is anytime that like Ziggs Talia is meta, I am totally fine to watch Roji play the Talia Malphite. In metas where like Talia just isn't really doing good, where the Ziggs Talias aren't really finding success, I tend to think that the Talia Malphite might be a little bit of a bait in those, but Talia Ziggs has been good for the last like 3 or 4 months, so Roji has just been loving it right now.
Yeah, and it is obviously the more mid-range focused deck. We don't have Really, the Ziggs in here for the burnout. We do have the chips in here to get on the board early. And man, looking at this, I noticed that this deck changes every time I see it. Sometimes Georgie does play more Rock Bear focus. Sometimes we take them out. This time it is, again, 2 Herald of the Mages and 2 Stonebreakers. The Celestial Wonder, though, is something that Roji consistently has put in this deck lately, and it performed really well. Just being able to stun out 2 units for a big attack, or to have like 1 more turn to build up your board. It's just kind of Malphite without Malphite.
I am very surprised to see the lack of Rock Bear Shepherd, but I also, T, if you can queue it up, I want to talk about Roji's opponent, Dragon Guy Who Died, who has probably the most unique lineup that we have seen so far today, especially out of a 3-0 player. We are looking at Vayne Rumble, we are looking at Aurelia Zed Gwen, and we are looking at Kai'Sa, Mono Kai'Sa Demacia.
Mono Kai'Sa Demacia. Alright, that is definitely something we need to take a look at. And Dragon Guy Who Died is actually, this was one of the players I wanted to look at this round. It was like between him, Roji, and Sori. So really cool that Roji and him are facing up against each other. And first of all, the Vayne Rumble, obviously, this is a deck that a lot of people know, but that is a deck that we don't see often at tournaments. For the same reason I think you mentioned is that we don't see Lurk necessarily often tournaments, because this is a very straightforward deck.
Yeah, we tend to call them low agency. The decisions that you make, like, you could play a deck where your decisions matter more is probably the polite way to put it. Like, if you're not playing Vayne on 3 into Rumble on 4 into the Great Hammer, then like your deck isn't really functioning, and that's kind of, it's like in those games where your deck doesn't pan out that like your agency matters a little bit more. But I mean, what are you supposed to do if you don't draw the Rumble in this deck, right? You can see that everything is completely built around getting the Rumble online. If you don't have that champion, your deck isn't doing what it's supposed to do, and your only real win con is to wait for the Rumble. So yeah, you know, it's a little bit of a hit or miss deck, a little coin flippy like Lurk in that regard.
Yeah, and we see that this is totally recognized in the build of this deck. We've seen decks with 2 Legionary Shards before, but actually deciding to put 3 of them into this deck to, you know, really make sure to find that Rumble as soon as possible. And even though there might be a few games where you don't hit, I think this is making it pretty sure that you actually get there. Again, if you don't hit the Rumble, I guess we have Egghead Researcher in here, you know?
I think that's just in there for discard fodder.
I was getting to that. It is usually there to provide you with discard fodder as well as an additional body. But I guess in games where you really need him, maybe he finds you some big dragon that can win the game. But
maybe,
you really
hopefully,
rely on the Rumble otherwise. But let's look at the next deck, which... Okay. This is a deck
This is the one I thought you were going to jump at.
No, okay, yeah, because I wanted to, like, build up to it first, okay? Because this is a deck that has been a meme for so long, you know? The Blade Dance plus X, the Blade Dance plus MF, the Blade Dance now plus Hallowed. This has way more than that, though, right? This also has the Ephemeral package of the Dragon Ambush in there, the Black Flame, we have the Moonlit Glenkeeper in here. This deck got a lot of power, and this is a really nice aggro deck that we don't see that often, but that is really frustrating to play against if you are a control or combo deck.
Would you say this is better or worse than Zed Hecarim?
I actually
or
think
just different?
I think this is better. Hecarim, unfortunately, for 6 mana, is a bit expensive. Usually in those Zed Hecarim decks, you like to have the option to be as aggressive as possible to support your Hecarim being dropped on turn 6 without the fear of him dying, because you don't have the pressure so your opponent can keep some mana up. I really like that this deck basically pressures your opponent way earlier, forces out way more stuff, and has the Gwen. The Gwen is absolutely crucial, I think, because Gwen is such a good unit. People don't recognize Gwen is oftentimes, if she doesn't get immediately removed, Decimate on a stick plus Drain. So good.
Then I guess we can go ahead and take a look at this last deck that you want to talk about, the Mono Kai'Sa. Very interesting that, like, this is another, like, Roji staple. Roji, as you had mentioned, a very good mid-range player. The one big critic that I have of Roji is that I don't think I've ever seen him play a non-mid-range deck, but I mean, it's been working out for him so far, and now Kai'Sa is a deck that Roji knows inside and out, so Dragon Guy Who Died might have a little bit of a tougher time assembling a win here for what is, you know, a pretty unrepresented archetype in this event.
Yes. That said, though, the advantage that Dragon Guy who died is going to have here is that this is a really big mid-range deck, and it gets big really early, which can be, yeah, some trouble for the Akshan deck, right? If the Akshan deck faces this and all of a sudden you do just slam down a 4-mana 6/6, the Akshan deck is looking really old and will really struggle to go up against this, especially with the Concerted Strike as well, the Cataclysms. In the mid-range matchup, this can actually dominate. And the Kaiser, again, getting online is obviously the big win condition here. We don't really have any rallies outside of the Cataclysm anymore, but that doesn't really matter. You didn't really need the rallies before, right? Maybe sometimes you were playing an Aegis, but really the Cataclysm plus the Scout was really how you were doing it before as well. This deck, triple Rite of Calling, really wants to find the Kaiser, but if you don't, the Void Blaster, obviously the other big win condition, giant Overwhelm unit. Early on, then you have Sharpsight for some protection and 2 Rite of Negations. Overall, I really like this deck. Now missing, again, the big 9 drop that used to be 8. Can't fit it into the deck anymore because you are just a pure mid-range deck.
You know, I gotta say, looking at the lineup as a whole, this IceTea, this might be the last time that we get to cast Aurelia.
Oh.
She is rotating I believe February is when we're going to get either rotation or details on rotation, and Aurelia is one of the few cards confirmed to be rotating. Now, I know that they had mentioned that they will be running events for the Eternal format, but, you know, just kind of assuming that those are going to be smaller scale, they're not going to have broadcasts or whatever, you know, maybe we'll have some grassroots events for it. This could actually just be the last time that we cast Aurelia for years.
Damn. I haven't thought about
I'm not going to miss her. I'm not going to miss her one bit. Get out of here.
Yeah, I really had a rough time in Runeterra so far. Being hated, being unplayed, somewhere in between there every time, right? Either she was super strong together in that very one deck with Azir together, right? There was just one Aurelia deck, basically. There was never more. Like, again, you had these little meme decks that you could play, but
your MF Aurelia, your Zed Aurelia, you know, all these kinds of things. The Gwen Aurelia. We'll see how it goes. I mean, Dragon Guide who died is 3-0 so far, so you know, as we get more representation from Gwen, now that the red Gwen specifically has been nerfed, a few of those Noxus cards, yeah, you know, maybe this is something that we can look towards, and yeah, we'll kind of see how it goes. Hopefully it's not going to be banned. I'd be a little surprised if it was banned. I almost feel like the Kaisa is maybe the Vayne Rumble. I don't know. It's one of those things where like Vayne Rumble and other low agency decks are always kind of weird to look at in tournament because you look at it and you're like, okay, well, I can't bring this because, you know, if things only work out for me 40% of the time, I need a deck that does a little bit more. But when you go up against it, you have to assume that it is going to function perfectly.
Absolutely, and this could be a huge problem here again. If it fails once and you have to go in again, this just hurts. But it also has this aura of fear. You know, it has this...
Yeah.
It has
that
this
one
huge,
card swing.
It has this one card swing, this huge rumble that could potentially ruin your game early on, and you just can't do anything about it. Especially when we look at Roji's decks, right? Roji is also playing mid-range deck, and if your opponent just has a super fast mid-range deck that is just swing in at turn 4 with a giant rumble, potentially swinging in on turn 5, getting lethal on turn 5, 6. There's just nothing you can do if it just outpaces you, right? And this is, I think, what Roji has to be afraid of this entire series. Not only with the Rumble, but also with the Aurelia and the Kaiser. The Kaiser being the slowest out of all 3 decks, funnily enough. So it would be nice to see Aurelia having a nice send-off with a deck that is not Aurelia Azir. I feel like this is a really good lineup in general if you just want to put some pressure on your opponent. Not only necessarily in the pick ban, but also some mental pressure inside of the games as well. Super excited to see what Aurelia, Rumble, and Kaiser can do here. In general, I think we have 2 very, very different lineups, right? While Roji's lineup also has some decks that are not widely played, like, for example, the Talia Malphite. I feel like we're just used to it at this point, and it's just okay, we accept that when Roji plays it, it's a solid mid-range deck. So we have very solid mid-range decks on one side, and then we have not really
Aurelia.
Then we have Aurelia. We have unstable, maybe unstable decks on the other side. I wouldn't say experimental decks because Kaiser and Rumble are not necessarily experimental, but they're certainly experimental to bring together in one lineup in this tournament because it's a very feast or famine kind of lineup.
Yeah, and I think this is the closest thing we've gotten to aggro decks so far today, which is something that I thought, you know, you hear a lot of players talking about, like, yeah, you know, we've this like aggro control mid-range kind of triangle, a little bit more standard, where like Jinx is the aggro, and then Aatrox is the mid-range, and then FTR is the control. But we're not really seeing aggro Jinx builds. We're seeing a lot of Echo Jinx, which is certainly as far from aggro as a Jinx build is going to get. And then even this, like, Vayne Rumble, it kind of depends on how you want to define aggro. If you want to define it by the turn on which it is looking to end the game, then I think you would call Vayne Rumble aggro, as it's usually looking to end things on, like, turn 5, turn 6 at the absolute latest, which is, like, you know, the Decimate turn. So yeah, in that regard, you could call it an aggro deck. I don't know how fast this Aurelia Zed Gwen is. It might not be ending until like turn 8. I don't think it's ending on turn 5 like the Vayne Rumble is looking to. So yeah, you know, maybe you call this a little bit more of a mid-range deck. But again, it is very untested decks that we are unfamiliar with as casters, certainly, because even while Vayne Rumble is a popular ladder deck, you don't get it in tournament very often.
Yeah, for sure. Again, the discussion, what is aggro, what is mid-range, what is combo? I mean, in Runeterra, you can call everything combo. I think Reddit and Discord already proved this, where a lot of people were like,
I remember there was a time where
this is a combo deck.
Reddit would see Atrocity in a deck, and they're like, that's a combo deck. And we're like, what's the combo? And they're like, Atrocity and a unit that's big enough to kill you. And I'm like, that's not a combo.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, right? Okay, you need Vayne, you need Rumble, and then you, like,
that's it.
Put the Rumble.
Well, you need the hammer. You kind of need the hammer. Hammer's optional,
hammer,
but
you need at least 3 cards, and then you need, like, 3 more cards in hand you can discard. That's a combo.
Well, you could just discard anything.
Yeah, but you need cards.
Oh, yeah. It's all part of the combo, baby.
Listen, this is a 6-card combo. I don't know what you're talking about. No, but...
starting things off, though, a bit of an awkward hand for Roji, who actually did keep the catch in the opener, only mulled 1 card, got the fish fight for it, and now taking 2 mana into the Vayne turn. But Dragon Guy Who Died starting off very aggressively.
I mean, I think this is just what this deck is all about, right? If you don't get your hallowed units early on to swing in for some damage, it's looking really rough for you. But yeah, no weapon here would be absolutely tragic. Get the quick attack, which means not only do we get a good trade, but we're also representing a ton of damage that always has to get blocked by Dragon Guy Who Died here. Luckily, I think you're kind of happy to block with all these units that give you extra attack, you know? It's a good thing about Hallowed. You're not that sad about your units dying. I always make the argument that you're kind of happy about the Gwen dying, because that means the next Gwen has more attack.
Yeah, if you find the next Gwen, not all of us can just draw every Gwen, IceTea. And it looks like we actually, a lot of units getting traded out here by this single elk. But at the end of the day, it is the life advantage for Dragon Guy Who Died. It is the sort of board state advantage, just in the terms of, like, Dragon Guy has hallowed units in the death pool, and cards are equal.
Innocents are no more than fiends.
And for you hitting the board, obviously you want to play this in the attack token turn of your opponent if possible, just to get that 1 extra hallowed stack.
Purified.
And then you go for the attack here because you know, in a lot of instances it wouldn't matter, but you do need to progress that Vayne level up, so you're going to go in for the attack here. Even though you've got the quick attack, you're still going to block it out. You know, no harm, no foul. But now Dragon Guy, be able to take this out.
The good thing
yeah, this is where things start to pick up.
Yeah. So here, obviously, Vayne not going for our own level up, but also going for the Aatrox level up there. But yeah, there we go. More Ephemerals. The Glenkeeper, absolutely cracked card, to be honest. Just being able to buff your Ephemerals as well when they get summoned. Provides a challenger unit that can threaten the Vayne. And yeah, if you want to protect the Vayne, you actually have to send her in. And at that point, why not just play another Vayne?
This is so much damage coming in. T down to 5 already is Grandpa Roji, which I believe means he is just dead next turn to Defiant Dance. He will be able to get a unit down this turn, so he's not dead quite yet, but between the Defiant Dance and the Gwen, it's looking really, really Dragon Guy favored.
Especially because we also have another Glenkeeper. I think like next turn maybe we just develop the Gwen and go for the Glenkeeper next turn in combination with the recall.
Yeah, it seems like a perfectly reasonable play to me.
And that's kind of what we talked about, right? Roji playing these stable mid-range decks, and then Dragon Guy Who Died just like going in with decks that just pressure you. And they pressure you early on, and they don't let go.
Yeah, I'm borderline surprised not to see like Lurk or something as the third deck, although I think that would be Dragon Guy towing the line here and saying no, Lurk is taking it a little bit too far. That's not like I'm not all in on that kind of lineup or something like that. Ooh. Another great top deck for Dragon Guy, and it looks like it is going to be the Defiant Dance, so this is going to be the death of the Valor. I thought Defiant Dance Blade Dance 2 for some reason.
Oh my god. Imagine if it would, though.
I thought it did. That is, I remember anytime I'd play against the Zero Aurelia, like after that card came out, that was the only card I was ever afraid of. I'm like, I don't care how many landmarks you get down in the early game, how many Azirs and Aurelias you draw. The only card I'm scared of is Defiant Dance, and I thought it played Dance too.
Luckily it doesn't, and Virogene doesn't eat extra damage here. Gets to tech as well, pushes some damage. Again, we have Vayne discounting these tumbles, but we can go extremely wide on Dragon Guy who died side here. Can already swing in. Virogene has to give up a couple of blockers, and then we could go in the... Alright, no, yeah, can also go in Glenkeeper now. Pull side
Yeah,
blocker.
gonna save... Ooh, this is actually... Yeah, I was about to say, there is Fearsome on the Moonlit Glenkeeper, so you could just pull the Vayne to the side and then have that Fearsome unit go in, and that's gonna, you know... It would have been lethal if there was nothing else, but now we do have a unit with a little bit more attack, and now... Let's see how Roji, or rather Dragon Guy, wants to line up these attacks. Going to still take out the Vayne. Sort of throw away the Glenkeeper if this is the way that they want to do it.
It's fine, right? Well, we do have...
Yeah, this is still lethal because of the drain.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Gwen drains, huh?
Yeah, she does do that. As I forgot, and it sounds like you forgot as well. And hopefully chat just forgot as well. But yeah, I mean, it was looking like lethal on the next turn either way, so...
I'm pretty sure they forgot.
Snip, snip, snip.
Man, that's why I love Gwen. Gwen's such a good card. I hope that she doesn't get nerfed, okay? I've been hearing some whispers, I've been hearing some rumors. That,
we have been promised a rather large balance patch in, I think, about 10 days, next Wednesday, after the seasonal, I guess, which is... have they even publicly said that we're not getting a new expansion yet?
I don't think so. I have no idea.
I don't think so either, but I don't think they did last year either. I think we just got the Between Worlds seasonal, and we were like, oh, I guess we don't get a set. And they were like, haha, I guess you don't. And I guess they're just doing the same thing this year.
Could be the case. I mean, I hope Gwen doesn't get nerfed, though. I know a lot of people are really upset about Gwen, really want her nerfed, because she's a champion that is just so good. She's not broken, she's just so good.
I think we gotta sit down and have an honest conversation about Katarina.
Oh, for sure. I don't know
that's. I wouldn't even begin to look Gwen in the eye before I like dance with Katarina on that one.
I don't know if the community is ready for that though.
Is the first step to improve.
I mean, she's gotten like 4 buffs. Surely we can just undo one of them.
Maybe the 0 mana blade, not necessary.
Maybe just take the blade away again.
Oh, take it.
Just take it away entirely.
Take it away entirely. Okay. I would maybe try to get it down.
Put her
to 1
back
mana.
in the dirt. No, put her back in the dirt.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, we've seen enough of her, right?
Yeah. There's already quite a few keywords for the Kaisa. We're what, like 2 off of evolution? Actually, 1 off of evolution. We have Lurk. I think we're evolved now. Yeah, we are evolved.
This is a 3-3. We are indeed evolved already on turn 4. And Dragon Guy who died just looking to outpace the other mid-range deck with a giant Kaiser early on that Grandpa Roji can't really deal with, right? We have a scout. There's for attack, but unfortunately Kaiser, she's just going to be a little bit too big here.
And it's rough because Kaisa is going to be able to come down and claim the keywords from the Petricite Broadwing, and that is going to be tough, formidable challenger. She already has quick attack herself, so gonna get that quick attack challenger online.
Yeah, and not only that, Kaisa, when she attacks, obviously fires off a barrage of hits that will hit a tough unit, to be fair. So
I can almost taste
not the best target.
Yeah, I mean, it will also kill the bird.
Yeah,
and then we can just challenge the Petricite Broadwing. So things looking pretty good in terms of board control here for Dragon Guy. We'll see if Aatrox can sort of swing things back, but we are still a turn away from that even mattering. And, you know, Roji could develop a Ranger Knight. Obviously, it's not in the hand of Dragon Guy as we can see, but if there was a Cataclysm for that last 3 mana, that would just be so backbreaking.
So unfortunately, we can't deal with this Kai'Sa at all, and I think Dragon Guy who died just accomplished with this Kai'Sa like exactly what they plan to do at this point, right? You want to bring the mid-range deck that just goes online earlier than the other mid-range decks. You go online earlier than the Aatrox. You have a flip Kai'Sa on board, swing in, decimate the board, and your opponent somehow has to pick it back up. But how if you have a 6/6 quick attack challenger?
Well, what Roji can do to fight against the Kai'Sa is try to push damage onto her with either a fish fight or an Aatrox spell, because she does have Formidable.
That's true. But now we could even try to get her down to 1 HP, basically taking her out of commission almost entirely. That said, obviously there is the right of negation to prevent that.
Is a little awkward as well that Dragon Guy does have the Sharp Sight in hand, so, you know, adding a little bit more attack to the Kai'Sa, basically an unnerfed version, right? The +2/+2 in terms of this Formidable champion. But like you mentioned, it's really just going to come down to like this Condemn versus this Rite of Negation, and I think that both players are at a point of development where you could still feasibly get them under the mana for it, but I think Dragon Guy pretty likely to just like run out the Void Blaster and still hold on to that Rite of Negation mana. I don't think we really care about getting like lifesteal onto the Kai'Sa. I think Overwhelm is something that Dragon Guy is going to be much more interested in.
Yeah, we want to kind of capitalize on the early pressure we have, right? We need to finish the game. Because if we don't finish the game early on, Aatrox will come down and we'll still absolutely eat the Kai'Sa up.
And this might be where we get the Rite of Negation into Condemn. Oh, no, we're just throwing it at the Kai'Sa. We are not taking out the Void Blaster. We are saying I'd like to just knock the Kai'Sa down a little bit. I don't really care about the 6/6 Overwhelm. I'll deal with that later.
Let's it go. Yeah, I mean, no is okay. Hey, if there's another... I can't let my Kai'Sa die. She's still a very valuable unit because of the Challenger and because of the effect that she has with the Void Barrage.
Void Cannon, Blast, Barrage, Explosions, Gundam Wing, X, Iron-Blooded Orphans. Anyway, I like Dragon Guy not negating that spell, right? If your opponent's going to set your Kai'Sa down to 1 HP, you're pretty sure that they're going to use a second spell to try to finish her off, and I think you want them to commit that second spell so you can kind of get a 2-for-1 on your Rite of Negation.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, though, that we ended up actually playing down the Valor here, tapping out of Rite of Negation. Which means the Kai'Sa can actually be taken off the board now.
That is exactly what is going to happen, and now it's really up to the Void Blaster to swing outside of his pay grade, which is going to be very difficult in the face of an Aatrox.
Alright, this is sort of problematic.
Called a Cathian Rain, by the way.
The Cathian Rain.
I feel like I knew that one, I just forgot.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. I think she's from Icathia. Oh, and now we draw the Cataclysm. That's a bit late. Oh, the game swung back around by losing the Kai'Sa. And not top decking another one. Dragon Guy who died, not having the greatest of times right now. Does get a positive trade here. Pushes in some damage. As you mentioned, Void Blaster has to do it, but how?
He doesn't. Can't.
I mean,
you can do this and then...
You can kill the god.
Wasters, where you
It's
at?
enough to kill the god.
Yeah, you can kill an Aatrox before I throw the weapon on someone else, and then you're kind of like pre-committing the right to the World Ender, which is not ideal, but also there's just a second Aatrox in Roji's hand. The game is kind of out of Dragon Guy's hand at this point. It starts and ends with, can you draw Kai'Sa in a timely fashion?
I mean, and they did. The problem is Kai'Sa had Formidable, so once Kai'Sa
I meant
got
now.
damaged,
You have to do it again.
Oh.
In a deck with no draw power. Well, you do have 5 copies of Kai'Sa left. Well, actually 7 for what it's worth, because you have the 2 Kai'Sa, you have the Rite of Callings, as well as the Heedless Resurrections.
Ooh, I like this from Roji though. Roji going in,
Watch you melt.
getting another unit on board, getting another block here.
Avenge me.
Or rather, getting another block out of Dragon Guy who died. There's a big Anaka on the board right now. Okay, are we drawing Kai'Sa?
Really, not much Dragon Guy's going to be able to do here, even if you draw the Kai'Sa. That might, I don't know. Kai'Sa could still turn it, right? You do have a Valor in play, but it's going to be a Cataclysm instead. Nothing even close to being big enough to challenge this Anaka. Aatrox could come down here. World Ender could get cast to try and... Yeah, it's just going to be a surrender out of Dragon Guy. It says, you know what? Pick it up. Take me to game number 3.
And you've really got to ask yourself if it's just the Kai'Sa nerfs that she received, or if it's also just the game and the meta having moved on and getting new additional power cards in that just make the Kai'Sa deck not as appealing anymore, not as strong anymore. I mean, we evolved on turn 4, we played Kai'Sa on turn 5, and somehow we did not win the game.
When Kai'Sa was broken, I don't think there was any meta card that was bigger than a 6/6. Or if you were like a 6/7, so the Acathian Rain put you into range anyway. Nowadays, like, Aatrox is, a 9/9 when he's leveled. All of these Darken come down as, like, 8 health, 7 health units, and a lot of them have quick attacks. So, like, you're really matching your opponent on pressure, and, because there are no elusives in the deck, it's a little bit harder to, like, cheat through that lethal. We don't have rallies. We just have the Cataclysms, which, like, is just inherently not as much damage a lot of the time. It's rough. It's rough for Kai'Sa. It's not, like, impossible for Kai'Sa, but it is rough.
Take the children to safety now.
Oh, yeah, already a few stacks on the Evolve. Roji electing to not take the trade there. Okay, can we draw Kai'Sa? That's the question. Turn 4, we slam down an overwhelm unit, get another stack. We evolve.
You better.
And then, I guess we're
already almost there on the evolve as well. We've already got Lurk, Fearsome, Spell Shield, and Formidable. We'll get Challenger as soon as we play another unit, so I think...
Oh, we'll get that by Kai'Sa. Sure.
Yeah. Ooh,
Kai'Sa
drawing
does...
Heedless Resurrection before the Kai'Sa. So awkward.
You're gonna take your own
Evolve.
damn
Let's go.
medicine.
I mean, it is a 6/6, okay?
Yeah.
It is a 6/6.
But, you know what else is a 6/6? Aatrox. And you know who needs a little bit more to end the game? Aatrox. Aatrox also just does a lot more than this Void Blaster does. Like, yeah, a 4-mana 6/6 Overwhelm is cool, but it's usually going to take a little bit more than that to win a game. But honestly, given Roji's hand, that might be all it takes.
Oh no, you hate to see it. Oh, if you're Drain Guy Who Died, you just died inside.
Oh, man.
You just died inside a little bit because
Yeah, Roji's going to love that. For those of you not really understanding what we're talking about, the Lurk was procced, which means the second Xerxai Hatchling will be the top deck for Dragon Guy Who Died.
That's just extremely rough.
Yeah, meanwhile, some weird predictions out of Roji. Not able to find anything substantial. But we are about to get some Rock Bears out.
Alright, Heedless Resurrection activated. For better or for worse.
Ooh. Very timely Talia top deck. Oh my gosh, a Xerxai Hatchling top deck for Dragon Guy. How awful. That's so bad. What? How could you possibly draw that at this stage of the game? Now, unfortunately, the way that these Rock Bears work is that they hit your largest unit. So rather than getting 3 7/7 Rock Bears, you're going to get 2 5/5s and an 11/11.
Which is honestly also pretty good. Because that is a giant blocker.
I would also just, but I in a lot of situations, I feel like you would rather have 3 7/7s. Oh, and we find Malphite. This is looking like lethal very soon for Grandpa Roji, probably on his next attack turn.
Yeah, and while it's looking like an empty board full of landmarks right now, next turn this is going to be a board full of blockers. Dragon Guy Who Died obviously does not have a rally here, unless we want to throw in the Valor into the 7/7 and try to get a bit of...
So what, we can push 4 damage on our Xerxai Hatchlings? I mean, this is the last chance you get to push damage, right? Because now all these landmarks are going to pop. You see 4 units pop out here for Grandpa Roji. Malphite off the top means even if we draw Kai'Sa, you get Rite of Negation instead, which actually is important. It means that we are not going to die to the Unstoppable Force.
We're not going to die to the Unstoppable Force. We are going to die to everything else.
You're going to die to the second Unstoppable Force because you have nothing to prevent Roji from getting to that point.
Oh, another Malphite. Okay, more stuns. And, oh, that's another 1-drop. Dragon Guy Who Died. You know, he got the perfect curve in the first Kai'Sa game. But this is just looking awful. And may I remind you, this Kai'Sa deck is actually playing triple write-off polling. That's how important it is to draw Kai'Sa. It is incredibly important to draw Kai'Sa, just how it is important to draw Aatrox. But you know what? Kai'Sa doesn't tutor herself.
The one thing that I do like about the Darken and what they've done for the game is, like, I feel like we've very much moved away from the conversation of, like, whoever draws more champions wins, or, like, you need to draw your champions to wins. Because, like, Red Gwen, like, Katarina and Gwen were nice. Absolutely not 100% pivotal to you winning a game, right? And I think that's what we're like. That's why we're a little critical of Dragon Guy's lineup. I feel like maybe the Aurelia Zed Gwen didn't need it, but your Vayne Rumble and your Kai'Sa 1000% needed to draw your champions. And they're only running 6 champions. You know, I mean, yeah, you can say 3 Kai'Sa and 3 Rite of Calling. That's still just 6 champions.
Yeah. This just feels so bad.
Well, we saw
Especially
the
because of
Aurelia
the
deck
first game.
win, so that's a good send off for Aurelia, right? But the other decks, yeah, I mean, we talked about this in the lineup composition. Is
Yeah.
very low agency decks. You either draw your champion or you don't, and Dragon Guy didn't.
That's what happens. And on the other side, we saw Roji just do exactly what we said he would, right? Playing super solid mid-range decks, getting a solid curve, getting the Ws. And you know what? I actually have another Malphite Talia game for you, locked up and ready. You wouldn't believe it, right? But I have another
Get me
one.
in there. Get me in there. I knew there's 3 Talia Malphite in this tournament, but I don't know who. Just throw me in T. I don't even want to know names.
I don't know if it's over at this point, though.
I mean, that looks over.
I mean, it's not
But-
over, though.
No, but I mean, how do you push through 20 damage?
So that rock bat pops. You get a Talia,
So you got 14
and then your opponent
against a Unforgiving Cold plus a Hush?
Yeah. No, yeah. They can still do it. Whoa, Stonebreaker.
Yeah. Got a Stonebreaker, maybe.
Crazy card.
I mean, all it really takes is like, what, a second stun spell out of Macintosh? Just stop the Pantheon from hitting, and, you know, we've actually got a shot here. Unless Rogio can probably just go wide enough that it doesn't matter, because they're not... Yeah, they're not quite dying here.
This Pantheon skin looks so goddamn badass.
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, just trade the Malphite for the Pantheon.
Which
And
makes
get
this
blown
quite a
up by
bit
Caught
worse.
in the cold.
Yeah, this makes this quite a bit worse. I don't know if you have anything here. If you have a sun in hand and you need to use it now, that's even worse at this point. But this is also a deck, by the way, that we have talked about that we expected to not see as much today. We said it was not as popular as the Akshan version. That is actually Varus Pantheon. And while it's, again, not the most popular version, it is still a version that is played, is brought by a couple of players, and is certainly still plenty strong.
Okay, we get to save the Malphite, though. That doesn't... Oh, that actually can matter, because if the card in hand for Macintosh is a second Malphite, that is a stun spell, and as long as this Pantheon doesn't connect, still in it.
Alright, do you just commit the Varus weapon here?
I don't see why not. Next turn, we go for the Darken, try to put Spell Shield onto the Pantheon, so it's going to force a pre-commit stun, and Malphite still has 0 attack. That is not ideal, and Shield!
From life.
That is
Shield
rough.
Vault might secure it.
No.
Yeah, Harazi going to be able to pass that keyword around. I don't know about this one, T. I think 1 damage is going to be simple enough for Rogio.
And the funny thing is, we're going to deal infinite damage because we don't have small units on the board anymore. Not when Harazi hits the board. She is lifting up everyone around her. At least 1 unit.
Star Shaping, not something we see out of Grandpa Roji very often, but Macintosh does not actually have the stun spell. Will be falling to this Varus Pantheon here in what I think this might actually be game 1.
But this is game 1.
Well, they've both used about...
Oh yeah, I see the clock.
This is either game 1 or a very... Either that or game 1 finished in like 2 minutes and this is game 2.
You never know, okay? That first game between Roji and Dragon Guy who died also did not last a while.
No.
Alright, giant units swinging in, giant units getting the lethal done, unfortunately, this time around. Malphite Talia can't quite keep up with the other Targon deck.
Today we stood firm and said
Pantheon
no more.
takes another trophy. Man, Pantheon...
He's got enough.
He's got enough. He's got enough, okay? Especially in the first few months after his release, okay? He gathered so many trophies, he could have retired at that point. But somehow he stuck around, even after the nerf. And
I think the only player in the game that collected more trophies than Pantheon on release was Gnar. Gnar came in and Gnar took everything. Gnar is still the only champion I've ever seen 8 out of 8 at Top Cut.
You know that I know a lot of people that miss Gnar and say, hey, why do you need to nerf him so hard? Now all of a sudden I can't see him in any deck anymore.
I feel like Bandle
right
City and Freljord have been getting like the short end of the stick in a lot of areas, and honestly, we need Gnar back to tie it all together. Although I'm worried that it would just make timelines better, and no one would play anything else. Or like, I really liked Gnar Swain when Gnar released. I know now it's like Nora Swain, and like it's still playable, but it's not the same, man. I just want to have 15 Poke Sticks.
Swain just swapped yodels. It's ruthless.
Yeah, but I just want 15 Poke Sticks.
I totally get you. I feel like Gnar could definitely use a buff. He did get buffed recently in a very, very low-key way, for those who don't know. It made it a bit more possible to actually main deck Pokestick while playing now. But,
oh yeah, if you have a 0 mana one, you get a Pokestick, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I wonder.
We should now do Darkness. Let me have 2 Darkness in hand.
No, don't. Alright. Boulevard, I was right up there with you, okay? When you were talking about Gnar buffs, okay?
Yeah, you should not let me have 2 Darkness in hand. That is me getting a little silly and or goofy. I gotta reel it back a little bit here.
You lost me immediately. Okay, Malphite Talia, can you do it now? Can you do it versus what looks to be... Wait, is this Nora Swain?
I'd be very surprised if it was any other champion. So yeah, it is actually, speak of the devil, it is Nora Swain.
Okay, wait. Did you just randomly mention Nora Swain because we were talking about now, or did you actually see the deck?
No, I was just randomly bringing it up because this is like, we don't see Nora Swain anymore, but we do still see Bandle City Swain, and that it is just Nora. We saw it most recently in the finals of the America's Aegis Esports League.
Very solid deck, obviously. Again, Nora is just so good in the early game to fill up your board, and it works very well with Swain, who loves to have a couple of units on board that deal some amount of chip damage to your opponent.
The dead do not want us to
so you can go in with those flocks, go in with the removal that is on your side to actually take care of the rest.
You know what else does that? Pokestick.
Off we go.
Remember when Pokestick was the best card in the game?
Still is.
Still is.
No, it's not anymore. I think I just really missed the Bandle City Noxus combination, because I'm not gonna lie to you, I was a big Bandle Tree fan.
Same. Bandle Tree was a really cool control deck. Okay, we're gonna get absolutely flamed for this. We're gonna get roasted. People are gonna burn us at the stake for this. But
you gotta tell the people how it is, T.
Yeah,
let me tell you, man. Bandle
nice.
Tree was cool.
It was. It lost to Stargrounds. It beat Darkness.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, it was so nice. Everything you wanted in one deck.
I didn't like that it really exacerbated the issue of like, Bandle City just comes up the board too easily, but I thought the alternate win con was cool. And now it just doesn't exist. Speaking of gumming up the board, Quicksand taking out 2 elusive units, a phenomenal way to sort of deal with that wasn't really available back in the day. I don't remember when Quicksand got buffed. It's been a while, but I don't think it's been like forever.
It's been nerfed again in the meantime.
It has, and deservedly so. I think everybody freaked out a little bit when they saw the Quicksand buff, and honestly, rightfully so.
Looking at the deck from Macintosh here, not only was that Quicksand really interesting, but we also see Eula. So this deck goes very far off the Roji track.
I mean, I don't hate that, right? I think that even if someone is known for a deck, you need to be able to have the foresight to like go in a completely different direction and be like, yeah, either I don't think they're right, even though they put more hours into this than I have. Maybe I have a different idea that actually works a little bit better in this meta. Or you say, hey, this actually can just exist as 2 different builds that do 2 different things, and both are good.
Or you copied Roji's deck from like 2 weeks ago and you forgot to update it. I'm just saying, the man changes up his Malphite Talia decks every tournament. It's never the same list. Never the same list.
Even between the qualifiers and Worlds, I don't think it was the exact same list. I'm just going to see a pass out of Macintosh, and we're not close to this Swain level up, and that is one of the issues that I always had with like Nora Swain, was unless you draw Ravenous Flock, you're really not leveling the Swain, because, all of the pings that you're getting out of Bandle City are just like 1 damage pings. They're not really contributing, and I never really liked being reliant on Flock. Although it's not a bad strategy, right? Because your Swains are also Flocked.
And again, Swain obviously got the new buff, and also one of the units that was nerfed again after the buff because he was a bit too strong. He kept the overwhelm, so I feel like he got the best part of the buff. Got to keep that, but lost a bit on the attack power, which was really necessary because Swain was just hitting through every board and decimating every mid-range field that could have ever stood up against him.
Yeah, 5 mana 4/6s are problematic. And I'm happy that we were able to get Trundle back to that stat line, but he's been relevant ever since he got back to that stat line.
And Swain, obviously, by gaining Overwhelm, combined with his leveled up effect, was just a bit too strong. Now, that can still happen, right? You can still have some cool combos with Swain where you push the Overwhelm through, maybe with some removal spells or by pulling away the big blocker from your opponent and just absolutely destroying your opponent's board, but it's a bit harder now.
You know, how long until the Katarina Swain, or the Katarina Gwen just becomes Swain Gwen? You know, you're already playing 3 Might. Just ship it, man. Full send it. Put your Katarina in it. Like, run Katarina Leona and Swain Gwen.
Is Megatosh losing here? This turn?
Not this turn, just because Swain doesn't have that much attack. But
I mean, we're dealing 12.
Yeah, which is not lethal. It is close, though.
That's insane, though.
My board!
I mean, Macintosh just isn't putting down units.
We had a Stormbreaker, but that one I think wasn't activated yet, so not enough value to lay it down here. I'll take a bit of extra damage.
Not really enough. Like, we can't get Talia value this turn, and we do need to play something.
I don't think we need to base Stormbreaker now. I mean, now it's activated for sure. Oh.
Onward, everybody!
Talia, no value instead. Maybe Stormbreaker's not active.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't activated.
There's so much to see.
Had to not be activated then. Like, because otherwise, I think you just take the 2-for-1 board swing.
It's so awkward that the one unit with vulnerable is the one that might just spit out a unit again anyway.
But you can also go wide. Put a Flock into something.
Like threading a needle.
If we don't draw Star Shaping on the Quicksand next turn or on the Sun, I think it looks really dicey. Could already be over.
Some rocks just
Without leveled Swain, without leveled Nora, without Leviathan, just by going kind of wide.
That is the power that, like, the Swain decks have always had, right? Is generally, no matter what variant you're playing, there is some kind of unit in there that just, like, summons another unit, be it House Spider, Mirai Warden, or in this case, all of the portal generators. You do just kind of get a lot of chip damage in at your opponent, and then with how many stuns you have available, you can, like we just saw, get one of those really big swing turns down to a point where, you know, your opponent's at 4, and all of a sudden, just, like, one Leviathan top deck away from finishing it off.
Stuns plus the cheap remove, right? Flock is such an efficient card to turn the tempo of the game. Such a good tempo card.
You know, one of the things that I asked Ruben at Worlds was, I was like, what is the closest you guys ever came to nerfing Ravenous Flock? Because this card has been a big community talking point since it came out, right? Do you know what he said to me?
Never?
He said we never got anywhere close to it.
Okay. I mean, it's a really important card for Noxus. I don't think Noxus would survive without Flock nowadays.
Without Flock, Noxus might be the new Freljord. I mean, you still got Decimate. You'll still have your aggro decks. But
yeah, but
even your aggro decks play Flock half the time now.
Yeah, even the aggro decks have not been performing that well, right? On Ladder, sure, you can play Spiders and everything, but if you look at something like Conservatory, you see Flocks in there, right?
Yeah, so. Even like I was thinking like Red Gwen plays Flock.
Yeah.
I would say that I've been seeing more Leona Katarina start to play Flock as well. And it might just be like, if you're a Katarina deck, you play Flock, not necessarily like aggro decks you're playing Flock, but again, just, you know, maybe we gotta look at Katarina.
Star Shaping is being top decked here, which I don't know if we can save the game against the 2 stuns here. We also have what appears to be a chip, another blocker, but I feel like our fearsome blockers are gonna kind of lose the ability to block here, so we actually don't play Star Shaping. We throw down finally the Stonebreaker, but that
the
allows
in
another
response
action.
does secure it.
And nothing we can do here with Macintosh. Unfortunately, right? Stormbreaker is giving another action, which means the fast spell can be put on stack, and the initiative goes over back to Rogio, who can now swing in and with one of the most unimpressive boards ever, just get lethal. But that is just how Noxus and Swain midrange does it from time to time.
2 Arachnoid Sentry on board is actually quite intimidating. Like, it's not a lot of power, but you understand the implication of what happened here.
Portals everywhere.
Such a cool card. And you know what? I think everyone that misses the good old Ezra Draven enjoys whenever, you know, the good sentries actually get a kill. Actually absolutely get lethal, because that was also huge back then, right? Especially in the mirror and especially against other mid-range decks when you were playing Ezreal Draven. Those actually provided lethal sometimes and were actually able to turn the tempo of a game really easily.
Yeah, I mean, even just like throwing down Sentry Flock in response to a Draven on 3 was like pretty game turning.
Yep. It's kind of crazy how this is a deck that did not get another life, right? Draven just did not get buffed. A lot of cards got buffed. A few decks came back from the dead. But one deck that so far, unfortunately, did not get another spot in the sun is, unfortunately, one of the, I think, most beloved decks in Runeterra's history. Also most hated decks.
I have the solution. I have the solution. Give Draven the Fiora treatment. Make that boy a 4-mana 4/4.
I feel like that's not good. Especially not for that very specific deck we just mentioned.
Probably not for the deck we mentioned, but I think a 4-mana 4/4 quick attack that makes axes is a lot
very
better
good
for Scion.
Yeah, wait. I'm not saying this is bad in general. Very good card, I feel like. I'm just saying. I feel like
if
the
we can't balance, look, if we can't balance 3-mana 3/3s, we already buffed Fiora back to a 4-mana 4/4, and guess what? She didn't do a whole lot. We got her out of the Fiora deck as soon as we possibly could. So let's just run a little experiment. Let's you know, for funsies, let's just put Draven back to a 4-mana 4/4 and kind of see how that goes.
Normalize being a troublemaker, right? I think
normalize being a little scamp.
Yeah. So what you're saying is basically you want one of the less beloved decks, which is Draven Scion aggro back in the meta, and want Draven completely out of contention for the more beloved deck, which was Tribeam.
I will tell you 2 sentences. Number 1, I own 2 Draven skins, and I would love to be able to use them again. Number 2, Draven Scion to this day is still a top 3 deck for me in Runeterra. I love Draven Scion so much.
Thank you for the interview on that very controversial opinion. We'll see what the broader public thinks about this. All right, well, let's see.
I'll tell you what, Europe agrees with me, all right? So I don't want to hear this out of you.
Wait, actually, yeah. We did play a lot of Scion. Oh my god. Got Europe on your side, that's all you need. We're the world champions. Twice.
Hell yeah.
Alright, it appears that there is still another game going on, and who could it be other than Aikado, still fighting with one of the slower lineups in the tournament. But it appears that this time around we're not going to see him on Targon Seraphine. He is actually fighting against it this time around. And we see him on the Lulu Jinx, right? Yeah, Lulu Jinx.
I gotta check how many Targon Seraphines are even in this tournament. Is it like just these 2 and they managed to run into each other?
Wait, he's losing to Targon. Wait.
Oh.
Okay.
Wait, did you say Targon Jinx?
Oh, Targon Seraphine.
Oh, okay. I was like, I missed that. If you did say Targon Jinx, that went totally over my head.
No, he's playing Lulu Jinx. Maybe I mixed it up. I don't know. Yeah, that was totally not a hit piece on Mikado. Sorry to just show him immediately losing there, especially to a catastrophe. Seraphine doing numbers today. Let's see how many Seraphine decks we actually will have in top card. I mean, technically Bar got nerfed, Seraphine got nerfed, but still one of the strongest cards, which just makes you appreciate how broken Seraphine was on release. That even after so many nerfs to the archetype, still trucking along.
Yeah, we don't actually have numbers on how many like Seraphine Targon decks there are because we're broken down by champion split, and like we know Aikado was like Seraphine Aphelios Vi, so like if their opponent was like Seraphine Aphelios Victor, then that's going to show up as a different deck. The one Seraphine deck that is showing up as a multiple, there are 3 Seraphine Twisted Fate in this turn.
Okay, I actually have seen a deck before. Very interesting deck, especially because you not only play Catastrophe, I think you also play The one Darkin's name I can't remember. I remember Borkux, but I don't remember the other Darkin that isn't played.
You know what's funny to me is when Seraphine came out, Seraphine Twisted Fate is what I played for like the first 3 weeks. And it was just basically a Fleet Admiral Shelly deck, and that's how you took advantage of the Seraphine. And I don't think the current builds really play Fleet Admiral Shelly. I think they're back on like Back Alley Bar, which is not something that I was on at the time. It took a little while for that one to kind of catch on, but yeah, it's weird how everything kind of comes full circle like that.
It appears we have one game left in this round. It's Identity playing up against Riot.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ruined my life.
Pronounce that.
Huh. Okay, I'm never
Like
getting hired again.
Stainslaw Majira, something along those lines.
Oh no, it's
but okay, it's Rito ruined my life. That's easier.
Ruined my life, yeah.
You want a big boom?
And it looks like we have another different version of Ziggs. Yeah, all these decks are built a little bit differently. This time going with the Safety Inspector up against one deck that might not be going up the Safety Inspector, but with an Arsenal.
Beware falling rocks.
And things, I gotta say, looking very Identity favored, just kind of given the fact that they have the Ziggs on board and that we're about to get the death of a couple of landmarks. Might even block with a unit here just to make, space for the Safety Inspector so that you can pop some of your other landmarks and really get the Ziggs train rolling and trugging along. But you can also go to 3 if you're feeling spicy.
Oh, I feel like you should block. I think it's a good play.
What do you want to block? Do you want to block with Talia or do you want to block with your Devout?
Oh, wait. I want to block with my Devout.
I wasn't sure. You've got another Talia in hand. I don't know if there's a landmark you cared about doubling up on next turn.
Do you have the
All
board
rocks
space for
erode
that? So you,
eventually.
I guess you have the board space for that if you kill another landmark. Sure. Now
yeah,
I can
how would you
see
even
it.
do that though?
I mean, you have to just proactively write
Yeah,
up
I
the
guess you
Arcane or Safety Inspector. So I can see
Yeah,
it.
you could like write the Talia to finish it off. Maybe we get a little goofy out here.
Stand back.
All right. You know what? This kind of opens up Hourglass into Talia, right? Where we Hourglass our Ziggs.
True. Yeah.
No, I was skeptical at first, but I really like this actually.
I don't like that as much. Unless are we just like Taliaing the... It's weird because you can't really attack this turn until you stun out the Arsenal again because he has lifesteal. And you don't have the board space to Talia anything here.
Oh, another right up the Arcane. Okay, we have Safety Inspector and right up the Arcane. We could use right up the Arcane here.
That's cheating.
That is cheating. Oh?
Okay, we're still not popping that. The stun.
No, wait. Okay, so we're not going for the double up Ziggs plan, because if we were going for the double up Ziggs plan, obviously we would have kept that landmark alive.
Yes. So we're doubling our stun.
To stun, which...
Honestly, I felt like we only needed one. Like, I feel like you just kill the stun, because this is the only turn that you need it, and you don't really have an easy way to kill it next turn. Maybe we're Safety Inspectoring and just going wide?
Come on, there's so much to see.
I don't like this. But maybe...
Not a fan, but I think it might still get there.
This gives up a lot of the value you could have gotten out of the Ziggs double. Obviously, kind of plays a bit more around something like right of negation. But I still feel like there were a couple of lines you could have played instead.
I don't think it's really going to be punishing for Identity, right? As long as you use the drop the bomb to pop the spell shield on the Arsenal, or even better yet, you can just Hourglass to stop the Arsenal from getting the lifesteal trigger. Like, you've got a couple of different ways to make sure that Rito stays at whatever life total you set them down to here on this turn. And as long as that happens and then you get another attack turn, I think you're totally fine. I think you're winning this game. So even though it's maybe a little bit sloppy on the side of Identity, I'm not really sure that they can lose from this position. All barring some counter spells out of Rito, if we can sort of force a Rite of Negation onto the Hourglass and get the life back, that does change things quite a bit. But for now, given the information currently available, it's looking like Identity's still very favored to take this one.
Yeah, especially if Rito here taking extra damage. Means 3 landmarks after
if you want to be super safe, drop the bomb here. Pop the spell shield off of this Arsenal so that if your Hourglass play does get upset, you have the quicksand backup.
Bringing them out.
Okay. We're really hoping there's no right of negation. Maybe, okay. We jump back into the game pretty late. Identity has played this for a couple of rounds. We haven't. Maybe Identity has already seen quite a couple of right of negations. Maybe they know there is no right of negation in the hand here. But again, this is really scary because if there is, you're not only losing your Ziggs to display, but your opponent heals back all the damage you just dealt. Okay, let's see. It comes down to this. This might look like just another play to you, but this is a crucial point in the game. Oh, it goes through. All right.
And it's going to work out. Now, can you kill the Hourglass if you are Rito? Do you have a way to do that? I don't think it really matters. I think the Safety Inspector gets to come down. You stun out the Arsenal again next turn. We're actually just going to do it right here, right now.
I mean,
or at least get it online so that we don't have to come in it next turn. I think with the Absolver returns, we are just looking at lethal here.
Also, Safety Inspector, if you don't know, to anything is now also burning down your opponent's nexus after the buff. I don't like that we overrid a landmark instead of a unit here because it's fine.
Well, I mean, you weren't going to do anything with the 2 minefields, which is why we were critical of the double up of it in the first place.
Goodbye, Ziggs. I mean, that's still fine.
Yeah, now we're going to drop the bomb. That's going to be, what, 4 to the Nexus? Well, we're probably going to kill the minefield just to stop this Arsenal, but... I mean, still not a clean lethal for Identity. I think a Quicksand does still leave Rito in this one.
For sure, if we can get rid of the Overwhelm, for sure. Okay, this is interesting. Maybe drop the bomb on Rito's side?
Either that or a second Rite of Negation.
That's why they call me the Arsenal.
Friends do make chores
Also,
easier.
But either way, Identity should have lethal with just the Safety Inspector, thanks to the Absolver returns.
Yeah, also potentially Rito just tried to give spell shit back to the Arsenal. Nope, it was actually set up. Ooh, this hurts. Alright.
It definitely hurts. It makes things a little bit less safe, but Talia was not necessary for your lethal.
Yeah, you still have the Absolver.
You know, I think either way, you were not winning through a Quicksand, so really not much has changed here. I would skip this. I don't think any of these come in handy next turn. You'd probably rather find a spell.
Alright, Arsenal.
Execution.
Okay, here's a problem though.
Yeah.
If somehow Rito Ruin My Life survives this turn, they absolutely come back into this game.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. And that's kind of where the sort of missteps from Identity over the last couple of turns are going to add up. I think you would have had Rito a little bit lower, a little bit of an easier time actually going and finishing them off.
Let's get on.
But you've still got the Quicksand in hand, so you are still denying the lifesteal on the next turn anyway. Going for a full-out attack here, a little bit risky, considering that Rito has a lot of redevelopment that they can do. You've got a little bit of your own, but I'm a little surprised to see Rito not take... Oh, I really can't kill the Safety Inspector here, so I guess this actually was a fine attack. Otherwise, one of these Devouts gets through and things just get a little bit messy. So just making board parity on the side of Identity. I actually like this attack the more I'm looking at it. And here comes the lethal presentation.
Alright, -6. Do you have the Quicksand? Okay, I don't think they have it. They're waiting too long for this.
Oh, they do.
Oh,
God. I don't think it matters. Identity gets down a couple of blockers, Quicksands the lifesteal off the Arsenal, and Safety Inspector should still end the game unless there is a Rite of Negation that Rito had or top decked on a later turn.
If we can get spell sheet back on that Arsenal.
Oh, that is true. That would be an absolute house on the side of Rito. Drop the bombs coming out. It's going to be one more roll. There's not a lot of keywords left in the pile.
Oh, but we can't flip any of these landmarks.
No.
We need to play units. We need to play a unit here. Do we have one? Oh! Landmark destruction.
It wouldn't matter. It would just tick down the bomb anyway. Okay. And the Safety Inspector dying is huge here.
Yep.
Identity really should have used the Absolver return on the Safety Inspector. It was going to be lethal no matter what, and you would have left it as a 5/5 after all is said and done. Take away any opportunity of your opponent to remove it. Absolver top deck does actually keep Identity in this one a little bit longer. It gives them some outs off the top, and also, I think they actually do just win on the next turn after these bombs explode.
They just win with the bombs. Yeah, it was really down to this Arsenal getting another spell shield, but Arsenal not getting spell shields.
Hold on. Can Rito draw Absolver?
Oh, Absolver? Maybe.
Absolver?
Yeah!
Yep. Okay. Have they leveled a champion? Have we seen a Talia? We have. Okay, Absolver returns is gonna be lethal. No, it's not. It's exactly lethal, and that's not enough through their own Absolver. Absolver returns.
Oh my god.
And now all Identity has to do is pass the next 2 turns, and it is over.
What a game!
Endless Devout changes nothing here. Elusive back onto the Arsenal.
Unfortunately, does not matter at all. Unleash Energy doesn't
Energy
matter.
Unleashed, the worst unplayable top deck, and it does not matter. Identity still steals it.
You just pass over here, you take your W. Oh, what a finish.
A slam dunk home run touchdown field goal there for Identity. It came down to the wire, and boy, was that a weird one, T. That was a weird one.
That was really weird, but also, we haven't talked about it at all, but the clock was already in the red. Both players really just taking the last few turns there. Would have gone to a timeout if this would have gone on any longer, but what a finish. It was a back and forth between both. And just the right cards in hand. You had the quicksand, you had your own Absolver return. Oh my god. That was giving me a heart attack in between, but what a great game. We've seen a lot of Ziggs Talia. I think we wouldn't say it's a novel deck or anything, but that was certainly a matchup that was exciting to watch.
It definitely had me on the edge of my seat.
Definitely. But with that said, I think that was also the last matchup of the round, because
it was.
The clock was almost at the end there, almost, getting over time. That means we can actually go into a quick break now. We are halfway done with Swiss. We are going to see you guys back with Swiss round 5, and we will see who continues to win in the bracket to make it to the top 8. So stay tuned, and we will be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. I am Boulevard, joined by IceTea. We are into our next featured match. It's Identity, who we just saw pick up the win against Rito Ruined My Life, against Trickster Sorry, a player that we've been meaning to watch for a few rounds now. Now, this is round 5. You might be thinking, wow, Boulevard, this tournament's almost over. Wrong. This marks, once this round is over, we will be at the halfway point of this tournament. I know you think, wow, it's been going on forever. I've seen so many Aatrox mirrors. Well, we've got so many more left to go.
That was a nice speech. But yeah, we are almost done with Swiss. Obviously, after that, we still have the top cut because everything is played on the same day as usual with these Mastering Runeterra events. Everything done in one day. Don't have to come back tomorrow. That said, this always takes a toll on the EMEA players because it's currently past 10 p.m. Halfway past 10 p.m. So it's getting rough out here, but Sorry has toughed it out many times before and has been victorious in these kind of Mastering Runeterra tournaments many times before. So someone we wanted to spectate, but as you can see, we came back from the break a bit early. Someone that is kind of hard to catch because Sorry starts the matches really early on, okay? Sorry knows this goes on for a long time, so Sorry wants to start the matches on point, okay? As soon as the round is up, Sorry is ready and challenging his opponent. But we kind of caught the beginning of this match, luckily. And it is Aatrox Kayn versus Katarina Gwen.
If I could sidebar here for a second, T. I was like, man, yeah, it's getting kind of late. I'm getting kind of hungry. Let me DoorDash some Taco Bell. And it's like, oh, last time you ordered, and the last time I ordered Taco Bell was the last Mastering Runeterra tournament.
I know it was obviously a great on broadcast gag. You just chat just wanting you to devour Taco Bell on broadcast on camera.
Those little freaks in the Twitch chat want some weird ASMR.
They actually really want you. I was surprised. Maybe this time you can fulfill the dream. Nope.
No,
never mind. Don't do it. Not for free. Not for free, Boulevard.
Not yeah. Well, all of my PayPal in the chat. If you guys want to hear me eat Taco Bell,
A servant of the dark.
taking donations. But for now, I'm gonna take some life point donations on the side of Identity, as Sorry has quite a few units in Identity, not wanting to block with this Katarina. You know, we can set something up for a Ravenous Flock, but without actually having it in hand, we are at the mercy of the top deck. And honestly, this Katarina attack really stonewalled by the Ephemeral unit.
Not only that, but also let's look at the power that Sorry is bringing onto the board here. Already a 4/4 quick attack on the board. 2/4 with lifesteal. Can continue to support the units in the deck, and Kayn already in hand. Again, Kayn really good here to actually take out the Katarina. Unfortunately, he is going to be stopped by a 1-mana card on the other side. Quietus here finding itself in the hand of Identity. Just being able to take the Kayn down.
Yeah, and no mana left over for the momentous choice to try to save that champion. So maybe Sorry goes a different route. Maybe we throw a weapon onto some things this turn, get down to Bakai, instead of sort of raw jamming Kayn into a potential Quietus. We're actually just going to see a pass.
Why not?
Yeah, and it's so funny because like Identity's hand is like, oh, thank God you passed.
Yeah, but Sorry does know that, and usually they have quite a bunch of units to slam on the board. So Sorry probably thinking, hey, got the better out of this one. Identity just thinking, whew, can play the slow game after all.
Yeah, it's this thing that I talk about a lot, especially more often, called like the correct play versus the perfect play, where like, yeah, passing is the correct play, but the perfect play is to put some pressure on your opponent because like their hand looks like this.
You have the Kayn on the board. Quietus can be thrown at him, but now we have some mana to back up this Kayn play immediately with a momentous choice potentially saving him from the Quietus. That is still kind of sad because we have to invest it. The Quietus here also not aimed at the weapon but at the Kayn itself.
Yeah. T, can I came upon something a little cursed in the Taco Bell DoorDash.
Oh no, yeah.
You can get a bowl of what is effectively, it's just potato, sour cream, and nacho cheese. And you have a choice to get no potatoes.
What? So you get a bowl of sour cream.
Just a bowl of sour cream and nacho cheese.
Oh god. What?
I think that's enough to actually just make me not order taco. I'm horrified at this realization that is, you can't let me take the potatoes out of that.
That's like someone just eating mayo out of the
Oh
the
man,
glass, you know?
Yeah, that is something. Identity still with the attack token, still unwilling to put this Katarina back in the hand, sort of threatening it as a potential blocker. Lining up the Kayn for a top deck of the Ravenous Flock. We got the Quietus, why not get the Flock as well? Let's see what comes off the top. Identity, are you a mind reader? No, it's an Arachnoid Sentry.
The thing is, right now, Katarina just hits the board every time on Sorelli, but she's hitting the board alone without any units. And, you know, Katarina, without an already established board, is kind of like a bowl without potatoes and only the cream cheese.
What an apt comparison, IceTea. You really are a genius, a wordsmith, the only person fit to cast these MasteringRuneterra tournaments with me. You are just a master of your craft here.
You know who's also master at his craft? Aatrox. What is his craft? Healing the Nexus. Who doesn't like this? Identity.
You know, I actually forgot what the World Ender was nerfed to. I knew they put it to like a comically high amount, but I couldn't remember what it was, and I see now that I'm guessing it's 16. Is it 17? I'm guessing 16.
All right, you know what? Before I watch, I'm also gonna guess. I'm gonna guess. You know what? I'm gonna one up you. 18.
8? Oh, there's no way it's 18.
Shit, it's 16.
Okay, it's 16.
I mean, technically you won now. Because you're closer to
Yay!
it. Ooh, not killing the Katarina here. What are we afraid of? Do you not want to get
I think we're
Kayn
just
up?
afraid of losing our Kayn, but yeah, I don't really know why we wouldn't be. The only thing I can think of is that Sari is aware that Identity has a second Katarina and doesn't really want to trade this Bakai for what is otherwise a dead card.
Maybe.
No, lose the Kayn here, though.
I'm free.
Honestly, doesn't mean too much. There is the second Kayn in hand on top of the fact that, like, we've got all these weapons that we can throw down, and drawing a second Aatrox would be really nice, just because the Aatrox spell is so good. You know, strike a unit, heal up a little bit.
Quick as the blade.
Got 2 mites in hand.
I will not be denied.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on how close are we getting to lethal, and this is the blowout turn. This is where Identity goes for a might on the Katarina, and oh no, we are actually just going to use the Caught in the Cold straight away, so could double might to kill the Aatrox, but I don't know if that is the best use of these cards, especially given that I believe at present Katarina will be revived by the Eternal Dancers.
Oh, you have another one in hand. That said,
Yeah, Okay, we're just gonna go for 1 just to get the Katarina back.
deny healing. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it doesn't feel super necessary, but
One thing we do have to mention is that this is
Never
currently
play
Sori's
fair.
one-trick deck. Sori plays this deck quite a bunch. He is basically the mid-range expert of EMEA, especially playing a ton of Severe Action back in the past. Now currently hyper-fixated on Aatrox, so if you really want to learn how to play this deck, you should watch Sori. And that is what we are doing right now. This is his meta. Let's see if he can capitalize. So far, it is going absolutely fantastic.
Ooh, I don't know if we have like an Aatrox one trick in the Americas. We have a couple of like mid-range one tricks, and we definitely have good Aatrox players, but I don't think we have anyone that like has the level of commitment that Sari does.
Oh no, you do.
We do?
Yeah, it's Sori, and he's almost.
Is it Roji?
No,
Oh, okay.
it's Sori, and he's almost first place on your ladder. So.
Look, I haven't really looked at the ladder standings in a little bit, so I don't know about all that. But
Yeah, Sori currently in hiding on EMEA. Does not really want to give up his 7-2 spot, so is currently just
you
destroying
guys have like
the
crazy
Americas
LP
ladder.
totals too, right? I've heard Teddy has like 3k LP. I don't know if that was a meme or.
No. Teddy, the Tetsa plays a lot.
There's one thing Teddy does. It's Legends of Runeterra, and my god, is he good at it.
Our board currently a bit full. We have 4 units on the board. If they don't get taken down, I believe Sori just not gonna commit to the Breach Walker next turn. Though, if I think this one rune gets removed, Sori could potentially go for Pra.
Looks like we're going to use the Blade's Edges to take out the Ephemeral unit and just try to push through another Katarina hit here. We're getting to dicey points in the game here, T, where this Katarina might actually just end the game with a might.
Yeah,
Really been able to hold it down here.
Yeah, especially because Sori already used the code. The code, never mind. It's the Unforgiving code. To get rid of the Katarina proactively before any might was committed.
Now we've got quite a nice attack on the side of Sari here. If you really want to, you could throw down the cane as well as 2 weapons to get these Dark Enthralls up to, you know, however many attack points they are, the +2/+2 plus whatever weapon you decide to throw on them. You can even get a little bit of life back if you decide to equip the fan.
I think you
and I think you do. Really? Yeah, and that just gives you a lot of progress towards the World Ender as well. As well as, I think, draws you an Aatrox. I'm really not sure where we stand on how many weapons need to be equipped for the next Aatrox to be drawn.
Which can actually save you the game, right? Drawing an Aatrox
absolutely.
here, crucial to avoid a might lethal. Gotta remember, even if this Katarina dies, she is gonna be used to block here, obviously. Even if she dies, there's another one in hand.
Not only that, but the Eternal Dancers will bring back Katarina as well.
We're committing Darkened Fan, saying, okay, hey, Aatrox Kane. I'm gonna sweep up this board. My Aatrox is enough healing so far.
Peace through servitude.
Deciding to throw in at least one of the Dark Enthralls. Still, okay. Finally, getting close to a full send.
This looks like we might want to World Ender next turn. Plus play something. Oh, no, we equipped Darkened Fan.
Okay.
Alright. There we go.
I like going for the fan because I haven't quite mapped it out, but I think this does force the Eternal Dancers to block Aatrox.
Are we still dead, though? Wait.
That I don't know.
Oh, I think we're still dead.
Oh yeah, we are still dead.
I think this is very much lethal with the fan. I mean, we have the Katarina spell, so we can actually kill the 2/1 here.
Without mercy.
Funny enough.
We avoid lethal narrowly. But, yeah. It's not looking great.
Yeah, unfortunately, like, now, this is the important part that I was considering. Like, even if this wasn't lethal and we just, like, forced the block with the Aatrox onto the Eternal Dancers, you have to pick. Do you flock the Cane or do you flock the Aatrox?
I guess you go for the Aatrox flock.
I think because you are looking
yeah.
for a might lethal, you take the regen unit off. I agree that I think it is
Also,
Aatrox here.
The Aatrox champion spell you take out of the equation.
Yeah. Even though there is only one unknown in your opponent's hand.
It could be an Aatrox.
Yeah. Does World Ender... No, because World Ender won't end the game, right? Because, if I remember correctly, if you sort of, I guess, evolve, or whatever you want to call it, a Dark Enthrall, they keep the can't block.
Oh my god.
Furious Wielder is a bit of an issue here.
Clean kill.
Clean is tiresome.
How foolish!
Yeah, no might lethal to be had here. Because of the Furious Wielder.
Not too far off.
That is actually coming in clutch. So with the right top deck. Alright, we're not going for it, okay. I mean, we can just rally and then try to go for it. Maybe let's commit a bit of mana.
I mean, we're getting another attacker every time we play this Katarina as well.
Ooh,
Okay, they get rid of their can't block tag.
Oh, there's a lifesteal and things. A bit of healing here. Oh, it's an Aatrox.
What is there to think about?
I don't think we can ever go wide enough for this. Like, Ruida goes in. Essentially heal a bunch of this. Even if the might is committed here, it's
I was about to say, we are actually just like we're just shy of having like might plus glimpse beyond. Not that it really matters because the lifesteal Pra is always going in front of whatever has the most attack anyway, but
yeah, and again, the top deck from Sorry here just walling out everything. Every
Pra the
possibility.
Reach Walker, man. Only like 2 people playing Dark and Fan at the World Championship, and since then, I do. The one thing that I do like about the Aatrox Kane builds is how much variation we get in the weapon lineups from players.
Okay. I like that even with Might, you're just like not getting there anymore. The Aatrox and Pra just healed Sorry up back to 17.
Let the bloodshed begin.
Okay, I mean you can swing in again, but Sorry.
You shed so many attacks this turn. It does not matter in the slightest.
They are too big. They are too big. Wait, I think you wanted to attack the other way around.
Better than this.
Because the other way around, he could have at least taken down 2 units potentially with the Blaze Edges. Because the Katarina was always safe with the Blade Edges if there was no Strike Spell. But yeah, the Strike Spell just completely walling this one out. Sorry gets to keep all 3 units, which means Sorry is going to swing in for lethal. I don't think Flock is going to save you at this point anymore. It's over. And
yeah, you are dead. You're down to 2. You're losing your board. There's an 8 attack elusive, an 11 attack overwhelm. That is just going to do it here. Oh
and
wow,
looks cool.
We actually already have 1 match completed in this set. Do you want to know who it was, IceTea?
Oh, hit me.
It was Salty Simon 2-0ing Grandpa Roji.
Wait, is Simon, and this is Control Simon. Might remind you, Simon has brought Nora Vega and Feel the Rush.
Hurry up so I can.
I mean, to be fair, FTR can end the game on like.
Oh, that's true.
Not necessarily like turn clock, but like maybe like 6-7 minutes real time. I just go like ramp spell, FTR.
Especially if Roji's going in with a mid-range deck and really doesn't have a good early curve to throw anything against it. Alright, Sorry, just closing out the game. There's nothing Identity can do. We finally drew a Flock. It's a bit late. These Darkin have quite outscaled it at this point.
For too long have I butchered your statues.
The one cool thing about Aatrox is that you do get all the big Darkins together.
After all these years.
Yeah, it is a really cool way to end the game, and it does end the game a little bit more immediately than some of the other Shenfiora clones that we've had in the past. So I do like that about it. But, even that one, I was actually really surprised at the ability of Identity to hold on for as long as they did. And I think a big part of it was like that pass on 5 from Sorry, which, like, again, a correct play, not a perfect play in terms of like, or not a winning play is probably the better way to put it. Not perfect. Just like given the hand state of your opponent, and there's no way that Sorry could have known. But if more pressure had come out, we might have seen the game end earlier. But ultimately, because Sorry still won, didn't really impact much. So now we're going to see a red Gwen up against. Is this FTR from Sorry? No, it is FTR.
It is FTR. Who'd have thought? The REO boys bring similar decks. Weird one. There was an interesting point brought to our attention by a TO. Blood, you wanna mention it, or you wanna just leave that one out?
I'd rather breeze past it. I don't need community. I already ordered my food, so like there's no poll to be run on what I'm eating. It's a question of whether or not you freaks get to listen to it.
Maybe in the break.
Once again, we get Katarina's coming down early in spades for Identity, but Sorry as the first action here. And I mean, you might as well go for the ramp spell, right? Are you really worried about avalanching a Katarina? That is what we are about to find out.
Nope. With 2 Valfeast, we don't care. Although, again, Valfeast not really clearing the Katarina as easily, but Identity also just playing the Katarina as safe as possible. With the Mark of the Owl still in hand, even if there's an avalanche hitting the board now, she can be saved. Still, even if she's ephemeral, she bounces back to hand, so basically it's just a set buff for her. The freeze, though, that's a different story.
That is an issue,
Let
but
the bloodshed
once this
begin.
Katarina comes down, is this an avalanche from Sari, or do you still just go for the development of the Trundle? There is only one hallowed unit in the death pool. It is just going to be the... we're going to think about it.
Take it back. Maybe do go for the Trundle. This one is currently a very, very good blocker. And unfortunately, we'll get less of a good blocker each and every turn that a hallowed unit dies from identity. So maybe just throw him down right now, get the value. Yes, you have to be afraid of Flock, but you have another Trundle in hand. But the Avalanche is committed after all, because again, what if Identity doesn't have a way to save the Katarina? This would have been absolutely insane. Does have a way though. And this is really unfortunate because Sari is going to eat a lot of damage here. At least 6. No. Nay, 7. Yeah. Gonna eat
and
7
we've got
damage
another
here.
unit we can throw down on the side of Identity as well. Which actually would be to Identity's detriment, as I imagine Sari would Vile Feast that, and then... Actually, no, we have the Blades Edge for the Spiderling, so I think this is still more damage from Identity, and I do think Sari does have to Vile Feast here and try to put a blocker in front of this Katarina, but at the same time, you know, it doesn't really matter. There is a Blades Edge that you are aware of that will take it out, and Sari just gonna say, I'd rather hang on.
Quick as the blade.
Yeah, Sari really on the back foot now. Again,
It's 9 damage coming into the Nexus, and now we're gonna go for the Vile Feast to prevent a... Actually, this is the same damage either way, right? Just in terms of, like, now Identity has an... They get to either use the Blade's Edge or not use it on the Nexus.
No one gets in my way.
this is so rough for Sari, because currently, again, Identity has the Katarina flip, which means... Sari is playing up against a deck with rallies, which FTR usually does not like to do, and it's not like Sari has mass removal in hand. It's also incredibly rough to get rid of the Katarina now, because at 3 HP, you might have to chuck a Vengeance at her.
These are troll lands.
And Identity just keeps drawing gas. Even though, like, you already had a Gwen in hand, maybe you're not too in love with that top deck. The Katarina and the Opulent Foyer combo is really all it takes for this deck to start to run away with the game. We saw it a little bit last game with just how many attacks Identity got on the last turn, even though, you know, it was all kind of stonewalled by Pra the Breachwalker. Now we're getting to see what it looks like when there are not randomly 5 units popping out of your opponent after they resolve a World Ender.
Yeah, and we see how good Katarina really is and how oppressive those 0 mana blades that she generates over and over again, especially against decks like FTR, because all of a sudden, yes, your Valfeast can take down a 2-1, but you don't get an additional blocker alongside of it, which would be absolutely insane usually in these situations.
We're probably even going to see... I imagine Vile Feast has to be committed here onto the 4-1, in which case Identity, I would say, pretty likely to negate that, so to speak, with the Blade's Edge, stop the lifesteal, as well as the generation of the Spiderling. But Sari is actually looking more at the Katarina for the kill, and there's no Might mana, so this is going to work out.
Yeah, heads up play. Realize Katarina is the biggest threat here. Unfortunately, there's another Katarina in Identity's hand, so good play from Sari, but unfortunately doesn't quite work out, because Identity does have the correct hand against it.
And there's just not much for Sari to do on the following turn. We might just have to see a proactive Vile Feast, solely just to spend some of our mana and maybe get on board a little bit more. Given that it is Identity's attack turn, and we're 1 mana shy of not just the Pillar, but It That Stares, Ice Quake. I think this is just lethal. We don't have mana for Vile and Vengeance, and I think we needed both.
We can double Vile here, but then again, the Might is just gonna do as in. Gonna go to 5. Gwen is just gonna have infinite Hallowed stacks, because again, the units that we have to kill are also Hallowed, so...
And I imagine that we've got enough Halloweds in the death pool that once you take into account the drain from Gwen, you're gonna have enough to kill over a Trundle.
Actually, currently, Sari might survive this. If Identity just attacks like this and goes for the Might, I think Sari could survive this.
Come in.
Yeah.
That is a 10 attack Gwen with Might.
Yeah, but if Trundle blocks the Gwen and she's a 10 attack, and then we Vile Feast the 6-1.
Yes, and then you die to snip, snip, snip.
We die to snip, snip, snip. Yeah, that's just over. So Sorry, just going for the correct blocks, unfortunately. Not the blocks that keep you in the game, though.
Yeah, no way to play around Might on this one, unless Identity screws up and Mites the 6-1.
Which I don't think is going to happen. Especially not now.
Yeah, and I don't mind Sorry going for the proactive Isle. You kind of need to just top deck Atrocity here and get a very big Trundle that pushes through a very big Atrocity on the next turn. I think is really your only path to victory, so you did need to get the level up on your next attack, but there just is no playing around Might from this situation.
And that means we actually get a full best of 3 between these two players. With Identity taking game 2, Red Gwen finally getting a W. Let's see what game 3 has in store for us. That was
Taco
also
Bell
a
is
good
here.
game. Oh, okay. You want to give chat what they want?
Absolutely not. You guys don't deserve that. I don't know why years of casting and pouring my heart into this game isn't good enough for you. Y'all need to hear some ASMR of me crunching.
It's they take everything from you until you have nothing left.
They're even taking my meal time. No, instead, it's right outside my door. It can wait. We're going to get into game number 3 of Identity versus Sorry, and now we are going to get Kayn Aatrox. You know, Kayn Aatrox really has not been banned very often today.
Not at all. Not as much as we thought, but it's also the most broad deck, so maybe we just see like so many
Players
Kayn
prepared
Aatrox
for
matchups.
it.
Yeah, they're prepared for it. We see so many matchups, so you might just catch the matchups where it's not banned. But yeah, I would also be on the side of people are just prepared for it.
This is such a weird hand from Sorry. I mean, one ramp spell and we're back in business, but and I mean, in all fairness, we do have a decent looking Bladed Ravine board, and yeah, we get the ramp spell off the top, so actually we are in business. And now suddenly our sweepers are not looking as good. The Lodestone going to be able to turn both of these into 3/3s and make things real awkward.
Yeah, that plus the fact that we also have another weapon that buffs health just means that this board is gonna actually snowball out of control with units that not only deal damage by themselves, but also put some damage triggers in. Oh, Avalanche! Avalanche!
If you Avalanche, you are taking 12 damage. But if you Trundle, you're taking 14 damage. Actually, you might die if you play Trundle, because you're not going to be able to block the Ranger Knight Defector. It's going to have 6 attack and quick attack. The Burus are going to make sure that you take 8 damage every time this Ranger Knight swings, and then you've still got, 3 other units that get a swing in the second time. You might actually die if you play Trundle.
Does look like Avalanche, and Avalanche takes out 3 units, but again, Ranger Knight Defector, it has tough. It potentially, after
best
the weapon
in the
has
game.
Scout. Yeah, it has tough and Scout, which are also the best 2 keywords in the game versus Control. Really hates those 2.
You could go for the Spear, I guess, and, sort of Omen Hawk the top cards of your deck a few times, but I think the extra Decimate from the Harp is worth it in a matchup like this.
Okay, now Sorry really needs to draw a freeze for the next couple of turns. Can't take this again.
No.
Quietus! Also pretty good.
It's not the worst.
You're getting rid of the quick attack
But
is insane.
Well, I guess the question is, do you take out the quick attack or do you take out the Kayn?
Oh, you take out the Kayn, never mind. Yeah, take that back. Although, do you? I mean, taking out the quick attack means that they can't go in for a scout attack, which is pretty nice.
Well, I mean, they could just play another weapon on it next turn.
I feel like Trundle probably trades with it then.
It's possible.
This is so rough. Alright, Sorry. This is a tough decision. And it might decide the outcome of the game.
Come on!
Sorry's thinking about it too. He's really not sure on this one. Looks like it is going to be the kill on the Kayn.
Ooh, this is kind of dangerous because if Trundle dies next turn, we don't have another blocker. At least not next turn.
Not at the moment, but so far Sorry's actually done a very good job of top decking what he needs. On turn 3 we drew the ramp spell. On the turn that we needed the avalanche, we drew the avalanche. And yeah, send in the Trundle. Push a little bit of damage. We've still got answers. We've got Vengeance top deck. We've got Atro. We've got a kindly Tavern Keeper.
Really good. That's actually really good. It's not only is it healing an additional blocker, but it also fits your mana curve alongside Blighted Ravine.
This'll take the chill off.
Unfortunately, I think Kane is going to be able to pull this Tavern Keeper to the side, and you're still losing Trundle to the Ranger Knight Defector.
Yeah, but then I think the turn after you can hit him with the Idlat Stairs.
You are the tool. I am the weapon.
Does that do anything?
He's a feeble mind.
Or should take down at least one unit.
I think it'll wipe the board, given that it'll be happening right after a Bladed Ravine goes off.
True. It also kills the Kane, yeah. That's pretty good then.
Yeah, you are losing your Trundle, but I mean, like you said, it does clear the board, and then Identity has an Aatrox to throw down, and then
Anaka as well.
Yeah, Anaka's 8 mana, right?
Yeah, after the Aatrox. So throw an Aatrox next turn, then the turn after.
Yeah, and then Anaka, and then that might still be lethal. Kind of. I mean, sorry, I'll have a couple of draws between now and then, so we'll see how it goes.
Unfortunately, Trundle has to be given up here again by Ravine popping next turn. Potentially going to be able to take all of this down. Kane also not going to survive it.
Well,
I
was going to say, if sorry top deck's Atro, maybe we go for a Tryndamere play, but there is still that Frostbite spell in the Hand of Identity.
Ooh, there's also a revive for Kane later.
Luckily for Sorry, this doesn't increase the amount of units that Identity is putting out this turn.
Identity, now that Sorry has committed the pillar, could potentially opt to heal one of those 2 units. But decides not to.
Chooses not to.
I mean, if Sorry now commits Blighted Ravine, Identity just puts the spear on, I feel like, the scout unit, and just preserves it for the next turn, which would just mean Sorry dies. So Sorry probably just has to go for the 8-drop here.
Yeah, which is going to be fine. Right? I don't think Identity is ever going 3 wide with 7 mana in this deck, especially given how many 1 and 2 drops were in the opener that already got cleaned up. You're aware of the existence of the Aatrox, if I remember correctly. I'm not actually sure if that was tutored or just raw drawn. But I think the destructive, or the Extinguishing Ray, rather, is going to have to be the play here. And then Aatrox comes down, and we kind of see what kind of game we have from there. But the moment you're not dead, and there are still Vengeances in your deck.
Just gotta find them. Just gotta top deck the right cards. I'm just saying, if
actually,
that certainly wasn't it.
Also, Atro does win the game. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say wins the game if like they play Anaka next turn, but you're actually because of the residual healing on Aatrox for some reason.
He heals.
Still not quite
everything. He could take his morning shit and he would heal.
We do not have quite enough mana to play the World Ender. 11 mana still, so even if we just go after the pillar with the Aatrox, we still don't have enough for... Instead, it's going to be the Heedless Resurrection. Going to get Kane back online. No Overwhelm, though. It's not Rost. And now, sorry, what do you want to do here? Do you want to play a couple Blighted Ravines? Maybe Tryndamere? Just hang on and heal a little bit?
So let's say you play Tryndamere. You have an additional blocker. Your opponent
face me.
needs at least 2 more units to swing through here.
What is power
See what
in its
spell we
most
get here?
distilled form?
I think this is where things actually start to turn.
Oh, this is not a good spell.
Actually, it is.
Is it
Considering that the next
wait.
turn is going to be She Who Wanders, Flame Spitter, I think, is actually a very good spell here. It'll either preserve the
wait.
Kane or...
Yeah, I kind of didn't see it. I thought this was Sown Seeds.
Oh, that would have been a bad spell.
Yeah, I was like, is that Sown Seeds? That's pretty bad. But no, yeah, Flame Spitter is actually really good. Quite the opposite of bad.
Luckily, though, like, this does kind of turn off the turn for Identity. I think what Identity is thinking about right now is, do I want one more attack and a strike on my cane, or do I want to gain 2 health by killing this pillar? It looks like we're going to value the strike on the cane as well as just ship everything else.
Ooh, yeah. Why are we shipping everything else? Okay, good. Identity.
That makes more sense.
Take a step back. Breathe a little bit.
Getting a little hyphy there, Identity.
Let's not lose 2 of our units.
Yeah. And now we're actually just not losing anything to this She Who Wanders thanks to the Flame Spitter. And Avalanche is, again, a really poor top deck for Sorry.
Sorry has not been hitting. I've been playing too much TFT. Sorry has not been drawing the right cards, I mean.
Look, at least you've been playing too much of a different Riot game.
Striders, these are dark omens.
Yep, there is the Flame Spitter. Everything survives here. And it just looks like next turn the World Ender is gonna end the game.
Well, we'll see. I mean, Sorry... I don't think he plays Ruination, but there is still, like, Atro.
The full
The
swing
Frostbite
here.
spell is going to get used here.
Yeah, that hurts. That hurts because that means Identity will be able to heal, keep a spot alive as well. But this is Sorry's best play. Sorry has to swing in here, has to try to get something out of Identity. Atro next turn, unfortunately, not going to be lethal because of Aatrox's heal. Should Aatrox elect to block?
Some other top decks to shout out. 2 copies of Buried in Ice.
That would have been good a long time ago, yeah.
Well, if Identity goes for the World Ender, they just lose to Buried in Ice.
Oh, yeah, that is still pretty good.
Very surprised that we didn't attack. Oh, okay. So we didn't attack with She. Nope, this doesn't make any sense to me. So I was gonna say we don't attack with She Who Wanders because we don't want to get Frostbitten and then give Kane a free strike and a level up. But no matter what you do, Kane gets a free strike and a level up if you attack with 1 unit. And now you're not forcing out the Frostbite spell.
I think this somewhat makes sense on the other side to not go for the Frostbite spell. You don't level Kane, but...
No, that I agree with,
yeah.
You are worried about Atrocity. There is a 10 attack unit on your opponent's field. And actually, because we gave the strike over, the World Ender gets to come out this turn. Which means...
The rage.
A couple of
Let
things.
it loose.
I would actually love to see Identity not recommit. Oh, okay. Ross doesn't go back to hand. It just turns into Ross. Never mind.
No,
then.
I mean, it can't turn back into Kane, you know? It's just...
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. The unfortunate part about this is this might not be enough because we have a ton of Darken in hand that we can play out for cheap.
Yeah. We're really hoping for a Buried in Ice top deck.
Especially get rid of that Aatrox. Aatrox being on the board, having that aura that makes all your Darkins 5 costs cheaper is just so insane because all of a sudden you do get the additional power not only of a big 10-10 overwhelm, but also of a bunch of big Darkins that can hit the board for free.
I don't like leading with Anaka, and I think it is relevant here. I like leading with Herazi, because if the play from Sorry is Buried in Ice, I want to have at least 1 unit that's stuck around through that in the Herazi, and then I can play, you know, another unit and get it up to a 7-7. I wouldn't be able to play another Darkin, but I guess the plan is just that whatever the third Darkin is, that Herazi or that Anaka pulls out is going to win us the game. But as we can see here, Anaka didn't pull anything.
Oh, no, this is still like deciding now Anaka comes.
Oh, he was challenging. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the thing here is though, we didn't develop actually Identity super afraid.
You don't stand a chance.
Super afraid of a Buried in Ice.
That the best you got?
Even though I feel like Sorry kind of showed that he didn't have it, which now means that this is actually not lethal.
No, not even close, actually. Flash Freeze comes out. Only going to take 1 damage. Probably going to heal up a little bit with our Catalyst.
Yeah. Do we have to like freeze here to preserve our board? This is rough.
Ooh.
Now Atrocity is a real win condition for Sorry.
There's actually quite a few real win conditions now, not just Atrocity, but actually Vengeance isn't because of Aatrox healing, so we're actually 1 shy of pushing through like a Tryndamere attack into Vengeance lethal.
Ah, man, old Ravine would have gotten us lethal there.
There's a reason they nerfed it.
An unjust reason.
Come on, give me an FTR. Give me something here. Sorry, has so many gas top decks. Buried in Ice is one of them.
God. Oh, this was a... Oh, this is
Furious
poetic.
Wielder?
Furious Wielder here can take down another unit, can do more healing, but I don't know if it's enough.
It is. You get to play a unit after the fact, have a blocker for the It That Stares. You're only taking 9 from the Tryndamere. Oh, and we're even going to take out the Tryndamere.
Nice coming in, though. Destroying everything. Still, this game...
A greater power lurks beyond.
Yeah, I mean, Identity next turn gets to play Seratu, draw quite a few cards, and might be able to swing it back in their favor. And, I mean, Sorry needs to draw a way to deal with these units still.
Again,
but everyone's still in it.
Atrocity. So many good cards. Vengeance as well for the Seratu. Okay, we have Vengeance for Seratu.
Okay.
Does mean, again, the Darken are coming back the turn after. Sorry, hasn't quite dealt with them yet.
Oh... Old Bladed Ravine would win these.
Old Bladed Ravine would actually win these. Unfortunately, not happening here. Let's see what Sorry's top deck is. I'm considering throwing on a Blighted right here.
Yeah, just gonna heal a little bit, make sure no additional blockers are developed from Identity here. See the top deck from each player, though. Gas on both sides.
So Vengeance.
Vengeance is nothing because the Tryndamere was dealt with, and on the side of Identity... Also, pretty much nothing. Gonna see if we can take out Aatrox and maybe think against it. Actually, just gonna go for the Vengeance first to force a more impactful trade.
Ooh.
Nope, just gonna go for it.
But now you have to commit it. Maybe you have to commit it anyways, because I feel like Identity is gonna block with the Aatrox here. If Identity kind of makes the read, okay, my opponent just kind of hovered a spell there over my Aatrox. That's probably a Vengeance.
Well, I think Sorry might have realized that he probably does need to Vengeance the Anaka.
True. So it's fine with the Aatrox trade. Just says, okay, goodbye Anaka. But there are so many more good cards in Identity's hand, right? We can play the Shadow Fiend, sacrifice it to Solani. We have another Steratu. There's just so much value. And Sorry is just not getting the Field Rush.
And we're going to sack the Kayn.
Yeah. Sure.
I mean, this does mean that Identity gets to play out every Darken in their hand this turn, which surely is going to be lethal, right? Yeah, we have to throw the Vengeance at Aatrox now, and that means that if we were going to Vengeance Aatrox, should we have just done it in combat once the first blocker was lined up?
Yes, probably. Maybe 3 mana Horazi was a bit too cheap.
Yeah, and now we're going to get Zolani as well.
Life is precious.
But still, Atro, still a real top deck option for Sorry to just swing the game back. Tale as old as time is that one.
Sorry, also healing up quite considerably. Oh, okay. Unfortunately now, we can't cleanly block Solani anymore.
Atro one time, Trundle not gonna do it, and Identity should be oh, and draw the Frostbite spell for good measure.
Oh, a Naga into another unit. That's just too much, and Sorry falls here to the Darken deck, to his favorite deck.
Yeah, I mean, Sorry loves to see Aatrox succeed, and if you're not going to ban it, it is going to win against you, and that does mean that Sorry is going to be falling down into the X and 1 bracket. I believe Sorry was X and O still going into that.
Let's actually take a look. We can actually check that one out.
Yep, Sorry was 4-0.
Well, no longer. Maybe not gonna be that much of an Aatrox fan after all now. Who is still X and O is Salty Simon and Dolman. Those are currently the only players.
And Identity.
And Identity now. So 3 X and O players that will probably make it into top cut. Again, this is only top 8 out of almost 100 players today. Let's see if we have any other match going on. I think there are quite a few matches that are still going on that we can potentially catch. But
you know,
yeah.
Identity has been tweeting all day, just very excited to see his name at the top of the bracket.
That's cool. That's really nice.
You love to see that.
Yeah,
you love to see that.
You actually love to see it. All right, it appears that Habile is still in a game, so we can actually jump into that one versus X Roasted. And it appears there is more Sejuani Gwen to be had today. Which is also exciting, because that is a deck that I really like. And it's not Aatrox, which is also really exciting in my opinion.
Aatrox is exciting, or the fact that it is not Aatrox is exciting?
Both! Is Runeterra a great game? He didn't agree, Chad.
Sorry, I was looking at Twitter because Majin Bey got banned today, and he's trying to figure out if he's going to get his account back before seasonals, and someone tweeted "Justice for Majin, save us," and then they tagged Runeterra and BBC News.
That's worth a report for sure. The injustice is incredible.
Gotta tag the news stations, man. Get everyone involved.
This is a generational issue.
True power eclipses both day and night.
We have another game of Varus Akshan. This one going up against Sejuani Gwen. Sejuani Gwen has dealt quite a bunch of damage to the Nexus already. Really finding herself at 10 HP.
T, I think we have to call this deck Sejuani Gwen, because if we call it Gwen Sejuani, I am gonna screw up and say Gwen Stefani at least once.
Okay. All right, yeah, we can do that.
All right. Or we can just commit. We can just call it Gwen Stefani.
I'm with Gwen Stefani, honestly. I'm with Gwen Stefani.
Okay. I'm down to call this one Gwen Stefani.
Hug it out.
Currently, only 2 Hallowed stacks.
It's only turn 5.
You know what? What do you mean only turn 5?
I was with you on that. I was like, yeah, 2 Hallowed stacks, not a lot. And then I'm like, it's turn 5. They're down to 7.
Yeah, it's pretty good. But I'm still, you know what? You can always aim higher. All right. How about 6 Hallowed stacks by turn 5? That's what I want to see.
I don't even know if you can do that and have a board.
No, you can't. Especially not a board with a 2-drop, a 3-drop, and I forgot what the other unit was.
Now, we do get Challenger onto the Akshan, though. It's very big. It looks like there's a weapon equipped as well, so the Furious Wielder is online. Might be able to just start to take over the game here. Of course, Sejuani could just undo all of it, right?
Yeah.
That is a champion that's going to come through and Frostbite even through the Spell Shield because her ability does not use the stack. And this Akshan is really the only thing Habili has at the moment.
We can already see how this is more popular than the Pantheon version, because this Akshan right now, especially once you have a Swinging Glaive, once you have a way to give this Akshan keywords, it's basically just build your Pantheon. You just build a Pantheon.
Yeah. And I think now Habili trying to decide, do I want to proc my Warlord's Horde before I go to combat? It would be 3 mana, 3 gems, and we'd be able to draw a couple of cards and kind of see where we go from there. Or do you want to set it up for your opponent's turn?
I think the Ranger Knight Defector, good scout unit, so far outstats everything on the board. Again, if it swings in, somebody takes a block, maybe put some chip damage on it, you can heal back up with the gems.
And this is a little awkward for Roasted if the plan was Sejuani here, because now whichever unit you decide to Frostbite will get a little bit of attack back onto it thanks to the gems.
I think if you X-Roasted, you're just looking, how can I stabilize this as much as possible to win with one big Overwhelm swing next turn? I feel like especially if you have Sejuani in hand currently, you might be looking to actually just keep her in the back of your hand, maybe commit a next turn, give vulnerable to the Akshan, try to push Overwhelm damage through the Akshan.
Starting to tick down on the time. Whatever Roasted's plan is, they have to put step 1 into motion in the next 15 or so seconds, and it looks like step 1 is just pass. It's going to be a scout attack from Habili. Roasted, likely to just take the damage. Not a lot of point in sacrificing your units here. This isn't really a deck with reach, but we're going to Inner Beast and trade onto it.
That's not very aggressive of you, Mr. Roasted.
I mean, it's going to work. It's going to... Hey, it's taking out a blocker is aggressive.
Oh, that's true.
We laugh at death.
Ooh, never mind though. Habile going in Just keeping this unit alive, giving a few more stacks to the landmark. Not putting in the overwhelm, though.
No, liking... I mean, sort of just holding back the option to play 2 gems to proc the Horde pre-combat still. Although, I mean, if you give this overwhelm, you ever looking at lethal this turn? Probably not. Well, no, probably not. Well...
I mean, Action also has overwhelm. Maybe.
He does? When did he get that?
I don't know, but he does have it. Again, it's build a Pantheon.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that Absolver Return never beats Sejuani, but if there is no Sejuani from X-Roasted, yeah, maybe actually that was lethal.
At the same time, though, as you mentioned, just popping the Horde here would be absolutely incredible. We don't know what's in the death pool, right? I mean, it's only turn 5, but that we jumped in, but there might be some creature that you want to, you know, get back. Maybe there's a Varus you can revive. Roasted taking time, and the time do be ticking. We're looking at the clock. About 3 minutes away to go into overtime, which leads me to believe that this is actually game 3. Not confident enough to put up the score, you never know, but it does seem that way. And there is a Sejuani. Oh, I feel like Roasted was really deliberating whether to play this turn or next turn. Because again, next turn, you could have potentially gotten lethal by just giving a unit vulnerable that has the lowest amount of HP, pulling it to Sejuani, and swinging in, but says, okay, almost died here. Kind of want to avoid that. Abile on the other side.
An internal debate on what to do with all these relatively useless 0-mana cards. It's just a couple of 1-attack buffs. And without Overwhelm on the Ranger Knight, you're not really looking at a whole lot. Yeah, now we'll look at a trade onto the Sejuani, but I seriously doubt Roasted is going to give it to you.
Maybe if you commit the gems. I mean, if Roasted is not going to give it to you anyways, I feel like you actually commit the gems. That said, you give up progress on your next Horde, so Abile probably wants to do this post-combat.
Yeah, I think we're actually looking to put them on the auction as well, so that we have... I guess it doesn't really matter where you put it. You have Furious Wielder either way.
Alright, committing them now. Committing them now means that if Sejuani does not block as expected, we deal a bit more damage.
Yeah. And yeah, we're just going to all in on it. Take it to the bank. What I'm really curious to see now is when Habili goes for this Furious Wielder, are you using the Expanse's protection first? Because I do believe there are copies of 3 Sisters in this. I haven't looked at Roasted lists specifically, but there usually are Frostbite spells in these decks. Generally in the form of 3 Sisters. So, do you pre-commit a Spell Shield?
The problem with 3 Sisters is you kind of lose
against Fury.
Yeah, against Fury. Yeah. You kind of lose to that probably in any case. But again, yeah,
so
against 3 is pretty good to pre-commit.
Yeah, I didn't think that this Ranger Knight would end up with the same attack as Akshan. It was so hard to tell last turn who was going to end up where, but it's looking like Roasted kind of thinking about things now.
Oh, Roasted has been thinking the entire time. A lot. Roasted has been taking his time. And the clock is ticking, though. We are almost about to go into overtime. Though I don't think it will matter at all, because even if we do go into overtime, looking at the state of this game, this can't last more than a couple of turns. If this is not over in 3 turns, then yes, okay. We can win with timeout. That's not going to happen, though. This game ends this turn or next turn.
There's still 5 minutes left, yeah. So I finally went to my door to grab my Taco Bell, and next to my bag is just a handful of loose sauce packets.
Bristle, attack!
Okay, here we go. Sejuani attack committed. That's going to be up to 8 attack. Couple of lethal options here. Furious Wielder committed.
Yeah, I think you don't do
back.
That. Yeah, I think you just like... You just let this go, right?
I mean, you might as well, right? The decks do play Atrocity, so that is something that you need to be cognizant of. Pre-committing your 1 point of interaction, and there is the Atrocity. Yep. That is why you hold it back.
Well played, Abile. Gets it through, and that means that we win on the next swing. Oh, Red of Negation, maybe? I don't know.
I prefer the Wielder.
Yeah, just don't take any damage.
Yeah. Well, not just that. I like preserving the unit as well, just in case there's like double frostbite. You still have a lethal threat.
GG comes out from Roasted. Realizes, okay,
GG comes out from Happily.
this game's kind of over. Fine.
Lucky Find comes out anyway. Overwhelm onto the Scout.
Yep.
And a surrender from Roasted.
Great game to close out this round.
One step closer to a world.
We are
Very close.
approaching the end of the Swiss portion. That was the end of round 5. We're about to head into round 6. We are playing 7 rounds of Swiss, which means we are getting to the point where we will have a much better idea of who our top 8 is going to be. And I do want to shout out that Identity, currently in first place after 5 rounds of Swiss, does have the best tiebreakers amongst our 3-5-0 competitors.
Yeah. I mean, just recently one was Sorry, who was so far also having an absolute field day in this tournament. So certainly deserved number 1 spot. Let's see if they can keep it till the end of the tournament. Again, they are having tough competition for the number 1 spot. Simon right there with them. I think the last one was Dolmat. So let's see if Identity can keep it. That said, we are going to send it to a quick break. Afterwards, we are going to be there for you guys with a round number 6 of Swiss. Again, not the last round. We're going to have 7 rounds, so stay tuned. And we'll see you guys right there.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second to last round here at the MasteringRuneterra January Open. My name is Boulevard. Joining me is SparklingIceTea, all the way from Germany. It's so late over there, and yet tea is trucking along, keeping the energy up for all you fine folks at home. Now, the beginning of round 6 means that we are just now approaching the halfway point of the tournament. Once we get through round 6, we'll have one more Swiss round to determine our top 8, and then, of course, we have top 8, top 4 finals all going to be played out today. No point in taking up your Sunday. It's just a Legends Runeterra tournament. Might as well do it all in one day, and that's what we're going to do. And soon a champion will be crowned, and it could very well be one of our next two competitors. It is going to be Grandpa Roji, who we watched a little bit earlier, up against Bratched Kata.
And some of you might not know this name because some of you might have started Runeterra around last year. But Bratched Kata has been a cornerstone of the competitive scene for quite a while, has been a competitive player ever since, I think, beta or release of Runeterra, and is quite a well-known name for everyone that has played competitive Runeterra or has been caring about the competitive scene in Runeterra ever since that happened. So really cool to see the name back. And even though Bratched Kata isn't playing as many tournaments, is not out there grinding like back in the past, like back in the fight nights, it's really cool to see him in this tournament. But let's take a look at what decks he actually brought. Alright, Katarina Gwen, good starter.
Okay, well, he's at least got Reckoners in there. I mean, it's 2 Fallen Reckoner, and everybody has cut the Minotaur Reckoner since, or the Midnight Raider, I don't remember his name, the 4-3 that makes a Midnight Raid. I call him the Midnight Raider sometimes. Everyone just unanimously cut that once we lost the Fallen Reckoner, but it looks like hanging on to the Fallen Reckoner, still going for the Might and Shunpo plan like every other Red Gwen player, but only 1 Might, only 1 Shunpo instead of the usual 3-2 split, as well as a couple of copies of Disintegrate.
That's okay. I mean, Disintegrate, I think, has been a card that we have seen in this deck before. Pretty good card together with a Vile Feast. Obviously works well with the Katarina Blades that are generated by her. Overall, not much to say. It is pretty much still just Katarina Gwen, just with a few different cards that we usually don't see nowadays after the nerfs. Still, super excited to see Fallen Reckoner, still a cool Overwhelm card that can close out games a bit more quickly. Now, this is a deck that is also very, very popular on ladder. Almost every season, actually, even though the win rates of this deck fluctuate a lot, and it's not always the best deck, people still love this deck. Plunder players out there love it every season, and every now and again it becomes really good, because it's really good against other pirate decks, for example, or the aggro decks, and can also sometimes bully a couple of mid-range decks.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the 4-1 bracket right now. And other players in the 4-1 bracket include, like, NA World's representative Tankbuster, who has been running Plunder really every chance he's gotten for the last couple of months, especially since the buff to Spirits Unleashed. The Plunder players have been coming out of the woodwork like never before. And honestly, it's really interesting to me how many of the mid-range decks in Legends of Runeterra these days are kind of just Overwhelm decks in disguise. You know, when we saw the Gwen Sejuani, we were talking about how many Overwhelm units do you need to actually be an Overwhelm deck. This one has 3 plus an elusive, which is kind of like Overwhelm.
True. It's kind of like Overwhelm. Just that Reddit hates it a bit more. But yeah, other than that, again, as you mentioned, there are some players who absolutely love this archetype and bring it every time, but this is also a deck that can be Feast or Famine if you don't draw your Plunder triggers early enough. If you draw a bit dead, this deck looks really bad. That said, if you get a good curve going, this deck can be really oppressive, especially if you get both champions on curve, especially if they're flipped. Now, the last deck is going to be Akshan Sivir Varus. So, the Sivir as a one-off also in here, not just the Akshan Varus. Again, I like this a lot. Just really solid. Another win condition. We also see Grappling Hook in here, Quicksand. This deck, I feel like, looks way more like Sivir Akshan of the past. Now again, also with the Varus that you can tutor.
And that means we might get a Sivir Akshan Varus mirror match between these two players. Grandpa Roji, of course, loves this deck as well. But honestly, when you put this one up on the screen, I thought you had swapped lineups without telling me.
Nuh-uh. I mean, to be honest, Bratched Kata, again, doesn't play the game anymore that much, you know.
Just net deck Roji and be like, okay, yeah, you know, what are the odds I run into him later?
I feel like he might not be net decking Roji, but he might just be clinging onto the last time when he was really competitively active, you know, which was around that Sivir Akshan time. I was like, yeah, okay, I gotta put some Sivir in here. She's broken.
And I mean, hey, it's a good deck. We've got 2 players in the 4-in-1 bracket with it, and I don't know how many not 4-in-1, but rather Silver Auction Varus players we actually have in this tournament. I can check though, because that exact champion split, it will show up on our graphic because we know that there's at least 2 of it. I hit the wrong button on my mouse. Oh man, I really hit the wrong button on my mouse.
Oh,
It is more than you'd think.
oh my god, that's a lot.
I actually can't find it. Oh, okay, it's 14. I don't know if we lumped all the Auction Varuses together or if there are just 14 Auction Silver Varuses specifically.
That would be insane, but I would love to see it because I personally think that this is actually the better version of the deck. I feel like the one Severe just adds an, can I say this? Orthogonal win condition of having a white body can put an overwhelm on.
I was waiting for you to say something like real juicy, not orthogonal.
Is it?
Hear that, folks at home? An
orthogonal?
orthodontist win condition.
An orthodontist win condition. Yes, exactly. Well, okay, what are orthodontists? So are those like bird watchers?
It's a kind of doctor, but I'm trying to remember what kind of doctor. Is it a mouth doctor? That's usually just a dentist.
That's a dentist.
But I think I know an orthodontist is a kind of specialist, but like I just know I've never been to one.
Oh, it is actually dentistry. It's
okay.
I think it specializes in braces.
Ah, I see.
Mm-hmm,
I actually went to the dentist on yesterday.
Was it an orthodontist?
No, but I might have to go to an orthodontist.
See? All right, you can tell him the story of how you got to realize what an orthodontist is. I
keep lying to my dentist about what I do for a living. I'm like, I don't want to talk to strangers about this casting thing. I'm gonna make something up. Playmaker is a name I have not seen in quite some time. Bratch Cat is North America's Smurf.
He
Do
is
you know
a playmaker.
how he picked this name?
No idea.
So funny enough, and not just funny enough, but as stupid as this is, Playmaker is the name of the main character in like the 6th season of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. And that is how Bratch Cat got the name. Is he named himself after a main character in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Alright, you know what I find even more astounding than Bratch Cat just picking that name?
What?
Yu-Gi-Oh! Just went full creative mode.
Yeah, screw it.
And named their main character Playmaker. Nice.
Yeah, I started reading a bit of a synopsis of the season, and on like episode 2, someone set off a bomb, and I'm like, all right, this isn't the Yu-Gi-Oh! I remember.
Oh, I already.
But that is certainly a play.
That is certainly a play, yeah. If it's
Here
a
we
winning
go.
play, sometimes.
Unnerving Vayne with the Omen Hawk ability, and now might fall for the Disintegrate.
Death it is.
We have it in the deck for a reason.
Yeah. Not gonna Disintegrate the Vayne, says. Go ahead, that can stick around. I'm not worried about it.
Not for this reason, apparently. Okay, Roji just curving down. Also, again, guys, remember, this is the version also with Quinn in the deck. This is just the new Scouts, basically. It's just slightly better than old Scouts. Aatrox here.
What's funny to me is, pretty much ever since she came out, Quinn has remained unchanged, and she has also been widely regarded one of the worst champions in the game. I remember like Scouts players could not wait to find a different champion to run other than Quinn, and they just never found it. Coincidentally, she is also just one of the best Demacia champions because Demacia just has the worst champions in the game pretty much across the board. At least since Poppy went down to a 2-3.
The thing is, Quinn actually got buffed, which a lot of people just, at the time, didn't know. Just didn't realize.
Did she used to be a 3-4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Huh.
A lot of people just kind of gloss over that. She used
Who
to be
knew?
a 3-4. Yeah. But, again, as you mentioned, just in the grand scheme of things, not the greatest champion. In Demacia, one of the best champions, because she was very good and is still very good at what she is designed to do. She absolutely beats up on control and combo decks.
I mean, because look, and you might be thinking, now, Boulevard T, what do you mean she's one of the best champions? Think about the other Demacia champion. Garen, Lux, Jarvan the Fourth. This is your competition. It's an impossibly low bar.
I didn't even mention Fiora.
I forgot about Fiora.
Oh, also forgot Galio. Okay. It's kind
Oh,
of
yeah. Do you see what I'm saying now?
easy to forget about that big guy.
Yeah. And now Quinn might have to come down as a 2-for-1 here on the blockers.
It's so sad seeing this little 3-2 now. He's so small.
Yeah, he gets one cool meta deck, and all of a sudden he's not allowed to exist anymore.
Yeah, just a tiny guy.
Just a little guy.
What can you do? All right, do we go for the 2-for-1? Nope, we take it.
Nope. You know, I gotta admit, it's actually really funny that his stats got nerfed, because like he looks so angry and he looked so threatening before, and now he's just like, it's the same stats as an old Brightsteel Protector, but for 3 more mana.
It's the same meme as when what's his name? Cyan gets mini morphed, and it's just whoa.
Yeah.
Becomes whoa.
Man, 3-2 definitely feels like I'm just looking at this 5-drop that has the stats of a 2-drop, and I'm like, that can't be right.
Kind of just to see how the game goes from here. Does Grandpa Roji develop the Aatrox here just to heal up, have big blocker represented on the board?
I don't think you're really representing anything if you're not throwing this down. I mean, your other option is play Jural and then catch into a weapon, but you don't have an attack buffing weapon at the moment. So yeah, might as well just get down the 8/8 Aatrox thanks to all of these spear procs.
And I believe if we swing in with the Aatrox here, Bratchcatter, aka Playmaker, will probably just Ghost Block and go in for the Glimpse. So we don't even try.
It seems a little weird to me, though, that we are willing to attack with 1 unit, but not all of them. And I actually, no, it does make sense. This is just Roji paying respect to the Disintegrate.
Completely forgot that was a thing. True. They still disintegrate.
It's funny because it's in his hand, too. It's not even like we have to speculate and look at the list and be like, okay, why isn't this happening?
It's in my face. Alright, Bratchcatter, how are you gonna play this one out? It's gonna take away all the blockers from Roji? Just like that? Just like the good old times.
Which is funny because Bratchcat is still not playing Harrowing. So we don't have like the revive on all these little guys like we used to. God, I forgot this guy's out 5-2 now.
And with that, Roji will actually not be left with any blockers unless we commit a Vela here.
I mean,
2 options.
Aatrox.
Yeah, we have 2 options here. Either we kill the 3/6 or develop a unit. Otherwise, we're kind of left with our blockers. Because that one is going to revive another unit that takes away another blocker. Which means
I see what you mean now.
Yeah, going to be left on the board, not blocking.
I think right now Roji is trying to math out whether or not he dies, essentially, if he goes for this Valor play.
To think about. Destroy everything.
This is a really tough turn. Again, if you go for the Condemn, you spend 6 mana.
And that is kind of your last sort of, oh no, emergency eject button that you're using in what does not feel like a dire I lose the game here situation. But you also don't know how many more units Bratchcat is going to be able to develop, so I understand going for this, and unfortunately the Glimpse Beyond is going to deny the heal as well. See if we can draw anything more threatening. Quietus and Mark.
Not necessarily more threatening, but we can throw down another 2-drop boss. We have the Disintegrate for the Aatrox.
The party never ends, nor its spillages.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a bit of damage coming through. Not lethal damage, I don't think.
Depends on how we're going to play for Grandpa Roji. We also did get a Mark of the Isles.
Hurry up so I can kill you.
Ooh, Roji actually has to block the Reckoner here.
Yeah, this is a good fork from Playmaker. Bratchcat. I know how to read, and I really like to show it off. So when players don't have names that match their in-game name, I get a little lost here.
This does leave Mr. Bridgecutter, Mr. Playmaker with only one blocker for next turn. Well, it's 18 HP is still pretty healthy, which means that Roji probably is not going to get lethal next turn. And again, with the World Ender nerf, this is still so expensive.
It's looking like a Bratchkata victory here. Still a little bit of game left to be played, but not a whole lot. And just looking at how weapon heavy the hand is for Roji, and how many blockers he kind of needs to develop in the face of this second copy of Eternal Dancers, it's really looking very decided at this point. Now, top decks come out. Darken Ages really didn't want a second copy of a card that you already have, and I don't think there's any universe where Roji is actually threatening lethal on his own this turn, so just going to have to weather the storm a little bit longer, push some chip damage through here, try to set up a 2, potentially even 3 turn clock.
Now, this Quinn is interesting. While you can just leave her unattended because she's not a blocker anyway, so you don't need to kill her, she will level, and she will start removing your board, which is kind of unfortunate. So, Disintegrate going in now, taking care of the Quinn. Playmaker just making sure that next turn, the lethal will be there again. Can go super wide next turn as well. What is this? Is this just an Anaka?
Is Anaka your best play?
What's the other play? Just throw it on 2 Velos? I think it's Anaka.
I was going to say Jaral is your other play.
I can see Jaral, yeah, for sure. But Anaka has the possibility
to
do
hit
high roll
something
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
You put a weapon on her beforehand? Looks like no.
Nope.
Find Ranger Knight Defector.
Too bad. Alright, the 3/6 can block the 4/2 here. And for 1 mana, there's nothing really that can punish this.
Yeah, catch not quite enough to get it done here.
Next turn, another blocker will be taken away. Only 1 blocker, an Arca remaining. I don't think that is enough. We need to draw a strike spell. Or Unforgiving Cold.
Or Unforgiving Cold.
I think Roji knows this.
So, yeah, still a couple of sort of game-winning lines here from Roji, or at least, like, weather the storm a little bit longer. And now that Anaka and Ranger Knight Defector are online and as buffed as they are, I think that if Roji can survive this next turn, he actually will turn it around and win the game. Again, only 1 Might and 1 Shunpo in Playmaker's list. I really want to drive that point home here. We get a strike spell, but it is a slow speed 1.
Ooh, this
and
is just
I believe that this means it will be lethal once the double mark of the Isle is committed.
Right? No matter how we slice it or dice it, we're always gonna revive something here that will take off a blocker, I believe.
Yeah. It's just a matter of, do you want to revive the 5 mana Minotaur or the 3 mana Minotaur?
And Playmaker just, even if this would go on for longer, wants to revive a Minotaur that would give another camp block to another unit and gets a W. God, I missed him. I miss Bridgecutter. Hasn't lost a beat.
I'm not gonna lie, there are 3 European players whom I like all 3 of them, but in my head I cannot keep their accomplishments or playstyles very straight. And it is Bratchkata, Ghoster Driver, and Guardia.
Ooh. Yeah. You know what? At least 2 of them, Guardia, Ghoster Driver, I can kind of get. Bratchkata.
I think Bratchkata had a lot of success at like the same time that Ghoster Driver did. So I was always like, as one of them.
One difference is, Bratchkata stopped playing the game as much, and Ghoster Driver just didn't stop having accomplishments. Ghoster Driver, silently one of the best EMEA players right now, if you don't know. It's like, you there in Twitch chat, you probably, from the Americas, probably don't know as much about EMEA, but let me tell you about the legend of Ghoster Driver, okay?
Good people don't
look the
other way.
I think has hit 9-0 seasonal Swiss in the last 2 times. Recently, almost got to finals as well. Just one of the most consistent players we currently have.
I want to talk about the OG Ghoster Driver, though. the one way back in the day. This man was jamming 9 cards into his Allegiance deck before anybody. And you know what? He was whiffing left and right. And he was still making it to the finals of the Duels of Runeterra.
That is the Giga Chat way. Now we have a pretty interesting matchup here. It is a mirror match, as you predicted. Would you also swapping off the HR stack to play the mirror match? Maybe get, you know, a little boost, a little win here, a little morale boost.
Yeah. And I think this pretty heavily favors the player attacking on E. And that's going to be Ghoster Driver.
Oh.
Brashkata.
Okay.
Don't tell him I said that.
Guys,
you talked about Ghoster Driver for like 2 minutes.
Guys, in case you're wondering, this is all an extended bit from us.
Yeah, it doesn't help that his name's Playmaker.
Yeah, true. But I commend Boulevard for committing to it.
Gonna see what we can get off of the Swinging Glaive here. A nice little boost for our Auction. It is gonna be challenging you to get +1/+1 and find a bigger Auction.
Well, this looks really bad for Ghost Driver here. Unfortunately,
well,
it's gonna lose
I mean,
everything.
Roji doesn't have a whole lot left in the tank here. I mean, it's kind of the beauty of Varus and Auction in the same deck, right? Is like you just dump down to a 2-card hand, and now all of a sudden you're back to a 4-card hand. And you've got your Warlord's Horde starting to tick down.
I'm feeling a dub here for Mr. Roji.
It was a bit of a disaster turn from Playmaker, and when we take a look at what they've got left in the tank, it's really not a lot. You have a Glaive, but you don't have like a phenomenal wielder for it. You've got Varus, you don't really want to overwrite a weapon with, and you are still just a little bit too far behind on the Warlord's Horde here. Generally, the Auction mirrors will come down to like, who got the Horde first in a more timely fashion, and in this game, it's gonna be Roji. Double momentous choice just secures that so hard.
Varus hitting the board here. I mean, we have momentous choice protection, so Grandpa Roji not trying to remove him right here, right now. The skin difference also. I'm seeing it.
I mean, I don't fault the Europeans, right? Well, why are you gonna come buy skins on your NA account?
I mean, I would fault Sorry at this point. Because he's playing more on Americas than he's playing on EMEA. At this point, come on.
You know, speaking of NA as opposed to AM, I'm really not seeing a lot of BR or LATAM players here in the top cut.
Is there a BR tournament going on at the same time, maybe?
It's either that or it's the entry fee.
That might also be the case, yeah. You have to commit a lot. You get a lot out of it if you win, but that is if you win.
Yeah.
Alright, how does Guardia get back into this game?
Guardia comes running out with the steel chair, just takes over the computer. I like to think that the 3 of them are roommates and they'll just play for each other, be like, oh yeah, who's even gonna notice?
You know what's interesting? Last I heard from Brashkata, he was on a ship. On a boat, on a ship, on a big giant ship.
Like a cruise?
I didn't
Or is
ask.
he like, did he take up a career in lobster fishing or something? Am I going to see him on the next season of Deadliest Catch?
Maybe. I think it was a bit bigger than that.
Oh, man.
Hey.
Alright, I think we're just going to see a trade of Unforgiving Colds here.
Well, we could actually just see a momentous choice to get Playmaker's Varus to kill the other Varus, so it would give 4 attack over.
Ooh, yeah.
But it looks like it is going to be the Unforgiving Cold trade.
Can we come
Might momentous choice anyway? Nope.
Just boinks it once, says, okay, that's enough. Lets it go. Maybe keeping it in case of something like a Furious Wheel to potentially protect it. But that is a Varus flip on Roji's side.
Will find its mark.
And that means this Varus can go to astronomical attack values.
And now we're getting one of the more frustrating play patterns from the release of equipments in that, just Auction cycling through 2/1 mana equipment's really hyper accelerating the Warlord's Horde. And yeah, you can only equip a weapon once per turn, but at the end of the day, when I'm getting like 3 procs of my Horde per turn for 2 mana, because countdowns at the start of the round and then weapon, especially if it's like 2 Bloodletters, it really doesn't feel good to be on the receiving end of that, especially when your hand is this small. You don't have anything else to really be doing with the mana. Zolani's not coming down anytime soon. It looks pretty rough, and now if Roji wants to, he actually can cycle through and get the Warlord's Horde completely procced before the turn starts and we really get into combat here, but instead it's going to be a Piercing Arrow from the Varus. Might just go straight away. Gonna Piercing Arrow again, and I imagine this is going to be Spell Shield onto both champions to protect against an Unforgiving Cold, at least onto the Auction.
Also,
and yeah, we're full sending it, and that's just going to be lethal.
Nothing we can do against that. That is just over. Roji gets a morale boost, he wins the mirror match, and now we are going into Aatrox versus Varus.
Cool. It's a nice little... It's so funny to me that, like, now we're seeing a double Darken deck up against a Varus deck, because when Runeterra Champions came out, it was a joke. It was an absolute joke. It was like, yeah, Jhin can get played in Annie-Jhin, and absolutely nothing else. Bard... What was the first Bard deck? Was it Bard Ari? Bard Alawi came later.
I think it was the chicken deck. I think it was the KFC value bucket. Where you just play that.
What the fuck? What is the KFC value bucket?
Alright, okay, we talked about deck names and we should just call out the champions, I know. But this is one of the names I'm proud of that I made.
Is it Bard Galio?
Yeah, it's Bard Galio.
Okay, yeah, I actually think I do remember Bard Galio.
You played every bird in the game.
That's fair. I think I saw Dudu Denunu play that, and then I got on it, and I was like, yeah, this is pretty good. And I think there was a better Demacia Bard deck. I don't remember what it was, though.
Probably Poppy.
Yeah, probably Poppy. But yeah, I mean, Runeterra Champs, when they came out, like, they just, man. Just, Now, they're everywhere.
Yeah, and I think that is mostly the case because Aatrox, kind of is just really good as a win condition, and then the cultists just have like a really good region attached to them, right? They have
Jin's region sucks, man.
Yeah, and they have something that other champions don't have. They have a big region. Compared to other Runeterra champions, their region is giant. They have so many more cards that they can play.
Kinda. When you look at all the Darken decks, like they really just look the same, right? Like they all. I think you get 1 spell and 1 unit out of each region, which is like, what is that? Like 10 followers and 10 spells, which is a lot more than you need to build a deck. But they're all just so good.
They're all really good. Which kind of makes me excited because yeah, we have all the main regions already in the game, and they said that for now they were not going to add any other regions, but it does kind of make me hope for some cool Void stuff. Where like the Void creatures like Cho'Gath, Kha'Zix are going to have something similar to Cultist.
You're one of those people that still thinks we're getting Void, huh? Ugh.
Not as a full region, but as a Runeterra region now. Yeah, I swapped my copium supply.
Roji sacking a unit here, not willing to go for the 5-attack bird to try to take out the Ranger Knight on the next turn, knowing that it probably won't work once these Swinging Glaive spells come through. Get a buff of this up, maybe get some more health on it, some more attack. Enough that the tough keyword is going to make it impossible to chew through with just 1 bird. It's actually going to be fearsome.
Oh. Well, now we have to...
And we're going to block it with a bird anyway.
Yeah, we probably don't want to give another just buff to it,
You know, I see Harp Ranger Knight so often that I straight up forget that that card does not have quick attack.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I do too sometimes.
When I saw the bird in front of it, I'm like, what are we doing here? Is 6 health that important? And when it died, I was shocked. I was flabbergasted. Never seen that before in my life.
This sucked so much. Oh, this hurts. Brash Catter here kind of has to give up this whole turn because if you commit action here, it just gets traded down for free. So you kind of just have to take the damage. And my God,
yeah, Guardia already going down to 6 here.
Yeah, you just took 14.
I don't know how Ghost Drew ever comes back into this one.
Yeah, it's absolutely impossible.
And then Condemn comes out anyway.
Not like this.
Poor Bridgecatter. That game is just over.
Yeah, I mean, the Aatrox comes down on the following turn. You have one unit that you can play out here unless you top deck another one, but I don't know what you would even draw that makes this look like a passable hand. You're just losing your entire board to the Valor no matter what. And it looks like Ratchet Guardia Driver not going to be able to pull this one out.
No, especially not with the board being this wide for Roji, and the unit's just not looking to be there for Playmaker.
We're taking it back.
So many Darken Harps on the side of Roji, just really, really forcing the issue here. Open attack is not lethal. We are going to have to go for a little bit of scouting, and that does mean that Playmaker has a few more options. Top decks to Unforgiving Cold. Roji and Stonewall this play completely, but this actually will skip the Valor.
I think that's what we were hoping for. I mean, we still had to do it, but like...
I have never seen that emote before.
You never? The perplex
No,
emote?
I don't really... I don't look at new emotes because I just come in, I mute my opponent. I don't really buy. I haven't bought emotes since I played in Fight Night, just so that I could emote with Deech back and forth because I hadn't bought any before that either. So I never really paid attention. I like to be surprised as a caster sometimes. Do you know that I have still never seen the original or like the first skin, the Yasuo skin? I haven't seen that level up.
Oh, you have not seen that level up?
No, I told myself that I would ever. Because I told myself someday someone's going to play this tournament and I'm going to get to see it for the first time and that'll be really cool. And then we got Yasuo Katarina as like a seasonal winning deck and just nobody bought the skin.
Oh, damn. I can't believe it. I can't actually believe it because a lot of Yasuo players just don't play that skin. It is not that appealing to Yasuo players. It's like cosmic dude.
I'm just never going to get to see that level up animation because you're right. Even the Yasuo players don't go for that skin.
Yeah, and it was one of the first skins released, which also probably doesn't do it any favors. Let's see if there are any more games going on. Seabass is in a game.
All right.
Let's see if we can hop into that. I hope that is not a game that is currently close to being done.
Can't wait to come in and watch a player surrender. T, get us on in there. Show me the money.
All right. I mean, your wish, my command, because it looks almost done, to be honest. Hey, you wanted it, you got it.
That's true. That is true.
So quickly sending it back to the desk. Maybe that was not the last game of the series. Maybe we can catch another one. I don't even know who won there. I think the opponent won.
Whoever you were spectating did not lose.
Did not. Okay, you formulated that as cryptic as possible, but I got it.
I did.
As Seabass won. Let's go. Which means that probably the series is also over, which means we have to look for another game that we can potentially jump into.
Yeah.
Maybe. Okay. I never know if that is actually someone that is playing in the tournament or if they are currently playing a different tournament. It's kind of hard if like 1 billion people have added this account. So let's actually look at the games that we still have left that we know of.
Okay.
We have Sorry.
Gotcha.
Playing up versus Alex Owens. We have Identity still playing versus Stolman. That is the matchup between the two players that are currently still X and O that we can hop into. I think that's very interesting. And we still have Mark versus Ace. Out of those, I feel like if we can catch the Identity game, that would be really cool because, again, it's the two players that are currently undefeated.
Yeah, I have actually lost the rights to the bracket, apparently. I no longer have that option available. It is not loading for me. So, yeah, I'm down to hop into the Identity game so that I don't have to look at any... Okay, I got it back. Yeah, I'm down for the Identity game.
All right, we are hopping into the perspective of Dolmen this time around. Haven't seen them so far, but they are currently undefeated. One of them is going to stay undefeated. One of them is unfortunately going to lose right here. Gonna go
Either way, I think they're both locked for top cut.
Yeah.
At 5-0, going into 5-2 at worst. It's not super guaranteed, but it is very likely. And now, looks like we still have the mana for the double stun, so not going to be lethal on the side of Identity. You are going to have to do a lot more work here, as there's a lot of damage getting removed by this. Yeah, down from -15 to -3.
Take a look at the catastrophe. Currently 12 out of 20, not that far.
Yeah, you could get there in probably by... it's probably by Identity's next attack turn, unfortunately, so Dolmant not going to be able to do it on this turn or even the next. But hey, if you can go do an open attack with it, it's not so bad. But how are you going to deal with the Ziggs and Talia?
Currently no real way to remove them off the board. Except we use the Tellstones. That could take down Talia.
Failed Temple.
That-
It has been a minute since we've seen that card.
And we are happy that it is the case, because when Veiled Temple was good, that was a card. It was absolutely dominating the meta. If you guys don't remember back then, it used to give +1/+1 to a unit, as well as refresh your mana, which was just beyond broken, because you could just make the most giant Aphelios or Burblefish or Tumkench or TF that the world has ever seen.
Yeah, if you're wondering why was that so good, the answer is I would have like my 12/12 Aphelios staring down your 17/17 Aphelios, and you still couldn't attack me because I played 3 Hush.
Yeah, it was a great meta. Was really fun to play, especially because sometimes one of you played one copy of Mind Meld and all of a sudden just finished you with Burblefishes.
Yeah. The
Shout out
other
to-
funny part is that was just TF Fizz meta, so
Yeah.
you might be thinking about this like, oh, why didn't everybody just ban it? Because TF Fizz existed.
Such a rough meta. Alright, okay.
Yeah.
So, we can transform one of our units into another copy. Nope. Just gotta get rid of that.
Looks like we might be trying to push out the Pursuit this turn.
Night flowers upon my blade.
We haven't played Dust Spell so far. That's for certain going to do it. We have 16, 17.
18? 19? I think we're 1 mana off. I don't think we can do it.
Right, with the Arcane coming in, unfortunately, we're gonna lose our Aphelios here.
I'll find you.
But you can kill the Talia. You can summon a unit.
Oh wait, no, we
You
can
might
do
not
it.
die here. No, you can't do it.
We can't? So,
No.
we play Caustic Rift.
Oh
we
wait, maybe
play
you can.
some
I think I forgot
things,
Dust
play-
Petal was 0.
Yeah. Yeah.
I also didn't expect you to draw a card.
No, I think now we can definitely do it.
Their scent
And
travels on the night
Identity
air.
just used all their mana. They literally just played an 8 mana dude. So now, no quicksand, no right of negation.
What is the Pursuit at now? Is that 19?
Yeah, it's we're doing it.
Okay.
We're doing it.
So we would have been able to do it.
And
We would
Identity.
have been able to do it. I mathed it wrong, but yeah, that is
Another flawless execution.
Identity probably
Identity
just
gonna be
doesn't
taking
have
their
it.
first loss here. Potentially. I don't know if this is game 1, game 2. Game 2, game 3, rather. I know it's...
I feel like Identity probably just doesn't have the necessary spells in hand. Just probably doesn't have Right of Negation, probably just doesn't have
Yeah.
Quicksand in hand, because otherwise you probably don't commit the 8 mana there. And yeah, Catastrophe. Ending the game right here.
Oh wow,
Even your tough
it was
lifesteal.
close.
Yeah, but even that is not enough. Unfortunately, no way to get around this. Well
No,
played,
not on
Bowman.
0 mana for sure. So Identity just, double checking, making sure that this is in fact lethal no matter how you slice it, and it is. But now we got to figure out, was that the double GG Shen leads me to believe that is the end of the match. Usually you don't do that after every game. I will say, one of the most awkward sort of exchanges I ever had in a card game tournament was when my opponent shook my hand after game 1, and I was like, still got games to play. I don't know if you want to shake hands after every game, because then I won game 2, and I was like, am I supposed to shake his hand, or is that like BM now all of a sudden?
Oh wait, he shook your hand when he won game 1.
Yeah,
that-
and
that-
I was like, okay, do you want to go to sideboard now?
That is a chat move. He was just intimidating you. He was just actually trying to intimidate you. Just like,
Oh no, he was shaking. I
one?
think he was surprised he took game 1 off of me.
oh, okay.
I don't
never
think you
mind.
remember who I was back in the day, T. I was that guy.
Oh, you were that guy. Okay. I mean,
I was
believe
that
it.
guy.
You were a world champion at that one card game.
Yep.
So, I can actually believe it. I can actually believe it so well, just being kind of nervous playing up against you. I mean,
I did have one girl sit down and have a panic attack for playing against me at the national championship. That was, I don't want to say the highlight of my career, because giving someone a panic attack is not really a highlight, but it is a story.
It is certainly a story. No, it's a highlight of your career.
Anyway, we are going to stop reminiscing about when I was a player and not a caster, and we're going to throw it to a quick break as we are coming in to the end of round number 6. We are about to get into round number 7, the final Swiss round of this tournament, and then we will get into our top 8 to come back tomorrow. No, wrong. We're all doing it today, and we will crown our champion now. After.
Did you say after this break?
I did.
I just said after. Can you repeat it?
Yeah, after this break. All right, everybody, welcome back to the final round of Swiss here, the MasteringRuneterra January Open. My name is Boulevard. Joining me is SparklingIceTea, and we are clipsing the Swiss rounds very soon. Now, we do have our two competitors already picked out. It is going to be Dolmont versus Salty Simon, our two undefeateds. I believe there's a holdup on the previous round, but it doesn't matter because we already know that the two undefeateds have to play each other. We want to see who actually does manage to go 7-0 in the Swiss round. So, we haven't had a chance to look at Dolman's decks just yet, so that is what we're going to kick things off with here as we get into the final hours. And yeah, unsurprisingly, Kane Aatrox.
Everyone brought it. Not everyone, but a lot of people brought it, and it's the most brought deck to the tournament. Again, this is just the very standard version, where we have 2 Kane, 2 Aatrox, and not that many weapons, right? The one thing that surprised us in the BB build of the deck was just the overload on weapons. Here we just have 3 Darkened Spear, 3 Bloodletters, which is very common, plus 1 of Darkened Fan, 1 of Losan, and 1 of Darkened Harp. Kinda giving up on poor old Geralt, but that's more of a thing in the Vayne, the Master version anyways. Not that interesting. It gets a little bit more interesting if you look at the second deck. We have seen it today as well quite a bunch of times, but at least it's a deck that, you know, we haven't seen for the last 1.5 months almost every day. Which, I mean, recently has been getting some new steam, the Echo Jinx deck. Again, this is just the evolution of the Echo Zillion deck, now with a little bit more burn and a few more win conditions now that Jinx with a buff comes in and gives us extra draw, extra burn, extra removal even.
And this is where things get really interesting, because a lot of players are on this like Aatrox, Echo Jinx lineup, because the Echo Jinx just sort of meshes with the matchups a little bit better if you are in a lineup with an Aatrox deck. But then for the last deck, what is the third pillar of the meta, you might ask? We don't have one. Well, we just went back to the last meta and filled it in with Seraphine.
Yeah, and this actually we didn't quite see that often today. A bunch of times, but not that often, and actually 2 of the times we saw it, it was played exactly like this, because I feel like the 3 matches we saw it once from Mikado and 2 times from Dolman. So this is his version of the list, and Pursuit of Perfection here as a 2-off did finish the game every time. Just an absolutely fantastic include, and makes an otherwise boring all archetype at this point just that little bit spicy. Again, I have to scroll down here to show you all the cards, because we also have a Song Spinner in here. Obviously, this is just full of spells to level that Seraphine. She is a bit spell hungry now that she needs 9 spells to flip. And we have the Victor and the Aphelios in here. Still triple bar, plus we added the Veiled Tempo.
And I do want to point out that Aikado, the other sort of Seraphine player that we know about, currently 4-2, which means that he is still alive for top cut, and we might actually be in a situation where we do have 2 Seraphine in our top 8, which I don't think anyone expected or wanted.
Yes. We actually saw these 2 play up against each other, I feel like, in the bracket already, and it was it like, you know, Aikado lost that one, yeah, must have lost that one. Because,
well, I was going to say Dolman,
had to have won, but I think specifically won with this Seraphine Aphelios deck.
Yes, and now, and on the other side, we just have Control Simon.
Control Simon plus Echo Jinx, so I don't know who wins here. I would actually put my money on Control Simon plus Echo Jinx, because he's just so good on Echo Jinx. That said, I'm a bit afraid of the lineup that Dolman has brought here, just because, you know, Kane Aatrox is
just
really
all the best decks.
It's all, just
plus
all the best
Seraphine.
decks. Yeah, so it looks rough for Simon. Maybe he can do it. We already saw Simon struggle in a few mid-range matchups. Did pull it back out, and did have way better experiences with his Field Rush than Sorry had. And so far, Simon's games have already been going super quickly, right? Where he was just hammering out those wins in a very quick fashion, even though he was playing Darkness and Fear the Rush. But as you mentioned, Fear the Rush also deck that if you get the right curve, if you get the ramp into the Fear the Rush, you can actually just close out the game rather quickly. We saw Sorry fail to do that once today, where Sorry just didn't get the late game bombs to actually turn the game around, but otherwise it could have also been very convincing and rather quick win. So excited to see what happens here. If we go into the pick and bans, do you think Simon will just go ahead, ban the Aatrox, or is this specifically something that Simon has prepared for, especially because you play Fear the Rush with those Buried Knights?
I wonder if you have to ban Seraphine as the control player. I wonder if you take it to the late game, that deck is just a little bit too fast. But at the end of the day, like, because it's not Ezreal, because it is like Pursuit of Perfection, maybe you just look at your Vengeances and your Frostbite spells and you say, okay, yeah, that's enough. I can, like, Seraphine can just sit there all game for all I care. You only have 2 copies of Pursuit of Perfection, and those are the only things that I'm really worried about ending the game. So maybe we leave that up. I assume that Simon is going to be fine taking an Echo Jinx mirror or even just playing against Echo Jinx and being aware of that. So I don't think we actually got to see Simon play against an Aatrox Kayn lineup, so we don't know if he is on that ban strategy, but I assume that he is. So yeah, if I had to put my money somewhere, it's probably on the Aatrox ban. I say for the 5th time today after seeing 0 Aatrox bans.
Yeah, it's getting kind of scary. It's also the deck that everyone expects. I think you mentioned this a bunch of times, right? That people expect this, and so they know how to play against this. Maybe against the Seraphine, it feels like it could get a bit dicey, because there's just so much random card generation and so much value that you have to play against. It could get a bit dicey for Darkness, I feel like. For Feel the Rush, the problem that the Seraphine deck has is that it doesn't really have the best of removal, right? We have Sunburst, we have Higgs Obliterator. Sunburst does help against Feel the Rush, because it does kill Tryndamere. It even silences units before it kills them, so it doesn't really care about the units getting buffed up by Field Rush, but it is only a one-off in the deck, and then the other 2 Hex Obliterators plus a couple of Mystic Shots are not really doing that much work.
No, but the Sunburst can do quite a lot of work against something like FTR, where, you know, Trundle comes out as a 10-10 and I turn it back into a 4-6 before I shoot it, or even worse, just actually killing a Tryndamere, which can be a little bit scary. I don't even remember if Sunburst is actually in this list. Okay, yeah, there is one Sunburst as well as the Explorators, so like that is something that you need to be cognizant of. But yeah, I mean, Aatrox seems to be like the safe ban, but I don't know. I don't know if players are like, going, hey, I am gonna need to play. Like, I want to know if I can beat Kayn Aatrox if, like, I don't have to respect this as hard for the seasonal, so I'm gonna leave it up for this tournament, especially when you're already locked for Top Cut. Because in Runeterra, being a higher seed in Top Cut doesn't mean anything.
That's true. Especially because 7-2 is a good spot, for example, if you want to get a safe seasonal, but it could actually get harder for you in the seasonal top cut. That said, quickly going back to the bans, yeah, I could definitely see an Aatrox ban, especially because you probably expect the Field Rush to get banned on Simon's side. I don't think Darkness is getting banned, and I don't think neither is Echo Jinx, which
it's hard to know if Jinx is getting banned.
It might be a problem. So if Field Rush is left open, I think Field Rush has a positive win rate, probably against Aatrox as well as the Seraphine deck. Maybe less against Seraphine. It depends. Simon has a lot of experience. I don't think
we could find Seraphine stats on this patch if we tried. Yeah. I don't think enough people are taking that to ladder consistently, especially not like a Veiled Temple Seraphine Aphelios Victor variant. It's you're not going to find any meaningful information on this matchup on this patch.
Yeah, so this is kind of a wild card. That said, again, maybe you just don't want to play up against a Field Rush on the other side, so we could see that ban, and then it opens up a new ban strategy then for Simon as well. This is always a bit hard, especially when we go into best of threes. But that is what competitive is all about, right? This mind games. What are you banning? What am I banning? Simon.
I thought you just meant best of threes.
Oh, what?
I thought you just meant like that's what the competitive scene is all about. Best of threes.
Actually, that is what a competitive scene in Runeterra at least is all about, right? When did you see the last full best of 5 tournament? Where it's just like best of 5s all the way through. It's been a while.
I think in Runeterra or in general?
In Runeterra.
We've never had best of 5s.
But we did for a little while, a few tournaments.
Oh, I remember. Well, DOR used to do best of 5 for it was either the finals or just for top cut, one of the two.
I feel like that could be something that could be really interesting to do. Best of 5s.
It's not.
Not for the full tournament. Full tournament is pretty boring because it takes a lot of time and
yeah. Well, the other thing is like for the most part, you kind of ban a deck assuming your opponent was going to win with it anyway. So like if both of you just win with the decks that you would have banned anyway and then play what is effectively a best of 3, then like all you did was waste 2 hours. Yeah. Which is what happened more often than not.
The problem also, it's not supported in-game like best of 3 is. It would just be horrible to run a tournament with that, actually.
Oh yeah, because you wouldn't, I mean, you'd have to extend the time as well. You'd have to set like 90-minute round timers or or something along those lines.
Give me your malice.
Yeah, it's just not that
Princess of
appealing.
Doom.
No.
That said,
Maybe for like an 8-man invitational or something,
Yeah.
but
I think for something like that, it could definitely be the case, or for example, for like a 1v1 tournament.
Only
Because
I can command
after all,
darkness. Only I.
the demand for the money matches was there, and those were best of 13s.
yeah, but you're also only watching one best of 13, not like 5 best of
Yeah.
13. You know, Simon really getting a great start here with the double Twisted Catalyzer, and also, for those of you that don't remember, Twisted Catalyzer got put in the timeout corner a while ago, got knocked down to 2 attack, and then buffed back up to 3. Were it still at 2 attack today, this Scrying Sands would really upset Salty Simon, but it's not the case, so it's not gonna.
Never joust with genius.
And having 2 of those early on is absolutely crucial
Listen
for
to
Darkness
me.
to clean up the board later and to actually just get ahead on that Vega flip, being able to close out
No.
the game with Vega.
I'm not gonna lie to you, it kills me a little bit every time I hear you call Viger and Nora Darkness. And like, there
is
is a
Darkness.
Senna in here that is a little different, and I'm being really nitpicky here, because I'm trying to remember if there's. I think the only difference in terms of like darkness buffers between traditional darkness and this is that Nora Vigar does not run Stilted Rope Maker.
Yeah, I believe that's. Yeah,
I think that's like the only difference.
We run the Darkness generators.
Yep.
We run the Darkness.
We even run
core.
Destinata, which traditionally darkness doesn't do.
Oh yeah. There's even more darkness than darkness.
Well, darkness usually ran like 1 Rekindler, or like ways to bounce the Vigar, be it like Mist Call or whatever the 4 mana bounce a thing, make it 0 mana Vandal City spell is. But yeah, for the most part, you do run more darkness generation outside of like you're not running as many Sennas, and because Simon is running Senna, I'm more willing to let you call this darkness. But now Dolman has a tough choice. You know, do you use your Absolver here to try to save your Jinx, knowing full well that a ping from a Vile Feast or a Pokey Stick will just finish it off?
Also go through. Jinx is dead, I think. Well, this is a huge setback. The other Jinx in hand can certainly try to turn this game
But
back
if
around.
Simon,
Oh,
yeah, if Simon fires off the aloof first action,
oh!
we're already 2 Jinxes down though.
It was still kind of funny that we got another Jinx.
Yeah, it is funny. And we can level the Jinx this turn. It wouldn't make a
Better dead
rocket
than
though,
topside.
or not a rocket we can cast.
Simon just waiting patiently here. Knows he can do nothing against the Jinx if she would be to hit the board, but has the Vengeance for next turn.
Also has the Darkness for next turn,
Yeah.
which is up to 4 damage.
Also, no leveled Echo, just not of hand there to be played for Dormant, so this is just looking kind of rough.
Yeah. And now it is a question of the Vengeance versus the Darkness, because if Simon goes for Darkness, actually can't kill Jinx, because she will level, go to 4 attack, and
We
she'll
must
level
tell
off of
our
Absolver, which will put her to
stories,
5
lest they be
health, which is
forgotten.
just outside the range of the Darkness, and Simon will be tapped out for the turn at that point.
I feel like you probably just go for the Vengeance here. Oh, goes for Nora instead. Still has the Vengeance open.
I like that because, you know, Dolmant, let me check. I believe they're running Rite of Negation. Yeah, they have 1 of Rite of Negation, so you don't want to just fire off the Vengeance into that and, like, you know, sort of let Dolmant empty their hand by negating your Vengeance. You want to wait until they actually level the Jinx, because you're at 20. You can take 1 rocket to kill the last Jinx.
Block's gonna be committed here. Probably on the Voice of the Risen.
It's actually still Dolmant's action. And I wonder if they are debating if they want to just, like, full push an Absolver here. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this will generate Absolver's return? I never remember what happens if Absolver being played levels the champion.
It should generate Absolver's return if I'm not mistaken.
I'm on a roll.
Yep. Oh, maybe the hand looked a bit bugged there.
Yeah, I can't tell until the Jinx level up finishes. It looks like that was an Absolver return
Yeah.
going to the hand. Okay, yeah.
Go away.
Vengeance coming through, taking care of the Jinx. Again, Absolver's return not going to be played here. Rocket is just simply more damage that we can push.
Well, actually, it's the same amount of damage, but...
Oh yeah, true. Because overwhelm on the 5-4. Yeah.
Yeah, but you might as well push that 1 damage onto Nora.
Yeah.
But from here, I can't imagine Simon.
I think Simon has game unlocked now. This was the last Jinx. Remember, one was killed, one was discarded, which means no longer can Jinx come in, generate that value by the extra draw or the rocket. Which means
and this
also
is
burnout is gone.
This is the problem that Jinx solved in the deck. In a lot of the Echo hands, like, you would kind of dump your hand predicting, and then you would, you know, ideally find Echo, and you'd start to, like, slowly reaccumulate card advantage through the free time tricks. And Jinx just kind of looked at those situations where you do just, you know, not find the Echo after dumping your hand into prediction, goes, okay, yeah, I can actually solve this, and I can start drawing us, like, 2 cards a turn. So Dolmant already being out of Jinx's means this is, I would say, near an unwinnable situation. It's really out of your hands. You kind of have to find an Echo here and play from there, but even that is unlikely to be enough.
Life and death.
Someone here debating whether to give up his life unit, decides against it. Can still block this 5-4 with Nora. I didn't think you cared that much about the Nora in this game.
I figured you might as well keep it around since it's not like Dolman can really, like, accidentally kill it. But you are going to lose all your units here anyway. Darkness is going to come out. Vile Feast an option. Pokey Stick an option.
Life is cyclical.
Just so many options from Simon too. How do I want to completely take over this game?
And this is one of the worst feelings that you can have as a card player. You've been there. You've played against Control. You know that your win cons are gone. They somehow got the best of you. And now you just sit there and you wait for them to win.
I love doing that to people. And a lot of them don't concede, which, like, fully within your power to scoop up the cards, man. I think you can look at your hand of a single Get Excited versus this board of Simon and understand that, you know, you are not winning this game. We do get the Echo, who I don't know for sure, but I have to assume is leveled. But what do you even do with Chrono Breaks at this stage of the game? You don't have a board. You cannot rebuild a board.
Yeah, you have to wait for Simon to tap out of Vengeance or pass and find Right of Negation to play up against a Vengeance. Because you can expect Simon probably have another one at this point. Yep.
There's also a Signpost in Simon's hand.
Yeah, true. The Vandal Deny.
The future is whatever I make it.
That also kills weapons, I think.
Yes.
Never needed it. This is my future.
Maybe the weirdest weapon kill card, which is very on brand for Bandle City.
Yeah, they were always gonna have a funny one.
And there's the surrender, and yeah, this game was over quite a while ago, but you know, sometimes you just gotta play it out.
Sometimes Echo decks just look like that, and it really turns off a lot of players from picking up the archetype, from learning it. And it is a very in-depth archetype in the games that you actually kind of like get to sit down and play with them and try to figure out your lines and what you can and can't predict, when you need to skip things like that. But games like that, especially when broadcasted, just really turn off newer players to even attempting. And now we're going to get to see a mirror match, which these are pretty swingy.
Yes, but as we already mentioned, Simon very proficient at this deck, so I would expect Simon to be confident navigating this. So Domand might be good at this deck, but
he's no Simon.
A real test. He's no Simon. Going up against a real test here. At least the predicts are going well for both players.
Yeah. T, would you say that Salty Simon is the best Echo player in the world?
Oh,
Would you say that out loud?
Would I say it out loud? Would I say it with my chest? I would.
In this timeline, we're sure to see Acacia.
He brought it to a ton of tournaments, having a ton of success with it, so just the amount of Echo that he has played, if he's not the best Echo player, I would be really worried.
I don't know, man. Australia specifically, like just Oceania, has like 6 Echo one tricks.
Wait, yeah, true. I forgot.
It's like Morpice, Seabass. I think Seabass is one of them anyway. I'm trying to remember. I know it's definitely like Morpice. Ianamore played it. Spids played it.
I feel like Simon...
I think Infinipatrons is like the one sort of America's Echo player that stands out to me.
Yeah, I think it was
But-
Internet patrons who first inspired Simon to actually pick up the deck.
Actually, hold on. Let me look up geographically where Australia is. I'm pretty sure I have an idea, but just want to make sure.
What do you mean, geographically where Australia is?
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. It's like directly south of Japan. I just wanted to make sure that, like, you know, they weren't over there, like, closer to Europe and that whole part of the world is just, like, on Echo for some reason.
No, they are very far
I
away.
love it when things converge like
That's
that.
that's what I thought, but I was like, I'm going to say that, and it's going to turn out that, like, wherever I think Ireland is, just replace that with Australia.
Like, no way the Brits ship people that far.
This is my future.
Alright, Missing Shot here is going to be committed to kill the Echo before Echo can hit in. This also means this Echo won't be getting revived anytime soon. We also, and Simon knows this, have a Hexite Crystal on the other side, but currently another second spell to remove the Echo.
Oh, and Simon just keeps drawing drop orders, though. That is certainly not ideal. Picking up a second Jinx, potentially, is, though.
Heads up.
Echo is flipped, Echo hits the board.
Yep, and even if you... Look, here's a free tip for all you.
Got a good
It
feeling
doesn't
about
matter
tomorrow.
if the first Echo dies. First Echo's job is to get Chrono Breaks into your deck.
New tricks, new day, new song.
If your first Echo dies before he flips, that's an entirely different thing. That is a problem.
Do not play your first Echo until he's ready to flip, okay? I don't care if you have like 3 predicts in response to a Mystic Shot or whatever you need to do. Do not let an Echo die without flipping.
Alright, the predict goes in here. Let's see what we draw on the other side. Flipping Jinx, gonna be really easy for Simon next turn. We're gonna have enough mana to flip her, but not really to play the rocket alongside.
Never
Ooh,
had
Echo on the other
luck,
side.
Never needed it.
All right, yeah, now we've got a
Sandra
bit of a
of yours.
parity here, but Simon has the attack token.
are
Hopefully
my
going to be able to find a
sweets.
Get Excited here, as Simon is running more copies of the card than most of his fellow tournament players. We only... Actually, no, we do see a full 3 copies out of Dolmant as well.
Echo.
Which I
Look,
think is the correct choice.
All I'm saying is the 2 undefeated players are the 2 on, 3 copies of Get Excited. So if any of you Echo Jinx players at home are looking for the builds to copy, maybe start with 3 decks.
Alright, we skip the predict, find a Chrono Break. Can't be bad either.
Oh, that is huge. That is sort of the
Oh,
big
and
spell that
Get
both these players...
Excited.
And Salty Simon, how do you do it?
How does he do it? Oh,
I do my own stuff.
maybe that's why he's the best Echo Jinx player. That
Yeah,
man
do you
just
do you have
hits.
do you have interview questions ready for Simon later when we
How do you hit so much? How do you always get Kaiser 3, by the way?
I already know Simon's answer too. He's just gonna like kind of turn his head a few times and he's gonna be like, just hit. Like what?
It's easy.
Just out of three.
Uh,
Yeah, this is looking really rough for Dolman right now, especially Simon. Not only has the Chrono Break, but also has the Jinx getting ready to be flipped as well. We have so much mana this turn.
Just you and me, Fishbones.
It's gonna be a massive
yeah, just go ahead and throw down the Jinx. Say, hey, do you want to try to like get rid of this? Because if you do, I am just gonna Chrono Break it back while simultaneously emptying my hand. If this is not the lethal attack turn for Simon, it is very close, and it very well could actually just be the lethal attack turn because
When we look
you
ahead,
just Chrono Break
we
for a
know,
rally,
but you still
and
gotta
Jinx
show me how to
Echo
ride that
with a
big
rally,
Not like you
looking
ever did
pretty
anything for
substantial
me.
here.
I mean, you kind of have to Chrono Break
It
for
can
a
be
rally
undone.
if you want to ever get
Not
your
to
hand
mention,
empty.
Don't
One
touch it.
thing is not getting traded here thanks to the Scrying Sands. Yeah, I imagine we're going for the Hexite Crystal here. Oh, actually just trying to preserve as much health as possible. I tell you what, doesn't matter.
Not really. You can play your own Jinx though, which does matter, but unfortunately you can't play the Rocket. I mean, you can, and you gotta hope that Simon just doesn't have that revive. That is what Dorman is setting up for right now. Dorman is just setting up to play the Jinx, play the Rocket, and hope that somehow Simon in all those draws and predicts has not find did not find a Chrono Break. It's a game plan. And I think you have to do it. I think it's a winning play. It's the only way you get back into this game.
Playing the Jinx and going for the Rocket?
Yeah.
I'll give
Yeah.
you
Oh
to
yeah.
count
I mean,
them.
this is so juicy, right? And Simon, here's where I'm curious about how Simon wants to play this. Do you just like time trick and pass and trust that Dolmant is gonna play the Rocket? I don't think it really matters when Dolman plays the rocket. Eventually, they have to kill this Jinx and this Echo, and then the Chrono Break gets to come out in response, and it's all going to work out. I don't think Simon is in a position where like he actually has to level the Jinx.
No, you. Oh, okay. I was like, you picked.
He took a Feral Presence too, so he still gets the rocket.
Oh my god. I was like, you could have also picked Cat. Maybe baited Dolman a bit more. But Dolman was always going to play that rocket anyways. You have to do it.
You have to. Even if you don't, then next turn you do it, and Simon just rallies. Then it really doesn't change things up too much. And now Simon showing the Chrono Break. Here's my 6 wide board back, and oh by the way, my last card in hand is a 1-mana spell, so that I can also play a rocket, just in case you didn't think that was coming. Now, what I do have to ask IceTea is Star Guardian Jinx, widely regarded as one of the best skins in the game, because you see this level of animation for Jinx. It's okay. It's not bad. But you get a real animation when you do Star Guardian Jinx. Why have we not seen any Star Guardian Jinx today? Are the Lulu Jinx players hoarding them?
They are, because I know that Broken Ball is one of them. And he's a Lulu Jinx player. He just absolutely loves Star Guardian Jinx. Probably bought it as an egg account as well. So there's a victory for Simon. And Simon, with a convincing 2-0, stays undefeated in this bracket.
Now here's something I'm a little interested. Here's something I'm a little interested in. It's very rare, nigh unheard of, that someone goes and wins the big tournament the weekend before the seasonal, and then actually goes on to like do well at the seasonal as well. Sometimes you'll win something and then you'll go top 32 and you'll lose immediately out. Can Salty Simon break that curse? Can he not only XO the MasteringRuneterra January Open, but then go on to become the first 2-time EMEA seasonal champion?
That would be crazy. I actually have to check if Simon hasn't broken that curse before, because Simon is notorious for always playing tournaments before seasonal, and always bringing very similar lineups to the seasonal and the tournaments he played before. Could very well be that he probably played a tournament exactly before the seasonal that he won, where he played the exact same lineup that he played in the seasonal.
Probably.
But yeah, very probably. All right, okay. Let's find another matchup that we can hop into. We gotta look at the players that can still potentially make it into the bracket. And if we look at the standings and people that are still playing, we see that Trixasori and Identity are still playing. The Tank Buster is also playing, and we haven't spectated Tank Buster at all today. So if we can actually catch a game with the Tank Buster, that would be absolutely amazing. Let's see if Tank Buster is still in game. Yeah. Let's hop into that and see if they can make it into the top cut.
So I'm taking a look at the lineup here from Tank. It's kind of what we expected. It's Kane Aatrox, it's Lulu Jinx, it's Plunder. Tank has been a Plunder player for a while. This is not unexpected sort of lineup from him. And it looks like we're actually trying to figure out a lethal here. Or at least very close to it.
Identity here coming in with the blocks. Again, Identity and Tank Buster both at 5 and 1. Currently fighting on who gets a 5 and 2 and who gets a 6 and 1 spot. Again, 6 and 1 very much in. 5 and 2 potentially also in. But again, with almost 100 players and only a top 8, could get dicey.
And it would absolutely be heartbreaking if Identity were to come in, go 5 and 0, be super excited to be going 5 and 0, and then, turn around and lose the last 2 and be like 9th, 10th place.
Absolute heartbreaker. But it's going up against Tank Buster, and Tank Buster is just one of the more solid Americas players that I've been spectating for the last year, especially in MasteringRuneterra tournaments.
Distance means so little when family means so much. Point the way, and I'll make the way.
Okay, getting a couple of bombs out, really starting to push the damage. I don't know how close this Sejuani is to leveling. My gut says it's got to be, at absolute minimum, 3 out of 5. But whether it's 3 out of 5 or 4 out of 5 does change. Okay, yeah, 4 out of 5 does change some things here. You can go for like Parlay on the Nexus and then, warning shot in combat if this Talia does get too big. But you also have to worry about like what happens if Absolver Returns comes out. You really can't afford to like put your Sejuani in front of this Talia. Yeah, you'll level up, you'll go to 7 health, you might survive through the rock slide, but Pokey Stick, there's some buffs. It's very dicey to put your Sejuani in harm's way here. Just gonna go for some tentacles.
Ooh, those are some really good hits.
Turn the stones.
Potentially look for a Plunder Trigger this turn.
We didn't parlay the Nexus.
Ooh, I mean, she's 4 to 5. Should probably you just sacrifice her here, I guess.
Yeah, I
Only
guess.
the strong survive.
Do you not just die to Absolver now? No, there's actually no mana for Absolver return, so ignore most of what I just said. But you are still losing your Sejuani.
Goodbye.
Which I guess doesn't really matter. I guess Gangplank's just can do it.
Treasures of the ages.
I mean, if he can't do it, what is even a deck, right? Finding lethal, pushing a damage is all he's here for. Sejuani can do it too, but she also has a different job. Gangplank only has one job.
I'm still salty about Gangplank, P.
Yeah, I know. Me too. Me too, actually.
I don't make a lot of YouTube videos. I didn't used to make a lot of YouTube videos, but I made one that was like top 10 cards that have never been nerfed. 3 hours after that video goes live, they hotfix nerf Gangplank. Who was like number 6 on the list or something. And I was like, well, that was a real nice 3-hour long video that I had. Freaking shutting me down. I see your games, Riot.
Waiting for the next edition. Can you include Katarina in that one?
Actually, probably.
I think one
my,
champion that has never been nerfed.
Actually,
Katarina.
To be fair, I think my criteria was never been buffed or nerfed.
Oh, okay.
And I don't think that list has changed too much, because I think numbers 1 and 2 were like Ravenous Flock and Zoe.
You've concerns, do ya?
Yeah, Zoe just quietly went from the best champion into game 2.
You want a big boon?
Okay, one drop.
Zoe's still good, but Targon kind of sucked.
Yep. Alright, getting a ton of damage here. Don't think Identity is surviving this. I think so. I think we have like a 4-3 or something in hand.
Okay. Yeah, that'll do it.
No lifesteal on the big old guy either.
Now Identity not great at rolling lifesteal. Very good at rolling regen.
And Faded. I think
Faded.
Faded just usually comes with the whole package. If you can generate keywords, you're gonna get Faded.
You're gonna get Faded, you're gonna get Augment.
It's just a rule, right? Like, Pantheon gets Augment, and Victor gets Faded. That's always the case. Let's see if that was actually the last game of the match. If so, Tank Buster just secured the 6-1 spot. And on the other side, 5-2. That's going to be rough, but you can still make it in, especially because I feel like those 2 losses came in the last 2 rounds. So your opponent's win rate is going to be absolutely insane, which gives you better tiebreakers over the other players. For those who don't know, usually tiebreakers are not only broken by your own win rate, but also by the win rate of the players you played against. Otherwise,
specifically the players that you beat.
Specifically the players that you beat. And if you beat a bunch of good players early on, good chances that you will make it in the end. And
yeah, but if if you're like 5-2 and the 5 people that you beat like lost every round after you played them, so you've got like an 0-7, a 1-6, a 2-5, and whatever, top cut your 14th place.
Yeah. That was, by the way, also the last game. So we do know that Tank Buster did win this one. Currently
okay, so Tank is in.
For another game that we can watch of someone that can potentially make it in. And it appears Trickster Sorry is still in a matchup, I bet. Or Sorry was a naughty boy and did not report that matchup. So let's see if we can actually catch that matchup. And it appears we can. Trickster Sorry currently going up against what I believe is Rito Ruined My Life. Yeah.
Oh. I didn't realize Rito's name was Stanislaw.
I remembered it from last time. I think we couldn't pronounce the name, and then we went in-game and we're like, that's the name you can pronounce.
Yeah, there we go.
And Sorry causing a bit of noise.
What kind of country is Stanislaw?
Oh, the winning one.
So Rito Ruined My Life is Polish. I understand.
Yes.
The strongest region in Runeterra.
According to the official LOR Twitter, I believe like one world championship where Poland just went first and third. They actually tweeted out something like that. Made it official, you know.
Yeah, really put it in the books, huh? Don't worry. Next year's Korea's year, man. We got 3rd and 4th this time around after not showing up to. That's why Alan won, because there were no Koreans in 2021 Worlds.
I'm still voting for Germany. Teddy is going to do it next time.
I'm surprised Teddy didn't do it this time. That man was on fire.
And he still is.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. What is he, rank 1? Rank 0 on your server? Rank -1?
Basically.
Rank 1 next season?
Yeah.
They're going to be like, yeah, we're resetting everyone to Plat 4, but Teddy, we can only put it like 700 LP Masters, so like, good luck, everyone. That's the most we can dock him.
I'm just afraid of what Teddy is going to do once rotation hits. Because, and Teddy was a big
He's going to do it all.
He was a big AZ Aurelia fan, okay?
He's going to do it all, man. He's going to win your
gonna do it
Eternal formats. He's going to win your Standard formats. He's got whatever seasonals are getting called now. Runeterra Opens, I think we're like changing the name to. I don't even know.
I mean, he's going to play...
I don't even know.
He is 100% going to play the Eternal format as well as Standard. Because Teddy just can't not play Standard, right? But Teddy has to play Eternal because Teddy played an ungodly amount of AZ Aurelia. And now that Aurelia rotates, he is going to be all over that. If you think you're just like a casual player who wants to have some fun in the Eternal format, think again. You're going to meet the tester on AZ Aurelia. Oh,
I mean, they're not unnerfing it though, right? Like, it's still just going to suck as much as it does now.
I don't know. When they planning to do some additional balance patches and events just for the Eternal mode where they potentially unnerf some cards?
I know that you're like really hoping they're just gonna buff Vladimir again, but it's not happening, bud.
Can't believe that didn't give him overwhelm. Fearsome? Hello?
How many keywords do you want on? Do you just want Vladimir to be like his current ability, but for every unit he hits, he gets a keyword?
Good idea, Boulevard.
Oh man.
You know what? You would make an excellent dev. Do you know that?
Yeah. XT.
The trolls are going to war.
With my blessing. If they're
I'm
asking,
gonna put that on my resume.
Yeah, if they're asking the community for recommendations, you're in there. Ooh, that just whiffed.
Yeah, that is easy. I would say hands down the worst Allegiance card to whiff as well.
Yep.
It is the worst statted for its cost, its continuous abilities that you reduce the cost of Celestials, and if you whiff and don't make a Celestial, then you just played a 4-mana vanilla 2/3, and it got quietest, so not looking great here for Rito, but no, that's really all I have. It's not looking great for Rito. Sorry has a Feel the Rush in hand, and it really doesn't look like Rito's going to put enough pressure on to stop that from happening with Zoe Aphelios that is running so few Shadow Isle cards that you can run Mountain Scryer.
I played a similar deck with Asol just a few seasons ago, and this deck can potentially feel really strong, just because you can potentially have a lot of removal for these big units that Sorry will play. Like, if you invoke the right cards, you can basically just decimate their whole board, obliterate everything so it can't be revived, so Tryndamere doesn't level, but if you just don't hit those invokes, it's not looking good. Just saw star shaping, so potentially we can actually obliterate 2 units. But we do need another Celestia to actually activate it.
I'm sure Rito's not going to have too much issue getting that. Now we're actually potentially even offering up a trade of Aphelios for Trundle, saying, hey, if you want to actually make this trade, you probably have to play a sort of naked Nightfall, or not naked Nightfall, a naked Pale Cascade, and just not get the draw off of it, trade your Aphelios for my Trundle, and I'll tell you what, I think Sorry cares a lot less about this Trundle than Rito does about this Aphelios.
Yep. Already have the next Trundle line up. He is encased within this Feel the Rush. Buffy's gonna take this one out. If there's no Pale Cascade... Oh no. Well, at least we invoke more.
Well, yeah, we invoke more, but like, Sorry has Wild Mysticism, so they can just go into FTR now. Or no, they actually can't because they played the Vile Feast, so this is only going to be an 11 mana on the next turn. But at least we're going to get our Trundle leveled up. But like you mentioned, you know, there are now 2 opportunities for there to be a Supernova in Rito's hand, a great counter to the FTR.
Yeah, that said, we are going to level the Trundle. We are going to have a 6/6 Overwhelm on our next attack token turn. And I think it's not that bad that we can't play the Feel the Rush next turn because we really want those units in an attack token turn. We really don't need them to block for us in this matchup. So the Calibrum here just trying to not make this a 6-6.
I gotta say, I did not think Wild Mysticism would have sort of the impact on FTR. I mean, not really the impact on the game, because it really is only played in Field of Rush, but it is really cool to me that this card actually does see play. We finally got a new ramp spell. And yeah, sometimes you can catch your opponent off guard with either like a Voices of the Old One or a Catalyst of Aeons, like on turn 9 to just... Oh, by the way, here's a 6-6 Overwhelm instead of a 2-2 Overwhelm. So now we know that one of the spells was Cosmic Inspiration. Can you believe that this card used to refill your spell mana?
Absolutely bonkers card. +2/+2 to everything that you have and you will ever will have, plus refilling spell mana. I remember where whole matchups were just decided whether you got this card or not from your invoke. I remember Heimerdinger just playing the mirror. If you didn't get the card, if your opponent got Cosmic Inspiration, congratulations, you lost the game.
I am a big, like, Targon Allegiance Invoke fan. When they buffed Traveler to a 4/4, I thought maybe this deck was going somewhere again, and it really hasn't. Broken my Whittle heart.
Now we also know that there is not a second Celestial card to activate a potential Obliterate, so if we have one, it will only hit one unit.
And I don't know if you were able to notice if the Cosmic Inspiration was the Star Shaping card or the Lunari Priestess card.
Let me cast for 6 less hours, and I probably could have caught that, but no, I didn't.
That's fair. So, Falling Comet might be on the table. It might not, because Star Shaping only grabs from the 7 cost or higher pool, and Lunari Priestess can grab from any pool, so anywhere from 0 to 10 cost Celestial. So we actually are totally in the dark as to what could possibly be in Rito's hand in terms of that last Celestial card. But it's gotta be a good one. And even if you Falling Comet the Tryndamere, you are still taking, I think, just about lethal damage from the double Trundle anyway.
Space Sketcher certainly isn't it. Maybe we have a Celestial 1 in hand that can stun out 2 of these units, keep us alive for one more turn.
You have to assume, but I think once the Atro comes down next turn, it might be over.
Or this turn. Or this turn.
Or this turn, yeah. I assume that there is a Celestial Wonder. I assume that we're going to be able to stun 2 of these units and only take 7 damage from the Trundle, which at the end of the day, it's still going to be lethal damage off the Atrocity.
Yep. So Celestial Wonder coming in. Sorry, just probably going to let all this damage go through. Commit the Atrocity next turn. And just win the game. This is already enough damage. Oh, do you have it? Oh, it's Passage Unearned!
Oh!
Wait! Oh! Hold on. I mean, it's still lethal with Atrocity, but that's pretty cool. Wait. The one time we don't check out the deck list, we get absolutely obliterated. I can't believe this is actually happening.
That is, wow, that is troll. For those of you confused, because you've literally never seen this card before in your lives, Passage Unearned says obliterate all summoned but not played units this round. Or all units that were summoned but not played. So anything pulled in off of FTR, Thresh, things that were summoned off of Buried in Ice, you know, sort of re-summoning them into play. It's always been a cute card. But, I mean, like, sorry can't even just raw the Atro here, because there is a Hush that could knock this Trundle back down to 5 attack.
But what? I think I kind of need to slap myself here. It's like 1 a.m. and
yeah,
I might have been dreaming.
You just got Passage Unearned?
Yeah, I might have been dreaming when I saw this. I'm not 100 on it actually happening.
Lunari,
you know,
rise.
This game might not be actually happening right now. I might be asleep in front of my PC right now.
Is this a dream or a nightmare for you, T? To watch FTR get put in its place, but worse than that, to watch Sorry get put in his place by a Passage Unearned. Is that your nightmare? Is that your dream? Where are we in the dreamscape of Sparkling Iced Tea?
Oh, it's my double dream. Sorry has been
double dream.
It's the dream of dreams right now. Okay. Can't believe Sorry has been very confidently telling me how he is absolutely wrecking the Americas right now. And, you know, as an EMEA player, you like to hear it once. If you hear it every day, can get a bit grating.
I was going to say, I'm telling him you said that, but I'm pretty sure he's going to tune into the stream after the game, and he can hear it from your own mouth, and now we get to see...
I will tell him myself.
Where did all these Celestial cards come from?
Alright, so... It appears that we do have the ability to obliterate 2 units here. And then we can obliterate another one. And we can actually obliterate till the end of times, which is pretty nice.
This is what we get for being on round 7.5. You know what's cool about being on professional broadcasts, IceTea? Generally, you spectate your match, and then you stop, and you just put a timer until the next round starts. But not us grassroots folks. We go, hey, there's more games going on. Let's jump into that one. And all of a sudden, instead of like 7 rounds of casting, we've managed to fit like 15 rounds of casting into 7 rounds.
You know what?
Oh man, I had to play 7 best of 3s. Yeah, well, I had to cast 19 best of 3s in 7 rounds.
I think those players sometimes miss that we are actually casting more than 1 best of 3 per round. But you're right. But you know what? Those professional broadcasts also have the luxury of never actually covering Swiss. Because if you are covering Swiss and you're only showing 1 match per round, you're like in 50% downtime, basically.
Yeah, basically. Hey man, I watch a lot of European Valorant. We just go to downtime.
Alright, sorry, just building a bigger and bigger board, hoping to win on the next swing that is going to be in 2 turns. Has, as always, the option here to Atrocity, keeps it open in case Read to Ruin My Life does ever commit a 9-mana spell or a 6-mana spell to get rid of the Trundle.
Yeah, it just goes for a Falling Comet right here. Would be enough to get Sorry to pull the trigger, and it's really not a position that favors Rito that they can even really play through, because it means that they can't drop this Great Beyond next turn for fear of Sorry just ripping off the Atrocity, and so far they've done a really good job of respecting it. But this is one of the problems with paying respect to cards like these, is not identifying when you're actually in a situation where you can't do it.
Does it? I mean, next turn you could have had this plus Vengeance backup, which kind of hurts. But that means just the Atrocity is going to get fired off, and it appears that Sorry is going to take this game. And the little Trundle that could. Not the 10-10. Nope. The one that was played on turn 5 gets the W.
It's actually played on turn 4.
Oh, true. It was actually played on turn 4. Forgot that ramping is a thing.
Yeah. Only in 1 deck. Really only in 1. Man, I think the thing that is my least favorite thing about ramp in Legends of Runeterra is that we are always just ramping into the same thing. It's just always FTR. And, you know, for a little bit it was Peak, but you know what Peak was trying to hit? FTR.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. FTR's in the ramp region, but I think it'd be cool if we had other stuff to ramp into. You know what I'd like to see rotated? All of the KDA spells.
All of them?
Just get them all out of here.
So you mean the one relevant one, and then the one
sometimes
relevant one?
Go Hard was played at the qualifiers. You were there, I was there, we all saw it.
We did see it. I actually had some success. Okay, the relevant one, the sometimes relevant one, and then the other ones.
The other 3.
3 of them even.
Yeah, there's 3 more. There's one for there's 5.
Oh yeah, there's recall one.
The Ionia, bounce and create a 0-mana copy, and then create a copy and then get the 0-mana one in hand. There's the 8-mana one that buffs all your guys to be the same attack and health and keywords, which actually has seen play on ladder before in like cheeky Faint HD or Fake Hero Riven decks. I never remember which one of those Twitch streamers makes the cheeky Riven decks every round. I want to say it's Faint. Pretty sure it's Faint.
Sounds
and then what's the last one? The last one really sucks.
Oh, it is the one that makes all your buffs permanent and draws you a card for 5.
That's the one.
The one
mostly because I am just sick and tired of getting offered the grow your board and give them all keywords off of Pharaoh's Financier. I want that out of the pool. I want to be able to pull better cards.
I was about to say that card actually saw a ton of play back when Victor got buffed, but that was literally just because of Pharaoh's Financier, which at that time was the best card in the game.
Yeah.
No contest. It was literally the best card in the game.
Which, I mean, speaking of, when we talk about Go Hard used to be the best card in the game. No contest. No contest on that. Go Hard was the best card in the game for a little bit. For the first seasonal, at least, usually. But yeah, I think that is about the end of round number 7. Yeah, we've got one more match going on. It doesn't look like this is going to be one that affects the standings in terms of like who does or doesn't make top 8, but it could affect the tiebreakers of some of the players that are looking to make top 8. Maybe this is one of their previous opponents, and now instead of 8th, you're in 9th. But as it stands, our top 8 competitors, one match still remaining, so subject to change. Salty Simon in first place, Grandpa Roji in second, Dolmant in third, the Tank Buster in fourth, Trickster Sari in fifth, Vasimus in sixth, Identity coming in at 7th place, and Zach C in 8th place. Unfortunately, Habily taking the salty 9th.
Yeah, there are quite a bunch of players at 5 and 2 that are not going to make it in. Again, there's one match still going on that could potentially affect the standings, but I don't think we can actually stream that, or at least I don't find the players in the Friends of the Spectator account. So, that's it for Swiss, basically.
Yeah, which means we are going to throw it to a quick break, get ready for the top 8. Stick around. Now we are getting into the real competition. So if you've been like kind of half paying attention, now's the time to dial in. Now's the time to get your friends on the line. Say, hey, wrap it up, whatever you're doing, the League of Legends or the Earth game that you're playing, get over it. Get TFT out the door. It's Runeterra time, baby. It's the top 8 of the January Open. EMEA versus AM here on the Top Cut. 1 week until the first season of the year. You don't want to miss this. We'll be right back. Welcome to the top 8, the January Open Mastering Runeterra tournament. My name is Boulevard. Joining me is SparklingIceTea. We have finished our 7 rounds of Swiss here today. All that is left is the top 8. Now, we spoke on the top 8 just before we did throw it to a break. I'm not going to repeat their names because you'll see the bracket in a little bit. You'll see their names. I will tell you that the first players we're going to be spectating are going to be Dolmant and Vesimus. Vesimus, one of the 2 players in the top 8 that we have not gotten to take a look at today. I gotta say, T, their lineup makes me a little envious that we didn't discover them sooner.
For sure, because it's super interesting, and I kind of would want to see this throughout the Swiss already. Let's hope they don't go out in round 1, or at least they will show us the spicy deck that they have prepared. But before we get into that, let's look at the 2 not-so-spicy decks. We all know that Nova Vega have been good lately in the meta, and while you don't want to call it
transposition, that's the spell I was talking about, the fake mist calling. All right, I figured out why it bugs me so much that you call this deck darkness. Do you know what it is? So you call this darkness. If we did see someone bring Vigar Senna, that's a different deck. We can't call them both darkness.
But no one, here's the thing though, no one is bringing that deck.
But they might again in the future. It's not like this is the next step of darkness and we're never going back.
All right. I don't know.
We might go
if
back
I can,
someday.
I don't know if I can conjure up any other case where this happened, where a deck was just playing a different champion and slightly different units and was just still named the same.
Yeah, it doesn't really happen. We tend to change the name once we change champions.
Yeah, but also Darkness wasn't named after the champions, right? It was just named after...
Yeah, it was named after the spell, which, like, yeah, but it got there first, and it stole the name and kind of locked it in.
I would just call them both Darkness. I would roll with the Chaos. I would be in it to win it, okay? And I
don't think I'm allowed to lump Nora Vigar and Vigar Senna together on a seasonal breakdown sheet, but if it comes to that, I'll deal with it, and I'll just be like, Ice-T told me that it's all the same, it's all Darkness.
Works. Yeah, no, actually do that for the stats. Just when they bring up Darkness stats. And you know what? Darkness is actually way higher play rate than any of you thought, because I actually just know a way like also Darkness deck. Okay, let's take a look at the next deck though, and that is a spicy one. That is a spicy one. Seraphine Twisted Fate. I think Boulevard, actually, for the first time in your life, you're excited for a Seraphine deck in a tournament. And it's this one. What? And it looks different.
I was a little excited when Seraphine came out. I gotta say, I'm a little surprised, and I'm also not a little surprised not to see Fleet Admiral Shelley. It really only works if you are playing enough units to have a payoff for it, and in a list like this, I don't think you're seeing it. I think you're just kind of, playing the elusive plan on top of the Seraphine plan. You're, funny enough, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that this is the only competitive, potentially even tier 2, probably not tier 1, but I'd say like tier 2 deck that we have ever had where your entire deck dies to Quietus.
Yeah, actually everything here dies to Quietus. Which is funny, but...
Even aggro decks don't die to Quietus as hard as this deck does.
Yeah, aggro decks play a 1-mana 3-2 that can usually do it, but everything here does die to Quietus. The only thing that doesn't die to Quietus is TF when he's flipped.
Yeah.
This is notoriously hard to do. But other than that, this very much, again, looks like TF Fizz, just way more spell heavy. And we don't quite have the same amount of buff cards in here. And again, this doesn't look like the old Seraphine TF list that were first out there when Seraphine was released, where we tried to play it like a Nami deck, as you mentioned, with Shelly, because that kind of works very well with Seraphine. But unfortunately, Seraphine just doesn't flip fast enough for a deck like this to actually generate a tempo and close out the game. So right now is more of a mid-range control deck, where you do have some options to deal some elusive damage with Acorn, Burblefish, Zep Sprayfin. And then when we look at the top end, it very much looks like a Shellfolk deck where you can close out the game with a Glorious Evolution that again can buff up all your elusive cards. It's crazy that this actually made it into the top cut, especially because it's so vulnerable right now. All the units not only die to Quietus, a lot of them also die to Avalanche, Blighted Ravine. A lot of removal can actually take care of this.
Super Mega Death Rocket.
Oh, yeah. And that is a very common card in this meta. So I'm really excited to see how this plays, because I actually have never played this, so I can't even imagine how the ban phase would go and what your favorite and unfavorite matchups even are, just because there might be some play patterns here that I just don't recognize that are beating decks where I think that this would lose against. Now, let's take a look at the third deck. Oh, yeah. No, we can go back to
I was going to say
Spice.
the other wild thing is this is, there's no back alley bar.
There is no back alley bar. Yeah, has been nerfed. And even though this seems to be a mix between a slower deck and the option of the fast elusives, right? So maybe back alley bar just couldn't make the fit.
Yeah, I do agree though. It seems very vulnerable. But moving on to the last deck, like you mentioned, it's double Darken. Kane Aatrox. We look at the Darken lineup here. Oh, look, it's 3 Darken Spear, which I believe is the only 3 of Darken that we've seen across the board for every Kane Aatrox player. The other ones, you know, they come, they go, they decide what they do and do not want. 2 Violent Discord is more than we've seen all day, so that's cool, I guess.
That is cool, no?
That's awesome, man.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Let's go away from this. It's just very unfortunate.
Get it off the screen. See, I don't want to look at Kane Aatrox anymore. I'm gonna have to watch it enough in match. I don't want to see the Shen Fiora reskin on my monitor any longer. I say as I still have it up on my second monitor.
It does hurt, no?
View Aatrox.
Damn. But yeah, Aatrox has been absolutely dominating lately, and again, we're gonna see him in the top card a few more often than we would have liked to. But again, just a very, very good deck, and it does have a very explosive finish, and it is sometimes fun to watch. Even though you have to watch it a billion times, it is still fun to watch. But let's take a look at our full top 8 for today. And there we again have Zeg versus Salty Simon, the Tank Buster versus Trickster Story, Grandpa Roger versus Identity, and then our featured match for today, Dolmen versus Vasimus. And that is what we are going to hop into now.
And if you're wondering who Zach C is, they go by Koopa. So if you're like, I've heard of Koopa, but not Zach C, now you know.
And we are already into turn 2.
You know, T, I haven't run the numbers, and I don't really think I'm going to have time to while I'm casting with you, but I think we might have as many as 6 Aatrox in the top cut.
That could be the case, yeah.
It might even be 7. I know it's not 8 because Koopa's not running it, but it could be 6 or 7.
That's rough.
You love that, don't you?
I absolutely love it. Yeah, like, can't wait to see half of the field bring Aatrox to seasonals. Seasonal Swiss is going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a bloodbath. There's going to be so many Aatrox decks, and so many decks trying to counter Aatrox. Half of them failing, half of them making it. But let's see if this deck can make it and can actually beat Aatrox.
Oh man, I'm glad I don't play seasonals, man.
It's nerve-wracking, right? You gotta decide whether you want to go in with a counter lineup or whether you want to go and just play the best decks possible.
Oh, I played one seasonal and it was real easy. I played the best decks because I just wanted to get my... What did you need, like 3 wins for the card back?
Yes, I think
3 or 4,
I think you
something
need
like
3.
that. I got my card back and dipped. I think Monty messaged me later in the day because I was like his round 8 opponent after I'd been like AFK from round 5.
That, I mean...
Deal me in.
That's a favor that he has to return at some point, no?
Yeah, it is. And to give you an idea of how long ago this was, buddy, it was the Lysandra Nasus meta.
Oh, God.
That's when I claimed my card back. We're going to get a parlay here.
Was that still a seasonal where you had to 5-0 instead of 9? Like,
I think it was our first
9
9-round season. It was the first or second 9-round seasonal.
Okay.
Because I was like, okay, yeah, I can come in, get 3 wins, and basically just like AFK my win into the card back, or we'll be fine. But yeah, it was Nasus, Dragons, and Lysandra.
What a time! We are very far away from that right now.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, one of the relics from that time. Zep's Brayfin, though. Still alive and kicking, still a very good card. Still just basically a blue card TF for you. And alongside of TF can potentially win this game. TF, though, on a lot of danger here, is going to be taken down by the Kane. I don't think you can do anything against that. You have a lot of elusive threats, but once Dolmen gets
like you
rolling,
mentioned, what's their win con, man? Like Zap and Burblefish are good, but they always needed a little bit more. And I don't even think there was a Mind Meld in this list, which honestly wouldn't have surprised me too much to see. really is just like Glorious Evolution, a unit. And I'm curious to see how Vesimus ends up playing like the Burblefish if we are gonna wait until we have. Okay, we're gonna copy a Ranger Knight defector.
Do we don't have any weapons in the deck, no?
No,
no
weapons.
We just wanted to stop the attack. This is really just stalling out the game. This just looks like Tier Fist because we see PNZ and a bunch of elusives, but I think we gotta keep in mind that this deck probably can play quite a bit slower just because you have that Seraphine, and then you just go off of the value of having all those doubled spells.
Yeah, speaking of doubled spells, what's really interesting to me is like you would think that this is one of the fastest decks at leveling Seraphine because you have ebb into like ebb into flow into ebb and flow. Actually, not playing Songspin.
Chokes in the hand already. I mean, this just looks so perplexing to me. I really don't see how Vesimus is winning this game.
As long as that Burblefish remains in hand, I will have faith in Vesimus.
Alright, okay. Burblefish generates a card that Seraphine can double. Might be a Mystic Shot. I don't know. Might be not.
It can't be a Mystic Shot, T. It makes a 1-mana spell.
Oh, true. It makes a 1-mana spell. Okay, never mind. It makes a Parlay.
A Parlay. There we go.
That is a Mystic Shot. After it
but
gets
we've already played Parlay. So Seraphine will not double Parlay. But, you know, we've still got time to find like Glorious. I'm so confused looking at this list. Like, I'm not seeing a win condition. But 3 people brought it to the tournament. Vesimus made the top 8 with it. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to win this game, but even if he does, it feels like it's just going to be a lot of elusive chip damage into just like Dolment actually can't answer that. And then maybe we, instead of playing this weird Seraphine pile, should just be playing a more focused elusive list. Now, look, I've been on ladder. I've seen y'all playing that. What is it? It's like Fizz Yumi or Zoe Yumi. It's like some kind of Freljord, Bandle City, elusive nonsense. Stop it. Knock that off.
Kane just going in, taking another victim. Flipping here as well. You can't even remove him off the board. Again, this is going to be a quick attack from the Kane.
You just go with elusive Kane here, right? I think this is the one situation where I'm like, it's 100% elusive Kane.
The Ross is pretty good just because Ross heals himself and heals you as well.
Yeah. But I think because your opponent is so focused on only winning through elusives that like you will need a blocker at some point. What does Blue Cane do other than being elusive? Is it like +2 attack when you attack?
Yes, it's +2 instead of +1/+1.
Okay.
And you don't heal, which is a problem.
Yeah.
So
Kane does Kane even heal himself? Even just like the 2 regen that sort of base Kane has?
Nope.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Blue Cane sucks, huh?
Blue Cane does suck. It's just like in League of Legends, okay? Who picks Blue Cane? only edgy Z wannabes.
You know what's funny? There is someone I know that I believe has played Blue Cane every time I've seen him, but I actually I'm not confident enough to call them out publicly because it is a well-known LOR streamer and they might be playing Red Cane and I just don't even notice.
Okay. Yeah, if you want me to call out a few LOR players that are making great mistakes in League, just tell me. I can tell you all about that one time where I beat Simon in 1v1 where he was playing Zed and I was playing Soraka.
Oh goodness. Speaking of playing other games, T, when are we gonna play Valorant together, man?
Okay, this is actually one of the harder games to play together because you're on an entirely different continent and the ping would actually
kill us.
I guess
I will have like 200 ping. Yeah, that is fair. That is fair.
I mean, you know what? You're invited. Actually, you are totally invited to play with me, Zero, Ace. Sometimes Manitas joins. Oh, Spikes also plays. Totally invited to come in because honestly, even with ping, you're probably not that much worse than me.
I'm still below you, but I might not be that below you. I appreciate the vote of confidence, though, T. But yeah, seeing Red Cane do a lot of work here. 1 elusive left, and I mentioned that I felt like Vesimus had a chance as long as that Burblefish was in hand, now that it's in play, it's a little bit more vulnerable. I'm a little bit more worried for the little guy. We're getting some ebb and flow off here, but it's more of a stabilization tool than a real path to victory, and it feels like we're just kind of going for the Seraphine level up. And then hoping, praying, kicking, and screaming that this rummage with Seraphine can pull us over the finish line. But T, I'm not seeing a single top deck here gets us out of this dire situation.
Looking at the deck list, we don't even play Sputtering Song Spinner. What does get us over the finish line, right? We have a limited amount of 2-cost spells that we can actually double up with.
I've seen people, I've had people argue with me that, like, Stuttering Song Spinner is a win con, Seraphine is a win con, you don't actually need other win cons, and, like, I don't know about that one, Chief.
Okay, to those people, look at the other side of the board. Do you see what I see? Do you see a big bunch of red dudes ready to overwhelm your opponent? That is a win con.
Here's what I will say. The people that told me that have as many wins at the Legends of Runeterra World Championship collectively as I do. So...
Oh, you gotta be careful with that one.
We had, like, what, 4 AM players go 0-3 this year, so...
There are certain things you unfortunately can't talk about with Runeterra Pro players. And one of those is actually not qualifying to Worlds. Or to the Worlds subcut. Just... If you talk about
sorry, let me clarify. I am specifically calling out players who went 0-3 at Worlds who said this to me.
Oh, okay.
Sharp to make a point.
Oh, there's a Lee Sin spell. Wait! Hold on.
Oh. Okay. I mean, there is still a Furious Wielder in the hand of Dolmant, so I wouldn't get too excited.
I mean, yeah. You're right. And we do not gain anything of this. It looks cool, though.
It does look cool. Okay, another Burblefish. That's not bad. Swindle the... Is our win condition like Swindle the Harazi?
That would be a really cool win condition. Can we Swindle the Word on there?
I think so, but it wouldn't do anything.
Would look hella cool, though.
You can even double it up with Seraphine.
Prove a point. Well, I don't think you... I mean, you kind of have to wait a lot until the cost reduction actually hits. Because you can't reduce the cost yourself.
Looks like Momentous Choice going to have to be used to save the Aatrox here, but it is going to save the Aatrox here. Meanwhile, while Seraphine is on her deathbed, she's going to fire off a couple time tricks, even find us the third Wiggly Burblefish. But Rost is still around. We're still getting this heal off of the Aatrox. If you really want to, you can actually sack the Aatrox to kill one of the Burblefish as well. But it just doesn't seem necessary. Next turn, you can even just jam out Pra the Breachwalker, heal a bunch, have an elusive blocker. Ross takes out a Burblefish. I'm not sure how Vasimus is supposed to tow this one over the finish line.
I can still see how this deck wins, though. Obviously, we are currently against a deck that has a ton of healing, and now that you have Aatrox on the board in hand, a lot of removal. But otherwise, we did a ton this turn. We almost removed an Aatrox.
A lot of nothing.
We drew a lot. We developed a bunch of elusives. In the grand scheme of
like when
things,
Shellfolk players do a lot, right? Like you took a lot of game actions, but it really didn't change the board state that much.
And unfortunately, it also didn't change the game state. You're still losing. You still have the same problems you had beforehand.
And Dolmant has a cheaper World Ender in hand than they did before. Looks like we're actually queuing up a second. Nope. Probably just going to hang around for the Furious Wielder. Make absolutely certain that we are not dying anytime soon.
I think as long as we make sure that Aatrox doesn't die this turn, we win next turn.
Yeah. You can just take the 6 damage. It's really not that big a deal. You're going to heal 4 on the next turn. Like, you are so far away from potentially dying. Yeah, we're even thinking about trading onto a Dark Enthrall here.
Now, we might need to trade off this. Yeah, I think this is a really good idea here from Vasimus, getting rid of this Aatrox, because Vasimus knows next turn if the World Ender is committed, Vasimus just loses if this Aatrox is still on the board. The problem here is that if the Furious Wielder comes through, you can actually save this Aatrox and still go for the World Ender.
Do you even care about saving? Oh, I was going to say, do you even just like to take 0 damage, you can use the second half of the Aatrox spell to like hit a different Burblefish? but we're still just going to World Ender into an Aatrox.
Yep. Just two big overwhelm dudes. Swing through. Going for lethal.
Can even play Pra the Breachwalker after the fact.
Yeah, right now, you can still take away the weapon from Rast, which actually lowers his attack quite a bit. But again, yeah, because there are even more Darkin in the hand here, Dolman can just throw down a couple more threads and close up the game.
Yeah. It always just looks so rough, IceTea. But the good news is that most players tend to run back whatever deck they lost on. So once Vasimus loses game number 1 here to Dolman, which I think is all but a guarantee at this point, we probably will get to see the deck again, and then, you know, maybe it can surprise us. Maybe it can show us how it is supposed to win a game. Because, I mean, to be fair, if we're looking at a deck for the first time and we're like, okay, I'm not really seeing a win condition here, show me the plan, I feel like going against Aatrox Kayn isn't necessarily the fairest assessment of the deck. Like, you're supposed to lose to Aatrox Kayn.
Oh. Great. So, one matchup that you have to leave open that you're also supposed to lose to.
In all fairness, I don't really know why they're leaving it open.
We've seen it throughout the entire day, and has not been working out so far.
This has to be like
select few.
This has to be the least banned, most popular deck that I've ever seen.
On the other side, we also have the Seraphine unbanned, so the Seraphine Mirror comes in, and maybe that is what we actually prepared for.
Yeah, you tricked me into a Seraphine Mirror? I didn't sign up I signed up to watch TF Seraphine, not a mirror. Granted, this is probably about as far as 2 Seraphine mirrors can possibly get, even just given that one of them is running back alley bar and the other is not.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty exciting Seraphine Mirror, to be honest. I know. But it actually is. Those
are throw up in my mouth.
2 very different decks. All the Seraphine decks had a problem that they were all pretty similar, right? You had the bar, you had Seraphine, you maybe slam in a Victor, maybe sometimes you have an Ezreal in there. And then you just try to outvalue your opponent and have a bit of PNZ removal sprinkled in with a couple of other cards from the corresponding region you're playing the deck with. That said, this deck looks actually quite a bit different. Not only do we not have Song Spinner, we do not have bar. Our win condition is really just those little elusives, the value you get from Seraphine and TF. And you know what? I can finally start to see the win condition here.
You know, now I remember what I'd mentioned earlier today that I ran Bilgewater Seraphine as soon as Seraphine came out, and now I finally remembered it was 3 Seraphine, 2 Ezreal, 1 Twisted Fate. That was my win condition. It was Ezreal.
Missing here, now the win condition. It's clear. It's right in front of me.
Is it Glorious Evolution?
TF flip. Not that reliable, but listen, TF flip.
Even the Seraphine Rummage only gets you halfway there. And you're only playing 1 Rummage, and I believe that is the only draw spell that you can double, other than, like, Time Trick, which gets you... But, like, because these are all 1-ofs, like, it's a 1-of Rummage, a 1-of Time Trick, like, there's no way that's reliable. I say, as I did in the TF Fizz meta the first time I saw the deck.
Okay, so let's take a look at all the draw spells. We have Zap Sprayfin, we have Rummage, we have Time Trick, we have Eye of Nakaburos, we have Drum Solo.
I think that's 9 cards. So if you jump every draw spell in
TF.
your deck in the same turn, you'll level Twisted.
You also have TF. He himself is also a draw card, if you want to.
Yeah. Seraphine can't double Twisted Fate's pick a card, right? Because you don't have a second card to put back.
I believe so.
Sounds right to me.
Never tried it, never will. But yeah, it also sounds right to me. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm probably never gonna play this deck. Not because it doesn't look spicy. It looks pretty cool. It's just not my style.
I see.
Vasimus here already with 2 Glorious Evolutions. If we can actually fire both of these off, every Bubblefish, every Zap, every Poro, every Acorn is going to be a huge win con. And we only have so much removal on Dolman's side, especially in this matchup. We could potentially get that. The problem is that right now, one of those removal cards is actually AoE, the Caustic Rift gonna be able to basically swipe down the board.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm a little lost, right? Is like, I can understand Glorious Evolution on elusives. What I can't really understand is like, they're all 1 HP elusive.
Sometimes it works out. Sometimes the opponent just doesn't have any AoE removal. And in that case, the amount of elusive you can slam down in one turn, like we always saw Vesimus slam down 3 Bubblefish in one turn. If you had the Poro Cannon could go alongside of that, especially with a Glorious Evolution, it does look pretty good.
But like you mentioned, you know, the Caustic Rift in Dolman's Hand, it is going to make things really difficult, if not impossible, to push these through.
No way.
Some people just have all the luck.
That's crazy. With a Temple on board, no less. We just revealed 4 mana.
We're not going to get to see this TF deck win, man. Not against Veiled Temple into...
You know what?
Crescendum into the Sky Shadow.
If we didn't draw the Seraphine, this would have actually been more mana than Dolman would have known what to do with it.
Yeah, basically.
Fix my stage first or
Right
my
out the
lyrics.
Seraphine. This is going to be a really
do.
big attack turn, too. Apprehend as well, if you just want to say, hey, yeah, stun the TF, full send it. You'd probably do... You actually would like the Twisted Fate to block something so that you can get a little bit more board space for the back alley bar, but you would need 2 spaces cleared, and that is not happening this turn, so... I mean, there is the... Does Caustic Rift hit face?
No.
Okay.
People compare it to Ice Shard, and I was like, sorry, but...
Yeah, because I'm
Doesn't
looking
hit
at this
face.
and I'm like, if that hits face, then you have lethal if you just stun the Twisted Fate, but in that case,
Hesitation's
not
a
as
tell.
pertinent. Although,
You might still stun
if
him.
you... Well, so if you play the Spacey Sketcher
Lunari.
over the
Oh,
Veiled
think I
Temple,
got a beat.
you have lethal.
Actually, crazy play. That was such a good play. Boulevard.
Dolmant just doesn't go for it.
You
What's really cool is
can't
the only healing in this deck from Vesimus is Ebb and Flow, and because Ebb is not a burst speed spell, they actually need to put Ebb on the stack in order to get Flow, so they can't actually do it all in one go.
I'm gonna be real with you. Dolman probably still wins this, even though
Yeah, probably.
barely missed lethal, but still looking absolutely fantastic here. Rivalfish is getting discounted though. We can slap down 2 of those this turn. One of them will actually have 2 HP, thanks to being
Enough.
a copy.
You know, enough to die to the Calibro.
Enough to die with the Calibrum, enough to get stunned.
Yeah.
That is also not a spell. Alright, Dolman. What are you gonna do? Just gonna chill on all your mana? On your infinite mana that you have this turn?
Probably. Oh, I'm actually borderline surprised to see a spell get played here. Like, you can just pass until you have to open attack and then win the game on that and make Vasimus, you know, commit a bunch of spells in response and kind of see where things go from there. But honestly, with the hand that Vasimus has, yeah, I do want to see a little bit more proactivity on the side of Dolman.
Alright, I think Vasimus is probably trying to find a Poro Cannon here. Probably trying to almost close up the game this turn. Maybe also trying to find a Seraphine.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's only one Poro Cannon. Just one.
Just hit.
It is what potential MR champion Salty Simon would say. Just hit.
That's an icon. That's an elusive. But the no health buffs are just absolutely brutal. Which is also what currently makes Nami unplayable, which otherwise would have probably been played in this deck.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really miss Nami. That was a fine one by me. I'm never gonna say that I miss. I'm sorry. Why did we kill? Did we already do something to the purple fish, or are we just really banking on this Caustic Rift? It's got to be the Caustic Rift.
Yeah, I think we're just really fine with that. Killing this and any other elusive. We just know that there is no way to buff the health of these units except randomly generated cards through something like an Encore or a Seraphine. Or coral creatures.
Yeah.
No, wait, actually coral creatures also only generates 1-cost spells, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I don't think you have any... I think it only generates in region as well, so I don't think
Yeah.
you actually have any 1 health buffs in PNZ Bilgewater for 1.
Now this looks very open. It's not like we even have lethal with both elusives.
No. And then, Dolmen's kind of far from winning the game now, though.
Depends how
You know, a
far
lot
is
of
that
their board has-
catastrophe.
Yeah, I guess they are the Catastrophe deck. I don't know how far along the Catastrophe is. It's got to be at least, like, say at least 14. Probably more. But we're getting the bar down next turn. We're not really in danger of dying anytime soon either. We still have Apprehend. We still have Get Excited as a removal spell. Of course, the Caustic Rift.
We do find
Top deck
Seraphine.
for Vasimus. But this is where the bar comes down, and we pull Kinku Wayfinder. Useless.
It's another unit you can swing in, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, not this turn.
Dominant really playing this out super slow. Again, technically had lethal if they would have spotted it 2 turns ago, but don't think is doing anything wrong with going for the slow game plan. Well then, you gonna commit these blocks or not? Takes 2 damage. That's got double Get Excited is probably what Vasimus is thinking about right now. But I don't think you are gonna give this TF up.
Light, stage, and...
TF is probably how you win the
Alright,
game at this
let's
point.
jam.
He has been on the
Yeah.
board for quite a while. Is also very far off being
Let's
flipped.
change
You
the
know
world.
what's funny? 2 nerfed units, both of them, their level up condition increased to 9.
Yeah. You know, this pursuit actually might be farther off than we're giving it credit for, considering Dolmant hasn't flipped Seraphine yet.
Oh yeah.
And
But,
here's where
I mean, as
I
soon as
think
Dolmant
my
can flip the
constellation-
Seraphine, like you mentioned, we have the double Get Excited, but boy, do we seem to be struggling to get there.
So currently the Seraphine is 6 out of 9. 3 more spells need to be committed. To be fair, we can commit 3 of these spells right now.
Is this a TF level?
That is a TF level.
Now this thing's heating up.
I mean, to be fair, we can just commit 3 spells on this deck right here and flip Seraphine. Doman can do it this turn.
Okay.
But it's playing it out rather slowly. Potentially just gonna silence this Burblefish, gonna pay Cascade something, gonna stun something, and then we have to double Get Excited.
Okay. So we could do it right now with Caustic Rift and Pale Cascade, right? Or we could Get Excited the Twisted Fate.
Maybe I'm missing something. Seraphine?
I don't know about that.
Did we maybe... No, these are all new cards because they're all discounted.
What is Seraphine's level up right now? Is it 7 now that we've played this Get or 8 now that we've played this Get Excited?
Yep.
7?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, we could have we would have needed a priority sequence, but Seraphine was not dying here, I don't think. Not until we put this Get Excited on the stack.
And not through the Pike Cascade anyways.
Yeah.
Okay. Vasimus, you got another chance.
All that glitters.
And you know what? You got the Bilgewater Tailstones that can give you
A rally.
a rally. Oh, none of them can give you HP. That's kind of worse than the Vandal Tailstones even. Incantation for the worst
Well,
Tailstones in the game.
actually,
Another TF, another Acorn.
I was gonna say, not only do you
bad.
get another TF here, but you might actually get to win on the open attack because like you just go for oh no, that's I was thinking of Bandle City Tailstones. I was thinking of Heroic Refrain. You don't have anything that buffs your health out of the Bilgewater one. You always get blown up by this Caustic Rift. But you know, you just dying to the
I
Seraphine.
did my best.
So Dolman's way to win was flip Seraphine by going one of the slow spells into fast spell, into burst spell, and then just double get excited.
Back at the table.
Or just playing the Spacey sketch here. And I'm not gonna lie, I noticed that Vasimus had a 0 mana shoot the thing, kill the
Bevel?
weapon, 2 to a unit.
Oh,
What is that called?
heavy metal.
Heavy metal. He had a 0 mana heavy metal in his hand at some point. I don't remember if that was 0 mana on the turn that I was talking about the Spacey Sketcher lethal, but either way, you were playing the Spacey Sketcher to look for Charger anyway. And if you find Charger, it's 100% lethal.
Always on the run.
But
So
stabilizing on the side of Dolman or on the side of Vasimus and Dolman going to get excited at the Twisted Fate rather than the Nexus after a Seraphine level, I am...
I think Big Miss Popstar is actually getting lethal here.
Yeah, no, she absolutely is.
Yeah, there we go. That's how
Yep.
this deck wins, huh? Not with a bunch of elusives,
Center
but
stage.
with
Amps live,
the
let's
queen
go.
herself, Sarah Queen, going in for 14 damage.
Yeah, that's how you get it done. That's what it takes.
Let's go. And we go to a full best of 3 between these two. Actually kind of excited for this.
Full best of 3 after a Seraphine mirror. What else? You know, yeah. When I'm... Oh, man. Let me tell you my favorite part about being a shoutcaster, SparklingIceTea. It's after 8 hours of casting, I get to watch a Game 2 Seraphine mirror and then go, oh, yeah, Game 3, baby. I had to watch Seraphine Game 1. I had to watch a mirror Game 2, and now I have to watch a Seraphine mirror in Game 3. There is nothing on God's green earth that I live for more than moments like these, SparklingIceTea. Woo!
You know what? I think anyone that wants to cast video games has to do one of these first. They have to do like an 8-hour Swiss into Top Cut Bender first.
Look, we were raised in the fires of Duels of Runeterra,
Oh, yeah.
where players like a Gigas came with spooky karma, and then random 7HS followed in his footsteps.
I remember the good old times. I remember being on broadcast for 10 hours. That was fun.
That was, yeah, fun.
Joust with genius.
A lot of fun.
All right, now we have the not so darkness going up against Seraphine, and we have quite the hand already. Not only do we have double Nora, we have the perfect Who job. He is ready to spread his genius, get the darkness up and running, and Vega is soon to follow.
Yeah, spread his genius. That's not what I thought you were going to say, but it's better than what I thought you were going to say. So we get down a naked Aphelios. Kind of an awkward way to try to nightfall this. You know, would have been a little more convenient if like we could get excited onto the Catalyzer, then play the Aphelios. But as it stands, we're probably going to have to wait a little while before we actually generate a weapon out of this card. And really, it seems more concerned with just banking that 6 mana into turn 4 so that we do have something to go ahead and kill the Vygar. But since Vasimus has the transposition in hand, I have to imagine that Vygar's not coming down until 5.
Probably not. Kind of want to save him. I'm ready, have him be a win condition because this is a really rough matchup. I feel like this should be Aphelios Victor Seraphine favored. Again, I don't know for sure because we haven't really seen this a lot in the current meta. So I probably don't have a good sample size on it, but just from the value that you can generate and the inevitable win condition of the catastrophe, you should look pretty good.
I will drink your darkness.
Oh, and this is going to be a second hit with the Catalyzer. They usually they don't get that many.
And if
4
you win this
damage
matchup,
darkness already.
yeah, if you win this matchup as a Vega player, I think this is how.
Yeah, just 5 damage darkness on turn 5? Absolutely, that'll do it. The issue, though, is that... Okay, I was going to say Vasimus doesn't have another darkness generator because, you know, one of the issues with this list is, like, sometimes, you know, because you don't have as many darkness generators as darkness does because you are lacking the Senna, sometimes you, like, throw out your darkness with a Vygar and then you just don't have another way to make a darkness. And you're like, okay, I'm stuck at, like, 10 out of 12 on my level up or something. My darkness is dealing 9 damage, but until I top deck a Detonata, we're kind of just sitting on our hands here. But second Vygar top deck does make this very, very good for Vasimus. And as we go for a way to actually kill the Vygar, transposition mana is still fully available.
Gonna save him. Also gonna generate another darkness once we replay him for 0 mana. Then once we let that darkness stack for 2 more turns, we actually flip Vega, and then he's gonna generate as a darkness at the end of each round.
My research!
I'll find you.
Alright.
Come here, short Willie.
I was almost afraid we played the wrong Vega there.
People still do that a lot, surprisingly, even though they've got the little, like, sort of eyes above so that you can see which cards your opponent can see. We still, I mean, I've found myself doing it. I just, like, default to, like, playing a Katarina, and I'm like, whoops, my opponent knows I have 2 Katarina now. Whatever, man.
Alright, Valfi's coming in, taking down 5-1 here. Again, this matchup just really heavily relies on champions on both sides and the bar. Once we get the bar down, once we get Victor down, we can do some absolutely disgusting stuff. The problem is, because Vega has hit the board this early and we did get 2 hits in with the Catalyzer, the darkness is just way too big to handle right now.
Oh, yeah, no, I was gonna say, do we ever get to a universe where, like, darkness can just kill the cat? But you would shoot the cat, so we've never gotten that high.
Yeah. Once you go over 20, you should shoot the Nexus.
But, I mean, you know, if we do Hex obliterate this Vygar, then the second one comes down, and that'll get us to a 7 damage darkness. Vygar is at 5 out of 12, so we'll have a leveled Vygar at that point, and currently, no way for Dolmant to deal with the second Vygar.
Question is, do you even play him down now? I think you could potentially just be fine committing an aura here. You might want to have this darkness in hand for something like a Victor or Seraphine, and then have another Vega give you another darkness, right? That will not level him, that's the problem. Okay.
Yeah, I would play the Vygar because the next darkness levels him, and I don't think my opponent can play something that I want to darkness and a removal spell in the same turn.
Oh, that is huge. Aloof is really good in this matchup.
If you do that first action, you hit the bar, but it's not going to be the case. We are going to hang that one back a little bit. I imagine Dolmant... It's so awkward because you know that if you commit anything to the board, you are just giving Vasimus a level 2 Vygar.
Yeah, you have to find some removal first, but you already tried, got one off the board, and now you...
Dolmant's just running into it. Okay, we actually find... Well... No, yeah, this is Vygar removal, right? Sleepy Trouble Bubble was buffed to be 5 damage.
Yes.
Not enough mana to do it this turn, though. I believe we're going to be 1 shy.
I love how all of these like little obscure buffs not always lead to a card now being viable and actually main decked in a couple of decks.
Yeah, it all culminated in Back Alley Bar.
Yeah, making it quite strong when it's randomly generated all of a sudden.
I think that's why everybody hated Bar so much. We remembered all these buffs that, like, should have helped out the archetypes and didn't. Instead, they just made Seraphine better.
Alright, do we send this darkness phase still? We do! Alright, Vasimus, I like it.
Oh, absolutely. No reason not to. Also, we do have an update on the bracket. One of our top 8 matches has concluded. Would you like to know which one?
Can I guess? Is it Simon's match?
No.
Okay, who is it?
Sorry and Tankbuster.
Oh no. That means Tankbuster won.
Yes.
Yeah, Sorry's playing FTR. That would have taken a while.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Sorry's playing TFT, like your friend list, and you're like, yeah, he's in a TFT game, so I'm pretty sure he's out.
Oh no, don't worry about it. Sorry actually was the only one to not get the TFT fever, you know? Everyone else got it. BB, Simon, Dalton, everyone. Sorry, dodged it. Marcus was deep into the TFT fever.
Dalton and Marcus are names I have not heard in a minute.
You will hear them again. Marcus is currently prepping for the next seasonal. The return of the king.
Did Marcus ever play seasonals? I feel like he got out before that.
Kind of, yeah. But he recently returned, playing the latest Aegis season. And actually, he also played the Aegis season before that of EMEA. The first Aegis EMEA season, I think, went to the finals.
Good job, Marcus.
Just dipping in and out, you know?
Yeah.
It's an awesome day for progress.
It's an awesome day for progress. What do we get? Ooh, okay. Removal and heal all in one. This is also a card that I think on release perplexed some people because it's basically like a main deckable version of Fallen Comet.
Except worse.
Except worse. Because it costs one more.
Yeah, also just because you're in Targon, Sunburst kills just about everything if you Daybreak it. And the fact that that got buffed down to 5 mana, like I cannot think of many things that you like have to obliterate unless you like really care about getting weapons off of things. But the fact that it comes down like, you know, if we're not banking spell mana, you know, it's like one turn after Aatrox. It's so awkward.
Victor's gonna die here, but Dolman has actually kind of wrestled control back. While Vasimus had a really good early game with the Vega, is kind of missing out on the third Vega, and all the damage that was dealt to the Nexus is gonna be healed back by Dolman. Plus, without a win condition on Vasimus' side, Dolman has a bit of time to actually go for his own win conditions, like for example the Catastrophe, which can now more safely hit the board since we just used the Vengeance to get rid of the Victor.
Yeah, and that Catastrophe, it's getting close. I don't know exactly how far along it is, but it's getting there. And now Vasimus losing a Nora. Not, well, curious about playing the Nora rather than something like the Portal Palooza.
Fine.
Is that even Portal Palooza? Or, no, I'm thinking of whatever the 7 mana spell was. It's like a centric.
Yeah.
Whatever. Glad we got off that card, man. That other thing was not good.
Watch your toes.
That was a pretty cool card though. When it popped off, it popped off. Eclectic collection.
That sounds right. I was gonna say eccentric visitors, but I was like, that doesn't sound right.
I think it was something with eclectic. But yeah, when it popped off, putting all the mushrooms, all the portals, it was a big win condition. It was just kind of hard to get because you needed a full board to really get the full value out of it. And it's 7 mana spell, and until you had a board, it was just sitting there in your hand.
Also, you like it didn't do anything immediately. You had to like wait a couple turns to really see the benefits of it, either through portals or puff caps or flash bombs.
Which is never a good thing in Runeterra.
No. We're over here talking about how 7 mana obliterate a unit isn't good, and you're like, yeah, 7 mana and then do nothing, wait a few turns and see if you hit. Here though, 7 mana draw 3.
That's pretty good, especially if it hits 2 Seraphines. She is flipped, hitting the board, and ready to take over the game.
As well as the second back alley bar.
Writes the songs. I just sing them.
Alright, goodbye Seraphine number 1. Unfortunately, there's gonna be a number 2.
Nobody likes number 2.
She's not the original. She's not as good as the original.
Also, we have run the stats on the top 8. It is 6 Aatrox in the top 8.
Alright, not saying you should bring it to the seasonal, but you should all bring it to the seasonal. What a deck.
What a deck.
We actually find Pair Cascade to save this Seraphine. We don't even need to play the second one. We don't need to play the copy. The original is strong enough. We have no removal left for Vasimus. Could draw. Sides against it. Alright, we definitely pokey this though. Nope. Draw first. I feel like you just can't pass back here. You have to go for the pokey.
Yeah, you gotta do something. But I mean, it feels like kind of a moot point, right? We've got double Catastrophe in hand.
Yeah,
Signpost isn't going to stop it.
All right, center stage.
And this is kind of the problem that we mentioned at the beginning. I mean, we did say that there was not a big sample size, but this was probably favored for the Seraphine deck just because you will eventually just outvalue the Nora Vega deck easily. And I mean, Vasimus really tried. We had an early Vega, we tried to push some damage phase, but there was enough removal there that Dolman could actually take down both of the Vegas and take control of the game.
Hold on a second here. Did we just... There was a 2-3 and a 3-2.
Yeah.
And from the looks of things, we aimed the 2 damage at the 2 health unit.
Yep.
Or sorry, we aimed the 4 damage at the 2 health unit.
Maybe maybe the 8 hours of playing are taking a toll on Dolmen.
Maybe, yeah.
But the important decisions were all there, and Dolmen takes a dub.
Oh, man.
Okay, Boulevard.
Pursuit of perfection.
Pursuit of perfection. Good call.
Pursuit of perfection.
Funny cat. You know?
Funny cat go burr. I'm not going to lie to you. Seraphine Aphelios is what I played all the way through Diamond. That is what I hit max this season.
Gotta be happy to see it here then.
I'm a little ashamed to say. Look, look. It's different. It's different. I just needed an Aphelios deck, right? And it's only one Aphelios deck, and it was Seraphine, and that's not my fault. You can't blame me for that. I just wanted to Calibrum things. I wanted to use my cool Battle Pass Aphelios skin with the cool cyber guns. Is that a crime? Am I going to be crucified for that? I should be. I should be.
Maybe
Don't let Seraphine players get away with anything.
Maybe you should. Yeah,
Maybe I should.
That's like the time.
But it's too late for that. I already did it. It's a new meta. Hee. Anyway, moving on. That does mean that Dolmant is going to be moving on to the top 4. Not sure who their opponent is going to be yet. It's a little hard to tell with the layout here, who's on what side of the bracket and things of that nature.
Identity.
But oh, did Identity win?
Yeah, Identity won.
Man, my standings are not updating like your standing. Oh, they're
No,
on the bracket side.
Updating for me exclusively.
So, Simon and Sorry eliminated. I believe that means it's all America from here on out, baby. Ooh, that's not gonna feel good, is it? T. Simon going 7-1, and that means he goes home with the smallest amount of prize pool available. Sorry, little bro.
That's unfortunate.
I mean, that is a really feels bad moment, and it's one that we've kind of been trying to solve in card games for a while, where like you go 7-0 in Swiss, and then you lose the first round of single elimination, and it's like, okay, yeah, like this dude went like 6-3 and made it to the finals, and I went 7-1, and I get like, you know, a quarter of the money that he does. It doesn't feel good, but we just don't have a solution.
Really don't. Well, it's late for the MEA players, anyways.
Yeah, I'm sure they're fine to go to bed. Take your money, take your pride, go to take a little nap, and then in a week show up for the seasonal. But I believe we're going to throw it to a very quick break as we get ready for the top 4. We do have Zach C versus Tankbuster, followed by Identity versus Dolmant. We will let you know who we decide to spectate right when we get ready. We're back, everyone, with the top 4 of the January Open for Mastering Runeterra. My name is Boulevard. Joining me is SparklingIceTea. We are down to just 4 competitors left out of 100. And those 4 competitors are Zach C, a.k.a. Koopa, I believe. And then they're going to be playing up against the Tank Buster. On the other side of the bracket, we have Identity up against Dolmont. A lot of Aatrox left in the tournament. More Seraphine left in the tournament than you might have expected as well. 1 of 2. Quite a bit of plunder left as well. Not quite the top 4 that we were expecting, but hey, it's kind of why we do it. If we were just doing power rankings and then going, okay, yeah, this is the number 1 seeded player, they win the tournament, that would be freaking boring. So instead, we shake it up by playing games against each other, and now we have some unexpected players coming out on top. T, break it down for us. What match are we looking at next? What lineup are we taking a peek at?
All right, next matchup that we are going to go into is actually going to be the Tank Buster versus Zach C, which is so going to be super interesting. We already saw Tank Buster today, and it was a rough performance. I feel like the Aatrox, Kayn, Gangplank, Sejuani, Jinx, Lulu lineup can definitely work. We unfortunately did not see the Jinx, Lulu, and GP Sejuani, you know, we saw it. When it gets there, when it levels as champion, it can just absolutely steamroll over people. And I'm super excited to see this in this top cut again, because we mentioned so many times that there are quite a few people who just absolutely love the deck and love to bring it to tournaments as well as ladder. And even though it is not always the most popular deck, it does always get quite a few good finishes. Here again, Polanda going to be going up against a deck C's lineup, which is going to be Echo Jinx, Gangplank, Sejuani as well, and Gwen Katarina. So, while we do have Aatrox on the side of the Tank Buster, actually Zexy here, one of the few players that did not bring Aatrox to the top 8, and went in with Echo Jinx, Polanda, and Gwen Katarina instead, which is really interesting, because again, Aatrox probably the strongest deck right now that we can potentially bring, and if you don't have it, you already saw, you either lose to it or you have to ban it. It's really tough to win against that deck, and it's not like you are bringing a lineup that is super favored against it, right? You're bringing Plunder, for example, which also can struggle a bit against these Aatrox decks.
I think that's fair to say. In a perfect world, Sejuani just hoses these other mid-range decks. I level my champion. I have 2 warning shots in hand at all times, even after I fire off my warning shots, and it's just impossible for you to fight through it. But the reality of the situation is it does not play out like that very often. And now we're actually going to get, I believe, our first Lulu Jinx of the day.
Not quite. We actually saw the tail end of a Lulu Jinx game where Lulu Jinx, I believe, lost.
Was that one of the ones where we came in and it said an opponent has surrendered and you jumped right back out? Was that a Lulu Jinx game?
That was a Lulu Jinx game. Yep.
Yeah. That's it. Look, I get up here. I put in my hours. I get up here and I cast for 9 hours. And this is what you stick me with? This guy who at the end of the day is like, oh yeah, we saw Lulu Jinx for about literally half a second.
It's all about the technicalities, you know?
These EMEA casters, man. This is... See why they let Panda and Mogwai do everything over there.
You know what? I would hope they would do the same thing. I would hope they would also call it
Oh, they absolutely would, but I haven't had the pleasure of casting with either of them, so I haven't had to put up with it quite like I had for UT.
Alright, but now that we fully see the strength of the Lulu Jinx, we can finally appreciate how the good old discard synergy is still there. The chompers are still doing work. But unfortunately, if your opponent rolls like this, it might be a bit hard to establish early game dominance. Because I feel like if one deck is really good at countering other aggro decks, getting on the board early, it is Plunder. And we see here already, and Plunder sometimes had a problem with then moving that early board into a safe and secure late game, but with the addition of Eye of Nagaburos, we do have a lot of draw on this deck and get us to our champions in our big win conditions, because this deck, more than any other, is really reliant on hitting the champions in the mid to late game.
It's a really weird concept where in order to play ideally, you have to play like you are going to draw your champions on curve. And it looks really weird and poor if that's not what happens, but here we do see Koopa pick up the Gangplank on turn 4. Will have that on curve for 5, as well as a couple of warning shots, but this Spirits Unleashed is about to go crazy. But one of the things that Plunder doesn't have, like other mid-range decks like Aatrox have, really any kind of removal. Ever since the nerf to Monster Harpoon, which, in all fairness, completely deserved, it does mean that you don't really have removal for large singular threats outside of Sejuani. So once this Jinx comes down and levels, that is going to be an issue for Koopa to deal with unless they can draw a Sejuani or level up a Gangplank in such a fashion that we are able to take her out with a couple of kegs.
I feel like that is going to be the case, right? We are already getting in a Plunder trigger every turn. Gangplank is currently 4 out of 5, hits the board now, backed up by 2 warning shots. We're going to be able to flip him really easy with the Spirits Unleashed. So next turn, a buffed Alp Gangplank is going to hit the board, potentially just going to close out the game right then and there.
Yeah, it is going to have 7 attack, deal 2 damage on attack. So either Tank is going to sack the Jinx, or it's GG. So definitely not an ideal situation. And Tank actually just throwing down these Daring Poros anyway, sort of understanding, hey, you know, even if my next turn is just like Jinx get excited, I gotta get on board where I can. I just kind of have to hope that Koopa doesn't have either Sejuani or Gangplank. And unfortunately, it is 2 Gangplanks. We might even just see a lethal with like a parlay.
Bilgewater is
That's just so much damage here. And again, because we don't have removal for this GP on the side of the Tank Buster, game just unfortunately ends right here, right now.
Yeah, because there is double warning shot, I don't even think putting the Jinx in front of the Gangplank is enough to actually live here.
Yeah, and the keg, unfortunately, also, again, everything gets buffed by the Spirit Unleashed, so that we can't even take down the keg with this Poke Stick anymore. Oh, get excited on the keg. Oh.
I mean, you can get excited at the keg, but you are still getting hit with a warning shot from the keg, so, like, the damage is still getting done, and I believe, like, 90% sure that, you know, maybe you live here, maybe you can top deck a Jinx into a Rocket, and that's still not enough, and then Koopa just plays Gangplank and kills you on the following turn.
Yeah, that was just an absolute domination here by Plunder, and that is the curve that you are looking for if you're a Plunder fan.
Which Tank is. So, you know, maybe we'll just see Tank get the revenge a little bit later on in the set here. But I gotta say, T, I think this was one of, if not the fastest games of the day. A turn 6 kill, especially from Plunder, of all things.
Maybe Tank finds some kind of
well, you just double warning shot.
Satisfaction in this.
Oh, satisfaction. Yeah, that is the only thing that Tank can really find here is satisfaction. There are no cards left to be drawn from the top of the deck. Super Mega Death Rocket not even available to be played, and that really has been a story of the day. We've seen a lot of players stuck in situations where they can level the Jinx, but then even at 1 mana, that you do not have it to spare for the Super Mega Death Rocket.
Yeah, which is really unfortunate.
Made a difference there.
I think I discussed some like nerfs to Super Mega Death Rocket with a couple of people, and some people were like, hey, if we want to nerf Jinx, how about Super Mega Death Rocket to 2 mana? I'm like, sometimes it's already tough to squeeze in that 1 mana.
You know what's funny?
2 mana, it's gonna be.
You know what's really funny? This card used to be 2 mana.
Yeah. I don't think it's doable at this point. If you put it to 2 mana now, it's absolutely unplayable.
I mean, it might be hard to get it off the same turn that you level Jinx, but after that, I think a 2-mana Rocket is a little bit more healthy.
After that, yes, but I mean, right now, the whole buff was so Jinx gets it off in the same turn.
Yeah, but I don't know. I still feel like a 2-mana Rocket is like healthier. You should not be able to just slam down your entire hand on 4 and still have a Rocket available to play. You have to kind of plan around that a little bit more, or like take bigger risks, but that's neither here nor there. We're not going to be getting that before the seasonal, so you are going to have 1-mana Rockets that whole time. And now we are on to Koopa's Gwen Katarina. I believe this is a pretty standard build in terms of no Reckoners, triple Might, double Shunpo, as we tend to see out of most of the players these days.
Never play
Katarina hitting the board.
The Sunrock got me good.
Being able to take down one of these low health units, one of the blockers.
Only fools hesitate.
Potentially pushing a little bit of damage. Spider going in, being blocked by the 1/1 here. Koopa is really wanting to get all of these blockers out of the way as early as possible to potentially swing in with a couple of bigger units after they get buffed up by Hallowed later on in the game. could potentially try to kill the Katarina here. Yes, we have to give up on the Boomer Boon. One of these Jinxes. But that could be a huge tempo swing if we actually get rid of the Katarina right here, right now. Prevent the flip.
I feel like so many times today we've seen players stuck in the position of like, you know, do I sort of not quite overcommit, but do I commit more than I really want to kill a Katarina, only for, you know, a second Katarina to be waiting in the wings? And that is exactly what we see out of Koopa here. Get excited. Not the ideal situation for dealing with a champion like this, and feels even worse knowing that there's a second one on the backup, but just like raw jamming Jinx on the next turn doesn't feel great either, because you are aware that your opponent is playing, you know, like a Vile Feast Ravenous Flock deck, and even though there is not currently a Ravenous Flock in Koopa's hand, it very well could draw it here. Or here. That's another opulent foyer.
Help the poor.
Could looking pretty good for the Jinx deck. Just don't have the power right now on Koopa's side. Next turn Jinx will be flipped.
We shall sing, dance, and forget our woes.
Yeah, no top deck is going to stop Tank from both flipping the Jinx as well as firing off the Super Mega Death Rocket.
Oh, Power Cannon, absolutely fantastic.
No going back.
Got an extra block alongside of it. You're going to be able to remove another Katarina here. And Koopa just never really gets rolling.
No. You do have to discard the Poro Cannon, though. Otherwise, you can't... Or you'd have to do this weird sequencing of, like... Yeah, I mean, you
can just pay a Poro, no? Like
Yeah, you could play a Poro and you could get excited. Yeah, it actually does work out that, like, you can just throw down the Poro, discard the other one to the get excited, still fire it off.
Because you won't be getting the rocket off before your opponent gets to swing in with his 2-1s either way.
Yeah. No, you are 100% right there, IceTea. My mistake. That sounded a lot more sarcastic than I wanted it to.
Alright, that means another Katarina will unfortunately have to bite the bullet here. And not only do we level Jinx, get a rocket, put some damage into his face,
We are doing it.
we are also setting up for 2 draws next turn. Which at this point is kind of important because our hand is completely empty. Tank Pastel looking to win it a couple of turns from here.
As much Jinx as we've seen today, T, I feel like this is the first time that we have seen a Jinx actually take over the...
Yes, I feel like the other few times that we actually have seen Jinx today, it was Jinx actually just closing out the game. Same turn, Jinx flipped, got the rocket. Was the same turn, she also finished up the game.
Or worse, we would see Jinx come down and then die and then get discarded by an Aloof Travelers and then wait for the third one and that one would also die. It's been a very rough day for Jinx. Honestly, for Arcane Season 2, if you just want to pack more trauma into Jinx, you could just replay this tournament rather than give us a Season 2, and she's had a hard day.
Absolutely deserved though, because Jinx has been having the time of her life on ladder currently. Can't have just good times.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta have the best times too, which is what Jinx really deserves.
Oh, you're gonna push 7 damage more turn. This turn at least. Opponent can throw down the sentry here to block out the Jinx. So they're gonna take a ton of damage. You probably wait with the sentry. Oh, you know, I guess you just throw it down so your opponent doesn't attack. But could have blocked with the 1/1.
This is painful, man. Just like watching this rocket come in turn after turn. How is Decimate 6 mana and Rocket is 1?
You really wanted to 2, huh? It's also crazy how we always saw the Get Excited, and this is another thing that this Jinx deck is so good at, because not only do you play 3 main deck Get Excites, you also play multiple copies of Jinx, and we saw it already being really important here, drawing multiple Get Excites to get the Nexus down even further.
Would it be enough of a Jinx nerf if you just changed her champion spell?
Yes? What? Yeah.
I don't know what to, but just something that doesn't deal damage.
Oh, I thought still something that deals damage. Maybe change it to Decimate. Break the region.
That's not even the right region.
Just break it. Break the whole region.
You know, give her like Electro Harpoon or something. Make her champion spell Boom Baboon. Give her a Flame Chomper.
Do you know how bad Electro Harpoon would be?
Yes.
Because if you generate Electro Harpoon in the same turn where you empty your hand, you can't play Electro Harpoon. Oh,
I actually
unless you mean it's an Electro Harpoon that is not fleeting.
No one gets in my way.
It is. No, I mean her champion spell, not
her
the
champion
rocket.
spell. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Although Electro Harpoon is actually not a Piltover card, so can't do that either. I'm looking through the spells, trying to figure out like what is. I mean, Jury Rig. It feels like a Jinx spell. Eh? She's an inventor. I'm really scraping the bottom of the barrel here, T, for a spell that aligns with Jinx and also doesn't deal damage. Because I'll tell you what, I really don't think I want it to be Rummage.
Oh no, that would potentially be very, very broken.
Also, tank won the game for those of you that like. I know we kind of trailed off there, but like, what was Koopa supposed to ever do against the Jinx there?
I don't think we need to comment on that one. I think it was pretty clear that we were getting a rocket that turn. There was no removal for the Jinx, so the next turn it would be another rocket generated. Okay. So that game was pretty much over.
I did it. I figured it out. Jinx's champion spell should be Vault Breaker.
And Vice champion spell should be Get Excited. Okay.
No,
yeah,
Vice champion spell should also be. It should be the other Vault Breaker. It should be the Vault Breaker art, but facing the other way. So like this one shows the left hand. Vice should show the right hand, so that because they're sisters.
I can actually somewhat agree with that. Let's just keep it like that. It's really awkward with Vault Breaker because it's kind of tough to get out of your hand.
Yeah. Also, it does make fleeting Vault Breakers, which makes it impossible to get out of your hand.
I do think though, once you if it's the last card in your hand, you will get a rocket, because for like a brief moment,
you will,
don't
but
have one.
still,
it's really tough. Yeah. All right, Plunder going in for another round, and this time it's looking smooth again, where we get the Plunder triggers right where we need them on curve. Already have a Sejuani as well, though I think we would actually like to have a Gangplank in this situation. Sejuani good defensively, but currently Tankbuster on a more aggressive game plan.
These opulent foyers have been stacking up in not the most favorable way for some of these Red Gwen players.
Yeah, the early game currently kind of rough for Koopa.
It really has just felt like the Katarina show every time we've seen Red Gwen today, which that's always kind of what it was. So yeah, it's pretty par for the course. I don't really feel like we're missing the Minotaurs. A little surprised to see Make It Rain come down the same turn that we're attacking.
The dead don't need riches.
Maybe this will be the Gwen show.
Really wanting to get that Spiderling out of there.
Yeah, maybe this is the Gwen show actually. Maybe this game will.
Well, I mean,
be the
this
Katarina
actually.
Show. Because
yeah, no, I mean it can't be the Katarina show. We don't have a Katarina.
Gwen
Foyer finally comes down. No Might mana. It's looking like Sejuani might just end the game next turn.
Like a fish in water.
Although Zep spray for another elusive unit that we can currently just not take care of.
Nothing to fear.
We just tanked the 9.
Yeah, there's no reason not to. You're looking at lethal next turn with the Sejuani. The whole reason that you played the Make It Rain on that earlier turn was so that you could freely push through the Jagged Butcher, not get it chumped by a Spiderling and just push as much damage as possible. So you might as well just eat all of this, go for the Sejuani on the next turn, and try to clean it up, and it's looking like it's going to do it.
Yeah, I think Tankbuster realized that after Koopa had no early game, that probably Koopa's hand is full of spells / a couple for years, which means that Tankbuster was just free to push in a lot of early damage and is now staring at a potential lethal here that, again, is backed up by this parlay, is backed up by this warning shot.
And really the only question I have is, if Koopa goes for, just any 1 health blocker, do you parlay it or do you not care? I assume you pull the Gwen with the Jagged Butcher here. It's the most damage.
Maybe playing around Flock. Not really.
Yeah, I was gonna say
you don't play around the blocker that your opponent has is sort of the issue. But you do have warning shot, so as long as Koopa hits okay on this, which they don't have anything that they can do about it, you do just win with this warning shot anyway.
Volley also in hand. This is again a very clean game from Tank Buster, and again Red Gwen failing, especially in the early game, not really drawing any units, drawing a bit dead, and Tank Buster just playing this perfectly, right? Tank Buster realized, okay, my out is to deal as much damage as early as I can, and then finish it off with one of my champions, and ooh,
Koopa after winning
but
with the double warning shot says, you know what? I am cognizant of that spell. I am going to not lose to double warning shot here. I am going to, go ahead and survive with my double mark of the isle. The only issue being that you do still die to double warning shot in the fact that like you just cannot push through any damage because of double warning shot. And might is cool and all, but it is still only going to get you back to 3 power, and you did just use 2 Mark of the Isle, which was sort of your way to push through damage after the Sejuani effect had happened for the turn. So this is just going to be Tank Buster, signed, sealed, delivered, the Plunder God himself, give it to him. It's over. And Zap might actually just find lethal on this turn.
Alright, Zap. That's another parlay.
Good job, Zap. Good job, Zap.
Takes a while, but we get there. G comes in. Koopa knows that there are a ton of damage spells.
Yeah.
And scoops it up.
That is going to be Tank Buster secured as your first finalist here for the Mastering Runeterra January Open. I'm refreshing the bracket now. Yeah, it looks like Identity and Dolmont are still fighting it out, so we will probably hop into that match as well. Might as well get you at the end of that one. There's still Runeterra to be happening. Might as well watch it. Not doing anything else.
Yeah, and that was very quick for best of 3, right? We went the full best of 3 still.
I mean, it's a turn 6 Gangplank kill. Of course, it's going to be one of the fastest matches of the day, even when we go to game number 3. Because then, Tank turned around, killed on like turn 7 with Plunder. Plunder's looking like more of an overwhelmed deck than the Darius deck is right now. And honestly, we're not seeing a lot of the Darius deck. RIP Bone Club. RIP Rico.
The Bone Club.
Oh. Almost came in at your opponent has surrendered. Oh my gosh, they're only 40 minutes in. We caught them at the beginning of the match.
I don't even know how. I don't think we told them to wait.
Well, T, buckle up. Our top 8 just became it's supposed to be 3 matches. It's turned into 4.
Excited.
And it's looking like Identity might still pull this one out, dodging the lifesteal here. The unfortunate part, though, I was gonna say the trick is that the lifesteal doesn't go away, but then you went and top decked a Glimpse Beyond anyway.
That is looking awfully like lethal.
9 Hallowed stacks? Holy moly. And a Might for good measure.
This is a chance for me to leave
The awkward part you're going to run into here, it's actually very important that you got that Gwen down so that you have the Thread the Needle, because if Dolmont has something like a Furious Wielder, you might have been in a little bit of trouble here.
I might have missed something last turn.
I didn't count it out enough to know if that was lethal or not.
Did we discard a blade?
We did discard a 0-mana blade, I believe.
Might have been a mistake, might have been something I missed. There might have been a reason for this.
We've seen a lot of plays today from players where we have to wonder, did we miss something, or was it just a mistake? And T, I think I've just been leaning mistake the entire time.
I'm always not sure.
But what's done is done. Pra the Breachwalker comes out, and that does mean a second lifesteal unit makes things a lot harder for Identity to win. Although, Identity does actually secure it here because there are 9 Hallowed stacks in the pool, so once you put that Might onto the Gwen, it doesn't matter what you put in front of her. Quick Attack means that Identity is going to be taking game number 1.
Let's go, my girl. Gwen doing it right here, right now. We don't have the full swing, though.
Okay, you also don't want to swing like this because that gives a big opportunity for a lot of lifesteal to come through. I don't think it actually matters.
And then probably not. I mean, you have the glimpse and then you do stuff.
But like, you did only need to attack with Gwen.
Yeah. She gets the handled stacks even if there is no other unit attacking.
Yeah. It's just one of those things where like, you have a very straightforward just do this and you win, and then players do other things where it looks like you might have actually given your opponent an opportunity to come back into it. And truthfully, in this instance, you actually might have, because you can only dodge one of the lifesteals and play Might.
You can too. You can dodge too with the Gwen spell.
Yeah, but you can't play Might if you do that.
Yeah, you can play Might if you do that.
And then you don't win. No, you do win still. The snip, snip, snip plus the 2 damage, yeah.
Yeah, you just play the Gwen spell.
A little less straightforward, but... You know what these players have no respect for, T? The action economy. All you had to do was put Gwen in combat. You could even pre-commit the Might. Now you gotta make Dolmont... Is this like some mental gymnastics where you're like, yeah, let me drain Dolmont's mental power by making them align blockers? I don't know if you guys know how the human brain works. It's not like that. It's not like that.
I actually like to think that Identity had this all figured out. Was like, yeah, I still win here actually, by the way, if I do this. So, just wants some mental power of Dolmen. Or maybe, because not only do we cast this cast for a bunch, and barely count as intelligent human beings on this broadcaster.
Oh, speak for yourself.
But the players also have to play for quite a while, and while they are still playing absolutely fantastic, might miss 1 or 2 things. After 8 hours of play. Or 9 hours, rather.
Yeah, but you know who wins the tournament, T? It's whoever makes the least mistakes after 8 or 9 hours of play. So when the players do it, like, yeah, it's understandable, but if you want to get to the absolute top level, if you want to be the one winning every tournament, you really have to cut down on the number of mistakes that you are making after 8 or 9 hours.
Yeah, but I don't think a lot of the things are really mistakes, because I think Identity probably fully well knew that no matter what happens, this is probably lethal, just swing it in.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking for the most efficient way to do things, which is just like attack with Gwen, pre-commit the Might. That's all fine. That's all well and good. Not playing the Blades Edge is still a little weird.
Yeah, but that might
mostly because you didn't. I can't. Can you? I'm gonna give you 10 minutes to think about it. Can you name any reason not to do that?
Action economy.
He's thrown it back in my face.
Gotcha.
God. So now Identity onto the Ziggs Talia. That was game number 1. Dolmont got a bit of an uphill battle here, and I honestly think that might be one of the very few losses that we've seen Kane Aatrox take here today against a non-mirror match.
Pretty interesting curve here from Identity. Not really anything you would want in the early game to win the game with.
I will take this power in my lady's name.
Kind of looking to get some rock bears early online, dominate the board, and then win off Ziggs Talia later on. We already saw the Arsenal put in a lot of work against Aatrox.
It is only a 1-of, though, and we've got quite a few pieces of the puzzle that we need to assemble if we're going to get rock bears or really any kind of win condition here. I think that it's a slow opener from Identity, or at least one that doesn't telegraph the next few turns, which is fine. You know, you've got the Preservarium, you've got some draw power in here, and honestly, Dolmont has such a weak opener that it's totally fine. It's going to work out for you. Talia, right on time. You know, could have come a little later, and continuing to just draw really poor on the side of Dolmont.
So it's not looking too rosy for Identity either. We do have the Talia. Still need to find a way to get on the board. Preservarium might help with that. Ziggs! That's huge. That is huge.
Yeah, I think the Ziggs is a really important pickup. You really need to push the advantage that you have and just how weak Dolmont's hand is. Even if you're unaware of it, you kind of need to just get down on board, start sending things. A Bakai Reaper is an awful top deck for Dolmont in this situation, and Identity, you know, might just be moving on to the finals here against Tank Buster. Have a chance to win the entire thing here.
looking pretty good here in game number 2. And even if this doesn't work out, there is still a game 3 to work through. And I gotta say, it's probably a really big confidence boost if you can go into the finals of this tournament after 2-0ing Kayn Aatrox in the top 4.
Oh, for sure. Still the
Does it bother you as much as it bothers me that only one of these bombs is prismatic?
I can kind of get it, you know. Some cards you just don't want a prismatic. Although this does kind of suggest that Identity has some work to do, because I'm seeing 2 champions prismatic here. I feel like this might be, you know, a deck that has been a favorite in the past, but there are quite a few, you know, crucial cards that are not prismatic here.
And I can definitely see the 2-1 being one of the prismatics that you have, just because I believe that's a common, and you get handed like 3 common prismatic chests a week here in Legends of Runeterra. That probably happened by accident.
I mean, speak for yourself. I never do the prismatic quest.
My name.
What? One of them is just play against someone.
Those I do get, but don't those just give pouches?
No, every week you get like you have to get like 30 points, and a loss is 1 point, and a win is 3 points. So you just have to get like 10 wins a week, and you get a prismatic chest.
Oh, but it's just a blue one, no?
No, it's a green one. It's even worse.
Oh god, yeah. Well,
then there's the Path of Champions stuff where like you gotta spend 400 mana for a green one, and then play 250 cards for a blue one. I gotta say, there are some weeks I do that, but it's like once a month, if that, where I'm like, okay, I'm bored enough that I'll do it.
I actually never did it, but good to know. Kayn getting the spell shield here, surviving this one. Again, couldn't really push the early pressure that we had. And now Doman kind of fixed his hand. There's Kayn, there's Aatrox.
That's the beauty of the Double Darken deck, is as bad as your opening hand can look, as long as you can kind of survive and play out some of your spells, you can usually end up tutoring both of your champions, and all of a sudden, it even happens on curve more often than not, but level 2 Ziggs coming down might be a bit of an issue for Dolmont, especially given that Talia is going to come down as well. She's also going to be leveled up, and that means you cannot slam Aatrox here unless you were fine trading it for a Talia. And even that, like, it's going to get your momentous choice as well, which is probably not ideal. But with the Heatless Resurrection in hand, I think you're more willing than usual to just sack an Aatrox.
Problem is, you're also getting a lot of damage down to your Nexus, right? So you play Aatrox down here. Yes, you heal the 2 of the play, but Ziggs fires 2 right back. And then Ziggs can just deal even more damage along the line.
See, I think you might take like 2 damage this turn, which I think is like net 0 damage.
Really depends.
I got a short fuse.
Like you might actually lose both Kayn and Aatrox if you're not careful. You do have the momentous choice to save one of them.
Yes. And I think that I would say that you're healthy enough that you could.
Ooh, we're going aggressively. Okay, we're striking down one of these. I like this.
Yeah, I don't hate that. And now you are going to lose the Kayn, but you were pretty sure you were going to lose a champion this turn.
We can
you
put spell
could
shield.
Save it.
I feel like that is actually a kind of a good play.
I mean, you could just Heedless Resurrection it next turn.
What, and give this Ziggs another trigger? No. We want to level
it looks like it will be the Expanse's protection.
Second one this game, which means that this game will actually flip. Ross is going to hit the board here.
And then you give Ziggs another proc anyway.
At least you're going to heal. At least you're going to heal it back.
Yeah, you leveled up the Kayn. You've got Ross. You're going to get your healing online. And this is where the Kayn Aatrox deck stabilizes so hard in every single matchup. Once you have both champions online and they're just healing every time you strike, anytime your opponent tries to go to combat, it is so tough to deal with.
Herald the Meg is coming in. Unfortunately, no Talia on the board anymore. Ziggs gonna be gone as well. All of them is gonna be pushed in. Dortmund here actually tightening the grip on this game. A few cards can still bring identity back. Especially now that we have the Herald of the Magus as well. Another Talia being drawn could be pretty nice.
Arsenal still probably gets it done.
Yep. We do see removal in the hand of Dortmund, but remember that Herald of the Magus not only gives overwhelm, but also gives +2/+2, which would actually get the Talia out of range of an Aatrox.
Looking at a code 919.
Although, I don't think anything gets you out of the range of Cane Spell plus Furious Wielder. Now, you do duck it with Hourglass, but we're actually just going to keep the board clear here and take out the Safety Inspector as well.
Not only that, we are going to heal for 2 more, which kind of makes the burn out impossible for Identity.
Yeah, especially given that now, because you didn't get down the Herald, you know, if you do top deck Talia, you're not getting down Herald and Talia in the same turn. You instead draw Absolver, which looking like Dolmont's going to be able to take this one home. And take us to a game number 3.
The healing coming out of Aatrox and Ras just really so powerful to bring you back into these games. But not only that, you also have all the removal, you have challenger units, everything you really need. This really truly feels like just another Fiora Shen deck. While I would say that, for example, the Jax Vayne deck, that's probably just a scout deck.
Sivir Akshan, that's a Fiora deck. Akshan Varus, that's just a Fiora deck. Reskinned is a different Fiora deck.
Jax Vayne, that's a scout deck.
That's a scout deck. We already said that one, but we really want to drive it home that that is a scout deck. It is not Shen Fiora. It is different.
Broken Bow was very mad at us.
That's fine. I can live with that.
Yeah, it's also really tough to not be able to live with that
the
because
better the
it's
trophy.
really easy to incur as rough. Another Safety Inspector. That is not the top deck we needed. Open Swing will go for lethal here. Nothing we can do against it. Identity says GG. Gonna take this game. Double GG comes in. Appears we are going to game 3.
Game 3, everybody! Give it up for game number 3! Wow!
Okay, Kokar says slowly losing, or actually rather rapidly losing his sanity next to me. See, there are times where I'm quite comfortable with the fact that we are not in the same studio right now.
I'm a pleasure to have in studio. How dare you?
I'm just joking. There's still a dream. One day. Okay, one day. I'm gonna join you in a studio. One day.
Yeah, maybe one day they'll actually pick me for work.
Hey, you know, it depends. Who are you gonna...
Who am I gonna sabotage next?
Next time, yeah. That's what it comes down to.
Whoever I need to, I see. Whoever I need to.
Alright, we are in game 3 of Dortmund vs Identity. And it's gonna be Ziggs Talia up versus Seraphine Aphelios Victor, which, you know, usually these decks kind of do struggle a bit with removing landmarks, so Identity probably slightly favored here.
Now where did I leave
Again,
that beaker?
not a lot of stats currently on the Aphelios Seraphine Victor.
Weird, because removing landmarks isn't even how you beat Ziggs Talia, right? Because if you kill a landmark, like, it still counts for the Ziggs level up, and, like, what are you trying to kill? Like, the Rock Bear landmarks feel like the only ones that are worth killing?
I am wearing my
It's awkward.
goggles.
It's awkward. I think it's more about, like, can you continuously remove Ziggs and Talia, which is very difficult, because it is, like, a 3-mana 5-health champion and a 5-mana 4/6. And yeah, Sunburst will do it, Hexbliterator will do it, and I believe that Dolmont has... I believe Dolmont was the player on 2 Hexbliterator and 1 Sunburst, so, like, has the tools to do it, especially since we see the Thermo Beam in the opening hand, but it's a little awkward. It's hard to play proactively against this deck because some of your
like chumpier spells like Mystic Shot, like High Note, they're not getting a lot of value a lot of the time, so you're kind of just throwing them down to try to accelerate the Seraphine, and it can be a little rough, but Dolmont with the Sunhawk, with the Thermo Beam in the opener, could pretty okay.
Just not a lot of you can interact with against this deck, which makes it so tough. Unleash Energy, pretty interesting card.
Yeah, this is a big blowout card that we have not get to see come to fruition yet today, and I'm very excited for when it gets the moment.
Coney Identity absolutely cruising. It's a bunch of really powerful cards. Kind of missing the Talia, but can chill a bit to get there.
I am wearing my goggles.
Nice big attack here. Maybe gonna get some Restored Devouts online. Fearsome is a keyword that Seraphine decks, they can struggle with. And the fact that Identity opened with 3 of the Devouts, it's gonna be a little bit rough for Dolmont once all of the Restored Devouts are online.
Sing with me.
Does decide to actually trade one down here. Keeps the Seraphine largely healthy. But again, once one of those landmarks gets rolling, we already have one option with the Rider of the Arcane to pop it up and get that Fearsome unit on the board. So really Dolmont just trying to stall these out as much as possible without actually killing them.
How about a
Yeah,
duet?
I mean, not just the Right of the Arcane to get one online, but then the Unleashed Energy to get a second online while buffing one of them up. And we actually see Dolmont hang on to the Mountain Goat here, unwilling to give up the sole Fearsome blocker against these other sarcophagi.
Yeah, also just really refusing to kill any of them.
Yeah. And it's such an awkward line to toe against Talia, where you look at these Devouts and you're like, yeah, you know, they're a lot scarier once they die, but also you can't just keep 3/3s alive forever on your opponent's side of the field. You're either going to take too much damage or what have you. Something's eventually got to give.
And there's the Absolver Ziggs already in hand, soon to be flipped as well. 1 out of 4 landmarks, but again, with the Roiling Sense on board, this is not going to take that long. Ooh, Fan Club President. This was potentially the one card that actually got people more riled up than Seraphine herself. Did receive a nerf.
The amount of times that I lost to a Victor that couldn't block rolling lifesteal and winning off of a concerted strike from a Fan Club President is more than one.
Don't worry about the words. What matters is
That's
how
already
you
too much.
feel.
And that is more frustrating than anything Seraphine ever.
Alright, Identity. Are we just gonna slam down the third Devout?
Third Devout,
Options underway.
Ziggs, Safety Inspector. Options here for Identity is it's very likely that at least one of these sarcophagi has to die next turn, and then you can just throw, pop a landmark, deal 3 to the Nexus, maybe kill Seraphine. Whatever your heart desires, Identity. The world is your oyster. The only thing you need to do, step 1, step 0, step 2, step 3, is make sure, you Echo players take note, you make sure you do not put that Ziggs in play until he is leveled.
Could be fatal. Fortunately, little guy only with 4 HP until he's flipped, and also doesn't really get the value of the pop landmarks. Oh, go get it! We're just going for the reroll.
I didn't like Go Get It. I want a different one. Unfortunately, not gonna get full value in terms of not really getting anything off of the ephemeral one that's summoned, but oh, and because it summons a copy, it already has vulnerable, so you actually don't pop the other Roiling Sands. That's cute.
Her songs just make you feel like you can do anything.
Oh, what do you get
Snatch?
this time?
Ooh.
That's good. That's really good. That is.
Yeah, that's really good.
That is exactly one of the cards that makes it so frustrating to play against.
Now, luckily, Harsh Winds is not Unforgiving Cold, which means the Arsenal, if it rolls Spell Shield, will be safe from that card.
We should have a card to pop that spell shield by then, but yeah, you're right. Do need to invest an extra card for that. This time, I feel like Identity probably going to pull the 2/2 here with one of the Devouts, preferably with the 3/1 to actually get the landmark on board. Again, we need one more landmark to be destroyed for the Ziggs to actually flip, and we need a few landmarks that we can actually get some value with the Safety Inspector. Safety Inspector, again, for those who don't know, got buffed, can now also target the Nexus, so you can burn Dolmen down if you want to, or you can try to decimate the board.
A little surprised not to... no, I think not attacking with the Safety Inspector is fine, especially since Dolmont has already shown a bit of a unwillingness to kill your Endless Devouts here.
I think I like this full swing. Except the Safety
The
Inspector.
question... Yeah. I think I like Handback Inspector as well. The question that I have is, does Identity throw down the Ziggs before killing the sarcophagus? Actually, no, you never do that, right? Because the Ziggs would level off of it, so you actually wouldn't deal any damage. So it's better to kill it, and then... Honestly, I'd probably just bank the spell mana, throw down Ziggs next turn. I don't imagine Dolmont doing anything proactive this turn. So you don't really want to give them 6 mana to play with to kill your Ziggs, like a Thermo Beam comes down or something. You might as well just wait until they go into their next turn. They have that full mana available again. You know, just sort of float 7 mana off of them. Take it slow, don't get too jumpy. The only question I really have is, do you kill the Mountain Goat, or do you aim at the Nexus with the Safety Inspector? Looks like we're not going to have an option. It looks like it's Aftershock.
Oh. Okay. That's a sad Aftershock. Sometimes you gotta do it.
Yeah. If Identity really wants to, can use Unleashed Energy to pop it in response to get the 5/3. I don't think that's worth it.
Let's see what Identity thinks. I actually think it's worth it. Already wants a unit on the board.
Also, importantly, choosing not to heal up their Endless Devout.
Alright. I understand why we did that. We wanted to level Ziggs. Ziggs doesn't level if your opponent destroys your landmarks.
Gotcha. I figured your landmarks just had to die, but I'm admittedly not super familiar with the wording of Ziggs.
Me neither. That's why I had to check. I was like, had to be a reason why we did this. And I was like, let me look at Ziggs. What does he actually do, the little guy? He's a funny little guy.
Yeah, he's a little goofball. My heart only has room for one Talia deck, and that is Thralls. So Ziggs Talia not really in my wheelhouse, not in my repertoire. But Dolmont has so many ways to stall out the game. We've got the Harsh Winds, we've got the Sunhawk, we've got the Stuns, and Ziggs,
and one really big one.
doesn't really have the landmarks to play with to get this done.
This'll be a blast.
Not yet. He will get some. Trust.
Yeah, Dolmont is falling kind of low. Might actually have to use multiple pieces of interaction all in one turn to prevent themselves from dying. Thermo Beam onto the Ziggs, understandable, have a nice day.
I mean, we can just, probably play the landmark this turn. We can probably save Ziggs as well. And then next turn we get a stun plus...
Yeah, just a 3 damage onto the Nexus plus a stun, throw down the Arsenal.
Yeah. I mean, this looks pretty insane for Identity. The board is still full. Dolmen has nothing. Doesn't bank any spell mana. Oh, we do it this turn.
Oh, we're going proactive with it.
Hitting 5. Probably wanting to get the Ziggs value. Afraid that Ziggs will die next turn.
I think that's reasonable.
There is another Ziggs. I feel like we just slammed on the Arsenal. Open Tech also looks pretty good. Obviously not playing around Harsh Winds that was randomly generated anyways.
Yeah, I was going to say, generally, this open attack, very safe into a Seraphine deck. It's going to take multiple spells to deal with all these 3 health units. Maybe like a High Note gets to kill the Ziggs as well as the Endless Devout, but generally you expect that this is going to work out. And the Harsh Winds, you go, okay, yeah, that was a little unfortunate. It looks like there's another spell lined up. But that's a lot of the resources taken out of Dolmont's hand. And, your Safety Inspector is still here, and they did just kill a Devout.
Just mean you get a few more points of damage, especially with the second Ziggs now. Again,
you're going down. Dolmont's down to 1.
Yep. which means one more Ziggs swing actually closes out this game.
Now, things are going to swing back a teeny bit. Dolmont does have a Aphelios in hand, and Severum is quite the swing card, giving lifesteal over, especially, I don't know how close that Seraphine is to leveling. She's a little bit closer now than she was before, is all I really know, but if you can get a double up onto the Severum, that is actually going to do quite a bit for you in terms of, sort of winning the game here.
Ooh.
But like you said, I mean, Ziggs just needs to attack, Arsenal just needs to roll Impact. Are you looking at Raid of the Arcane onto the
other Devout into Inspection Pass?
That would be lethal. And I don't think you're worried about anything out of Dolmont on 2 mana. I think you can just safely take the win with killing your own Devout here and then safety inspecting for the lethal.
That has to work, no?
Oh, it definitely works. It 100% works.
No. I mean, this has to be like what happens here.
Oh, we've seen quite a few Mislethals here today, IceTea. I'm not sure that after 9 hours of play, we're gonna get the cleanest lines here. But yeah. I do applaud you, IceTea. 2 brownie points will be added to your column for found lethal, and I will remember that at the next caster social.
Thank you. Especially with a deck that I don't play.
Especially with a deck that you don't play.
And before, it's not possible. Goodbye, Seraphine.
Is it actually, does Seraphine level in response to this?
Oh, that would be tragic.
Her arrows are glowing. We're 1 spell off and we went for that.
Jam.
Well, it's 2 mana. What could they have?
Literally anything.
Actually, there's not that much. Not much. It depends on if the opponent has a dominant played the Seraphine spell. I feel like that was only really dangerous against a Seraphine spell. Oh.
Well, so we do also have 2 cards in hand that had their cost reduced by heavy metal, or not heavy metal, drum solo. So
that was also the Seraphine spell. Like, she always generates a new spell, right? So
yeah. So that was weird.
Again, it's really late. It's really deep into the tournament, and those are decisions that usually don't really determine whether you win or lose the game. So those are the decisions where your mind is probably taking a little break. And Identity is still looking to go strong with the Arsenal here, win next turn, and even the Ziggs attack currently is lethal. Severum has been thrown out.
Impact and Elusive and Overwhelm. Arsenal wants to go home. He's tapping his watch. He's saying it's 5 o'clock. You know, I'm getting into overtime here. I want to go home to my family. Please end this game.
Seraphine says
looks
no.
Like it looks like he's gonna get hit with a Gravitum.
Yep. And Seraphine says, I want to continue this game. I want to heal.
Yeah, and heal she shall.
Together, brother,
It's also a flip of
we
Philios,
will make death holy.
That it is, Sparkling IceTea. That it is.
Small but important issue. We also still have a double stun in the hand. Yo, I think Identity might lose this game.
That he might, Sparkling IceTea. That he might.
It depends. Next turn is going to be a huge swing from Identity, and even if Dolmont swings in here, that is going to enable Identity to actually block with the Devout. Okay, we generate more blockers, but this is not looking good.
No, this is actually looking very safe from Dolmont. We've got stun 2, we've got kill a unit, we've got block a unit.
Oh, heads up play. Playing the Shannon before.
We've
maybe
got a
getting
lot of
unit.
blockers.
A crescent path opens before us.
Alright. Side low roll on the second one. But does find a fearsome blocker as well.
Get your dancing shoes.
Alright.
Amps live, let's
That's
go.
it. You're gonna deal 5 damage to the Nexus this turn. And you can deal 5 damage to the next turn just by pure burn.
Yeah.
I think this
You might still have it.
Yeah, Identity just getting another landmark here is absolutely giant.
Yeah. So it was looking kind of dicey there for a moment, but...
And it goes boom!
It's a thing of beauty.
T, Dolmont. I'm going to go out on a limb here and assume that as a Seraphine player plays Guiding Touch, there's also still the possibility that we find healing off of this Stuttering Song Spinner.
Yep. I mean, right now Identity just needs to swing in and actually get rid of this board. Already has open attack like lethal with Ziggs as long as Dolmont doesn't find a heal. But I mean,
I can never remember which champions' abilities fizzle if you remove them while they're attacking and which ones don't. I think we might have actually just homogenized it so that none of them get removed. No, Talia still gets removed, right?
Talia still gets removed. I feel like Ziggs stays.
I thought Ziggs got removed because I thought he had the same wording as Talia where he says like deal this to my blocker. But again, I don't really play the Ziggs deck either.
Oh, it does.
Looks like stunning him will take him out of combat and take away his ability.
But we got board space.
Yeah, the board was cleared enough to go ahead and throw down this another unit here, and Dolmont, you know, has the Song Spinner, but also has 9 cards in hand, so is not going to get the full 3. And a single Guiding Touch, well, a single Guiding Touch will save you, but you are taking 4 damage here. Unless you just kill the Safety Inspector. No, I mean...
No, you're taking insane amounts of damage. I think you're taking around 6 here.
6?
Because we're going to play the Inventive Chemist, Scrappy
Bomb. Oh, yeah. I was thinking, like, if you kill the Ziggs in response, like, you're still just taking lethal damage, and instead we're just going to slam down a Pursuit of Perfection and try to win the game on the open attack, which... This is definitely the time to do it. You are playing against a deck that plays the Hexplosive Minefield. So Dolmont just not aware that there is a landmark in the hand of Identity, who now will be moving on to the Grand Finals against the Tank Buster.
What a way to close it out. The Safety Inspector gets it done. Inspection passed, Identity. Inspection passed.
Now, it's on for your final safety test. Can you take down Tank?
Boom, boom.
Bum, 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 bum. I don't even remember which like CSI ripoff show that is, or why that music came to my head. But we, Ice-T and myself, we're gonna throw us to a very small whittle break, and then we're gonna come back for the grand finals of Identity versus the Tank Buster. Do not go anywhere. We are wrapping this one up in just a moment. Be right back.
Welcome back to the end of the January Runeterra Open. My name is Boulevard. Joining me is SparklingIceTea. I can't really see without my glasses on. So now that those are back on, we are ready to get into the grand finals between Tank Buster and Identity. Tank, a very established Americas player, second place at the Agency Sports League earlier this month, competed in the top 16 of the World Championship representing the Americas. Identity, on the other hand, complete unknown factor, I believe, to both myself and T, and just about everybody watching, but has been on Twitter expressing a lot of excitement seeing his name at the top of the bracket. So absolutely would be over the moon if he was able to pick up a win here. Probably just super excited to be in second place at all, should the worst happen. And Tank looking to continue a rather hot streak.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see both of these players in the finals. Tank Buster, because I've been spectating Tank Buster for quite a while in these mastering tournaments. Super solid player. Really happy to see them in the finals. But, as you mentioned, it's always nice to root for someone who is super excited to be here in the first place. Let's talk about first place, by the way. First place is getting over 1K. Second place is getting about over $500. And then third to fourth are getting $262, while fifth to eighth place are getting $131. So even though, you know, my EMEA boys, Simon and Sorry, didn't make it too far, still getting a pretty hefty prize.
Yeah, and I gotta say, looking at the lineups here for the finals, on the side of Tank Buster, we have Jinx, Lulu, Aatrox, Kayn, and Plunder. So we've got an Aatrox deck, a Jinx deck, and a third deck. And then on the side of Identity, we've been watching this player pretty closely for the last couple of rounds. Aatrox, Gwen, Katarina, Talia Ziggs. So Aatrox, Kayn, Mirror here in the finals, but no Jinx deck out of Identity. Still repping the red Gwen, showing us what this deck can do. And so far,
We shall sing.
I don't have anything to say. I set myself up for nothing.
On to the next.
So far, Tank doing a great job of getting his champions up there. Now he's just got to draw.
Sharing, not stealing.
Okay.
That's a top deck. Well, a bottom deck.
Gather round, gather round.
Technically, yes. Well, Planet does steal from the bottom. You know what? If we want to bring full chaos back, make it steal from the top again.
Yeah, like, and no one's playing. You know what? Actually, yeah, give me that way to punish Aatrox deck. You want to run 3 Dark and Spear? Give me that Ranger Knight Defector. I want it to have Scout too. I want it to retroactively gain that ability after you equip a weapon while it's in your deck still. I don't want to have to do my own weapon. I have that. Give me, start running Pilfered Goods again. Give me that weapon too. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna need that.
Okay, calm down there. That is crazy, but
I don't miss Pilfered Goods.
I miss it a little bit. I miss it a little bit.
I was lying. That was all cap.
Not for me. The absolute shenanigans that card could pull off, absolutely insane. Especially in decks that at the same time also ran Rummage, where you just could discard the not so good cards you got from your opponent and keep the good ones. It's pretty nice. Alright, again, Tank Buster coming out early, coming out swinging. Good early board, can even support that with another Foyer and Make It Rain. Open attack from Identity here. I think Tank Buster might just do himself the honor and actually tank it.
Yeah, I was thinking it might be a Make It Rain, but you know, just get some damage onto the Nexus here. And, you know, not that big a deal. Really wide on board here is Tank, and might even just be saving the Make It Rains in case Identity throws down another 1 HP blocker. It is going to be the Katarina, though. Does mean not much, actually. Like, we can set something up for a Vile Feast on the next turn, but instead we are just staying full aggro here, getting down the second Tusk Speaker in order to keep up the Plunder triggers. Or, as a caster, I never really figured it out. Like, what do you want me to call the Sejuani Gangplank level up progression? Because they're not Plunder triggers, that's something else, but like, it's still, you all know what I mean when I say Plunder triggers. Anyway, we're going to combat. Or are we gonna Spirits Unleashed first? We're going to combat.
Butter Blocker's being developed a bit too high.
I think I...
Gather round, gather round.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty impartial as to what you give the Hallowed proc to. I think it should either be the 3-2 or the 2-2. Those are sort of the least likely things to get blocked. Not going to be as much damage as you were hoping for, but I think killing the Katarina, a super big deal, and now this Spiderling, you know, it's just going to get cleaned up by the Spirit Unleashed.
Yeah, not really a meaningful blocker here, which means that the only blocker you really have is Gwen. Now Gwen, again, a valuable unit because she will also be able to heal up your Nexus a tiny bit, but Tankbuster looking to capitalize on another absolutely insane early game. Now, we all need to do what we always need to do in Plunder, draw one of your champions.
A second Spirits Unleashed is not bad, but it is not a champion. And it's going to work out pretty well for tank if Identity goes for a second Opulent Foyer here. Instead, it is just going to be the open attack. Make It Rain, very much still an option, but would not be able to Make It Rain and Spirits Unleashed all in the same turn. And Spirits Unleashed, as cool as it is, if you lose your entire board here, it does mean a lot less. And I like the safety block, you know, paying respects to the fact that Identity does still play multiple copies of Mark of the Isle, and as much as you would hate to lose your Tusk Speaker, you would hate to accidentally lose your Nexus.
Well, most of the time it's just actually on your person. This happens a lot.
This is lethal with the Shunpo, right?
Yep.
It's going to be 9 attack on the Gwen plus the 2 from the Drain. That is just going to do it. Identity stealing game number 1 away from tank, it seems.
I shall need my tools.
Unfortunately, did not find Sejuani. Not find GP either.
Identity on a bit of a tear today.
Look at her go. The Gwen flip. And the premier rally card nowadays. Shunpo getting it done.
What a world we live in. Shunpo's the best rally card. Katarina's the best champion. Like, Ravenous Flock remains unnerfed. Swain is Swain's not nowhere to be seen, but like, I don't see him in the top 8T. He's looking a little absent there.
Yeah. He was brought to the tournament, actually. Just didn't quite make it just that far. His time to shine is gonna come, okay?
I also do want to mention...
It's because of Irelia, okay? Once she is rotated out, Swain is gonna have a spotlight again.
I never drew a correlation between Aurelia and Swain, but I trust you on that one. There actually are only 2 Gwen decks in the top 8, and they are both red Gwen.
Yeah, Gwen used to have a really diverse lineup of decks. We saw 2 of them here. We saw red Gwen today, and we also saw the Gwen Sejuani. There used to be also a Gwen, I believe...
There's like a Zed Gwen.
Zed Gwen and... Udyr Gwen, actually, I think, got second place or won one of these MasteringRuneterra tournaments.
I don't believe that for a second.
Yep.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that did happen, but I still don't believe it. You couldn't convince me otherwise. I've wiped it from my memory. That said, Fizz Gwen actually did win the America's Aegis Esports final.
Yeah, Fizz Gwen, the newest hype, actually. Not really present.
I thought it was going to catch on, and then it just didn't.
So said about Vi Gwen. That was a really fun deck.
Yeah, of course. Huh. What a surprise, everybody. IceTea likes the Vi deck.
What a surprise. IceTea likes his own deck.
IceTea slips his own deck into the meta rundown.
Hey, Margin liked it.
When my song ends,
What, did he like the tweet you posted it in?
No, he told me he liked the deck. He played it. He made a video about it.
Yeah, of course you... that man has to pump out daily YouTube videos. He's got, anything you send him, he has to take.
there's plenty of killing left.
Fine, I'll do it for the content.
Still not throwing down Ziggs here. Still maybe looking at a pokey stick onto the 2-1, but now that a Jagged Butcher's down, you got to be a little bit more willing to put this Ziggs in harm's way. Going down to 9 this early is just something Identity is willing to do.
Which is kind of rough because this time around, Tankbuster actually has one of his champions.
It is going to be a weird turn 4, though, unless Tank can top deck something nice here. And Jagged Butcher.
It's okay.
Could be worse.
Yeah, we kind of bang one more spammer than we want to. Well, next turn, it's just Spirits Unleashed into
Identity is still not getting on board.
But it is getting scary.
Does Identity know what they're like? Do they have their life total turned on?
Tankbuster is just playing down the Butcher here, recognizes there's nothing on the board, and is like, alright, I'm
you
gonna
just dead to warning shot
take
for the rest of the game.
So, not only are we dead to warning shot for the rest of the game, we also can't go under 4 mana.
Yeah, which I believe we're about. Okay, no, we're just gonna fire off the we're gonna fire off lethal from tank, and Identity's gonna let it go.
Yeah, I think Identity realized, okay, this game is over.
Yeah, like
I don't wanna play this anymore.
I needed to get on board a little bit. I mean, Tank is just ramping up how quickly he can actually kill with Plunder. We saw a turn 6 win in the top 8. Now we see a turn 5 win. Granted, like, Identity just didn't want to get on board, man. He was like, I'm not playing anything until the Ziggs is leveled. I heard Boulevard earlier said, don't play Ziggs till it's leveled. That was a one-time thing, Identity. This isn't a rule like Echoes is. You can play the Ziggs on turn 3. It's a 3-4. It's a Badger Bear. That's a respectable stat line.
Actually, I think we can form it in a different way. Even with the Echo thing. It is a rule, but rules are meant to be broken.
If you're gonna die.
Yeah, I think Identity just realized, okay, that game was over. Might as well let this go.
Just go game 3. It's, you know, I don't know what time zone Identity's in here on the East Coast. It's approaching 10 p.m. We started this tournament at noon, so yeah, just that was a bit of a rough one. But now we've got very suddenly, with 38 minutes left on the clock, we are in the final game of the tournament.
These games have been going
Now where did I leave that beaker? I've got it!
Also, maybe a bit of nervousness on Identity's side as well.
Box bestows for a price.
Why would they be nervous? I'm sure Identity doesn't even know that we broadcast these tournaments.
Oh, mainly because there's a $500 difference between first and second place. This is one of the bigger Runeterra tournaments we had in its history.
Yeah, what's the difference between first and second of the season? Well, it's like $5,000, right? Or like $7,000. I know it's a lot.
Yes. Seasonals and World Championship very top heavy.
If it's made of sand, I can ride it.
Alright, Tankbuster getting on the board, has some life still ready. Identity already has the Ziggs.
I mean, Identity
landmarks is curving down.
Yeah, Identity has an insane amount of landmarks. Like, Ziggs is going to get online very early here. We've already done, you know, a formidable amount of damage to the enemy Nexus. They're down to 3/4 HP. Not quite a range where Ziggs can kill from, but getting there.
A voice from within.
Ooh, it looks like we're baiting for a momentous choice.
Oh, waiting with 2 units.
Run you over.
Yeah, going for the...
Letting
gonna let it go.
Both of them. Honestly, fine. You still get a unit on board that you can actually slam a weapon on. You have your Kayn. You would probably rather have that spell for the Kayn to protect him. Again, we saw how powerful Rast is in this matchup, right? Being able to heal you up, being able to just work against an eventual Ziggs lethal.
That said, I feel like I would actually almost rather sack my Kayn, given that I have 2 copies of Heedless Resurrection in hand.
True.
But I think we're also just, like, very close to getting the Aatrox online. And once that Kayn-Aatrox camaraderie is established, things get very rough for whoever is on the receiving end of it. And Tank has been one of the players that has been most consistently able to get both of those champions down and get the ball rolling and really start to stabilize off of it. So the fact that we've already gained back, you know, quite a bit of life from our keeper of the box, the Ziggs burn plan, very far away from being a reality. Obviously, Safety Inspector is going to help a little bit.
Oh,
but
a lot of it.
I mean, 5 damage hit is also going to help a little bit. But now we're getting into the Aatrox territory. This is where the real game begins.
Mortality is madness.
Ooh. Tankbuster
we're
threatening to swing in. That almost looked like we were about to proactively try to remove the Safety Inspector, throw down the momentous choice, but thinking better
just
of it.
sack your Kayn into it.
You mentioned it. A few Heedless Resurrections around here.
I think in a perfect world, you'd actually like to sack your Aatrox in that case and get double Aatrox on board.
And the problem with Ras and the Shadow Assassin is that they rely heavily on their weapon. So even if you have 2 of them on the board, it doesn't really do anything because only one of them can have the weapon. Meanwhile, Aatrox, even with Other's weapon, is a giant overwhelm unit when he's flipped.
Yeah, and he still heals, which is sort of the important part. Heck, put a different weapon on him. He doesn't care.
Also,
God.
Most of you probably know, but for those who don't know, if you summon another copy of a Darkened champion like Varus or like Kayn, one of them, just like Jax, will steal the copy, will steal the weapon from the older copy.
Yeah, they don't like to share the Darken. They were not raised by parents who were into the sharing is caring philosophy, and as such, they just say, "Hey, that's my weapon. Like it literally has my name on it." And then the other champion looks at them like, "I'm literally you," and they go, "I don't care," and they take the weapon anyway.
Yeah, you know, there are 2 types of twins. You know, those who get along really well, and those who absolutely don't.
Be still.
I like what Identity was going for here and saying like, "Hey, you're not allowed to attack with Aatrox this turn," and Tank saying, "I don't care. You can't tell me what to do. I'm attacking with Aatrox."
It's like, what if I want to?
And Identity, you know, probably thinking like, okay, you know, there's no mana. There's no way it's a Momentous Choice blowout. And even if they had mana for Momentous Choice, it doesn't change anything. I kind of have to block with the Safety Inspector because I really don't want to go down to 10 here. And then this setup of the double Heedless Resurrection gonna do wonders for Tank, who is already back up to 16 yet again after being down to 12. But, I mean, Identity's not out of this one. We still have the Magus in hand. We still have the copies of the Roiling Sands. And what's really funny to me here, though, is the fact that, like, we used that spell to say, hey, you're not allowed to attack with Aatrox, and Tank said, yes, I am, and Identity said, okay, yeah, I guess you are. No, actually, it is going to be the Roiling Sands with the Inspection to take out the Aatrox after the fact. But that does still put the double Heedless online as the play.
Yeah, but, like, I think killing Aatrox there, pretty good play from Identity, always had to go for it, you know, you have to
yeah,
try.
absolutely. Just, you know, kind of weird that you have to take the damage anyway.
Another day, another explosion.
Oh, Ziggs is finally online, can start dealing some damage, but again, as you mentioned, Heedless Resurrection can come in, and it looks like Tankbuster will find himself on 18 HP again.
He can kill the Aatrox again. You do have another Safety Inspection plus Right of the Arcane. I'm not gonna lie to you, I think I forgot that Inspection could hit units.
As we used to hit face so often.
Yeah, I never remember what the buff to Safety Inspector was. I'm like, I don't know, maybe this thing used to cost like 2 mana and now it's 0.
That is quite a bit of burn damage we're putting in here. Again, Aatrox gonna come in.
Yeah,
and he heals for 2 more.
Not just that, T. 2 Aatrox.
Ooh, okay. I like what Identity is throwing down here. How much damage is this? So, Tankbuster is on 9. Can't quite get there.
Could trade the Ziggs for the Aatrox, or at least attempt to, and then things get real awkward when the next one comes out. Although, I would imagine that Tank probably not going to play the second Heedless this turn, if for no other reason than the second Aatrox would be the one to take the weapon away, and you would actually lose regen on this Aatrox.
You would think.
Yeah,
well, you know what?
I didn't...
What's better than 1 Aatrox?
2 Aatrox.
2 Aatrox.
It's 2 Aatrox, yeah. Can't deny that one. So there is an opportunity for Identity to clean kill this Aatrox, either with the Safety Inspector or the Ziggs, but still, you kind of feel like you need this combo established in order to have a chance, but you're dealing 5 every time. Tank is healing 4 every time these Aatroxes connect. It's not a race that goes very quickly, and you have to sit here and tank everything in the meantime? I don't know about that one, Chief. Really, I think I'd like to see Identity take out one of the Aatroxes here, if for no other reason than you are going to have to block them next turn, and now you are giving Tank an opportunity to put a weapon on the second Aatrox.
Ooh, Tank also now has mana for Unforgiving Cold, so even if you do block here, it's way worse than last turn if you would have pulled one of them.
Yeah.
But I think Identity was kind of hoping to actually draw their own Unforgiving Cold here, which in their case is obviously the Quicksand.
Okay, I'm like, dude, I don't know what joke you're making here, funny man, but...
Okay, there's still a chance. We have the Herald of the Magus. We can potentially find a Talia.
I mean, you're up against 2 Frostbites.
Yep.
There is a...
Alright, take that back then. So, there's still a chance you can not get a scout anymore on your big arsenal.
I mean, yeah. Unforgiving Cold is just such a good card versus 1 unit with Spell Shield.
This is looking rather doomed. We're trying. We're dealing some Nexus damage.
Yeah, the good news is that, like, Tank doesn't have a whole lot that they can do for the time being. Like, you're going into Identity's attack turn, so if, like, Identity just goes for an open pass, Tank can't really do anything for the turn. Okay, now that we have a 1-drop, things have changed, but I was going to say, you can't just, like, throw down an Anaka because you need to hang on to this Unforgiving Cold mana. And actually, probably going to be able to force out an Unforgiving Cold here, just based on the stun effect being able to come out. I don't think Tank is too keen on taking 7 damage to the Nexus. Even 4 seems like a lot.
And because you have the explosive minefield, can actually stun out 2 units. Yep. Playing Solani perfectly fine, still keeps up the mana for Unforgiving Cold. Tank Buster playing is very clean.
I think this is where Tank really secures the match. When Identity commits the resources to go for the double stun, it's a good play, mind you, but it is just one that Tank has the answer for. And even more answers after the fact. It's going to be 7 damage pushing in the Nexus. Unless Tank decides to fire off a Frostbite spell, which I don't see a reason not to. You are aware that Burn is a lose condition here. Might as well stay at 11. It's such a healthy life total. And now Identity sort of, you know, saying, hey, my last card in hand is another way to deal damage to your Aatrox. And I imagine going to sack a Mana Crystal here. Yeah, you kind of really need that Preservarium draw, especially given that you did not actually manage to push through the 7. But Tank gets to throw down a Naka here.
Rough game for Identity.
See where we go from there. Or Seratu. Ziggs off the top for Identity. About as good as it's going to get.
Also have a Quicksand.
Yeah, I mean, it's still looking very heavily Tank favored, but Identity does still have a couple of win conditions depending on how sort of long they can stall this out. Tank has a couple of different options for the turn, and if they take the one that doesn't beat what Identity is representing, then might still have a little bit of a game on our hands here. Go for a Naka. Quicksand keeps us alive. 4 HP is not a lot. We're cresting the 30-minute mark left in the game, but we are not going to need half that amount. A Naka, what can you pull?
Peace.
Crucially,
show me an Anaka train. No. It's a Bakai Reaper.
Fuse is burning. Fuse is burning.
Not quite the same.
Not quite the same. Quicksand can come in here. Burnout currently not a thing.
My board. A new ray.
Identity, what can you draw from this position? 11 health left on Tank's Nexus, no cards in hand. Lone Ziggs with Overwhelm up against a Frostbite spell. Even if you aren't aware of the Frostbite spell, is Absolver returns enough to get you there? No, Ziggs would have to deal the full 12 damage on the swing through, and that is just not going to happen. Meanwhile, Tank can get down a second Anaka.
We just see the power of the Cultist package. Yes, this is not Aatrox Vein. Yes, this does not rally, but the Cultist package has just so many powerful cards, like, for example, this Unforgiving Cold.
It's Identity's attack token. Mulling over the options, the final moments here. of the Mastering Runeterra January Open. As IceTea mentioned, $500 separate first and second place, and it is looking like that extra money is going straight into the Tank Buster's pocket as Identity tries to puzzle out any bluffs that they could have. Can they survive the next turn, or do they simply have to go in with the Ziggs? They are full sending it. Tank, it doesn't really matter whether or not he uses the Unforgiving Cold. We're actually just going to pre-commit the Absolver and say, hey, this is as much as I have ever seen playing for the disconnect, because the only way this works is if Tank falls asleep on the keyboard. That is not the case. We're even going to get the Frostbite spell. 2 damage push through, but that is not going to kill Zilani. And with nothing left in the hand of Identity, the Tank Buster is going to secure the victory here on the open attack on the last turn. Turn 12. The final one of this tournament. Top deck for Identity is not even gonna show. And it is, okay, it's another Ziggs, but that doesn't matter.
Absolutely did not, and what a finish. Again, start the tournament saying Aatrox is going to be the deck to look out for today. It's the most broad deck. It is still absolutely dominating the meta, and we saw it here. Aatrox absolutely dominating in the finals. And what a finish with Anaka just pulling a couple of units out. Aatrox is not even needed for that one. I mean, he was needed for the healing, but
well I was going to say, there were like 3 Aatrox on board at one point or something like that. I don't even know, keep track.
Well played here by the Tank Buster. Gets the W, gets the over 1k for the first place, but also, what a second place finish. Very well played as well, and $500 is nothing to scoff at for Identity.
Absolutely not. That's more than most people make playing Runeterra in 6 months.
That is more than some people made playing Runeterra in 2 years.
That is also true.
So Identity is still getting a hefty prize for the second place, and also showing can get to the second place, can get through 7 rounds of Swiss, can get to the finals into the top cut, and yeah, unfortunately couldn't make it, but still very well played from all sides. What a game.
What a game indeed. And T, that brings us to the end of the tournament. It has been quite a long day, about 10 hours here on broadcast for 10 rounds. That's kind of what you expect. It's par for the course. Now, T, do you have anything that you want to say to the people before we say goodnight, sign off, give everyone their money, and part ways for until next time?
Sure. It's 4 a.m. currently. I'm a bit tired, but it has been an absolute pleasure casting and doing production at the same time for this tournament. Again, shout out to Mastering Runeterra for doing these. These are some of the biggest events in Runeterra, and I'm really glad that we have those, because otherwise I feel like competitive Runeterra, especially this early in the year, would be a bit empty. Hope you all had fun playing. Hope you all had fun watching. Hope to see you all next time playing, watching, participating in any kind. Yeah, shout out to Greg, Cash in the background, and Red just for doing the TO, helping out with the second hand and everything. You guys are the MVPs, and shout out to Boulevard and everyone else.
That I didn't like that one, but you should have just kept my name out of your mouth. Also, don't forget to check out the store. Mastering Runeterra has merch now. Isn't that cool? Don't you want to like go to a party and someone's like, "Wow, that's a really cool shirt you're wearing," and you're like, "Yeah, it's from Mastering Runeterra." And they're like, "What's Mastering Runeterra?" And then you get to talk to them about Legends of Runeterra, because how many times do you get to talk about Legends of Runeterra in public? I get to do it all the time because I'm really cool. I'm like really, really cool. So I get to talk about Runeterra all the time, especially in public at parties with girls. But if you don't, maybe some merch will help. It's a nice little conversation starter. But again, thank you to Mastering Runeterra for putting on this event as well. T, don't look at me like that. I know you do the same thing. I know you wear that jacket with your name on it everywhere, and I know what that does. So anyway, thank you especially to the Tank Buster, our winner. Congratulations, big confidence boost going into the seasonal. And don't forget to tune into the World Walker seasonal next weekend, because that is the big culminating event.
That is the big culminating event. So get in there. It's going to be fun. You're going to see more Aatrox.
Absolutely. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching. I have been Boulevard. This has been SparklingIceTea. You have been great, and we'll see you next.